Kong Ju-yuk is a star. He has been famous since he was very young. Later, he got caught up in a series of charges related to stock manipulation and addiction. Even though the court acquitted him, those accusatory articles remained like an indelible stain on his career. Then one day, he received a strange phone. Along with that came calls from an unknown number, using deceptive voices to manipulate him with stories predicting the future. What will Kong Ju-yuk do next? Can he return to the peak of his career as he once was? Please join Life Manhwa in following this fascinating story. The story begins with the voice of the MC. The main character of this year's 44th annual Best Child Actor Award is Ju-yuk. The award ceremony is being broadcast on the TV screen. With the incredible acting talent of an 11-year-old, the boy received so much love from the audience that he was called the Kong Ju-yuk phenomenon. Below the stage, the guests are all applauding and praising his talent. He realized from a young age that he was the main character from the start. Fame and reputation, is it hard to get, must be a story from another life. Ju-yuk stands on the award stage, happily accepting the award. Even in this industry, it is hard to escape the image of a child actor. A flood of articles about him were published after he completed his military service. Ju-yuk is the center of attention. He easily swept the headlines of every article with news of his discharge. He always easily gained the acceptance and favor of the audience, whether it is in a movie or a variety show. Ju-yuk is supported by the audience a lot. And even in airport fashion. For 13 years since his debut, he has always maintained his position as a top star in Korea. A female reporter speaks up, Mr. Ju-yuk, please look this way. Hearing this, he immediately responds, yes, yes. The beautiful reporter quickly captures some pictures of him. He raises his hand and smiles gently in greeting. The picture the girl took is very beautiful. But that was all in the past. Ju-yuk's image is declining. He sits absent-mindedly in front of the TV screen, which is showing the weather forecast. As of now, today is the coldest day. Make sure to stay warm before going out. He grabs the remote and changes the channel to another program. Ju-yuk's face clearly shows exhaustion and boredom. He wonders, how long have I been holed up in this basement room? 5 years have passed since the barbecue restaurant incident. His room is piled high with empty bottles. Damn it, I do not even know if it is day or night. Now that I think about it, guys like that, worrying about celebrities is pointless. Everyone will be fine, worry about yourself. Ju-yuk frowns and clicks his tongue, fine my ass. The TV screen is now showing a fisherman. He says, today I caught a haul of sea bass. Sea bass used to be a common species, but now it is not popular anymore, so there are so many of them. Then he laughs loudly. The camera gradually zooms in on the sea bass still hooked on the man's hand. Ju-yuk frowns. How did things turn out like this? He remembers that horrible night. Reporters surrounded him, firing off questions. Mr. Kong Ju-yuk, is it true that you signed 2 contracts with a film production company? There have been many recent controversies accusing you of fraud and your debt is increasing. Please say something. Do you admit to manipulating stock prices? A voice recorder is shoved close to him. The reporter says, Mr. Ju-yuk. He smiles slyly. Because of this scandal, the Ju-yuk barbecue brand is suffering huge losses. Do you have anything to say? Under heavy pressure from public opinion, his face turns pale. Ju-yuk clenches his teeth and frowns. He continues to put pressure on him. What crime has a small business owner trying to survive committed? Unable to hear any more of those unfounded accusations, Ju-yuk shouts, I said it is not like that, it is not me. A series of news sites blare headlines about his accusations. Ju-yuk reaches out and gently touches the newspaper. A small corner of the newspaper reports, exclusive, court acquits Kong Ju-yuk. Actor Kong Ju-yuk reversed the situation in today's trial against charges related to the stock manipulation scandal. He sighs uncomfortably, damn it. Ju-yuk is helpless. What is the point of being declared innocent? They only believe what they want to believe. A voice rings out from outside the door delivery. He doubts it, I did not order anything. Ju-yuk grits his teeth. Could it be a trap by those lousy reporters? If those reporters dare to do this again, I won't let them off the hook. A package is placed neatly next to his door. Ju-yuk slowly cracks open the door. He slowly reaches his hand out, taking the box inside. Then Ju-yuk quickly slams the door shut. He sighs. He is afraid of others seeing his miserable state now. Ju-yuk holds the package in his hand and observes it for a long time. Ju-yuk wonders, what is this? There is a piece of paper included in the package. we will let you know the future. He checks the package all around. What is this? There is no sender information at all. Ju-yuk smiles wryly, very suspicious indeed. Having said that, he tears open the outer layer of the package. A camera is revealed. He frowns, wondering, a camera. Ju-yuk is surprised. What is this? Just a phone. He picks up the phone with disdain, and it is old and used too. But then he suddenly notices something. The phone starts ringing. A call from an unknown number comes in. He thinks to himself, oh man, it startled me, it is activated already. He hesitates for a moment, then decides to press the answer button. Ju-yuk brings the phone to his ear. Hello. The voice on the other end of the line says, your life has been ruined, that is why you do not dare to step into this world again. Don't worry, from now on. Before the other end of the line could finish, he quickly presses the end call button. Ju-yuk frowns angrily, these scammers, now they are even scamming over the phone, I will just turn the damn thing off. Having said that, he throws the phone to the side. Ju-yuk slumps down on the sofa, he laments, I am so tired. Then he picks up the TV remote and points it forward. He switches to another channel, back to the most popular figure this week. Catching up on entertainment news, we have invited today's hottest star, Cha Sung-bin. Ju-yuk frowns, realizing, Cha Sung-bin, that kid from the FNF photo, he has grown so much. Suddenly, his eyes widen in shock. 070, Ju-yuk realizes, that is the number from earlier. The phone next to him rings again, and it is still that number. His face shows a hint of fear. Ju-yuk stares at the phone for a long time. He is puzzled. What? I clearly turned it off. The phone screen displays a red line beneath the phone number. Don't miss this opportunity. His hand trembles as he slowly reaches out to answer the call. Ju-yuk brings the phone close to his ear. The voice from the other end of the line echoes, Kong Ju-yuk, I hope you will seize this opportunity. He did not expect the other end of the line to know his name. Ju-yuk is startled and frightened. The voice on the other end of the line echoes again, an opportunity to change your life. I guarantee I will serve you well. 7 days of free service. Enjoy the most comfortable free service. To continue listening, press 1. To decline, press 2. He looks back at the numbers displayed on the screen. Ju-yuk thinks to himself, what nonsense is this? Even scammers are making me choose, but how do they know my name? He hesitates. Then he decides, alright, let us see what these lunatics have to say. He presses 1. The voice on the other end of the line continues, thank you for registering for our free service, Kong Ju-yuk. Enjoy the full package of free services from now on. During the free trial period, future timelines can be set arbitrarily, so please use it as a stepping stone to change your life through special milestones. He speaks cautiously, what nonsense are you talking about? What future? The other end replies, please select the keyword you want to hear.
1, 6, 0 Uhr nachts, 2, 2, 30 am, 3, 9, 20 am.
To listen again, press the pound key. Ju-yuk grits his teeth angrily, these crazy scammers. If I press listen, who knows what tricks they will pull. He angrily presses randomly, just listen, I will give them a piece of my mind. The voice on the other end of the line echoes again, an excellent choice. The keyword you have selected is 6:0 a.m. At 6:0 a.m., rookie actor Cha Sung-bin will die in a mysterious traffic accident. Police initially believed it was an accident, but after discovering a suicide note in the car, they concluded it was a suicide. Hearing this information, Ju-yuk is struck by lightning. Sweat pours down him like rain. After hanging up, he is still in shock. What? Cha Sung-bin committed suicide. On the TV, Cha Sung-bin's interview is still ongoing. Mr. Cha Sung-bin, you are currently becoming famous quickly. How do you feel? He answers, my seniors have congratulated me a lot, and I am very grateful. Ju-yuk has not escaped the shocking information from earlier. He looks at the phone, subconsciously trembling slightly in fear. It is a crazy call indeed. He turns off the phone's ringer, then throws it onto the sofa. Ju-yuk gets up, not paying any attention to the phone. He ignores the information from earlier, I am just going to eat something. The phone hits the cushion on the sofa, bounces, and falls onto the sofa. He pours a pack of ready-made food onto a plate. Ju-yuk puts the plate of food in the microwave to reheat it. He says, so I am a washed-up actor, eating 3-minute curry in a dark and cramped apartment. If that gets out, I will be laughed out of the industry. Ju-yuk opens the refrigerator door. He looks at the remaining food in the refrigerator with disgust. feeling helpless. 980,001, that is his remaining assets. He sighs in frustration, if that runs out, I am done for. I will clean it up really well, really well. At this time, the food he put in is done. A voice suddenly appears in his mind, Senior Ju-yuk, is that really you? Jean Ju is frowning, is the rumor on Naver Entertainment true? Senior, answer me. Recalling that question, he muses, if I answer, would she believe me? Anyway, people only believe what they want to. He is helpless, right, damn it. Ju-yuk scoops up a mouthful of rice. He hesitates, but if I upload this to YouTube with the title Washed Up Actor Cries, would a lot of people watch? Time shifts to the next morning. Sunlight from the window shines into Ju-yuk's room. The TV screen suddenly turns on. The MC's voice comes from the TV screen. Hello everyone, this morning I have some sad news to announce. An accident occurred around 6 a.m. this morning. Ju-yuk is disturbed from his sleep. He covers his ears, annoyed, shut up. Then he pulls up the blanket, turning inward. The voice from the TV continues to echo, according to information from the scene. Actor Cha Sung-bin has died in a traffic accident. Hearing this, Ju-yuk is startled and opens his eyes wide in horror. His eyes can't hide his look of bewilderment. What? He jumps up in shock. The female reporter continues, police temporarily believe it was an accident, but considering recent rumors that have caused Cha Sung-bin to fall into depression, and the discovery of a suicide note in the car, it can be concluded that this was a suicide. Ju-yuk frowns, not believing this is the truth. Cha Sung-bin is dead. The TV continues to show, this is the accident scene. The guardrail has been severely bent to one side, and the vehicle involved in the accident has been deformed. Inside the car are many of Cha Sung-bin's personal belongings, and Ju-yuk is shocked, not believing the news he just heard, that kid really died. He recalls the call from the mysterious phone. The keyword you selected is 60 AM. That voice keeps echoing in his head. Actor Cha Sung-bin will die. Recalling this, Ju-yuk is frightened. Cold sweat glistens on his face. Unbelievable. He jumps up, rushing to turn on his computer. He types on the keyboard to search for information.
Cha Sung-bin.
Typing this, a series of suggestions appear on the search bar. Cha Sung-bin's death, Cha Sung-bin's traffic accident, news of Cha Sung-bin's death, and a series of other suggestions all related to Cha Sung-bin's passing. Looking at those suggestions, he can't help but be stunned for a moment. His face turns pale, without a drop of blood. Ju-yuk still does not believe this is the truth. No way. He shouts angrily, damn it, what the hell is this? Then he falls silent for a long time. Ju-yuk trembles in fear. He sweats, realizing really those scammers. The call from the unknown number has become his invisible fear. They said they would let me know the future. He is startled and horrified. Ju-yuk is annoyed. Where am I? Damn it, what the hell is this place? He looks down at the area under the sofa. That strange phone rings again with a familiar number. He picks it up. Here it is again. Ju-yuk is angry, those scammers. He grits his teeth and answers the phone. The familiar voice in lines, hello, Jang Ju-yuk, your free trial period has 6 days left. We hope this will be an opportunity to help you change your life. Press 1 to continue the call. Ju-yuk decides to press 1. The voice on the other end of the line continues. Please select a keyword. Press 1 for 8:20 AM, 2 for 1:30 PM. He grits his teeth, thinking to himself, same voice, same trick as yesterday. He reaches out and selects key 1. The voice on the other end of the line echoes, excellent choice, you have selected the keyword 8:20 AM. Have you seen that actor's death yet? What do you think, was it horrible? Hearing this, his hair stands on end. The voice on the other end of the line continues, that is nothing compared to what is about to happen to you. Your own death will be even more painful. A famous star has passed away, without a suicide note. The body was discovered in a basement apartment. A series of headlines from other news sites report, the body of top K star. The cause is said to be financial desperation. Actor Jang Ju-yuk committed suicide. National actor Jang Ju-yuk died alone in a basement apartment. He breaks out into a cold sweat. What? The voice on the other end of the line continues, but do not worry. We will change your future. At that time, Jang Ju-yuk will take the first step in the journey to reclaim what belongs to him. He is paralyzed after hearing this phone call. Ju-yuk frowns angrily. The clock next to him strikes exactly 8:20. He scrolls through the call history. Wait a minute. He calls that familiar number, but only the cold sound from the operator echoes on the other end of the line. The number you are calling has been disconnected at the request of the customer. He is stunned, disconnected. Immediately after, he rushes like a bullet towards the computer. He hurriedly searches. Ju-yuk searches for that strange phone number, but there is absolutely no relevant information about that phone number. His whole body trembles. What the hell? Ju-yuk does not believe what he has searched for. Wasn't it just a scam call? What kind of future is that? He reassures himself, no need to think too much about this. With the next call, I will know whether it is a scam or not. Time slowly passes to the afternoon. Ju-yuk is eating a bread roll, holding the phone tightly in his hand. Ju-yuk is impatient. Why have not they called yet? When will the next call be? The phone in his hand finally vibrates. Ju-yuk shouts, here it is. The screen displays a call from that familiar phone number. The familiar voice from the other end of the line echoes, your free trial period has 5 days left. Please press to select a keyword. Press 1 for 1, 10 a.m., 2 for 7, 30 a.m., 3 for 9, 15 a.m. Press the pound key to listen again. Ju-yuk muses, 5 days, it is coming down day by day. He hesitates and then selects a keyword. Each time the keywords change a bit, this time press key 2. The other end of the line echoes. At that time there will be a match between Milan and Benetoro. Everyone will think Milan will win, but with Alonso receiving a red card and a free kick. The match will end with a surprise victory for Benetoro. He clicks his tongue. This time it is soccer. After ending the call, Ju-yuk quickly gets up. He approaches his computer. He focuses on searching. Milan is in Group A, right? The search results confirm that there is a live match for round 9 of Group A between Milan and Benetoro tomorrow night. The scene shifts to the night of the following day. The MC's voice echoes on the TV, good evening, all the fans. We are broadcasting live from the stadium where the match between Milan and Benetoro is taking place. The MC interviews someone in the stands. What do you think about today's match? He answers. Considering their overall strength, Milan will definitely win easily. The MC continues. This is an important match that decides which team will win a ticket to the championship. And while we are discussing, the match has already begun. How will today's referee officiate? A disclaimer about sensitive situations appears. It seems Ju-yuk is not very interested in the subject of soccer. Just hearing this, his eyes are already tired. A sudden drowsiness washes over him. A voice from the live broadcast shouts, oh, that is too deep. Alonso's move has gone too far. Do you think this situation will be penalized with a card? The referee is running over. He is taking out a card. Red. The referee has pulled out a red card. Ju-yuk is startled and jumps up. What? He breaks out in a cold sweat. Is it real? The voice continues to emanate from the TV. Milan is having difficulty in the second half and has received a free kick. Completely contrary to everyone's expectations, Benetoro has completely reversed the situation. And proudly 1-1-0, Ju-yuk stands stunned, paralyzed when hearing the information just now. He trembles, unable to form words. Ju-yuk frowns, still unable to believe this absurd thing could happen. This is not something that can be arranged in advance. That scam call, it is real. Suddenly the phone on the table rings with a familiar ringtone. He thinks to himself, here it is again. Ju-yuk answers the phone. The familiar voice echoes on the other end. Your free trial period has 4 days left. Please select a keyword. Press key 1 to select 2:30 a.m., 2 to select 4:50 a.m., 3 to select 7:45 a.m. He thinks to himself, for days, one more day is over. This time I will choose the earliest one. He decisively presses the selection key 1. The other end of the line says, excellent choice. At 2:30 a.m. there will be a match between Van A and Tottenham. He thinks to himself, this time it is the English Premier League. Ju-yuk quickly gets up. He grabs a jacket from the closet. He puts on the jacket quickly, recalling the future prediction from the call just now. Everyone is confident that Tottenham will win. However, to conserve energy, Co Hamann has been placed on the bench. While recalling this, he quickly takes out the only remaining money he has from the closet. He rushes out of the house, still remembering the prediction, and in the 38th minute of the second half, Van A scored a goal, taking the lead and winning. Good luck. He runs while panting. He covers up, but his face still can't hide his fear. The outside world still scares me. He thinks to himself, if I miss this opportunity, it will make me look like a fool. He rushes to a store. Juyuk gasps, he says quickly that. Then he slams his hand hard on the table. Seeing this action of Juyuk, the store owner is startled and jumps. What the hell? He grabs the owner's wrist. He shouts angrily, "What are you doing? Let go." Only then does he continue to say, "I want to bet on soccer." He takes the hat next to him. He quickly puts it on, covering part of his face. He thinks to himself, to change fate. He is full of determination. A moment later he has walked out of the store. Seeing his appearance, many passers-by can't help but turn their heads to look. Juyuk quickly pulls the hat down, even at this hour. He frowns, "It is not good, they do not recognize me, right?" A young couple strolling down the street has seen and recognized him, Jang Juyuk, that addict. They continue, "Looks like it is him." That statement from the young couple has drawn the attention of a few students. "Oh my god, it is Jang Juyuk." They raise their phones to take pictures competitively. "Hey, take a picture quickly, what good luck today." Juyuk pulls the hat down further, quickly running away to escape the group of anti-fans from earlier. His face is pale, not a drop of blood. He is horrified, "Damn it, what the hell?" He recalls that terrible scene. "Hey, catch him, look at his stock manipulation, the addict." One by one, malicious words appear in his head. He is a scammer, he has squeezed money from small business owners, right? Catch him, Jang Juyuk. At this point, Juyuk can't stand the psychological trauma. Juyuk hugs his head and crouches down on the street. People passing by are confused by his actions. What is wrong with him? Must not be feeling well. Juyuk reassures himself, "Don't be afraid." He puts the hat back on, "Even if I get recognized. If I miss this opportunity, then everything will be over." Having said that, he rushes like a bullet to the store. Juyuk opens the door and walks in. His whole body trembles. Finally, successful. Juyuk looks around. There is no one here, right? The store owner is confused by his series of actions. He slams his hand on the table and shouts, "Hey boss." The owner is startled, "What the hell?" He grabs the owner's wrist, "Betting, I want to bet on soccer." He thinks to himself, "I will bet all 900,000 won, my entire fortune." Juyuk is still worried, but will he recognize me? The owner pulls his hand away from him. He speaks up and asks, "First time playing, each shop can only bet a maximum of 100,000 won." He points behind him, "Over there is a marked slip over there, fill it out." The owner advises, "If you are new, do not bet too much, or you will regret it." He muses, I have to predict the results of at least 2 matches. But I only know the result of the match between Van Ney and Tottenham." Juyuk thinks to himself, the next match is Huddersfield and Wolverhampton. He calculates, there are 3 possibilities. I will bet 300,000 won on each possibility, totaling 900,000 won. Which means for each shop, I have to bet 30,000 on each, so a total of 10 shops. Juyuk mutters, "I am sure I will win, I will just take a chance today." The shop owner clicks his tongue, he is really young and inexperienced. He rushes out of the store, "Thank you very much," he thinks to himself, there is no time left. Then Juyuk runs hurriedly again. He jumps over the dividing fence. Juyuk stands with his hands in his pockets, waiting for the red light. He shakes the pen in annoyance. What is wrong with the ink? Then he has to run away from the pursuit of a dog. Arriving at another store, he tiredly drinks a can of soda in one gulp. Finally, he has gone to all the betting shops. Juyuk opens the door of his basement apartment. He steps inside the house. Then he tiredly throws himself onto his favorite sofa. Juyuk is frustrated. As I thought, the outside world is too dangerous. The probability of Van Ney winning is 6.71. The probability of Huddersfield losing is 1.21. If you multiply them, it will be about 8.1, right? He shouts happily, 2.5 million won, really. Time has passed to the morning of the next day. Juyuk lies on the sofa, sighing. He sits up abruptly, the result. Juyuk hurriedly searches for the result on the computer. His whole body is filled with joy. It is really true, it is just like that phone said, Van Ney won. What about Huddersfield? He is surprised, this team won. So the ratio is 5.95. So the ratio for Van Ney is 6.71, and Huddersfield is 5.95, if you multiply them by 300,000 won. He is startled and falls backward. Not 2.5 million. His whole body trembles, but 12 million won. The bathroom door is slightly ajar. He does not believe the truth before his eyes and hurriedly washes his face to regain his composure. Ju-yuk reaches out and turns off the faucet. He observes himself in the mirror. He tells himself, Jang Ju-yuk, going out for a trip was worth it. A noise outside startles him, and he turns around. He rushes into the room, quickly grabbing that phone. The call from the familiar phone number appears on the screen. He is happy. Here it is. Ju-yuk presses to answer the phone. The voice from the other end of the line echoes. Your free trial period has 3 days left. Please select a keyword. 1 is 7:00 a.m., 2 is 7:40 p.m., 3 is 5:57 a.m. He clenches his hand, this time. Should I increase the odds? He searches first at 7:00 p.m. This time slot is the information for the Premier League match between Jeju Eunice and Jeonbuk FC. He clicks his tongue, boring. Then Ju-yuk realizes something. That is right. Today is Saturday, so I can't withdraw money. Anyway, I do not have any cash. 5:57 a.m. He recalls the search bar for Cha Sungbin a few days ago. There is something fishy here. Ju-yuk hesitates. I do not know number 2. The voice on the other end of the line. Excellent choice. Ju-yuk bites his nails anxiously. What is it this time? On the other end of the line, the keyword you selected is 7:40 p.m. Is the result of lottery number 751. Ju-yuk is surprised. Lottery. His eyes light up. It is here, my endless fortune. The other side continues. The keyword that Jang Ju-yuk has chosen is 7:40 p.m. Ju-yuk shouts, lottery. Then he realizes, but, wait a minute. Just need to write down the numbers. He wonders, should I go out again? Ju-yuk looks around the room. He bites his teeth. Ju-yuk's intention becomes more and more clear. And he has made up his mind. Go out and face everything. He runs out to catch a taxi. In his head he still hears the voice from that phone call. Jang Soon-chul bought the lottery ticket from a happiness store in Yongin. One ticket unfortunately fell to the ground, but Kim Jin-gu picked up that lottery ticket. Ju-yuk gets into the taxi. He hurriedly tells the driver, Yongin, I am in a hurry. That voice still echoes in his head. Thanks to that, Kim Jin-gu was able to change his life. Ju-yuk thinks to himself, damn it, I chose without thinking. It is almost 7:40. He looks outside. It is already starting to get dark. It will take about 40-50 minutes to get there. Will I make it in time? If Jang Soon-chul drops the lottery ticket in 40 minutes, then I have to get there sooner. By the way, if it is the first prize, how much? The information Ju-yuk finds on his phone. In today's spotlight, the prize for the 7 first prize winners of lottery number 750 is 2.52 billion won each. He is shocked by the number he just read. He leans forward. Driver, save my life. If I am late, I will die. Just go ahead. If you get caught, I will pay the fine. He shouts, twice as fast. Ju-yuk hurriedly gets out of the car. He turns back and tells the driver, keep the change. He hesitates. No, over there. He laughs happily. Got a big tip. It is now 7:30 p.m. He finally runs to the front of the store. Found it. Ju-yuk gasps. He hides behind the wall. His whole body is drenched in sweat. Ju-yuk clenches his fist with determination. There is only one chance. He sees someone just walk out of the store, still holding a few lottery tickets in his hand. Ju-yuk closely observes his every move. He thinks to himself, it is here. He still clenches the lottery ticket in his hand. Ju-yuk slowly walks right behind him. It is now 7:38 p.m., only 2 minutes left until he can change his life. He recalls the words, Kim Jin-gu picked up the lottery ticket. Ju-yuk still follows him, but keeps a certain distance. He thinks to himself, I have to pick it up before Kim Jin-gu sees it. He turns with him into an empty street. He is impatient. When will it be? His face is covered in cold sweat. That person. He realizes, Kim Jin-gu. The guy who bought the lottery ticket, puts his hand in his pocket. When he takes his hand out, he accidentally drops the lottery ticket down. Ju-yuk sees it. He runs over quickly. The lottery ticket falls slowly and touches the ground. Kim Jin-gu is now standing very close to that lottery ticket. Ju-yuk hurriedly runs over. No. Kim Jin-gu seems to have seen that lottery ticket at this time. Ju-yuk lunges forward. I have to pick it up. He gets closer to the lottery ticket. Then suddenly a truck comes rushing over. He realizes that the truck has come very close. The truck hurriedly slams on the brakes. He falls to the ground in fear, right in front of the truck. His face has not escaped from the look of bewilderment. The driver pokes his head out of the car and shouts, "You crazy bastard, you tired of living, you want to ruin my life." Kim Jin-gu comes over to ask him, "Are you okay?" Having said that, he reaches out to help him up, but in his head, he only repeats the words, "Are you okay?" Ju-yuk looks behind him, no way. The lottery ticket is still there, he breathes a sigh of relief, "I am alive." He hurriedly gets up, ignoring Kim Jin-gu's inquiry. Seeing this action of him, the driver shouts, "Hey, stop." He runs back and picks up the lottery ticket. Then turns around and leaves. Running to a hidden corner, he stops and pants. His whole body is drenched in sweat, almost died. Is this also a part of the future? He realizes, wait a minute, if this is the winning number. His hands tremble. I can buy more. Thinking of this, he rushes away. The clock now strikes 7:58 p.m. He runs back home hurriedly. Ju-yuk slams the door shut. His whole body is drenched in sweat. Damn it, if I had gotten back the taxi change, I could have bought more. He slumps down on the ground. He puts his hand in his pocket. 2.52 billion. Ju-yuk takes out 3 lottery tickets. He calculates, 3 tickets will be 7.56 billion. Having said that, he takes out the phone from his pocket. It is time. Ju-yuk still can't control himself. His whole body trembles. He opens the QR code scanning mode and brings it close to the lottery ticket in his hand. His eyes are glued to the screen, observing. He is terrified. What? The screen displays, "Congratulations, you have received the second prize." He is surprised, not the first prize. His whole body trembles. Could it be that my choice has changed the future? He still does not believe what he is seeing. He hesitates. How could? Suppose my choice really changed the future. There are 3 possibilities. Kim Jin-gu's image appears. First, Kim Jin-gu was attracted by my attention. He did not pick up the lottery ticket but intended to help me. He recalls the time he reached out to him and asked, "Are you okay?" Second, I picked up the lottery ticket, but instead of returning home, I bought 2 more of the same lottery ticket, to increase the probability of winning the prize. He hesitates. What is more? Ju-yuk recalls a store owner. He calls him back. Hey. He suspects. Who are you? Ju-yuk comes over. You dropped the lottery ticket in front of me. He thinks further about the possibility. I returned the lottery ticket to its owner. Ju-yuk clenches the lottery ticket in his hand. Oh my god. Already dragged myself outside. Anything can happen. Anyway, there is still prize money. First go to the bank to cash it in. There are still opportunities later. Scene shifts to the bank. The female employee is checking his information. She hesitates and observes. Then she goes inside. Please wait a moment, sir. He is impatient. It is taking too long. He smiles slightly. Change the phone SIM while I am at it. Get an official confirmation document too. Install Naver Pay. On the bulletin board it announces, Yoo Hyun-suk has become the most searched artist in today's rankings. National MC #1 of the Republic of Korea Yoo Hyun-suk has signed a contract with the management company FNF. Ju-yuk is surprised. Hyun-suk Hyung. In the TV, the MC continues, Yoo Hyun-suk has maintained a one-person management company system for 10 years. The public's interest in this news is increasing day by day. He recalls the memories of the past. Hyun-suk puts his arm around him affectionately. Ju-yuk, these days people are casting phishing lines everywhere. You must be careful when choosing a management company, understand. He manages himself very strictly, so he receives a lot of trust in the industry. A reliable older brother who is always as steady as a mountain. At that time he had replied to Hyun-suk Hyung, "Thank you for your advice, Hyung." Ju-yuk wonders, why would someone like him choose FNF? It is not a clean company. The female employee has now returned. Sir, here is your savings book and bank card. He tells himself, that is right, this is not the time to meddle in other people's business. The female employee gives him the savings book along with 2 pieces of candy. Ju-yuk is surprised. Candy. She is happily surprised. Is that really you? Are you the actor Jang Ju-yuk that I know? He hurriedly puts on the hat, pulling it down to cover most of his face. Seeing his actions, the female employee immediately apologizes. Oh, I am sorry, I am just so happy to meet you. She continues, I have been a fan of yours for a very long time. This statement of hers makes Ju-yuk surprised. The female employee is so happy that her voice breaks. I really, actor. No, sir. Anyway, I have been a fan of yours from the beginning. I have seen all your works, even your debut work, Grandma. I was very sad when there were problems with you. I am very happy to see you like this. Ju-yuk does not believe it. Why? He hesitates. My face appeared on every newspaper, accused of committing all kinds of crimes. She frowns. No, you did not do those things, you were acquitted, but the media still would not let you go. After hearing those words, Ju-yuk falls into contemplation. I thought there was no one left, but somewhere there are still people who believe in me. They still believe in me even when I am trapped in a cramped one-room apartment. Maybe it is because I built a wall to isolate myself and refused all help. He stands up. Thank you then. The female employee stands up to say goodbye to him. I hope to see you again, on the screen. He pushes the door open and walks out. Ju-yuk strides with a bit more confidence than before. A week ago, his entire fortune was only 980,000 won. Now, at 7:32 p.m., he has 98 million won. He clenches the 2 pieces of candy in his hand. The next choice is. He squints and looks up at the sky. The billboard in the square reports, National MC Yoo Hyun-suk's move to FNF is heating up the industry. The entire entertainment industry is buzzing over this catch. FNF's market value has soared to 75.8 billion won, like winning the lottery. Ju-yuk looks up at the screen showing news of Yoo Hyun-suk. He thinks to himself, Hyun-suk Young. Then he takes out his phone. The stock price of the entertainment company he joined is about to break a record. People passing by are also discussing this topic lively. That is great. So Shin Ura and Yoo Hyun-suk are in the same company now. They will definitely make a lot of money. Hey, I just bought FNF stocks this morning. I won the lottery, thanks to him. Let us go eat some meat. If you go in now, will the stocks be burned? Hey, that is Hyun-suk. Do not worry. FNF's market capitalization has increased rapidly to 75 billion won. It is really heaven sent. News everywhere is hot news. FNF successfully recruits Yoo Hyun-suk. He thinks to himself, no matter what they say, FNF is now a gamble. But my choice is. He still decides to press buy. The screen displays, transaction successful. FNF's strongest competitor successfully bought shares in Big C Entertainment. However, the share price of Big C Entertainment is currently showing red. At a hair salon. 2 women are talking to each other, right? He looks just like Jang Ju-yuk. The hairdresser speaks up, finished, madam. Having said that, she removes the cape from him. Ju-yuk smooths his hair. He decides, good, let us go. Ju-yuk quickly pays the bill. Your total is 15,000 won. A voice comes from the TV. The next news is an entertainment phenomenon that has caused a stir in public opinion today. Ju-yuk is suddenly attentive to the news being broadcast. National MC, Yoo Hyun-suk, instead of choosing FNF as expected, turns to choosing Big C Entertainment, causing a lot of volatility to stock prices. He frowns in surprise. So the stock market today has become hotter than ever, right? The news is still being broadcast. That is right. So until yesterday, there were still rumors related to him joining FNF, but suddenly the situation was reversed. And as predicted, small investors will have to suffer quite a high loss. People around can't help but discuss. Those who bought shares in Big C Entertainment might have to win the lottery. How many times has it increased? Ju-yuk also quickly checks the situation online. How many times? He recalls that call that day, at 2 o'clock on Monday, Yoo Hyun-suk will act contrary to everyone's expectations. And the website displays company stocks, and announces that he will join Big C Entertainment instead of FNF. Big C Entertainment stock has risen just like the phone scammer said. Ju-yuk thinks to himself, but just because of a celebrity, an entertainment company's stock can't rise too high. Moreover, there is that thing too. He recalls the scammer's words, your free service will expire in 1 day. One of the 2 remaining opportunities has been used. Ju-yuk sweats. Now I only have 1 more chance left. He is determined. With this last piece of information, I must succeed in changing my life. The phone rings in the apartment. Ju-yuk looks at the incoming call displayed on the phone, finally calling, the last call. He tries to muster some courage. The voice from the phone comes out. Please choose the keyword you want to hear. Ju-yuk carefully listens to the keywords. Excellent choice. The keyword that Kong Ju-hyuk has chosen is. He wakes up in horror. Car accident. Ju-yuk excitedly shouts, is it really over? What the hell? He sweats with fear. It is true useless. Ju-yuk hugs his head. He becomes panicked. How should I handle this kind of information? The last sentence is, what, a car accident? His face shows fear. What should I do? Should I go save them? Ju-yuk grits his teeth angrily. He becomes more and more agitated. not going anywhere, going to sleep. What does a car accident have to do with me? The voice on the phone continues to echo. To repeat, the keyword that has been selected is 11:50 p.m. Parallel with that, shaky footsteps on the road, at that time, on the 4450 bus departing from IGM station. His mouth keeps cursing. Those who do not know anything, what do they know, damn it? He is so drunk that he loses all consciousness. Kim Se-jin, who is drunk, will get on the bus, daring to ignore me, damn it. Kim Se-jin steps onto the fateful bus. Due to a fight between the driver and Kim Se-jin, the bus collided with a truck, killing 2 passengers instantly and seriously injuring 5 others. The clock now shows 11:51 p.m. The driver announces to the passengers on the bus, "Departing here, everyone sit in your seats." The car door is opened. A hurried hand grabs the door. A shadowy figure runs into the car hurriedly. Sorry, driver. He is tired and gasping for breath. Ju-yuk is drenched in sweat. Damn it, I still came. He cautiously steps in. There are a total of 7 passengers. Ju-yuk looks around. Kim Se-jin is definitely. He looks at a man in a suit sleeping soundly on the seat. It is one of these 2 people. And Kim Se-jin is really sitting opposite. He sits in an empty seat. Looks like nothing has happened yet. Ju-yuk glances outside the door. In his heart he can't help but wonder, what fight, damn it. The bus starts rolling. Suddenly, the bus brakes hard. Kim Se-jin wakes up after that. Damn it. Unhappy, he scolds, "Hey, drive carefully." The driver responds anxiously, "Sorry." Kim Se-jin is still annoyed. "What did you say?" Sitting in the back, he quickly recognizes, it is him, Kim Se-jin. He walks while scolding, "Damn it, even he looks down on me." A female passenger holding her child at the time also shows discomfort at Kim Se-jin's arrogance. The people inside the car all show disgust towards him. The driver looks in the rearview mirror and also notices Kim Se-jin approaching him. "Hey, sit down, it is dangerous, please sit down really." Even Ju-yuk scolds him in his heart, isn't it better for him to die alone? The other passenger holding the child attracts his attention. "Song-ai, my baby, are you sleeping? It is okay, mommy's here." She cherishes the little baby in her arms. "Mommy's Song-ai is so good." Ju-yuk then sighs. At this time, Kim Se-jin has gone to the driver's seat. Sighing, "Were you sighing just now?" He keeps shaking the driver's body. "Do you know who I am? Please do not do that, come out here, stop." At this time, the traffic light is turning yellow. Kim Se-jin is still causing trouble with the driver, just like that. The truck on the opposite side is also running towards them. Bus 4450 collides with a truck. According to the scammer, 2 passengers have died, and the lives of 5 others. And the passengers on the bus will all be in danger. Ju-yuk hurriedly runs over. "I have to stop this." He pushes Kim Se-jin out. "If this goes on, I will die too." Ju-yuk then reminds the driver, "Driver, stop the car, it is a red light, yes. The car is quickly braked. Thanks to his reminder, no accident occurred. The truck on the opposite side rushes past their bus. Ju-yuk's face changes. Almost died. Kim Se-jin, who was knocked to the floor, becomes even more angry. "Hey, you bastard, you just hit me," he thinks to himself. He has really lost his mind. Ju-yuk says softly in the driver's ear, "Driver, I will hand him over to the police. Please stop at the nearest station." "Okay." Kim Se-jin grabs his collar and scolds. "I said you just hit me. Do you think I am your plaything?" Ju-yuk suddenly replies happily, "Oh my god, Se-jin Hyung, it has been a long time." "What?" he asks blankly. "Do you know me?" He friendly grabs Kim Se-jin's hand. It is me, don't you remember, where did I meet you?" Ju-yuk suddenly hugs him. What is this?" He tries to appease Kim Se-jin. "I am so happy to meet respectful Se-jin Hyung here like this." The feeling of uselessness makes him unable to restrain his anger, the weakness of a middle-aged man. His eyes start to water, needing recognition and comfort. Both of them get off the bus at this time. "How much did you drink?" Ju-yuk kicks his leg. Kim Se-jin loses his balance and falls down. Both of them start arguing. "You just hit me, that is right, so what? Just beat you if I can't kill you, this bastard, what?" Ju-yuk complains as he leaves the police station. "I know this is a good thing, but what does it have to do with me?" He raises the phone and blames it. "They said this is an opportunity to change my life, but the last one is garbage." Ju-yuk is a little impatient. Is it really over? Suddenly he stops. Ju-yuk crazily presses on the phone. A voice comes from the phone. "The conditions for switching to Kong Ju-hyuk's paid service have been met. to use the paid service, within 3 days. He is suddenly surprised. Please come to the notified location at 3 in the morning. What? The scammer said, Kong Ju-hyuk's free service has expired. Ju-hyuk listens attentively. To be able to use the paid service, within 3 days, please come to the meeting point at 3 in the morning. He bites his lip tightly. In his heart he can't help but hesitate, if you want to extend the service. Ju-hyuk suddenly looks at the phone. Please bring 10 million won, he shouts. 10 million won. In his heart he thinks, want to suck blood already, information purchase fee. If I sell the stocks, I will probably make it back. Ju-hyuk hurriedly shouts, wait a minute, could it be that they have already calculated the stock price when selling? He cautiously glances around. The notification about passing the test also comes, immediately after resolving the incident on that bus. Ju-hyuk's heart is burning. It is definitely like that. The sky starts to rain. At night, the apartment buildings are still lit. The scammer instructs, on the way there at midnight, please open the front door to check. Ju-hyuk cautiously opens the door. A package has been placed in front of his door. He silently looks at the package at his feet. Ju-hyuk picks up the package. He recalls the scammer's instructions. And remember to bring an umbrella, this is a service. A service, my ass. Are they worried I will get wet? The car keys are sent along with a bill. They are fast at calculating the money. The car is also parked under Ju-hyuk's building. He is a little surprised. There is even a pickup service. It is also. Ju-hyuk cautiously sits in the car. What the hell are they doing? He presses the car's start button. Ju-hyuk prepares to go to the location they sent. I have already paid the deposit they asked for. He feels annoyed. Should I take the next step and choose the meeting point? It has come to this. Ju-hyuk is determined. Then I have to tear off their mask. Who are these scammers really? The car starts rolling. He drives the car to the location indicated. The raindrops also start to fall. The car is moving further and further into a deserted place. Ju-hyuk stops the car. The map shows 3 minutes to the destination. The view ahead is getting darker and darker. There is something really out here. The wheels have stopped. His hands are shaking. You have arrived at the destination. Ju-hyuk is panicked as he steps out. What? Do not tell me. In the distance is an abandoned factory. Go in there. Ju-hyuk steps inside. Those damn scammers. In the deserted, empty factory. Ju-hyuk's face shows fear. Should I follow the light? Ju-hyuk cautiously steps inside. Cobwebs have long been spread across the walkways. Suddenly, Ju-hyuk falls down. The sky is not showing lightning. Ju-hyuk fearfully tries to reassure himself. Good heavens, do not be a coward. Have not you been rolling around in the entertainment industry for so many years? What is there to be afraid of? He gathers all his courage and stands up to continue. Ju-hyuk stands at the foot of the stairs. Should I go up? He slowly steps up the stairs. A loud noise suddenly comes out, making Ju-hyuk jump. He immediately turns around and shouts, someone. Ju-hyuk keeps shouting, who is it? Come out, do not hide anymore. His body starts to tremble. Ju-hyuk tries to take a step up. He picks up a piece of wood from the floor. Ju-hyuk's hands tremble as he tightly holds the piece of wood in his hand. He gathers all his courage to step up. Ju-hyuk cautiously takes each step. He glances around. Suddenly, Ju-hyuk stops. In front is a package being placed on the table. Ju-hyuk can't help but be surprised, a box. He lets down his guard, putting the piece of wood on the floor. The item inside the package, a phone, at least it is still consistent. Ju-hyuk reads the letter that comes with the phone. What does it say? You have successfully extended the paid service, bronze. He reads the contents inside the letter. When you receive this phone is also the time when the paid service is successfully extended. The car that you came in is a gift, damn it. Ju-hyuk frowns. Bronze. Suddenly, the call from that phone rings. Ju-hyuk quickly presses it. Damn it, scared me to death. Why not send a text? He then answers the phone. Whatever, you have successfully seized the opportunity. The voice on the other side transmits. Kong Ju-hyuk can access the paid service, bronze, 30 times. He shouts in shock. 30 times. Please choose the keyword you want to hear. Ju-hyuk attentively listens to the keywords. 1, 9 in the evening, 2, 900, 3, 1 in the morning, 4:48. There is a fourth one now. He hesitates a little with the strange keywords. 944. It is not time, just do it. The scammer then replies, assassin movie. That voice starts to tell, even though the production cost is very low, only about 8.5 billion won. Information about the keyword that Juyuk has chosen: if the director of the movie shoots himself with a gun, it will attract more than 900,000 views. Juyuk becomes confused. What are they saying? His body continues to tremble. Don't tell me they are telling me to go back. That obsession rises again, that crazy film industry again. Suddenly everything shakes. Juyuk is even more horrified. The sky has brightened. Juyuk looks ahead blankly. Clearly yesterday, that house was here, I was still inside it. The abandoned factory from last night is no longer there, it disappeared. Juyuk does not believe his eyes, it disappeared. Going back. Inside a restaurant, that day, I still could not confirm the identity of the scammer, but welcome. The chair is pulled out. Based on a new study from Sonkian, a new substance from the pancreas has the ability to inhibit the growth of cancer cells. The billboard reports, the stock price is also continuously increasing, just like the paid service said. Juyuk calmly sits down at the table. The Sonkian Institute has made a new discovery in the medical field. The stock has increased 5-fold. He looks at the stock on his phone. 600 million. Juyuk smiles with satisfaction. He scrolls through the search on the internet. However, there is still one more thing that has not been resolved. Juyuk is a little worried. The movie Chuxel, there is still no news online about whether the preparation for production has started or not. He frowns. The production cost is 8.5 billion, so the break-even point is 2 million or 2.5 million views. 9 million views will be a big success. I have been away from the screen for 5 years. There is no opportunity to approach. A table of food is brought over. The food is here. At this time, Min Jae is walking in. That is why I need to meet that person again. His expression is angry. My first manager, Chu Min Jae. Min Jae puts the glass of water heavily on the table. He scolds angrily. After disappearing for 5 years, you suddenly appear wanting me to explore the film industry, opening your mouth and saying, "Can you find out for me?" Min Jae crosses his arms, showing disgust. Don't get me wrong, I am not your manager anymore. Juyuk tries to appease him. Hyung, calm down, I really could not contact you at that time, eat first. Are you kidding me? Min Jae becomes more and more agitated as he speaks. How could you not answer my phone while the whole world was criticizing you? Is that how you treat someone who has supported you for 13 years? He lowers his voice. I am sorry, that is why I took the initiative to meet you. Juyuk touches his hand to appease. After 5 long years in hiding, the first person I meet is you. The image of Juyuk appears before Min Jae's eyes, similar to the meeting 18 years ago. Min Jae is trembling with anger. Crazy, what kind of action is this? He throws Juyuk's hand away. So you mean I should be grateful? This bastard has not changed at all, still only thinking about himself. Juyuk tries to appease him. So you won't help me, you crazy bastard. Min Jae scoops a spoonful of soup. He eats while saying, help with what? Chuxel does not bring any benefits. Juyuk is happy, you found out. Min Jae continues to say, it is completely ruined. He is panicked. What, ruined? Min Jae recounts, they said the project is cursed or something, and as a result the investor and distributor all ran away. He tells about the events that have taken place. A supporting actor died. You saw the news, right? Cha Songbin from FNF. This industry is predictable. And the next piece of information shocks Juyuk. So the director drowned himself in alcohol. His name is Kim Se-jin. Es Chouts, Kim Se-hin. Juyuk is shocked. That is right, a few days ago, he caused a disturbance on the bus and was detained. These things are all related to the movie Chuxel. Min Jae is silent when he sees his expression. He can't help but be curious. Why did you suddenly ask that? Are you planning to return to the screen? Juyuk looks outside the window. No, this time I will try investing. Hearing this, Min Jae covers his face. He scolds angrily. Can you get drunk in broad daylight? Even with a B-level production company, the production costs are not small. Juyuk is a little blank. B-level, which production company? A building appears in front of him. Juyuk looks at the building in front of him, everywhere like that. The scene shifts to a golfing area. A decisive hit on the golf ball. Good. The ball is picked up when it is close to the hole. Juyuk raises the ball. Your skills are still as great as ever. Manager song no, president song now. He sees Juyuk and is immediately shocked. You, president of film group Song Ki Ryong, the last production company before retiring. A cup of hot coffee is placed on the table. You seem to be free. Have not you been clear enough? Your company has collapsed and completely gone bankrupt. Ki Ryong happily speaks up. I was worried that I did not know if you were eating enough. are you planning to return to the screen? He calmly replies, I quit acting and smoking a long time ago. What, are you planning to throw away 18 years of your career? Suddenly Ki Ryong becomes agitated. Just thinking of you is enough to make me lose sleep. I always feel guilty, if you feel guilty. Juyuk then goes straight to the point. Let me see the Chuxel movie script. What, how do you know? At the office. Juyuk focuses on reading the script. Ki Ryong speaks up and asks, are you planning to return? He is still carefully reading the script at this time. Juyuk carefully reads each page. The pages are turned quickly. Juyuk's expression is satisfied with the script for the assassination movie. Ki Ryong can't wait any longer. How is it, you always know how to choose a script? He puts the script down on the table. Juyuk thinks to himself, if I were an actor, then I would definitely sign a contract. He thinks, this is a good project. The problem is. Juyuk remembers the impression when he met Kim Se-jin. That trash wrote this. In his heart there are many entanglements. So many directors put in so much effort. Juyuk thinks of the people who worked hard to prepare for this movie. He feels unhappy, hundreds of staff and actors. People who are dedicated to the scenes, conquering 9 million viewers. Juyuk starts to get agitated. It is impossible. What the hell did that scammer throw at me? He speaks up and asks Ki Ryong, Hyung, do you know director Kim Se-jin, University Junior? Ki Ryong recounts that, he seems to be having a hard time, so I gave him a good script, but things did not go as planned. Wait a minute. Juyuk shouts in shock, you gave him this script, that is right. He is even more agitated, so Kim Se-jin did not write it, someone else wrote it, what? Juyuk thinks to himself, if the director and screenwriter shoot, it will reach 9 million, if it is someone else, it will only be 800,000, a complete failure. Ki Ryong is surprised when he suddenly asks, how much will the production company earn if it exceeds the break-even point, subtract taxes, development fund? He starts counting, distribution fees, production, divided for investors. Ki Ryong seriously looks at him, about 20 billion, why are you asking so much? Juyuk seriously thinks, if that is the case, then the total income is about 100 billion. He can't help but be surprised, 8.5 billion can give birth to 100 billion. Ki Ryong then complains, my head hurts, stop talking about those hopeless things. He turns around to leave, it has been a long time since we have met, let us have some beef intestines. Juyuk is still focused at this time, what is needed now is, an actor who can call investors. He thinks to himself, if I can find the screenwriter and have him direct. Juyuk looks at the script on the table. Then it will definitely attract 9 million viewers. Juyuk's face becomes dazed. There is something that no one can imagine. He turns to ask Ki Ryong, Hyung, no, President Song Ki Ryong, if we can find a top actor then. Juyuk suggests, if I can find the actor then you will produce it again, right? He turns in surprise, what actor who? He then replies excitedly, Ha Young-hoon, guarantees to sell 10 million tickets. It has turned tonight, that is right, a top actor that no one can imagine. He gets out of the luxury car, not just simply a regular excellent actor, the top actor among top actors. He appears handsomely before the crowd, Ja Young-hoon. The employee immediately bows when he sees him, Ha Young-hoon, I am sorry to keep you waiting. Young-hoon then replies, it is okay, I have not been waiting long. The employee keeps bowing, I am really very sorry, our newcomer made a mistake, if I knew that it was Mr. Young-hoon coming, I would have prepared more carefully. At this time, the phone in his hand is ringing, it is really okay, do not worry, I am sorry. Young-hoon suddenly looks at the phone, Hyung, go quickly. He hurriedly replies, wait, go inside first. The award ceremony is being held, shining in the glory of this year's Golden Film Awards, the Best Actor. The images of the two of them appear on the screen, the Best Actor Award, and the winner is. The host calls out his name loudly, Kong Joo-hyuk. Jong-hoon's eyes then become sad. He spins the glass of wine in his hand, Kong Joo-hyuk. Inside the room there are people sitting around Young-hoon. 5 years ago, I was still in Kong Joo-hyuk's shadow. The two of them are happily chatting, Kwon Do-woon, Lee Min-young. There are many people in the room, Song Mi-young, Do Hyung-woo, and Ryu Jin-ju. Young-hoon proudly thinks to himself, but now the rookies who used to follow him have betrayed and joined under me. I really want to know his expression when he finds out about this. They all raise their glasses together. Let us enjoy tonight together. Cheers, cheers. Jin-ju sits in a corner showing disgust. Why did they call me here? Ha Young-hoon said there was something urgent to say. His urgent business is drinking alcohol. At this time, A knock on the door attracts her attention. The door is opened. He calmly steps in. He has arrived. Do Woon and Min Young both exclaim in surprise. Ju Hyuk-young. The other two are also panicked. How did you get here? Jin Ju opens her eyes wide in shock. Young-hoon is even more excited when he sees their reaction. Surprised. How do you feel? Everyone likes to meet. Ju-yuk also implicitly understands. So this is why he wanted to meet me immediately, you childish person. He speaks sarcastically. I think everyone is missing you. How is it? Surprised. There is also a little bit. Ju-yuk still calmly walks over, surprised. Because it is still as simple as always. That is why we need you. Mi-young hurriedly explains at this time. Hyung, I also wanted to call you but due to the schedule abroad. Kyung-woo also chimes in when he hears, everyone is busy, so it is very difficult to keep in touch. Ju Hyuk-young. Do-woon is even more flustered. Even you find it difficult. I am sorry, I forgot. Ju-yuk speaks up. If everyone is busy, then I also understand for the past 5 years. Suddenly he raises his hand.
Du vão fiarfulho riedle avoids.
Ju-yuk grabs the bottle of alcohol in front of him. He calmly sits down when he grabs the bottle of alcohol. Ju-yuk quickly pours wine into the glass. Jin-ju immediately questions him. Why are you avoiding me? Can't I even call you anymore? Ju-yuk acts uninterested. Really, now you want to ask clearly. She continues, but the rumors from before, are they all true? Jin-ju. He says, can't you see, the newspaper said it was not me already. No, do we need to confirm that through the press? Jin-ju becomes even more anxious when she hears this. I want to hear you say it directly. Ju-yuk is surprised by her reaction. Young-hoon is excited to the point of trembling. Unbelievable, so much fun. The two of them look at each other silently. Calling Ryu Jin-ju here was well worth it. The memories from before start rushing back. Senior Ju-hyuk, is that really true? The blurred image of Jin-ju at that time. Was the news yesterday really about you? Please answer me, Ryu Jin-ju. Ju-yuk frowns and looks at her. Ryan Jin-ju. He still acts coldly. Does it matter whether it is true or not? Jin-ju is extremely agitated. For me, an explanation is very important. You hope we will understand on our own while you remain silent. Ju-yuk quickly confronts her. In the end, you still do not believe me, do you? You just want me to convince you to believe me, right? Jin-ju becomes even more angry. It is not about convincing. This is the minimum courtesy, for the people who are waiting for you. Ju-yuk takes a grape while speaking. Waiting is a stupid decision. He reminds Jin-ju, stop worrying about others, and pay more attention to yourself. She shouts, Senior. Kyung-woo quickly interjects to defuse the situation. Jin-ju, why are you making such a fuss? It seems that Ju-hyuk and Young-hoon also have something to talk about. So why do not we make an appointment another day and talk everything out clearly? The others also quickly leave. Hyung, we will take our leave first. Kyung-woo pushes her away. Jin-ju, next time, next time. Jin-ju looks at him silently. She angrily slams the door shut. Ju-yuk lowers his head and thinks to himself, that is why, do not stand on my side, getting involved with me is not good. Young-hoon becomes more arrogant at this time, still pretending to be strong. Then, why do you want to meet me? Ju-yuk speaks up and extends an invitation. Want to invite you to film a movie. What? Young-hoon is puzzled, you me. He laughs out loud. Kong Ju-hyuk, do not you know your current position? Young-hoon becomes more and more excited as he speaks. You're just a failure, a garbage truck. It is you can't even sell in the second-hand market. Ju-yuk is still calmly eating grapes. Maybe you will like it. Want to hear me talk? He jumps up. Look here. Did you call me just to say these meaningless words? Young-hoon walks towards him. Kong Ju-hyuk, I am grateful that you are worried about my career. He says arrogantly, but I still have to remind you that our levels are different. Later if you want to contact me, please join the fan club. Young-hoon then leaves. I will pay. Just eat grapes until you are sick of them. Suddenly Ju-yuk says that, when Gwang-hoon's movie was cancelled, I bought him some alcohol. He drank until he was tipsy, and that day suddenly. Jung-hoon's footsteps suddenly stop. He reveals something. He listens silently. In that photo. Ju-yuk's voice is a little playful. Guess who I saw? His eyes become panicked. Ha Young-hoon, it is your beautiful face that. Young-hoon turns around excitedly. I do not know anything about that. It is just a normal drinking party. His expression is calm. I know, but you think. Young-hoon becomes even more panicked when he says, will Reporter Park believe that, what? Ju-yuk says that, because of your matter, Reporter Park Do-hoon. Ju-yuk recalls that day. Destroyed me. Kwang Hoon had told him, while drunk, director Han Gwang-hoon accidentally said it, he even showed me the photo, that is right. Ju-yuk suddenly looks at the phone, but I am not sure, the photo is very old so it is very blurry. Jung-hoon has sat opposite him, but now. He is extremely agitated, I am sure now, the man in the picture is me. Ju-yuk puts the script on the table. Step 1, deceive. Jung-hoon is puzzled, what is this? Ju-yuk calmly replies, the movie that I mentioned. He blankly holds the script in his hand. What, it is really a movie, not a threat. Ju-yuk replies proudly, both a movie and a threat. His expression becomes serious. If you act in this movie and it is successfully broadcast, I will give you the photo that I have. The two of them look at each other silently. Jung-hoon's body is trembling non-stop. His complexion becomes worse. You have the photo, you bastard, you think I am sure. Ju-yuk then raises the phone. Of course I am lying, but from now on two thoughts will dominate Ha Jung-hoon's mind. He calculates to himself, the feeling of doubt that somewhere in this world there exists a wrong photo of me, and the fear that the photo will be released at any time. Jung-hoon becomes even more agitated. Step 2, interrupt, even if there is. Ju-yuk smiles with satisfaction at his reaction. You think other people will believe that kind of rumor, even me. He raises a matchstick, see me, and you can still say that. Ju-yuk then breaks it off. Belief, the truth in this industry, there is none. He throws the matchstick into the glass of wine. There are only a few hyenas who crave shocking news. What do you think will happen if I throw it to them? Ju-yuk hurriedly stands up. He rushes towards Jung-hoon. You know already, because you are the one who did that to me. Jung-hoon is a little wary of his overly excited actions. This entertainment industry is always craving shocking information, and the public does not trust artists. His expression becomes terrified. Ha Jung-hoon also knows that. He knows that at any time Kong Ju-hyuk's ending can also happen to him. Ju-yuk looks at him with a resentful gaze. What is it like? Do you want to live like someone who has lost everything like me? He crumples the script placed on the table. Step 3, fear. Ju-yuk says coldly, I will give you 3 days. Jung-hoon is even more worried when he reminds him, if you can't decide in 3 days, you will see that photo on the news. Ju-yuk says softly in his ear, that is right, as you said, I will also post it on those fan club pages too. After that, he calmly turns around and leaves. I am leaving. Jung-hoon then holds the script in his hand. He is confused. What the hell? Suddenly Ju-yuk turns back, causing him to jump. What else? He carefully reminds Jung-hoon, read it, you will like it, you are good at choosing projects. He then scolds, what is that crazy person saying? Ju-yuk steps outside, and the last step, accept, interesting. He thinks to himself, being locked in a room, and then having a new role. Ju-yuk's tired face looks up at the night sky, maybe, I also have a role in this play. Suddenly the phone rings. It is the scammer's call. How much this time? The voice inside the phone echoes, 1, 9 in the evening, 2, alcohol, 3, 1 in the morning, 4:48. For the first time the vocabulary appears, alcohol. Ju-yuk carefully considers each keyword. The keyword that Kong Ju-hyuk has chosen is, alcohol. The information from the scammer shocks him. Top actress Ryu Jin-ju will be involved in an illegal drug scandal. The next morning, Ju-yuk recalls the information that the scammer gave him. The police based on information from the owner of a rooftop party in Gangnam. He searches for information on the computer, announces that although there are many celebrities at the party, only the glass of wine that Ryu Jin-ju drank had a positive result for hallucinogens, causing an uproar in society. He enters into the search bar, drugs Ryu Jin-ju. Ju-yuk's face becomes worse. I have been searching all night, but I still can't find anything. Ju-yuk becomes more and more angry. What scandal is it really? He suddenly stops. Information about Jin-ju shocks Ju-yuk. Big C, when did she switch companies? He keeps wondering, as far as I know, she has been at FNF since her debut. Why did she suddenly come to Big C? Suddenly Ju-yuk remembers. National MC Yoo Hyun-suk surprises everyone because he chose Big C Entertainment instead of FNF. At this time his complexion becomes more and more worried. Hyun-suk changed companies. Cha Sung-bin committed suicide. Now it is Ryu Jin-ju. Ju-yuk quickly grabs the car keys. There is definitely something between FNF and Big C. He puts on his coat and leaves. Ryu Jin-ju used stimulants. Ju-yuk recalls the conversation that year. Banned substances, stock manipulation, gambling. How could Senior do such a thing? You do not even touch those things. She had once been dissatisfied with the false information about Juyuk. Why are you silent? Why, it is not the truth. Juyuk runs very fast on the road. Impossible, never. He keeps asking questions in his head, pretending not to know for 5 years, suddenly contacting me again. Juyuk thinks that, if I said I knew the future, of course they would say I am crazy. He feels even more uneasy. If that thing really happens, I will become the first suspect. Juyuk drives even faster. Just have to find out what the truth is. The car is stopped, starting here. He parks the car in front of a house, the police based on information from the owner of a rooftop party in Gangnam. Juyuk takes out his phone. Rooftop, just film, maybe you will see something. At this time, a man walks out of the house. Juyuk then pays attention to that person. He walks out with an urgent expression. Juyuk looks at him curiously. His face looks really familiar. He quickly films it. He takes a bottle of wine from the car, reminding Juyuk of the scammer's words, although there are many celebrities at the party. The detail that the scammer mentioned, but only the glass of wine that Ryu Jinju drank, had a positive result for hallucinogens. He turns to observe the surroundings. Juyuk quickly falls down. He successfully avoids his gaze. It is that glass of wine. He carefully closes the car door. Juyuk still tries to film all of Sungmin's suspicious activities. He enters the house with that bottle of wine. Juyuk quickly recognizes it. It is that bottle of wine. He is sure that Ryu Jinju drank that bottle of drug-laced wine. He becomes even more worried when he thinks about what will happen next, and that president here knew about it in advance, so he reported it to the police. Juyuk grits his teeth angrily. Alcohol and the outdoor party. If I follow that guy, then I will definitely discover something more. At this time, he is entering the party. After that, Sungmin returns to his car. He looks at him angrily. First, this guy. On the street. He always closely monitors Sungmin. Juyuk stays close behind his car. He thinks more and more angrily. Being involved with banned substances is the end for an artist. Just being criticized alone, being stripped bare before the whole nation. Juyuk remembers his incident in the past. The truth is thrown aside and no one listens. He thinks Jinju will become him in the past. It is not me. How many more times do I have to repeat it? I do not use illegal drugs. And rumors about her will also appear. Actress illegally uses drugs. The more he thinks, the angrier Juyuk becomes. Never being able to turn over. Can't let someone go into my old path again. Suddenly his car turns to another direction. The car stops in front of a building. Juyuk blankly looks outside. What again? He is shocked to discover. Junhyuk does not believe his eyes. That guy is an employee of Big C. What the hell is going on? At this time, the clock on the car displays the time 15:46. Juyuk becomes even more impatient. Jinju's management company is the one behind all this. It does not make sense. He thinks seriously. They deliberately recruit the target to destroy her. If that is the case, then they can't recover the investment capital. Juyuk does not take his eyes off his car. Emergency lights. Someone is about to come out. Just wait a little longer. He comes out of the company. He is out. Juyuk then starts the car. His car slowly leaves. Juyuk continues to follow Sungmin. He still does not realize someone is watching him. Juyuk thinks to himself, up to this point in time, convenience store, newspaper office. It seems like there are other people involved in this. Nothing special has happened here yet. He frowns angrily. The problem is time. I do not know when that incident will happen. Juyuk suddenly turns. Before that, I have to gather evidence. Sungmin's car goes to another location. He quickly slams on the brakes. Juyuk is a little confused. The car stops in front of a building, FNF building. What are those guys doing? Their actions make Juyuk unable to understand. Why is someone from Big C going to FNF? The people standing in front of the building bow to Sungmin, bodyguards. Juyuk suspects his identity. Bodyguards greet like that. Doesn't seem like it at all. Suddenly, a hand knocks on the car door. A loud voice echoes, "Sir, sir." The bodyguard tries to look into the car and reminds him, "You can't park here, leave quickly." Juyuk quickly leaves. Yes, I am sorry. His car drives past the group of people standing. Juyuk tries to observe more carefully before leaving. He stares at Sungmin, that guy. Juyuk understands that is a spy from FNF planted in Big C. Scene shifts to a luxurious room. Jung-hoon raises a glass of wine. He is carefully reading the script. Then he seriously turns each page. Jung-hoon is attracted by this script. He suddenly sighs. After that, Jung-hoon throws the script down on the table. He leans back on the sofa. The events that have taken place make Jung-hoon restless. He remembers Ju-yuk's reminder, read it, you will like it, you know how to choose projects. Jung-hoon can't help but be suspicious. What is Kong Ju-yuk's intention? The script has been carefully edited. At this time, on Min-jae, what about those photos? Ju-yuk is surprised. What, Big C's PR manager? Min-jae says that, as soon as I saw the photo you sent, I recognized him immediately. I have met him several times at shows. He recognized him from the photo Ju-yuk sent. His name is Jo Sung-min, now he is the PR manager at Big C and he seems to be quite powerful too. Min-jae also feels confused, but why is he there? He says that, is there anyone beside him in any gang? If you are done then get to work. He shouts excitedly, this guy, am I your slave or what? Ju-yuk hurriedly avoids, Hyung, you're still angry, I am driving, I will call you back tonight. Hey Kong Ju-yuk, this guy, hello. He quickly switches to another direction. The car is driven by Ju-yuk to a new location. Ju-yuk thinks to himself, FNF's Cha Sung-bin lost his life. Hyun-seok Hyung, who secretly negotiated with FNF, at the last minute chose to join Big C. He is worried about her safety. Even Ryu Jinju, who has been supported by FNF for 10 years, also announced that she is joining Big C. Ju-yuk grits his teeth angrily. That is why FNF stock has dropped so sharply. If they intend to use Jinju to destroy the opponent's reputation, then the stock price will rise again. Jinju will not be able to escape. He fears Jinju's future, like me 5 years ago. Ju-yuk excitedly drives faster. The running speed is increasing. Ju-yuk is determined, but this time it will be different. He thinks that, because I know the future. The car stops in front of a building. He drives the car inside. Ju-yuk is still sitting in the car. Suddenly the phone rings from Ha Jung-hoon. Ju-yuk is a little surprised. Ha Jung-hoon. He answers the phone. Why are you calling at this hour? Have you changed your mind, whatever? Ju-yuk then asks, what agreement? He is scared. Jung-hoon says that, I am still thinking, you want something so you pulled me into this, right? Ju-yuk says while leaving the car, what I want, I have already told you. He impatiently scolds, give me the photo, I will give you information. His voice transmits, yes, information that you really want to know. Jung-hoon excitedly stands up, I will send you the address, come to my house tomorrow morning. What, your house? What are you planning? Ju-yuk calmly replies, are we going to meet at a cafe so everyone can stare? Do you want to be on the front page for associating with a washed-up person? Jung-hoon is trembling with anger that. Ju-yuk happily hangs up, a guest is coming soon, let us prepare a little. The next morning. Jung-hoon wears secretive clothing and goes to Ju-yuk's building. He hesitates in front of the door. Jung-hoon suddenly blurts out, you live in a place like this. He quickly knocks on the door. Ju-yuk speaks from inside, the door is open, come in. A shocked expression appears on Jung-hoon's face. Inside, plastic bottles and soda cans are thrown all over the floor. Jung-hoon then uses his hand to cover his nose. Ju-yuk calmly sits inside his messy house. Make yourself comfortable. He is a little annoyed. Is this what you call a house? What are you doing? Come in already. Jung-hoon struggles to step inside. He thinks angrily to himself, I knew it already, but I did not think it would be this bad. Jung-hoon scolds, hey you bastard. He looks with disgust at the sofa filled with garbage. Don't tell me you are going to make me sit here. Jung-hoon tries to hold up Ju-yuk's moldy blanket. He reluctantly sits down. Jung-hoon expresses disbelief looking at him. Hey, do you really live here for 5 years? Ju-yuk frankly answers, not realistic enough. He seriously asks Jung-hoon, if that photo is released, what will happen to you? He opens his eyes in shock. Jung-hoon's body continues to tremble, agree. Ju-yuk sighs, what did you say, I can't hear clearly. He shouts, agree no, now that I think about it. Jung-hoon excitedly scolds at him, if I agree to act in that movie then you will give me the photo, what kind of strange condition is that, how do I know if you will leak the photo after filming it? I also need to be guaranteed. He frowns looking at Jung-hoon, in the end, you just want to take revenge, right, that is why you want to torture me, right? Jung-hoon shamefully points at him, I will tell you who destroyed your life so give me the photo and end this matter peacefully, okay? Ju-yuk seriously replies, the problem with the double contract, you are going down a dead end. His eyes become sharp. You think I do not know? I know, so I am giving you a chance. Jung-hoon becomes even more panicked when he says, I know you are just a puppet, so I am leaving you a way out. Ju-yuk says that, the only condition to get back the photo, is to act in the movie. At Big Company. A plan is placed on the table. The three of them are in the meeting room, so what is next? He spoke up, team leader Jo Sung-min, CEO Park Chan-kyu of Big Entertainment, is there anything wrong with the party preparations? Sung-min quickly replied, no, not at all. Since it is a party for actress Ryu, we have prepared even more meticulously. Jin-ju expressed her dissatisfaction. Do we really have to do this, President? She disgustedly stated, an 11th anniversary debut party. This number is not something to be proud of. Park Chan-kyu smiled and explained, it is a company event, but it is costing a lot of money, right? That is exactly what I want. Jin-ju looked dissatisfied. You knew that, but you still held this event. You could have just bought a cake at a bakery nearby. He said seriously, I just want to show one thing. Park Chan-kyu affirmed, our Jin-ju, who has suffered so much at FNF, can completely focus on working at Big C. He looked at Jin-ju, it will emphasize again the joining of a new artist to our company, and encourage employees too. She immediately retorted sarcastically, so, I am just an object to promote the company, the 11th anniversary is just an excuse, right? Park Chan-kyu quickly countered, it is not an 11th anniversary. He looked at Jin-ju with pride, but a celebration of the first year, marking the first year in actress Ryu Jin-ju's progress. Jin-ju immediately pushed his face away. She said shyly, that is too much. New people will tear up the contract, it is an e-contract. The guy chimed in, that is great. Inviting family to increase bonding is really important. Sung-min secretly rejoiced, this way, this scandal can not only bring down Ryu Jin-ju, but also all of Big C. Jung-hoon wanted to confirm one more time, do I really have to do that movie? Is this really the opportunity you are giving me? He also stood up calmly, if you have read the script, you should know. Ju-yuk persuaded him, it is a good movie, so we should find a good actor to play the part, should not we? He shared frankly, I can invite many other people, but the person who can best express the essence of a mastermind. He looked at Ju-yuk with some surprise, is only you, Ha Jung-hoon. Ju-yuk proudly made a condition. The photo is non-negotiable, however, I agree that you should get something back so. He slowly approached, I will give you a gift that you will definitely like. Jung-hoon continued angrily, are you mocking me? I am about to make a movie with no guarantees. He patted Jung-hoon's shoulder, guarantees, what if it is something bigger? Ju-yuk seemed to know everything about him, the shares that you are holding. He slowly emphasized, the information in Songkyeon. Jung-hoon panicked, what? His voice began to tremble, how? How do you know about that? Jung-hoon excitedly pushed him away, what the hell are you, how do you know I bought from there? Ju-yuk took out his phone. He proudly showed Jung-hoon the news feed, you are famous now, all over the stock pages. Jung-hoon was shocked to read the information on it. He shouted in disbelief, impossible, how is the news already all over this? Jung-hoon pushed his hand away, so what? Ju-yuk tapped something on his phone while Jung-hoon was still shouting, is it a crime for a celebrity to buy stocks, sell it right now? He kept scolding Ju-yuk, are you crazy, that drug has just been released on the market, are you jealous, don't talk nonsense. He continued to show Jung-hoon his phone, here my account, I have it too. Jung-hoon could not believe his eyes, what is this, 100,000? He shouted 1.5 billion, a return rate of 1075%, what are you, where did you get this return rate? Jung-hoon felt unbelievable, and you live in a dilapidated place like this, pretending to be a beggar, Ju-yuk calmly replied, I am about to leave it what? Seeing his hand movements on the phone made Jung-hoon even more anxious, are you going to sell it now, are you crazy? Ju-yuk firmly asserted, this afternoon, the fake drug story will be exposed. Jung-hoon stared blankly at the phone, look, the transaction is complete. This bastard really sold everything. He gritted his teeth angrily, who the hell is this guy, is it really a fake drug? Ju-yuk continued to assert, sell it quickly before that pile of drugs becomes worthless. I have revealed this information to you, so you should show some gratitude, right? He was sweating in fear, the same place, Cheongdam-dong Garden, book a spot for tomorrow. Scene change, the next day. The voice came from the landline phone, President, you have a guest. Let him in. He picked up his teacup, I have high expectations from Jung-hoon's introduction. Park Chan-gyu looked serious, an unexpected guest. The two sat facing each other, Actor Kong Ju-hyuk, he spoke first. I had to ask for his help. Ju-hyuk expressed, since I do not know how to contact the president, Ryu Jin-ju and Yang Dae-cha too, the president's recent venture capital deals are really impressive. Park Chan-gyo's words were a bit sarcastic. You are exaggerating. What is so impressive? It is nothing compared to your peak, Ju-hyuk. Ju-hyuk frowned at him, a polite tone, but still with an unpleasant feeling, cautious. Park Chan-gyo continued, I heard you are very close to our Jin-ju, well in the past. He looked annoyed, our Jin-ju, it seems you value her a lot. He calmly drank his tea, of course, especially Jin-ju, my job is to support the artists. Ju-hyuk looked at him with an uncomfortable look, PR managers and the garden owner are just pawns. There are definitely stronger forces behind them, like in my case. He thought to himself about the person in front of him, investigating alone is impossible. I need a trustworthy name. Ju-hyuk hesitated a bit, CEO Park Chang-yu, can I really trust this person? He put down his teacup, get straight to the point, what do you want to talk about? Ju-hyuk sat up more seriously. He frankly asked, I am curious as to why you snatched Ryu Jin-ju from FNF. Park Chan-gyo became arrogant, snatch, you think so? CEO Park definitely does not believe me either. Ju-hyuk confronted him, that is right. After 10 years, FNF is like her home. In his heart he thought, he definitely thinks I am just a has-been trying to leech money from cheap tricks. His attitude changed, that is right. I snatched Jin-ju away from her home. Park Chan-gyo expressed, our Jin-ju is a strong child, but she does not know how to use that strength to protect herself. He worried about Jin-ju, but uses that strength to protect the people around her. You know that very well too, do not you, Ju-hyuk? Ju-hyuk looked at him in surprise. Park Chan-gyo continued, being here for 10 years means she has to take care of more people. He expressed, I think that burden is weighing heavily on actress Ryu Jin-ju's shoulders. I want to create a new nest for her where she can freely spread her wings and focus on her work. He could not help but be surprised by Park Chan-gyo's attitude. I can feel the sincerity, but is there a problem? He felt a little doubtful in his heart. The problem is that there is no problem. Half-hearted sincerity. Ju-hyuk calmly asked, that is it, what? Ju-hyuk coldly asked, you snatched Ryu Jin-ju away just because she could not handle her burden. Suddenly he became agitated. As it is, I am holding back a lot. Park Chan-gyo's attitude was not outside his expectations. You have to take off that mask to be able to shake hands. Ju-hyuk showed him the picture. Do you know this person? Park Chan-gyo was confused. Why are you suddenly showing me this? Team leader Jo Sung-min. Ju-hyuk said, he is the PR team leader, the one who brought the alcohol to the natural garden. That is the employee. He revealed to Park Chan-gyo, this team leader went to FNF, and was escorted by these thugs. He was shocked. Why is it shaking? Ju-hyuk continued to state his speculation. It seems like FNF is targeting Ryu Jin-ju. I have reliable information that they plan to drug Jin-ju today. At this time, Park Chan-gyo became even more agitated. Drugs, why are you telling me this? He quickly regained his composure. Wait a minute. Park Chan-gyo's attitude became even more intense. You want me to believe you? The words from one side of Kong Ju-hyuk, who disappeared 5 years ago. Ju-hyuk maintained a tough attitude. It seems like you believe it. Even if you do not believe me and believe FNF, it is fine. You guessed this too, did not you? He continued to make his argument. Recently, you have started recruiting big stars to increase the stock price for the company. FNF is a good bait. Ju-hyuk showed concern. With a drug scandal, the appeal for investment will decrease. Big C's stock will plummet. Park Chan-gyo frowned at him. He knows everything from internal plans to investment. The information is completely accurate. He immediately spoke into the voice message, Secretary Kim, contact the natural garden immediately. Ju-hyuk immediately stood up. He stopped Ju-hyuk's arm. Park Chan-gyo impatiently shouted, what are you doing? If Ju-hyuk is right time. Ju-hyuk quickly interrupted, no, this is an opportunity. He confidently asserted, an opportunity, a golden opportunity to find those genius minds. At this time, the party was about to begin. The guests were chatting together. Min Jae with a vest was also at the party. It is too cramped. I can't believe I have to work for that Kong Ju-hyuk again. Just then, Ju-hyuk called, speak of the devil. Min Jae irritably shouted, hello, what is up? At this time, Ju-hyuk was in the car going to the party. Have you arrived yet? Yes, I have arrived. All dressed up here. Beside him was Park Chan-gyo also going along, good job. I have registered you as a guest representing Ha Young-hoon, so go in. He glanced at Ju-yuk with a questioning look, registered as a guest for the company's event. Who the hell is this guy? He stepped on the accelerator and sped up. Ju-yuk felt extremely anxious. This time is our turn to hunt. The party was now almost full of guests. Min-jae carefully stepped inside the party hall. He angrily scolded, "It is suffocating. What do you want now?" Ju-yuk seriously replied, "I sent you a picture. Find that brand of alcohol in the kitchen." Hearing that, Min-jae immediately looked around. What, alcohol? He stepped inside the kitchen, telling someone who only drinks soju to find wine. Min-jae was a little confused. Is it here? Ju-yuk's voice rang out in Ju-yuk's car. Hey, there is a lot of wine in here. Your eyes are sharp. You will find it quickly. No, this crazy guy, it is a huge collection here. Arriving at the wine cellar, Min-jae held his head in panic. So much. Min-jae looked at the blurry picture of that bottle of wine. How am I supposed to find it? He vaguely looked at the wine shelf. Damn it, they all look the same. When will I get a break? A bottle of wine set apart caught Min-jae's attention. His tone suddenly rose. Found it, it is here. I knew you could do it. At this time, someone came behind Min-jae. Don't talk nonsense. What am I supposed to do with it? Drink it. The waiter suddenly spoke, causing Min-jae to jump. Sir, this area is for staff only. Min-jae pretended to be confused. I thought the bathroom was here. I was a little mistaken. This place is too complicated. A person passing by caught his attention. Min-jae quickly recognized the guy, team leader Jo Sung-min. At the same time, the road to the party was blocked. Ju-yuk looked at the clock and felt anxious. There is no more time. He fidgeted, just past one more building, and we are there, Gangnam. The atmosphere in the car became tense. Suddenly Ju-yuk asked, President Park, are you all right? What? He came up with an idea. At this distance, running will be faster. Park Cha-go also expressed, to be honest, I was thinking the same thing. He quickly left the car, President. Before he left, Ju-yuk earnestly said, I only ask you one thing. The thing he wanted, Jin-ju, please keep it a secret from her. Park Cha-go looked at him silently. He seriously looked at Ju-yuk. I want to know the reason, but I guess you won't answer. Okay, I agree with you. People in the car saw Park Cha-go running on the road and were shocked. Who is that guy? During this time, Min-jae carefully scouted around. He secretly watched him. Min-jar panicked even more when Ju-yuk called, Hey, how is it going? Why are you calling me at this time? Jo Sung-min just went into the kitchen. He went to a safer place. What is going on? Why is he showing his face here? Ju-yuk urgently said, Hey, this is the key point. That bottle of wine is the special bottle specifically for Jin-ju. Min-jae immediately went back to monitor Sung-min. He repeated Ju-yuk's words. When Jin-ju picks up the glass of wine, you have to stop her. Min-jae was so shocked that he shouted, What? Stop her from drinking the wine? What are you saying? Is there something in it? He urged Min-jae, There is no time. You have to stop her. Min-jae became hasty. What the hell are you talking about? Why is it so shady? What is wrong with that glass of wine? Ju-yuk hurriedly refused. Sorry, I can't tell you. This affects Jin-ju's life, damn it. Min-jae on this side shouted even louder, Answer quickly. Tell me quickly, what is in that glass of wine? Ju-yuk helplessly appeased him. What drugs, please? If Jin-ju drinks that glass of wine, her life will be destroyed like mine. Min-jae immediately retorted, Are you serious? If it is related to life and death, call the police. Suddenly Ju-yuk recalled the past. Do you remember 5 years ago, that drug club incident? He recounted, One of our group tested positive, even though I was later found innocent. The story continued, but just having to go to court, my life plummeted. Min-jae was anxious, he tapped his feet constantly. This time it is drugs again, if Jin-ju drinks that. Ju-yuk frowned, then it won't just be like me. He was silent. Min-jae continued to scold, this idiot, doing everything wrong. He looked around, 5 years ago and now, have you never thought we are a family? Ju-yuk worried, what are you talking about, Min-jae said as he walked, if you trust me, then in your most painful, difficult, and wanting to die moments, why did not you call me, you idiot, would calling me first kill you? Continuous knocking in the past. Ju-yuk at that time was completely helpless and locked himself in the room. Outside, Min-jae kept calling his name. Kong Ju-hyuk, you bastard, I know you are in there. Open the door. Back to the present, Ju-yuk helplessly lowered his face. You know it all, bastard, I am sorry. Min Jae was really angry at this time. Enough, I will call the police right now. You take care of the rest yourself, damn it. The call immediately hung up. Ju-yuk remained silent and said nothing. Min Jae on this side also became silent. He hesitated and pressed the call button. The food cart was being pushed out. Min Jae saw the bottle of alcohol placed on the table. The bottle of alcohol containing prohibited substances was being brought out. The waiter was pushing the cart and that bottle of wine into the party. Min Jae's face changed. Ju-yuk was still hanging his head at this time. The road was no longer blocked. Hey, move it you dog, you are blocking my way. Ju-yuk tried to shake off his spirit. Now is not the time. He sped towards the party. I will regret it later. At this time, Park Cha-kyu was also running hastily. He had arrived at the party. Inside the house, the cake had been presented to Jin-ju. She happily admired it. Min Jae struggled to squeeze into the crowd. The wine was poured into Jin-ju's glass. Min Jae was even more anxious. Is there drugs in that glass of wine? At this time on the road, you said the current location is in Cheongdam-dong, right? Yes, at Cheongdam-dong Garden. Park Cha-kyu was still accelerating. Start investigating already. Send people as soon as possible. His body was sweating from fatigue. Damn it, can't you see where you are going? Hey you there. Park Cha-kyu really believed it at this point. If Kong Ju-hyuk is right. Jun-hyuk stopped him. What did you say? He said urgently, this is an opportunity to bring down Ryu Jin-ju and Big C. If we stop the event and report it to the police. Ju-hyuk's eyes were serious. Then you will be investigated for drug use, and you will be charged and investigated. Park Cha-kyu slapped his hand away. No, we have to report it to the police before the party starts. Ju-hyuk immediately retorted, no, that will only create an opportunity for them to escape. He said, now what we need to do is wait for the CCTV to record Jin-ju taking the glass of wine. Park Cha-kyu frowned. You can still think like that in this situation. Ju-hyuk believed that, you have prepared those people, right? We have to break their plan right away. He looked angrily at Park Cha-kyu, with the documents that Big C has collected and this evidence. He could not believe it. How meticulously has he planned it? Park Cha-kyu tried to speed up as much as possible. It is very urgent. The party quickly started. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your patience. The main character of today has appeared. The MC was leading the event. Now the 11th anniversary debut party of actress Ryu Jin-ju will officially begin. The brilliant cake appeared before Jin-ju's eyes. A colleague came to congratulate her. Congratulations, Jin-ju. Thank you, Hyun-suk. Sungmin stood in a corner and could not help but look forward to it. Congratulations to you for sure. Park Cha-kyu also arrived in time. This way, Mr. President. They supported him inside. Are you okay? You have worked hard. Park Cha-kyu turned to look at a staff member, CCTV. The staff member recounted, as you instructed, the security team is recording. The event is being recorded without missing a single detail. He quickly stepped inside. Good, let us go in. Wine was also being poured into Jin-ju's glass at this time. She raised the glass of wine in her hand. Jin-ju then made a few remarks. The cake is really great. It is like urging me to retire early, is not it? Min Jae tried to squeeze to the front while she was speaking. President Park is really a bit too much in organizing the event. I asked him to make it small. He hurriedly went another way, but I have to admit the president is right about one thing. Today's party is for all of Big C, not just me. Jin-ju was still brightly speaking to the guests. The fact that the staff have worked hard day and night to prepare this party for a small actress like me touches me very much. The effort everyone has put in is as much as the president. Park Cha-kyu ran into the party hall. An actor does not just have to dress from head to toe. Min Jae was also observing her, but I will also work hard so that I won't be embarrassed by the efforts everyone has put in. Jin-ju raised her glass of wine. Let us toast, shall we? She asked the guests. When I shout Big C, everyone shout hooray. The police car had arrived. Park Cha-kyu's people ordered them. Now we are going to rush in. Min Jae was also seizing the opportunity. The time has come. A hand touched his shoulder. Min Jae hurriedly looked back. Manager Chu, what are you doing here? At this time, Jin-ju shouted Big C hooray. Min Jae pushed that friend away and ran up. Ryu Jin-ju, hooray, what is someone like you doing here? Get out of the way. When Jin-ju was about to drink that glass of wine, a hand was moving closer to her. The glass of wine fell down. The wine inside also spilled out. Ju looked at him in confusion. The glass of wine shattered on the floor. The guests there immediately discussed, what is going on, an accident. The guy was also afraid, what is suddenly going on. Ju looked at him blankly. Min Jae smiled awkwardly. Ju, long time no see. At this time, those outside rushed in. Those inside the party were even more panicked. What is it, the police? Ju looked blankly. Ms. Ryu, we are here to escort you home. What, who said so? Park Cha-kyu quickly interrupted. Ju, I will explain later. Go inside first, President. She gave him the microphone. He spoke up, I am Park Chang-yu. Everyone will find it a bit confusing now. I will explain. Min Jae urgently looked around. He found Sungmin in the crowd, that bastard. He was surprised when he saw Min Jae, damn it. He hurriedly ran away. Hey, Joe Sungmin. Sungmin ran into the kitchen. Min Jae chased after him. Joe Sungmin, stop there. He panicked. Who is that guy? Sungmin picked up the pot of broth. He flung it at Min Jae, who was running towards him. He slipped because the broth spilled on the floor. Min Jae fell with a painful thud. Sungmin continued to turn around and leave. He then shouted, you dog. Min Jae immediately chased after him. Wait till I catch you. He hastily ran after him. Sungmin threw things around to block his path. Min Jae's foot got caught in a cardboard box. He then lost his balance. He smirked smugly. Min Jae tried to stand up, that rat. The outside door was opened. Ju-yuk appeared behind him. He quickly grabbed Sungmin's hand. Ju-yuk used force to pull his collar. He quickly slammed Sungmin down. He fell without being able to react. Ju-yuk slammed his large body. Sungmin fell to the ground. He cried out in pain. Min Jae was still confused inside. He sighed with relief. That guy took forever to get here. He looked smugly at Min Jae. If the manager leaves, the actor has to do the same. The police took Sungmin away. He was angry and unwilling. Go in, slowly. The police car slowly drove away. Min Jae patted him on the shoulder. Worth spending the money, huh? You did not want to do this before. I have been in action movies for years, so I had to learn something useful. He asked Ju-yuk curiously, so what are you going to do next? Ju-yuk vaguely replied, movies. Min Jae was shocked. What, are you going back to the entertainment industry? He stammered, yes, with your sister. What did that guy say? After the incident, Ju sat in the car with a confused expression. What the hell is going on? She saw the two of them talking as the car passed by. Ju could not help but be surprised. Ju-yuk. The news reported, the Seoul Central District Prosecutor's Office announced that Cho has been indicted for violating the Drug Control Act. Park Cha-kyu listened to the news seriously. Currently, Mr. Cho claims that this is a crime he committed alone. What, alone? He angrily gritted his teeth. Lost track of him. It will take quite a while to investigate the involvement of FNF. There was a knock on the door outside President Park. He quickly turned off the TV. She then entered the office. Ju is here. Ju angrily slammed the newspaper on the table. Here, the result of your hard work, President. She frowned at Park Cha-kyu. What happened? He replied helplessly, actually, I received an urgent notice yesterday. Park Cha-kyu looked at the newspaper and explained, at the party yesterday, in your glass of wine, someone secretly targeted the entertainment industry with the Cheongdam-dong drug case. Ju gasped in shock as she heard him say, someone was going to put drugs in her glass of wine. What are you saying? She stood up suddenly. Park Cha-kyu whispered in Ju's ear, the person behind it is FNF. They were going to bring you down, Ju. Ju's voice trembled slightly. So, if I drank that glass of wine. Park Cha-kyu quickly reassured her, of course, after the investigation, you would still be found innocent and not intentionally use drugs. Ju still stood there with her head down, but my image would be completely ruined. Just thinking about it is scary. He slammed his hand on the newspaper. I will end everything with FNF. Park Cha-kyu's voice became resolute. I will hand over all the documents I have collected so that the truth can be revealed. Today's newspaper. He looked at Ju in confusion, the title of today's article. Ju's expression changed. I almost made it. She tried to suppress her fear. The incident became a hot topic on the news. Last night, the police arrested a drug offender in Cheongdam-dong. Breaking news, related to the organization and distribution of drugs, not only involving ordinary people but also the participation of celebrities. And the media would not let her go. Famous actress Ryu Jinju is involved in this case. She was so scared that her legs could not stand. Jinju. He looked worried and supported Jinju. I am sorry for dragging you into this. Jinju pushed his hand away. She leaned wearily against the window. Why are you apologizing, President? I did not think FNF would let me go so easily anyway. Jinju expressed, I am so grateful for the informant. Park Cha-kyu stammered, Jinju you. The person who saved me. At this time, her eyes were already filled with tears. It is Juyuk, right? Scene change. First meeting, director. I am Kong Juyuk. Everyone knows each other, right? They both looked at him blankly. Chairman Song Jiryong, director Choi Myung-chun. He was brought by Juyuk, lead actor Ha Young-hoon, investor Kong Juyuk. He expressed, Director Choi, I really admire the assassination scene you filmed. Myung-hoon replied awkwardly, thank you, but this meeting. Juyuk reminded him gently, is a pre-meeting for the assassination movie. They were both panicked. What, hey, the investor is withdrawing all the funds. He patted Jung-hoon's shoulder next to him. This is enough to call for reinvestment, right? Jung-hoon was upset. What, Jung-hoon is doing assassination? Jiryong replied warmly, of course it is. With Ha Jung-hoon here, even if all the investment is withdrawn, we still have to try to film it. Juyuk looked at him. What does the director think? Myung-hoon expressed his concerns. Jung-hoon's participation in acting is a bit unexpected, but the production cost is not small either. You also know that no one will invest in an unknown like me. He said worriedly, even if Ha Jung-hoon guarantees it, if we combine Jung-hoon's acting and filming equipment. Suddenly Juyuk said, why is the director worried about that? Chairman Song and I will be responsible for taking care of that. Jiryong was surprised. What, how are you going to take responsibility? Juyuk said calmly, as the producer and investor. He was immediately dissatisfied. Production is one thing, taking money to invest is another. How much are you going to put in? He recalled the words of the scammer, the assassination movie. Production cost 8.5 billion won. If the script director films it, it will attract more than 9 million moviegoers. Juyuk thought to himself, more than 10% of the total production cost. He replied frankly, 1 billion. Hearing this, Jiryong became even more excited. Hey, do not joke around. Large banks and small companies usually only invest 500 million to 1 billion won. How can an individual contribute such a large amount? Jung-hoon helplessly interjected, he is not joking, I saw it with my own eyes. He looked at Juyuk with a fearful look, I do not know this guy. He is a stock king, it is unbelievable. Juyuk coldly asked him, don't want 1 billion, then forget it. Jiryong then laughed happily, oh my god, my beloved investor Mr. Kong, my energy is too low today, so my ears are a little dizzy. Yesterday my ancestor appeared and said I would get a golden axe today, it is true. He continued to offer, Ha Jung-hoon will be invested in to play the lead, right? Jiryong shared that no, we need the female lead and cast first. After the investment is done, we will get to the staff and detailed schedule. Jung-hoon asked in wonder, do you have a lead actress yet? The female lead is also important, right? The two of them were also racking their brains. Juyuk also felt a headache, avoiding the watermelon rind only to meet the coconut shell. Footsteps going up the stairs. The four of them were still diligently looking for the female lead. Will she accept? She is about to join the team. Kim Jun, then Jung-hoon will have to carry the movie. That is too hard. Choi Sora seems suitable, her level is okay, her acting is up to standard, but her fee is a bit high. She had come close to the office. Juyuk sadly said, the female lead is the problem now. We need to have a meeting about the cast in a private meeting. High-heeled feet stopped in front of the office door. The sound of the door opening came. Everyone was surprised when she walked in. I will play that role. Juyuk was so surprised that he could not speak. She took off her glasses. Jinju smiled and greeted him, hello Juyuk. She slowly stepped in. The two of them stared blankly at Jinju. What? Jung-hoon was a little unhappy. Why are you here? Jinju then said, I want to film assassination. Juyuk shouted in opposition, no. The two of them were even more blank. What did she say? Juyuk thought to himself, if it was not sure to be a hit, it would be okay, but it is already destined for 9 million viewers, so why? He glanced at Jinju, too expensive. Casting a female lead does not have as much screen time like that. Using a top star like you will also use up all the production costs. Jung-hoon considered, but we can discuss it a bit. Ju-yuk continued to object, it is not just the cost. With someone like Ryu Jinju here, the investors will make a fuss and demand to increase your screen time. Jinju was determined, I will change, to fit the character. We can add a clause in the contract to ensure that the screen time will not be changed. What? A side contract? Ju-yuk frowned at her, why do you have to go this far? Jiryong happily replied, if we do that, then for sure. Jinju, you are really smart. Jinju smiled at him, is there anything else, Ju-yuk? He became flustered, of course not. What else is there, are there still problems? Ju-yuk sighed helplessly, these people take whatever is convenient. The two of them immediately became angry, are there still problems? Jinju is great. Okay, I understand. Jung-hoon also looked bored. Just like that, the production of Assassination started very quickly. At the new office, a contract was drawn up. Ha Jung-hoon and Ryu Jinju had also signed the contract. Jinju decisively signed the contract. The cost for Ha Jung-hoon is 700 million. The commitment fee is 100 million. Ryu Jinju is the same. Hey, what is wrong with the image director? Ju-yuk looked at her worriedly. Is it really okay? Jinju then questioned him. Looks like you are not very happy, are you? Don't bother me anymore, get me a cup of coffee. Everything happened after choosing the male and female lead actors. The financial phase is only just beginning. The production cost is about 5.8 billion, and an additional 2 billion for promotion. During the filming process, additional costs will be incurred, but the magic of creating a 9 million viewer movie with a cost of 5.8 billion begins. The script was complete. Director Choi Myung-hoon has completed the review of the script. Jung-hoon entered with an unhappy expression. Do I really have to attend this meeting? You are free anyway. He carefully reread the script. Ha Jung-hoon is constantly involved in the production process, to increase his sense of responsibility. It feels like he is being forced to participate, because if the lead actor acts slowly, the whole process will be stalled. He then commented on the script director, this So-hee character, of course, Ha Jung-hoon is very professional. Ju-yuk was still listening to the new keywords. In the meantime, the scammers, 13 new warriors of company game N. A new game will explode. He provides information that it will create a big hit overseas. Ju-yuk quickly invested. There is still time before the end of the investment. Should I increase it a bit? 1.3 billion. Weary footsteps going up the stairs, and then he carried the last boxes into the new office. Done. Ju-yuk put the box down. He sighed wearily. At this time, Min-jae was also transporting things in. Hey, where should I put this? I will put it there for now. The new brand that Ju-yuk founded. The office is near the apartment. Min-jae was enjoying a bowl of black bean noodles. Ju-yuk looked at him happily. This is a new beginning. What new beginning? Ju-yuk looked down at his bowl of noodles that he had not touched. When I first started acting, when I left this cramped room, and now starting a business. Min-jae then reminded, all with me. Hey, do not talk nonsense, eat it, the noodles are getting soggy. There was a call coming in. Hello Ju-hyuk, we won the lottery, we won the lottery. Jiryong laughed excitedly, everyone's crazy, they all want to invest in it. There have been 5 meetings or so. Ju-yuk then asked, President Song, are you alive, isn't it great? He excitedly recounted, one of the top 3 domestic investment companies, MV has invested in it. Ju-yuk could not help but be surprised. What, MV? They only invest in blockbusters or famous directors. This is surprising. Prepare for a meeting. Min-jae also heard, MV is investing, should I order more palboki? Ju-yuk thought to himself, with a movie destined for 9 million viewers, Ha Jung-hoon, Ryu Jinju. He felt relieved, and one of the top 3 investment companies, then we have to aim for 15 million. The two went to a restaurant. Jiryong cautiously opened the door. Hello. He then raised his hand to greet. Long time no see, Chairman Song. MV Kim Won-tae, Business Director, MV Park Sung-gu, Marketing Director. Jun-hyuk was a little surprised to see them. He noticed his presence. Why is that person here? He sat calmly, actor involved in a car accident due to drunk driving, Hong Kyung-man. In a private dining room. Kim Won-tae spoke up, as soon as I saw the proposal, I had my eye on this movie. Thank you. His expression was very pleased. Good script. Great actors. We can take the opportunity to promote the first round with Ha Jung-hoon and Ryu Jinju. Kim Won-tae had read the script in detail, and then there is Kang Joo-hyuk's overcoming adversity story. Ji-ryong felt concerned. What, promoting Joo-hyuk, will the public accept it? Park Sun-gu then chimed in, there is nothing stronger than dirty marketing. Of course, we still have to suffer some losses. Hong Kyung-man reminded him implicitly. Park Sun-gu then became cautious, that matter. Ji-ryong looked at him in confusion. Joo-hyuk looked at him with an uncomfortable look. Look at these guys, taking advantage of assassination. He suddenly understood, to help Hong Kyung-man. Kim Won-tae then smiled to defuse the situation. Let us discuss the complicated matters later, let us talk about investment first. The progress of their discussion, MV started asking about the production plan, future direction, and cast from main to supporting. Ji-ryong was still smiling and talking with them. The answer has been prepared, nothing has been decided yet. They discussed privately with each other. If the investors know too much about the internal affairs, they will be suspicious. They are also in the production phase. Then they will start making suggestions, and then force the movie to follow their wishes. Joo-hyuk thought, I have to stop the investor from doing that. He frowned and glanced at Ji-ryong. That is why I told Chairman Song to avoid answering. Joo-hyuk thought to himself, there is one more thing. He suddenly realized, MV still has not said a word to me. Joo-hyuk observed the people in the room. Are they just sitting there for fun? It is time to urge them. Hong Kyung-man continued to signal. The two people sitting next to him became flustered. Chief Park, first. He handed over the contract. Chairman, this. The two of them carefully read. As I said, I have some ambitions, so I will say it quickly. Kim Won-tae said that, to reduce the burden of Chairman Song, let our company invest entirely. Ji-ryong gaped in shock. 7 billion. Can we do it separately? Joo-hyuk looked at his calm attitude. They are really determined. They are investing 7 billion because of Hong Kyung-man. Ji-ryong smiled awkwardly. That is really great. We will consider it. Chairman Song, I think you misunderstood. Kim Won-tae's expression became fierce. I am not asking for your opinion. I am announcing it. Joo-hyuk frowned at them. Are these guys threatening me? Want to sneak people in and take over the whole project? He said smugly. Actually, I was not going to say it. At first, we were discussing the next project with director Kim Sang-bong. You know him, right? The director who won an award at the film festival last year. But after watching the Chuxel movie, we dropped it immediately. Ji-ryong was shocked. Instead of choosing director Kim Sang-bong, you chose us. Joo-hyuk thought, ridiculous. They are definitely trying to squeeze Hong Kyung-man in. He began to assess the situation. Low production cost, good script, good actors. Above all, as soon as they heard my name, they wanted to target it. Joo-hyuk looked at him. Compared to my scandal, Hong Kyung-man's is nothing. They plan to use me as a scapegoat to whitewash. He continued to pressure the two, but if you, Mr. Song, do not agree, then what other choice do we have but to return to director Kim Sang-bong? Kim Won-tae smiled mockingly, as if it was not uncomfortable for both sides, when director Kim Sang-bong and Chuxel face off. Joo-hyuk also realized, this guy is clearly threatening. If we refuse, they will use their connections to prevent the film from being aired. They continued to discuss with each other. Director Choi Myung-hoon also used to work for director Kim Sang-bong, right? Yes, I was an assistant director for 7 years. Why? Kim Won-tae then sarcastically said, I just think there is a bit of a connection. Joo-hyuk understood their intention. This poisonous snake. He's even prepared a new newspaper headline. Great director Kim Sang-bong faces disciple Choi Myung-hoon. He intends to fill the newspaper headlines with a confrontation between master and disciple. The movie will be interrupted and disrupt director Choi Myung-hoon's spirit. Joo-hyuk tried to suppress his anger. If we refuse MV's proposal now, they will destroy everything. Kim Won-tae smiled more smugly. You can't be dragged into this matter. So, Mr. Song, what are you hesitating for? Joo-hyuk decided to speak up. Excuse me, I have a question. They looked at him in surprise. Joo-hyuk's question made him pause. Why is Senior Hong Kyung-man here? Park Sun-gu explained awkwardly. What, Mr. Hong is interested in the project, and now is also lunchtime. The answer was not outside Joo-hyuk's expectations. They do not even bother to justify. Is that so? Are you hungry? He continued to ask, Senior, are you in cahoots with MV? Joo-hyuk's question shocked them. Joo-hyuk continued to press. Are you going to whitewash? Kim Won-tae hurriedly stopped him. No, Joo-hyuk, no, it is okay. Joo-hyuk stood up and slammed the table. Drunk driving and then fleeing. He continued to question him. Switching drivers, killing people. Joo-hyuk's critical question. Are you going to whitewash with a movie, right? Hong Kyung-man finally had to speak up. Impressive, what do you mean? He was still arrogant. I thought juniors like you would understand me, since you have been in the same situation. Ju-yuk did not hesitate to mock him. How can I follow in your footsteps, senior? Mine was just a rumor, but yours is the truth. The atmosphere in the room became quiet. He then slammed the table. Park Sun-gu stood up suddenly. Kong Ju-yuk, you're going too far. Is this how you talk to seniors? Hong Kyung-man also slowly stood up. That is it for today. Are you leaving already? You said you came to eat. He cursed inwardly, this guy. Hong Kyung-man quickly left. Kim Won-tae also showed an annoyed attitude. Ju-yuk, you are too scary. You probably do not have any worries. But he still did not forget to remind him. From now on, let us work together happily. Are you just seeing me now? Kim Won-tae hurriedly waved to him. Mr. Song, consider it and contact me again. If we fail, it will be tiring for both sides, right? The door was then closed. Jiryong sighed, really? He asked Ju-yuk worriedly, hey, were you a bit too much? Who was threatening first? Let us eat, I'm hungry. Gryong's expression then looked uncomfortable at him. Returning to the company, hey, think about my position too. Jiryong angrily blamed him. 7 billion won of investment and the relationship with MV. How long will it take to work with such a big company again? He moved closer to Ju-yuk who was sitting, and to be honest, squeezing actors into the project, it is a common thing. What is wrong with Hong Kyung-man whitewashing his image? Ju-yuk then questioned back, why is MV supporting Hong Kyung-man so much? What, don't you know? He was excited. The vice president of MV is Hong Kyung-man's brother. Now they have decided to gamble. He looked at Jiryong silently. If we expose Hong Kyung-man, you are the one declaring war on MV. He turned around and left. How boring. At this time, a call came from the scammer. Ju-yuk stood up hastily. Hey, I have to call someone. Where are you going in this situation? He hid in the hallway. To continue listening, please select a keyword, press 1. Ju-yuk silently listened to the information. The sex harassment case that shook the entertainment industry was exposed by a young actor, exposed. The content of the keyword that Ju-yuk selected, she revealed that she had been sexually harassed by actor Hong Kyung-man for 3 years since she was a trainee. This revelation also revealed the true faces of many other actors. Ju-yuk gasped in shock. What, Hong Kyung-man? He angrily turned off the machine. Trash. Ju-yuk returned to the office. Who goes to talk on the phone for 30 minutes? He said hastily, hey, MV's rival is VIP, right? Send the proposal to VIP 2. Say it does not matter even if they invest 10%, and let MV know that we sent the proposal to VIP. Jiryong then shouted louder, are you crazy? It is 7 billion won, what 10%? Has VIP ever worked with us? Ju-yuk revealed that, hey, Hong Kyung-man's scandal is about to be exposed. He asked in panic, what scandal? Ju-yuk said as he pulled out a chair, 7 billion won is not the problem here. Hong Kyung-man's scandal is not just drunk driving. Jiryong was so shocked that he could not close his mouth, but also sexual harassment. What, sexual harassment? Ju-yuk continued to say, the rest is within 3 years, so it is very serious. If something happens to him during filming, it will be a disaster. Do you understand? Jiryong looked at him blankly, that is right, but, are you sure? Ju-yuk then affirmed, I have been in this industry for 13 years, you know my information is reliable. Right, but, we do not know which other veteran actress is involved. It is very risky to choose a veteran actor now, so if that is the case. He said seriously, choose new people for the small and supporting roles. Jiryong said helplessly, what nonsense are you talking about again? You will know I am right. He felt confused, you're saying the investment and the cast do not matter. We really need a lot of money, but you're planning to kick MV out. We need at least 3 billion to start filming. Ju-yuk thought to himself, he is right. 3 billion won. That is a big burden for me too. He thought that, if it was not for the new game 13 Heroes. And this information made him believe, it will be a big hit overseas. And the subsequent developments, the stock price of Endgame will increase fourfold, net worth, 3.8 billion won. Ju-yuk offered, I will be the main investor, 3 billion won. Jiryong gaped, what did you say? You are going to invest 3 billion won yourself. His expression was very certain. Let us do it, we have to face those damn MV directly. Jiryong could not help but worry about the future. Cutting ties with MV and Hong Kyung-man is okay, but is it necessary to use all unknown actors for the supporting roles? Ju-yuk tried to persuade him. The casting board is full of famous veteran actors. Well, there are a lot of roles for middle-aged people. He talked about the risks later, but if we let them participate, who will take responsibility? Choi Myung-hoon, a director making a commercial film for the first time. While Ju-yuk was trying to persuade him, Movie Truck is trying to come back. The adventurers are going down Ha Young-hoon, Ryu Jin-ju. Jiryong shouted, "Hey, enough, I am sick of this." Ju-yuk still continued to say, "There will be a purge in this industry. Movies will collapse like dominoes." His face became worried, "And only we will survive, we have to leave a strong impression." He was determined to change this world, clean up the stagnant puddle of the industry. On the street, a car was driving. Ju-yuk was driving on the road when he suddenly glanced over. Strange number. It was him calling him, "Junior, it is me, Hong Kyungman." Hong Kyungman's voice came, "I have bad news." "What is it?" He kept provoking Ju-yuk. "I heard you rejected the offer from MV. So what?" At this time, the female employee was preparing to massage. The girls used their smooth hands to rub his body. How could a small company like Movie Truck dare to reject 7 billion won? I can't understand it. Ju-yuk looked disgusted when talking to him. "With this level, do you need me to find someone to teach you at Daechidong?" Hong Kyungman was a little angry. "You are still arrogant as before." Ju-yuk then stopped when he heard him say, "People like you should know better, this industry is very small." He smugly boasted, "I have been in this industry for many years. Now, my students hold important positions in the film industry." Hong Kyungman enjoyed looking at the bodies of the girls. "It is not the place you knew 5 years ago anymore." He implied, "I won't let you off." Ju-yuk was a little excited. "That is right, I am really looking forward to it." He crossed the road. Ju-yuk knocked on the door in front of an office. He opened the door and greeted, "It has been a long time since I have been back here." He glanced up at him, Director Kim Sang-bong. In Kim Sang-bong's office. The two chatted together. "Thank you for taking the time despite your busy schedule. You are looking better than I thought. You must have gone through a lot." Kim Sang-bong was curious. "So what is the urgent matter?" He went straight to the point. "I heard you are discussing a movie with MV. Director Choi Myung-hoon's assassination movie will be released at the same time." He replied calmly, "Did manager Kim say that? They rejected it." Ju-yuk continued to reply, "Yes, but MV will offer better terms, and more importantly." Kim Sang-bong looked at him in confusion. Ju-yuk then warned, "Senior Hong Kyungman, there are bad rumors. Something might happen soon." At this time it was 15 hours 46 minutes. His hand trembled slightly. Kim Sang-bong asked that, "You are the one who discovered director Choi Myung-hoon, right?" "Yes, that is right." He seriously asked Ju-yuk, "What did you see in Myung-hoon that you decided to support him?" Hearing Kim Sang-bong's question, he hesitated. "Is there anything special?" Ju-yuk then shared, "I happened to read director Choi's script. It was written so meticulously that I wanted to film it right away." He talked about his experiences. "I also visited his independent film set. The passionate atmosphere there was really captivating." Kim Sang-bong was quite satisfied with his answer. "I want to transmit that energy to a larger stage, to a wider audience." He said that, "Thank you for recognizing Myung-hoon." Kim Sang-bong reassured him, "Don't worry about MV's matter. I have an important principle." He frankly stated his point of view. People think that directors only need to create beautiful scenes, but in fact, the important thing is to use the right people on the set. Kim Sang-bong's expression looked a bit angry. "In my film set, I want everyone to feel proud and do their best, but seeing a troublemaker like a slippery eel messing around." He affirmed one thing, "I will not tolerate it." Of course, conflict with Myung-hoon is also a burden. Suddenly Ju-yuk hurriedly left. "I will take my leave first." "Hey," he asked worriedly, "don't you know you are going back to being an actor?" Ju-yuk calmly replied, "No, I do not intend to." Scene change. "Oh my god, investor. The initial investment of 1.5 billion has been confirmed. Use it properly. Hey, do not let Ha Young-hoon and Ryu Jin-ju know about the agreement with MV. Let them focus on acting." Ju-yuk was walking on the street while talking on the phone. "Is the director's storyboard finished yet? Cut down a lot from the script." Jiryong looked blank. Why 5 years ago, I did not realize this. I always played the lead role." Ju-yuk wanted, "Give the full script to everyone, from the smallest role to the entire crew. Don't divide the script into parts, so that everyone is proud and completely immersed in the role." At this time, a person came in front of him. "That is a good idea. Today, team leader Jung from the casting team will be at the film set, for everyone." Team leader Jung friendly winked at Juyuk. He is very quick-witted despite his appearance. His eyes are also very good, but he said, we have scheduled mainly at small theaters. He kept chatting with Juyuk on the way to the casting. The comprehensive casting tour officially begins. We want to find completely new faces. The two were almost at the location they needed to go to. Instead of famous teams with many veteran actors, we go to small theaters, where actors also do manual labor. The marketing officially began. I do not have the courage to understand that. Juyuk seriously considered the contestants, breath, pronunciation, emotions, how to convey the lines. Young people came to seek opportunities. This is not the devil sweeping this village, but revenge. And we saw their boldness in front of a series of staff and cameras. Juyuk commented with team leader Jung, that person, as expected, there are many undiscovered talents in the theater world. It was getting dark. In just a few days, we invited 20 people to participate in the audition. It is really tiring. They clinked glasses with each other. Thank you everyone for working hard. Team leader Jung happily said to him, it seems like the actor has a very different look. No, thanks to team leader Jung, everything is much easier. A news story caught Juyuk's attention. The game 13 Warriors is very popular overseas, huh? Television reported, being embroiled in a controversy over favoritism in a large-scale event. Domestic game company Marblesoft is embroiled in a scandal about favoritism in the game 13 Warriors. The news reported about the game he had invested in. The game deletion movement is spreading in the international player community. Today, Endgame's stock price hit the floor. Team leader Jung saw him paying attention to the news and then asked, are you interested in games? I invested in Endgame, all my assets. What, are you okay? Juyuk smiled contentedly. I sold it yesterday. Fortunately, current assets, 4.3 billion won. At this time, the scammer's call came. He went to a corner to listen to the call from them. I wish this was real investment information. Excellent choice. The keyword you chose, Kong Ju-hyuk, is 5 a.m. The information provided by the scammer, rookie actress Kong Hae-young was discovered, passed away at around 5 a.m. The story told about her, Kong Hae-young was constantly harassed with malicious messages and threatening calls. Her mental and physical condition has deteriorated to the point where she can't live normally. Juyuk was stunned in shock. What? Kong Hae-young is the one who accused Hong Kyung-man of sexual harassment. He recalled the words that he had said, my students hold key positions throughout the film industry. Wait, there is no information that Hong Kyung-man will be ruined. At this time, Juyuk realized, covering up the truth from the accusations of an unknown trainee, without power, and driving the opponent to death. Every word of Hong Kyung-man now caught his attention. I won't let you off. I will make you infamous. Be prepared. And one thing is certain, as long as Hong Kyung-man is in this industry, there will be other victims. They will continue to threaten me like a leech again. A determination rose in Juyuk's heart. I need to completely cut off his existence in this industry. At his house, Juyuk complained about the piles of documents around. Starting a business means there is a mountain of things to worry about, never ending. He scratched his head helplessly. Juyuk glanced at the book next to him. The biggest problem is the name that was a headache with his current life, Hong Kyung-man. Juyuk kept thinking, if I can't protect Kong Hae-young, then all the plans will be in vain. Juyuk went online to check Hae-young's information. Right now, I can't even determine the time of the reveal. He sighed helplessly. Juyuk was surprised to find out, management company. The information displayed about her management company, again, FNF. At Juyuk's office. She covered her face and went inside. Min-jae shouted in panic, you scared me, I do not remember calling for delivery. She quickly took off her hat and coat, it is me Jin-ju. I came here straight after exercising. Jin-ju then shooed him to the side, move over a bit. She anxiously asked Juyuk, Senior, what is wrong, what happened to Hae-young? The three had a conversation together. The sexual harassment issue is very sensitive, especially when the victim's cooperation is needed. Jin-ju was more serious than ever, that is why Ryu Jin-ju is very necessary, because she is a woman and also belongs to FNF. The atmosphere was still quiet. Jin-ju's hand clenched tightly, her body trembled, that Hong Kyung-man no. She shouted angrily, Hong Kyung-man, that perverted old man, that damn old man. Jin-ju was angry and could not believe it, how could Hae-young? Jin-ju remembered Hae-young's pure image, she is like a flower growing through the asphalt. The more Jin-ju thought, the more frustrated she felt for Hae-young. She had dreamed of becoming an actress since she was very young. Hae-young's efforts moved her. Despite the difficult circumstances, she still worked part-time, participated in the drama club, and prepared for the academy. Hae-young had worked tirelessly. Even when her mother passed away right before her debut, she did not complain at all. He ruined Hae-young. She had only just begun to receive some recognition. Jin-ju cursed, "That filthy old man." She seriously asked Joo-hik, "What are you going to do? He should be buried in the film industry." Jin-ju shouted excitedly, "Just the film industry. We have to make sure he can't lift his head and look at the world forever." Joo-hik tried to say, "To do that, Kang Hae-young's will is the most important. So what I mean is..." Jin-ju asked suspiciously, "You want me to meet Hae-young?" Joo-hik held a cup of coffee in his hand. The two of them had a discussion outside the office. "Hey, is this a detective agency?" The alcohol was also drugged. "Somehow, I keep getting reports like this." Joo-yuk sighed helplessly. "Hey, I also have a headache. What if Kang Hae-young does not want to come forward? It is not easy for a female actress to reveal things like that." He thought to himself, according to the information, the reveal is inevitable. Joo-yuk recalled the scammer's reminder. She will be discovered dead. The problem is to prevent that extreme choice before it happens. He finished reading the message Jin-ju sent and said to Min-jae, "Hey, I have to go." It seems like Jin-ju has persuaded her. The door was opened. Two girls sat inside the room. "It is okay, Ha-young. He is here to help you." Ha-young's face looked panicked and glanced at him. Her eyes were fearful. Joo-yuk warmly sat down. "Nice to meet you." Ha-young's hand started to tremble. Joo-yuk looked at her worriedly. "This is Kang Hae-young. In the picture, she looks more radiant and lively." Joo-yuk introduced his other name. "I am Kang Joo-hak." Ha-young then avoided his introduction. She was obsessed with a similar image of Hong Kyung-man. "From now on, I will help you as much as possible." Joo-yuk awkwardly continued, "I wanted to help quietly, so I brought you to this office. Sorry that it is a bit shabby." Ha-young said tremblingly, "It is all the same." Joo-yuk was surprised. "What, help?" She bowed her head. Who is helping who?" Ha-young said that, "I saw it in the article, the male actor harassing the new actresses." She shouted angrily, "It is Kang Joo-hyuk, but who is helping who?" Joo-yuk stared at her blankly. He and Jin-ju helplessly left the office. Kang Hae-young can't trust anyone now. It seems Hae-young has spoken to senior leaders at FNF. Joo-yuk was shocked when she revealed that her contract was terminated a month ago. "What, but in the records?" Jin-ju continued, "It has not been updated yet. FNF knew about the sexual harassment and deliberately covered it up. A bad thing happened to Hae-young. This is the decisive reason leading to the extreme choice. The media, the academy, MV, FNF, they will systematically ignore it and slander her as a shameless woman. She alone bore everything, the denunciation of an unknown powerless newcomer. Hae-young's future was destroyed, will be erased without a trace. Isolation and manipulation of public opinion will begin. This article has been deleted by the administrator. You will be redirected to the list of articles in a moment. After a while, you will be transferred to the list of articles. They have the same pain, like me 5 years ago. And Hae-young will become increasingly negative. The story will be like the scammer said, if it continues like this." The three continued to discuss in the office. Death is inevitable. Jin-ju tried to persuade her, "Ha-young, if you are talking about the article from 5 years ago, it is trash. That is the media." Jin-ju looked at him blankly. "That is right, you are that kind of person." Joo-yuk said that, in this industry, if you are targeted by someone like Hong Kyung-man, anyone can become like that. Hae-young heard that name and looked at him excitedly. Joo-yuk continued, "I understand that it is difficult for you to trust me, so let me make a suggestion." He held up a coin. "Why do not we try betting on fate?" Joo-yuk explained, "If it is tails, give me a chance to ask you a question. And vice versa, if it is heads, I will reveal a never-before-published past of mine." Ha-young looked at him silently. Joo-yuk smiled, "Just once, and then I won't bother you anymore." Ha-young still maintained a silent attitude. She hesitated a little. Ha-young spoke up and said, "Okay, but after that, please leave me alone." Joo-yuk started flipping the coin then. The coin was tossed into the air. It spun around showing all kinds of faces. Joo-yuk looked up expectantly. Ha-young was also following that coin. Joo-yuk frowned seriously looking at the falling face of the coin. Ha-young also did not take her eyes off of it. "If I can open this girl's heart even once." Then suddenly he slammed his hand hard when he caught that coin. It made Ha Young a little surprised waiting. Ju-yuk slowly opened his hand, heads. He cautiously looked up and pursed his lips. Unexpectedly after that, Ju-yuk gently used his finger to flip the coin face up. Jin-ju also suddenly realized something. The coin face turned back and fell down. He immediately placed it on the table in front of Ha Young. At the same time Ju-yuk spoke up, tails. He showed a regretful look. Looks like today is not my lucky day, I lost. Then Ju-yuk took out his phone from his pocket, then. He held it up in front of Ha Young. The picture that Ju-yuk showed her was a messy scene, only full of wine and beer bottles. Ha Young only looked up coldly and asked, "What is this?" But when she heard the answer, both she and Jin-ju were shocked. "Is where I lived for 5 years. Here, senior." He gently recounted, "Until recently, I had always thought about dying." At this point, Ha Young's eyes began to waver a little. Ju-yuk continued to say, "Even though all the conflicts have been resolved, everyone still remembers me." He recalled the dark time at that time, like a shameless person. Ju-yuk was always running away from everything. "I thought I had no one to trust, and no matter what I did, I could not change it anymore." He was painful and kept punishing himself. Each day that passed was like living in prison. But when he stepped out, Ki Ryong's expectant expression, or Min Jae's still frowning face, "There are still people waiting for me. Even after 5 years, the world has not changed. The world has not changed, only me. The bad guys who dragged me down, still continue. Everything will be resolved if only I suffer, but nothing changes." Ju-yuk began to say bluntly, "So I started doing something, and overthrowing Hong Kyungman is one of them." At this point, Ha Young lowered her head silently without saying a word. Unexpectedly, she questioned, "Why are you telling me this? It has nothing to do with me." But he still calmly replied, "It does, because I have been through the same thing." Ju-yuk did not hesitate to express, "A person who holds power like Hong Kyungman will use all his relationships, MV, media, academy, FNF, to harass anyone who gets in his way." Ha Young frowned and panicked. "Then I will be isolated, like me, and have to face extreme choices." But then he gently returned and reassured, "I am trying to do everything I can so that you do not have the same ending as me. It is really hard to endure alone." Ju-yuk also affirmed that, "This is not just for you, Hae-young. Those guys need to disappear immediately." He frowned tightly and excitedly, "So that there are no more victims like you and me, we need to eliminate them." After a while, the three of them sat there in silence. Ha Young's hands clenched tightly. She hesitated to speak. "What is that?" Ju-yuk immediately looked surprised. Ha Young then continued, "The question you were going to ask if the coin landed on heads, ask it." He also smiled lightly, "The ice has broken." The bad relationship started 3 years ago when Kong Hae-young entered the film academy. Hong Kyungman used acting classes as an excuse to touch her or request private meetings. Even after she left the academy, he still persistently harassed her with messages and calls. Hong Kyungman revealed his true nature to take advantage of harassing Ha Young. "Surviving in this industry is not easy at all if you do not have someone like me by your side." He did not hesitate to whisper evil words. "Acting starts with letting go. I will teach you step by step." Hong Kyungman threatened her. Ju-yuk looked at her angrily trembling while recounting. According to the information from the scammer over the phone, Hong Kyungman did not act alone. Even now, young powerless rookies are constantly being trampled on without being able to speak out. Suddenly he said bluntly, "Kong Hae-young." Ha Young sobbed and glanced up. She was stunned when she heard him declare, "I will overthrow Hong Kyungman." Ha Young widened her eyes excitedly. "Don't you want to act anymore?" Her hands trembled constantly. Ha Young still lowered her face. "You said it before, right?" She flicked her hat. "That person will do everything to make things worse. But, how can Kong Jun-hyuk help me alone?" Hearing that, Ju-yuk hesitated a bit. That. He was shocked when he saw Ha Young hurriedly stand up. Unexpectedly she just left like that. "I will go first, Hae-young." Ha Young suddenly ran away quickly. "I am sorry." Causing Jin-ju to panic and call out loudly, "Hae-young." Unable to hold back, she also hurriedly ran after Ha Young. "Wait, Hae-young." Just then Min Jae also came over blankly. "What is wrong? Is it over?" He angrily cursed. "How many more people have to suffer because of that evil Hong Kyungman? Jun-hyuk, at least eat something." But when he saw Ju-yuk's helpless look of wringing his head, Min Jae quickly changed his mind. "Jajangmyeon, okay?" He also deliberately said, "What is wrong? We have not eaten anything since morning. We should order something anyway." But he urgently questioned, wait, what did you just say? Jajangmyeon know before that. Min Jae was confused and puzzled. What is wrong, the evil Hong Kyungman? Ju-yuk immediately slammed his hand on the table and shouted loudly, yes, that is it. What is wrong? Then he hurriedly ran away. See you later, are you not eating? Ju-yuk quickly left. Kong Haeyoung is right. He went out to his car parked on the street, alone. I can't change the future. My opponent is the evil Hong Kyungman and his gang. Ju-yuk's hand quickly turned the steering wheel, to catch a devil. Without hesitation, he decided, I need to collaborate with another devil. Ju-yuk thought furiously, the devil who once pushed me into hell. Deathpatch reporter Park Do-hoon. At a luxurious hotel. Only a lone figure was sitting at the bar. Ju-yuk quickly approached. He glared with disgust, I have to meet this kind of trash again. Seeing Ju-yuk arrive, Park Do-hoon immediately raised his voice, oh, who do we have here, isn't it the nation's actor Kong Ju-yuk? He retorted immediately, still as irritating as ever. He did not hesitate to ask directly, so, you appear after 5 years with information about Hong Kyungman. Ju-yuk said through gritted teeth, because you are number one. He glared furiously at Park Do-hoon, in ruining people, was not I ruined too? Hearing this, he just smirked at Ju-yuk, Deathpatch reporter Park Do-hoon. Remembering Park Do-hoon's gloating face back then, scheduling overseas fan signing events at the same time and not appearing domestically, how will you explain this time? National actor Kong Ju-yuk. The malicious tyranny of the company director at the time, the incident erupted because of double contracts, both domestic and international. A journalist who sold his soul for money and scandals, a human bloodhound, driving people to the brink once he bites. Ju-yuk still could not quell his anger towards him. The article that Kong Haeyoung saw was also his work. In this industry, he is known by that name. Yet Park Do-hoon brazenly defended himself. How ridiculous. I really was not the only one who wrote about that, you know. Back then everyone, they were all inspired by my article. He argued incessantly, and the thing about the double contract, that was not the core issue. That was just the start of all the controversy. Ju-yuk swirled the glass of wine on the table, even when writing the same article. Park Do-hoon excitedly turned to retort, the feeling is also disgusting. Watch your words, so. Unexpectedly, he deliberately encouraged him, don't lose sight of your original intention. Write something truly disgusting. Make it so Hong Kyungman can't live like a human being anymore. Park Do-hoon retorted, what are journalists to you butchers, no lifesavers? But Ju-yuk slammed the glass down and shouted, you will become a savior. This time, it is to save people. He said sternly, rotten tumors sucking the blood of children, this is a surgery, by reporter Park. Park Do-hoon was a little surprised, and he could calculate very quickly. Ju-yuk continued, you think it is just Hong Kyungman, once the bomb explodes, it will spread everywhere. He turned to look at Park Do-hoon, all movies with controversial actors will be overturned. A bloodbath will sweep through. Your exposé will become a sanctuary. At this point, he hesitated and swallowed, saving the children, increasing views, even cleansing your image as a journalist who provides proper education. Ju-yuk asked softly, so, how does it feel? Unexpectedly, Park Do-hoon did not answer but drained his glass of wine. And he quickly stood up, I will contact you after I am ready. Get rid of Hong Kyungman. Ju-yuk turned and left without looking back at him. Park Do-hoon then smirked and sighed, I thought he was just a kid. I did not expect him to return with the eyes of a wolf. At Big C's headquarters, what, Kong Ju-hyuk's proposal? Park Chan-kyu looked surprised. If Hong Kyungman's incident explodes, they will definitely suppress or whitewash it. He sat across from Jin-ju discussing, then we will post follow-up articles, continue to fuel the fire so the incident does not get buried. Park Chan-kyu frowned, gently adjusting his glasses. He looked serious, Jin-ju. Yes. Park Chan-kyu asked her, what company do you belong to, Big C, right? He questioned with slight displeasure, but now, you are openly acting as a spokesperson for Kong Ju-hyuk. How should I interpret this? But Jin-ju calmly replied, if we do that, we can also drag FNF into it. What? Park Chan-kyu thoughtfully listened to her. FNF covered up a sexual harasser and fired Haeyoung. If Hong Kyungman's scandal spreads, FNF will also be affected. Jin-ju placed her coffee cup on the table. When public opinion starts to boil, the prosecutor's investigation will intensify, especially the drug wine case of FNF. He probed again, is that Kong Ju-hyuk's idea too? Jin-ju simply nodded. Then Park Chan-kyu tilted his head and lamented, Juk, How dare he seduce our Jean-ju like that, causing her to react sharply. Who seduced who? This is my idea. He propped his hands up, considering anyway to put it briefly. Park Chan-kyu frowned tightly. This means it is to repay the debt, the drug wine. Before he could finish his sentence, Jean-ju hurriedly stood up. Thank you, Chairman. For what? She left calmly, only turning back to say, you're not going to let someone like Hong Kyung-man off the hook, are you? I have an appointment now, so I will be going. I am going to that voice phishing scam again, are not I? Jean-ju slammed the door shut and only said from outside, in that case, move my stuff over there and let me work there. Making Park Chan-kyu sigh helplessly, Kong Ju-hyuk, that bastard. Afternoon gradually descended on the rows of houses. Someone opened the door and called, Sister, sister. She peeked into the room and knocked gently. Her younger sister, Hae-young, said softly, Sister, it is time for me to go to my part-time job. She urged anxiously, Are you okay, sister? Are you sick? Should we go to the hospital? But Hae-young adamantly refused. What hospital? Making her younger sister sad, Is it because of the hospital fees? I just got paid yesterday, so I have money. She remained still in bed and replied, I am just tired. I am okay, so just go. Hearing this, her younger sister had no choice but to obey and leave. Then if anything happens, text me right away. Okay, I cooked dinner, so remember to eat it. Okay, thank you. At the door, she added a reminder, oh, there is mail from the company. If there is anything, try opening it. After a while, Hae-young finally got up and picked up the file of letters that had been sent. She read it carefully, not missing a single word. A moment later, Hae-young slammed the file of papers down on the table. Unexpectedly, she calmed down and started eating. Okay, after eating, I have to regain my strength. Being an actress is not the only way to live. Hae-young kept muttering, I should start looking for a job. While eating, she kept thinking, Ha-jin needs to go to university too. Hae-young reached out to pick up food from the plate. Then another spoonful of rice. Her gaunt face after the past few months was trying to turn over a new leaf. Suddenly, Hae-young slammed the spoon down. The image of Ju-yuk appeared in her head again. Don't you want to do that again, acting? A tear fell onto her trembling hand. Hae-young sobbed, I. She murmured tremulously, is this really the end? Looking at the file of papers on the table, acting, certificate of content, do I really have to give up? On the adjacent rows of houses. At the voice office. He gently placed it down and asked Jean-ju, instant coffee. She questioned disapprovingly, is this how you treat a VIP actress? Don't you have a coffee grinder or anything? Ju-yuk grimaced and replied, since when did you become VIP, managing a company, everything is related to money. He looked up at Jean-ju and asked, so, how is Hae-young? She crossed her arms and sighed, I am trying to comfort her, but she still avoids mentioning you. At that moment, Min-jae opened the door and walked in, no wonder. If it were Kong Ju-hyuk back then, I would not have enough trust either. He said with displeasure, it is not easy at all. Min-jae scratched his head and recounted, I am investigating if there are any other victims from the academy, but it is very difficult for outsiders to approach. Jean-ju also continued sadly, I will try to find out through the actors I know. At this time, he kept urging, gather as much information as possible. In the row of apartment buildings. In the children's playground. Hae-young sat quietly alone holding her phone. She held it tightly for a long time. Hae-young looked at Jean-ju's text messages hesitantly. Senior Ryu Jean-ju, how have you been? Are you doing well, Senior Ryu Jean-ju? If there is anything I can help with. Just say so, Senior Ryu Jean-ju. Senior Ju-hyuk really wants to help you. Hae-young understands that, right? After a while, she leaned back in her chair and sighed. Suddenly, a cry rang out. It was a little girl who was lost from her mother, looking around in a panic, Mommy. Hae-young hurriedly stood up and looked around. The mother is not nearby. Unexpectedly, a man holding a wrench approached the little girl. She started to panic at the fence, watching him. Who is that? The man was getting closer and closer to the little girl. Without hesitation, Hae-young jumped over the fence. At the same time, other people opened the car door and walked over. She hurried to run as fast as she could. The man raised his hand above the little girl's head. Just then, Hae-young suddenly stopped. She trembled in fear. But they said gently to the little girl, be quiet, little one, do not cry, we will find your mother for you right away. The man holding the wrench even raised his hand to signal, Manager Kim, check the supermarket area, hurry up. Yes, Chief. He asked with a smile, "What is your name, little one, Sua?" Not only that, but the man comforted the little girl, "Okay, Sua. Do you want some candy?" "It is Sua, I do not want candy." At this time, Haeyoung calmed down and realized, I misunderstood. He kept reminding, "Okay, Sua, just wait a little bit, your mother will be here soon." I said it is Sua. Luckily, the little girl's mother ran over in time, Sua. Hearing her voice, Haeyoung stopped walking, "Mom." She hugged her daughter tightly and said excitedly, "Sua, thank you so much, thanks to you guys we found her." Seeing this scene, Haeyoung also felt relieved. She turned around and slowly continued walking, "Mom." Haeyoung told herself that person, maybe what he said was also sincere. She remembered Juyuk's words, "It is hard to do it alone, right?" Haeyoung looked up and thought, can I trust that person? At the same time he received a phone call. "Juyuk, you got it, what did you get?" Ki Ryong excitedly announced, "VIP pictures, they are interested. They like the main cast of Assassination, and they find it interesting that all the supporting roles are new faces." Hearing this, Juyuk was overjoyed, maybe they smelled money. They know MVENM is also eyeing it. Ah, that is really good news. He immediately announced and urged, "I will arrange a meeting, so be prepared. Don't forget the audition schedule." Juyuk smiled looking at the phone, the distribution problem has been solved. Now there are no more obstacles, even if MV and Hong Kyung are involved. Then he looked thoughtfully out the window, the only problem left is. Outside, the sound of someone's footsteps was coming up. Juyuk turned around in confusion, who is coming here at this hour? He stared in disbelief ahead. Unexpectedly, Haeyoung had accepted and come, Kong Haeyoung. She sat down across from Juyuk. After a while, Haeyoung spoke, "I saw the article, you have been declared innocent." She kept her head down, not daring to look up. "I came to apologize for that day." But Juyuk remained calm. "What do you mean? Such reactions are not too unfamiliar to me." Haeyoung questioned, "Why did you remain silent?" He immediately replied, "Anything I said that day." She hesitated, 5 years ago. Juyuk was confused. At this time, Haeyoung revealed, "My mother, she was a fan of Kong Joo-hyuk." She recounted, even after the scandal, she still chose to believe in him until the end. She said Kong Joo-hyuk would never do that, he is a good person. Juyuk pursed his lips emotionally. Watching your movies and dramas over and over again was her little pleasure, until she passed away. Haeyoung sadly blamed, "If you had spoken up sooner, then my mother would not have had to suffer so much." Her two hands clenched tightly. At this point, Juyuk smiled and replied, "Thank you." Looking at him, Haeyoung was extremely surprised, for believing in my sincerity. She pulled her hat down and continued, "No, it is my fault for doubting you based on those articles." Juyuk immediately denied, "It is not like that." He said seriously, "What I said about genuinely wanting to help." Haeyoung looked up in astonishment. Juyuk said sternly, "I want to help you, Haeyoung. It feels like looking at myself." She turned her face away emotionally, biting her trembling lip. Juyuk called again, "Haeyoung." "Yes." He immediately opened his mouth, "Come back to acting." Unexpectedly, Haeyoung could not hold back anymore and burst into tears. "My dream, I do not want to give it up." Juyuk also stood up and got her a towel. She poured out all the emotions that had been suppressed for so long. Those tears were her pain and perhaps also my past suffering. That sound echoed in my ears for a long time. A few days later, quickly the journalists came too. They kept typing, writing. The cameras were also well prepared. Park Do-hoon directed from behind, "Put it there." Just then, he walked over, "Reporter Park." Looking at Juyuk he said gleefully, "Oh, Actor Kong, you came to supervise the filming. Please take care of Kong Haeyoung, I am counting on you." Hearing him say that, Park Do-hoon quickly replied, "I am only interfering up to this point. I will handle the work in my own way. Bring the interviewee safely." A white car parked next to the office. It was Haeyoung sitting in the car, flipping through the pages of a diary. "Yes, Mom." She kept muttering, "I need to make sure this never happens again." The sound of the car door opening rang out. It was Juyuk walking over. He looked in anxiously, "Haeyoung, are you ready?" But at this time, Haeyoung replied, "Yes, I am ready." Elsewhere, a large hotel. Hong Kyungman's group was also meeting. Kim Won-tae spoke across from him, "I did not expect a master in the film industry to directly handle the contract meeting. This is truly an honor." Business Director of MVNM Films, Kim Won-tae. He smiled and continued, "It has been a long time since your movie came out, Director Kim. Do you remember the first movie we worked on together, actor Hong Kyung-man?" But Kim Sang-bong said seriously, "Of course. During that time, you always took the lead role, Director Kim Sang-bong. Thanks to your help, my immature movie succeeded without any obstacles." Jung Soo-young, on the other hand, replied cheerfully, "I am really looking forward to your performance in this movie, Mr. Hong. Please help us." Representative of Woolim Film Company, Jung Soo-young. "With the combination of the two of you, success is guaranteed." Finishing his words, he immediately bowed and quickly took things out. "Well then, let us start signing the contract." But Kim Sang-bong slammed the teacup down and said sternly, "Back then you said," causing Hong Kyung-man's side to be startled. He did not hesitate to criticize, "You said, good acting comes from maintaining self-respect." While speaking, Kim Sang-bong swirled the teacup in his hand. "If you have made a cup out of anything, even Goryeo Celadon can become a chamber pot." These words made him frown. "You said that is the same with the acting profession." Kim Sang-bong also bluntly warned, "But what about now, senior? Are you letting the juniors keep their self-respect?" Hong Kyung-man panicked. "What are you talking about? The same applies to movies." Remembering the words that Ju-yuk had come to him and revealed, "Mr. Hong Kyung-man, I suspect an accident will happen soon." At that time, Kim Sang-bong had also replied, "There is an important principle in my field, make all the people involved proud and immersed." He expressed angrily, "But if there is someone who wants to cause trouble, I certainly won't tolerate it." Kim Sang-bong questioned him, "Your recent behavior and the rumors in the industry." He frowned uncomfortably. "I have assessed that it is too risky to include you in my movie. I want to remember you as a senior I once respected." Finishing his words, Kim Sang-bong got up and left. "I will excuse myself first." "No, Director Kim." Regardless of Hong Kyung-man's side, he walked quickly out the door. Until Kim Sang-bong grasped the door. And he slammed the table in a fit of rage and screamed, "No, Representative Jung, you can't suddenly do this. I did not expect the director to react like this." Hong Kyung-man gritted his teeth and thought, could it be? As for Ju-yuk at this time, he was leading Hae-young. Suddenly, Ju-yuk stopped. He turned to look at Hae-young. Ju-yuk said worriedly to her, "This, even if it is anonymous, it can't rule out the risks. Are you really okay with that?" But Hae-young resolutely replied, "I have decided. So that no more victims have to be like me. I want to reclaim my life." He looked at her hesitantly. Ju-yuk then instructed, "Stay by my side." "Ha." He kept reminding, "Like I am by your side. They will only pay attention to me. If anything happens, I will take responsibility." Hae-young listened intently. "Everyone is watching, so no one will dare to touch you. At the headquarters of the distribution company MVNM, it is definitely him, that bastard Kong Ju-hyuk." Hong Kyung-man raged. Besides him, who else could approach a figure of Kim's caliber? He also could not calm down and urged, "How is assassination progressing? We have to teach that Kong Ju-hyuk a lesson." Hong Kyung-man cruelly ordered, "Make all the potential actors afraid and leave." That thing. Unexpectedly, Kim Won-tae hesitated and replied, "All the actors are unknown. We have no way to deal with this. Even if we eliminate them, it won't make any difference." "What, unknown?" He was shocked and could not understand. "What about Ha Young-hoon and Ryu Jin-ju, sir? Who would dare to touch them? They are untouchable." But Hong Kyung-man still urgently pressed, "Are you just going to sit and watch, find some weaknesses of theirs?" He jumped up and shouted in Kim Won-tae's face, "What if they interfere again? Do you dare to face Vice President Hong after this?" He stammered in fear, "I will try my best." Kim Won-tae quickly picked up his phone. Suddenly, his face turned pale, and he trembled all over. "Why is your name trending on the real-time search rankings?" The news of Hong Kyung-man spread like wildfire. Ju-yuk was also waiting intently. In the coffee shop, people were talking noisily everywhere. "Crazy, unbelievable, what the hell is going on?" Thousands of comments were flooding the article. Min Jae was also unexpectedly in disbelief. The comment section is gradually lively. "That old man is finished." But he was still very tense. "No, this is just the beginning." Hong Kyung-man's car sped down the road with curses. "Hey, you idiot, drive carefully." He scolded the driver terribly. "Did I tell you to slam on the brakes? Nothing is going smoothly." Hong Kyung-man could not help but punch the seat hard. "Everything started going wrong since I met that bastard Kong Ju-hyuk. Director Kim's movie failed, and now there is that stupid article." He frowned angrily. Was that article written by Park Do-hoon? That filthy pen, who only chases after rumors and money. That is what Kong Joo-hyuk was like 5 years ago. Hong Kyung-man shouted, the game is getting crazier and crazier. At the luxurious hotel, the door suddenly opened. Park Do-hoon sat in the chair, his lips twisting in sarcasm, oh, long time no see. He also sat down without hesitation and questioned, Reporter Park, is not that greeting a little too strong? But Park Do-hoon still replied calmly, can a reporter ignore the news? You know how this industry operates. Hearing him, Hong Kyung-man expressed ridicule. He picked up the bottle of wine. Hong Kyung-man came forward and said softly, it has been a long time, let us have a drink first. The two clinked glasses as if nothing had happened. Then he pointed meaningfully, since you welcomed me like this, I should reciprocate, right? Hong Kyung-man frowned and asked, how much do you want for my greeting? Park Do-hoon also excitedly said smugly, it depends on the size of the greeting, Mr. Hong Kyung-man. He immediately proposed, very big. I will also give you official sponsorship fees to join the company. How's that? But Park Do-hoon deliberately sighed and criticized, that is a little disappointing. Is my article only worth that much? What about adding Kong Joo-hyuk? Hong Kyung-man whispered, you know Kong Joo-hyuk is producing a movie, right? He immediately asked in surprise. The main actors are Ha Young-hoon and Ryu Jin-ju. This is the first time I have heard of it. Hong Kyung-man deliberately changed the subject. Think about it, he went bankrupt 5 years ago. Causing Park Do-hoon to also be curious. Where did he get the money to invest in such a big movie? Don't you see something fishy? Hearing this, he quickly picked up the bottle of wine. I will also raise a glass. The two sly foxes looked at each other meaningfully. Keep going, brother. The next morning, the office door opened. Min Jae walked in cheerfully to Joo-hyuk, coffee delivery. Jin-ju and Hae-young had been waiting for a long time. She questioned unhappily, what is this, senior? I usually have to drink instant coffee, but whenever Hae-young comes, there is even snacks. So Joo-hyuk explained, Hae-young has worked hard. Jin-ju looked down and teased, yes, is that so? How much does all this cost? That is great, just add it all up. You might as well change the whole menu. Hae-young, who was more energetic, spoke up, thank you for the meal. Min Jae excitedly opened his phone. Let us see how miserably that old man is being dealt with. Unexpectedly, he froze. Min Jae said blankly, death patch, the article has been deleted. She also turned in panic. What do you mean? Joo-hyuk froze too. He quickly dialed a number and called. Hae-young looked at Joo-hyuk anxiously. Unexpectedly, he could not get through. He excitedly kept dialing. The call cannot be received at this time. Please leave a message. The call cannot be received at this time. Please leave a message. Joo-hyuk gritted his teeth in anger. The call cannot be received at this time. Please leave a message. That bastard Park Do-hoon is not answering. Min Jae held his head in a panic. Damn it, I knew I should not have trusted that thug. At this moment, the space became silent. He frowned and instructed, this is an unexpected variable, but, let us move on to the next step. Jin-ju spoke up to reassure, I will go check the next report from Bitsy Entertainment right away. Min Jae also immediately stood up, I am going to Deathpatch. I have to get to the bottom of this right at their desk. So without hesitation, they quickly took action. Let us go together, Min Jae Appa, the call cannot be received at this time, please leave a message. But Hae-young could not withstand this blow and trembled all over. Elsewhere, Vice President, just a few more days please. Park Do-hoon was comfortably relaxing, the situation is very tense. He even deliberately mocked, on one side is the dirty collapse of a respectable veteran actor, on the other side is a scam. Remembering Hong Kyung-man's words that night, we worked hard to create an incompetent actor, yet they dare to stab us in the back, if their acting is not good enough. They have to use tricks to get attention. Park Do-hoon was gleeful, trainee A, is it Kong Hae-young right? Hey, you're going too far, sell what you want, but do not betray the source. He kept pouring wine and said, the main point is Kong Joo-hyuk. I once received an invitation to act in his movie, but the script was a mess. Unexpectedly, Hong Kyung-man shamelessly fabricated, I refused, so he went crazy and turned around to bite me. Hearing this, he smirked. Reporter Park was also scammed miserably. Hong Kyung-man deliberately spread rumors. He is the one who was destroyed by you 5 years ago. Do you think he will give you a real hot tip? He added, the picture is clear, right? A washed-up actor hitting rock bottom, an unknown and incompetent rookie, questionable funding, a trash movie. The failures at the bottom are colluding with each other. Suddenly, Park Do-hoon had an idea. Hey, how about we speed up your comeback? He excitedly expressed, not through movies, but through a press conference. Returning to reality, Park Do-hoon was planning, we need to amplify the situation. Anyway, this will cause an uproar. On Ju-yuk's side, hey, Kong Ju-hyuk. Ki Ryong ran into the office in a panic. Hey, why are not you answering your phone? He and Haeyoung turned around in surprise. Ju-yuk quickly asked, why are you here, is it an emergency? He quickly announced, VIP Pictures just indefinitely postponed the contract. Your investment of 3.5 billion won is in danger. The situation was becoming tense. Honestly, Haeyoung could hear it too. So Ju-yuk had no choice but to cover Ki Ryong's mouth. Let us go talk outside. Then he dragged him outside. Hey, you do not drink coffee, right? Ki Ryong questioned, what is going on? Wasn't Hong Kyungman dealt with? He was anxiously worried, if he is still alive, it is our turn to die. He will keep biting us. Being strongly hit, Ki Ryong panicked. We are in the preparation stage. This is driving me crazy. Hey, calm down. There are still the next articles. At this moment, Min Jae returned. Hey, I have been looking for you. He breathed heavily. I went to Death Patch, and heard from reporter Choi. Min Jae also recounted, there is a rumor that you and a trainee are targeting Hong Kyungman. Ju-yuk was shocked to hear, they are also investigating the investment funds for the assassination. He frowned and muttered, damn it, everything is messed up. Unexpectedly, Haeyoung on this side had been hiding behind and heard the story. She returned to her frightened appearance again.
Ki-rong grabbed Yoo-hook's shirt tightly.
He excitedly asked Ju-yuk, are we going to lose everything like this? But he gently held Ki Ryong's hand and reassured, hey, calm down. Ju-yuk calmly replied, I will end this. What are you saying? He then presented his plan, I will stand in front of the media myself. Ju-yuk also continued, that is the only way I can protect Haeyoung and the assassination. They will only focus on me. Haeyoung on the other side frowned unhappily, why because of me, do you have to go so far? Ju-yuk also said sternly, I will take all the blame. Ju-hyuk spoke with a firm, resolute expression, I will go meet the media myself. The other person replied in a stunned voice, what, are you out of your mind? In the silence of the street, he said in a steady tone, it is the only way to protect Haeyoung and the movie. They will only focus on me. Haeyoung stood there, her shoulders trembling as she spoke through her sobs. Why do you have to go that far for me? The sharp clicking of high heels echoed resolutely on the pavement. Jean-ju froze, her face etched with clear surprise. She shouted in shock, Haeyoung, why are you here? Haeyoung quickly turned and ran away. Jean-ju called out in vain, Haeyoung. Ju-hyuk shouted her name as he ran, his voice filled with panic and concern, Haeyoung. Jean-ju could not hide her shock at his appearance and asked suspiciously, oh my god, why are you here? Unable to hide his shock, he hurriedly asked for confirmation, was Haeyoung here? She calmly pointed toward the alleyway and said, just now over there. Min Jae scratched his head and muttered to himself in extreme anxiety, damn it, how much did she hear? Not yet understanding the full situation, she asked curiously, hear what? He cursed in fear as he ran, damn it. A long street stretching out under the glow of the sunset. He came to a sudden halt, breathing heavily, and asked in disbelief, is she gone? Jean-ju stood with Min Jae and said urgently, hey, she could not have gone far. Please help me look around. She stood frozen, confused and bewildered, what is going on? Anxiety was written all over his face as he gritted his teeth and muttered self-critically, this is bad. A quiet night scene at an apartment complex. Dim yellow light spilled out from an apartment window. The recipient is currently unavailable. The phone screen showed a long list of missed calls. He could not help but curse, damn it. He slumped his head, full of self-reproach, I am going crazy. Why now of all times? The phone rang, and the name displayed made him jump in surprise. What, Ryu Jean-ju? He pressed the answer button, his voice low and tinged with impatience, hello. Jean-ju spoke with a serious expression, Senior, the next articles will be published tomorrow morning. It seems Mr. Park from Big C has responded to the proposal. He let out a heavy sigh of relief and replied, I see. Good job. But what about Haeyoung? With a worried face, she hesitantly explained, I have asked around but she does not have many contacts. Dark red droplets of blood fell onto the cluttered floor below. He stopped and touched his nose, seeing bloodstains on his fingertips. The alarm clock's hour hand was pointing close to 2:00 a.m. He leaned back on the sofa, looking haggard, holding a white tissue to his nose. Rookie actress Kong Ha-young found dead. Is the cause really? He slammed his hand on the table, cursing through gritted teeth in anger. Damn it. His hand tightened around the blood-soaked tissue as he spoke. I have to settle this quickly. Ha-young could be in danger right now. A company sign mounted on a red brick wall. In the office, Jin-ju, Min-jae, and Ju-hyuk were sitting together. Jin-ju held her head wearily while closely monitoring the reports, announcing, the articles about Big C are being posted. Hong Kyung-man's side is counterattacking. A news feed appeared on the phone screen. Min-jae's face contorted in anger as he ranted indignantly. Where do they get this confidence? Do they have a backer? They even hired a mob of trolls to flood the comments. The phone screen showed a comment section filled with malicious rumors. Min-jae maintained bitterly, this is not going to be easy. A hand pressed the doorbell of the office. Before the interview with Deathpatch, we met with other victims. We gathered testimonies from trainees related to Kong Ha-young. Some friends who gave up acting also agreed to be interviewed. We have enough material, but this alone is not enough. A yellow folder was placed on the table with a firm declaration. These are the compiled testimonies. Ju-hyuk sat on the sofa in a determined posture and declared, I will hold the press conference alone. Jin-ju and Min-jae could only gasp in shock. What? Min-jae's face turned red with rage as he yelled, You're really going to do this alone? Showing your face and name, are you crazy? He kept a firm face, his eyes sharp and calculating, as he explained, You have seen the news. We can't beat them in a media war. We need someone to be a focal point to amplify the controversy. Jin-ju, looking worried, fiercely opposed the plan. It is too risky. She emphasized a harsh reality. There are still many people who believe what happened 5 years ago. He replied firmly, That is exactly why I have to step forward. He slammed his hand on the table and declared, This could be the chance to wipe out the past in one go. Min-jae's face showed intense stress as he vehemently objected, Not now. This is a terrible time. If we mess up, we might never be able to recover. He stood up abruptly with a resolute aura and emphasized, That is why timing is everything. If Hong Kyung-man is manipulating the narrative, we need to use the truth to shatter it. He stepped away from his seat and gave a decisive order, set up the schedule for the press conference. Min-jae sighed, his face a picture of exhaustion and helplessness. Since it has come to this, where are you going? He suddenly turned to leave in a hurry, his face full of anxiety and resolve as he shouted, We need to go find Ha-young. Min-jae and Jin-ju could only stand there in silence, watching his retreating back. His feet moved forward without a hint of hesitation. His face looked haggard as he prayed inwardly, Kong Ha-young, please do not do anything reckless. Min-jae leaned back and put his hands over his head, exclaiming in frustration, That kid. What is he planning to do now? He looked toward Jin-ju and asked a brief but heavy question, Are the preparations going well? She nodded in confirmation with a determined look in her eyes. A quiet residential area with houses lined up under a blue sky. Ju-hyuk stood in front of an apartment door, banging on it while shouting her name, Ha-young. His face showed clear signs of fatigue, but he continued to knock and call out, Ha-young, Kong Ha-young. He looked into the distance, his face filled with helplessness as he wondered, I am at the right place, so where on earth is she? An elderly woman watched from the stairs below and asked suspiciously, Hey, are you trying to break in? Who makes this much noise in broad daylight? Startled, he turned around with a shocked face and stammered, What, who? The old lady maintained a stern, observant look and asked directly, Are you looking for the girl who lives here? I just saw her a little while ago. In a headquarters building where major media conglomerates are clustered, a voice rang out, If we lose this time, it is all over. Stay focused. Kyung-man sat among the meeting members and asked, Manager Kim, how are the press conference preparations coming along? Won-tae presented the strategy with confidence. We have already contacted friendly media outlets. To control the situation, we will hold an unannounced emergency meeting and fill it with supporters. We have also planted people to ask only easy questions. He then asked, What about the lawsuit? Another member reported smugly, We have highlighted the excessive comments to emphasize the victim narrative. The member confirmed, We will file the lawsuit right after the reporters finish taking photos. After hearing the plan, he flashed a sinister, triumphant smile and exclaimed, Excellent. A team member added, We have edited Kong Ha-young's video to keep only her mistakes. He smiled contentedly, his hand moving as if controlling a chess piece, and asserted, She will look like a talentless attention seeker. He gave a direct order with a sinister and confident face, Reporter Park, finish it up. I am counting on you. Do-hoon responded to the order with a smug laugh. I guarantee this will be very interesting. He sat there laughing uproariously at Do-hoon's assurance. A gray sky with strong winds blowing between tall buildings. Ha-young stood alone on the edge of the rooftop, staring down into the void. Her eyes were heavy and full of despair as she looked down at the gray city. She seemed to be drowning in negative thoughts. Her face appeared with red-rimmed eyes and a soulless gaze. She stood isolated, right at the very edge of the rooftop. Her feet were throbbing as if preparing to take that final step. She bent over, her hands gripping the concrete edge of the rooftop tightly. Her face looked gaunt, her eyes tightly shut as if she did not want to face the cruel reality. She seemed to have collapsed onto the rooftop floor from exhaustion and pain. A sound came from her pocket. Her phone screen lit up and vibrated. She sat slumped on the ground in a broken state, her phone continuously ringing in her hand. Recent missed call list, 0105XX8, 3XX7, and now Kong Ju-hyuk. Ha-young used her finger to press the button to answer the incoming call. Jin-ju shouted into the phone with a worried and frantic voice. Hello, is this Ha-young? Ha-young could not hold back her emotions. Tears began to stream down her face. Ju-hyuk stepped out of a white car. He walked along, observing his surroundings. He stood outside looking into the shop where Ha-jin was working. He stopped with a look of disappointment and worry, wondering suspiciously, that is strange. The old lady said she was here. He stepped into the shop, and Ha-jin greeted him welcome. With a face full of anxiety, he immediately asked her, Excuse me, is this where Kong Ha-young works? Her hands were busy arranging top-up cards on the counter. She froze, her gaze becoming cold and focused. Who is this woman? If it is not her, then say something. She spoke up and asked, Are you the one, the guy who has been bothering my sister lately? His face was struck with shock as he stammered. What? She looked at him with suspicious, questioning eyes. Why are you looking for my sister? Are you a stalker or something? His face calmed as he explained in a gentle tone. Oh, so you are her younger sister. She remained guarded and snapped back. So what if I am? His face showed his inner turmoil as he shared his reason honestly. Ha-young suddenly stopped answering her phone. I was worried something might have happened, so. With a suspicious and somewhat sarcastic look, she answered bluntly, She did not come home last night. He looked panicked, sweat rolling down his forehead as he shouted in denial, No what, that can't be right. She continued her work at the register, tearing off a receipt. The two of them stood facing each other. Realizing her extreme defensiveness, he lowered his voice, I see. It seems there is a misunderstanding here. Seeing him turn to leave, she suddenly changed her tune and called out, Sir. He turned back with eyes full of hope mixed with surprise. Her gaze was sharp as she made a strong assertion, Don't underestimate her. He stood still, his face pensive and his gaze wavering slightly. His car sped across a bridge over the river as night fell. The streetlights and headlights created long streaks of light. Kong Ha-young. Sitting behind the wheel with a tense face, he could not stop wondering, Where on earth are you? His phone, sitting in the center console, suddenly rang. The screen displayed the number and the name, Park Do-hoon. His hands tightened around the steering wheel. He slammed on the brakes, causing the car to skid a long distance on the road. He slammed the steering wheel and shouted into the phone with a fierce expression, You bastard, are you planning to betray me? Do-hoon sat in his car, wearing a smug and mocking smile as he replied casually, Our nation's actor is being quite excessive. He continued to yell into the phone in a rage, What do you gain by sucking up to Hong Kyung-man like a dog? After being insulted, he nonchalantly interrupted, Let me finish. I have some interesting information for you. Despite his fury, he could not ignore it and pressed, What information? He provided the decisive intel. Hong Kyung-man is holding a press conference at the press center tomorrow to make his accusations. He stopped at a parking lot and said, The content will be about a washed-up thug actor staging a scam with a trainee. He clutched his head in stress and exhaustion at the news, asking back, Are you mocking me? What do you mean by bringing this up now? He could not help but be shocked and questioned him sarcastically, Partners, are you serious? He wore a smug smile and reminded him, I handle things my own way. The next day, at the press center. Due to the massive crowd, the organizers had to use a loudspeaker to request, Please stay in line for the reporters in the back. From the podium down to the entire press room, a throng of reporters were pushing and shoving each other. Ju-hyuk stepped out with a dignified air as soon as the elevator doors opened. He walked down the hallway with security guards running behind him in a panic. Even in the middle of the crowd, he kept his hat and mask on tightly to avoid being recognized too early. A member of the organizing committee grumbled, "Who leaks news about a press conference only an hour before? Are they crazy?" The other replied, "The PR team really went too far this time." The moderator took their position and announced, "The press conference will begin now. Since I chose to return to the film industry, this was bound to come out sooner or later. Today is the day. To bring Kong Ju-hyuk, who disappeared 5 years ago, back onto the stage." A pair of feet stepped forward as a voice rang out, "Well, look who it is." Kyung Man walked up to him. His face was full of shock. His face showed clear cunning, and he did not flinch at his appearance. With a contemptuous smirk, he mocked, "Well, do you want me to book a VIP seat for you?" He looked him straight in the eye with a look of disdain and spat out insulting words. "A washed-up loser dares to pick a fight with me, Hong Kyung Man." He did not stop at insults but also gave a cold warning, "Remember this moment well." A pair of feet walked slowly and confidently across the auditorium carpet. This sudden appearance caused a stir among those present. "What is this? Who is it?" Do-hoon looked toward the podium with eyes full of suspicion and worry. Seeing this, Kyung Man shouted, "What is all this noise about?" A piercing screech from the microphone rang out, making the reporters cry out in shock. What was that? Ha-young's hands gripped the microphone so hard they were trembling. She lowered her head and boldly announced her identity to the entire media. "I am." A flurry of camera lenses clicked incessantly amidst the commotion. "What, is that trainee A, the real victim? Hey, what are you standing there for? Take pictures quickly." Ju-hyuk's face was etched with pure astonishment. Up on the podium, she stood firm, facing the sea of cameras directly. She held her head high, facing the numerous lenses, and declared loudly, "Trainee A." Her eyes shone with determination, no longer afraid. "I am Trainee A, the person who accused Mr. Hong Kyung Man of sexual harassment." She stood with her head slightly bowed, hands tight on the mic. A barrage of flashes went off directly at her. Kyung Man's face was a mask of shock and disbelief. "Let us do it one more time." The acting. Ju-hyuk's face was also filled with surprise. She took off the hat she was wearing. Looking up, she introduced herself in a sharp tone, "Trainee A." Ju-hyuk had a playful yet bewildered look as he wondered, "Why is Ha-young?" She stood out vividly through the camera lenses. Standing on the podium amidst the constant flickering of camera flashes, she began to speak. "I was repeatedly sexually harassed by Mr. Hong Kyung Man for 3 years. Her hands gripped the microphone as she continued, "Mr. Hong threatened me and other trainees regarding debut and casting opportunities." She bitingly recalled the death of her hopes. "When I finally reported this to the company, the response I received was..." She held up a stack of documents and declared loudly, "Contract termination." She looked straight ahead, her eyes sparkling with gratitude and sincerity, but when we were being ignored, a benefactor stepped up to help us at a great personal sacrifice. Ju-hyuk's eyes widened, his gaze fixed on the podium. Kong Ha-young, the one who always used to withdraw into herself. Amidst the crowd, security guards tried to stop it, shouting, "Get out, we are moving on." Kyung Man stepped forward, pointing directly at her and screaming in rage, "What do you think you are doing at someone else's press conference? Get out now." He then turned to the reporters and shouted loudly, "With these kinds of lies and fabrications." The projector in the room suddenly whirred to life. The projector cast a beam of light through the dark space of the hall. He stood in the middle of the room, facing dozens of lenses, and spoke shamelessly, without a single shred of evidence. "They are recklessly slandering others." The light from the projector hit his face, revealing his trembling. What really, this is real." Lines of evidence from the projector were superimposed over his wrinkled skin. He immediately turned his back to the projector. A giant projector screen displayed a series of exchanged messages. "I am doing this because I care about you. You need to make a really impressive debut. This is a famous bar in Apgujeong. Many successful seniors are here. You need to leave an impression, right, teacher? I am with my family right now. It is a bit difficult for me. I am sorry, but why that place? Aren't you preparing for adult acting? We need to make it realistic. You still have not learned anything. Tomorrow at 7 of the clock. Come to the station, dress up well. This is a meeting with directors. No long skirts or pants. FNF seems interested in signing you. Let us talk. Come to the studio now. Your hips seem a bit saggy lately. Are not you taking care of yourself? Come to the office next week for a checkup. I will help you fix your posture. Magnolias falling in the spring rain look so sad. Fine. I will be blunt. Kyungman, because of you, I am quitting acting. A reporter stared at the screen dazed, with a look of disbelief. What am I even watching right now? Media staff members groaned with tired, contorted faces. Damn it, looks like I am working overtime again today. The scene flashed back to a previous time. Jin-ju scratched her head and said, Ha-young, why are even you being like this? Min-jae frowned and asked, is Ha-young planning to step out herself? Her face was serious as she replied, I can't stand seeing others sacrifice themselves for me anymore. Ha-young's eyes were red and filled with tears as she spoke through a choked voice. We have to protect him, Senior Kong Ju-hyuk. A company employee banged on the door, shouting in a rage, open up. Another employee on the phone urged frantically, is this the control room? The broadcasting room door is locked, hurry up. Outside, Kyungman's subordinates were frantically banging on the door. Open it. Min-jae wore a triumphant smile and said nonchalantly, hold on, there is more. He sat in front of the equipment, manipulating the keyboard with confidence. Amidst the chaos in the hall, Jin-ju stepped forward, causing the crowd to buzz. What is this? A shout of pure amazement rang out in response to everyone's curiosity. It is Ryu Jin-ju. Kyungman and Ju-hyuk's faces were filled with shock as they gasped. Why is Ryu Jin-ju here? She gently placed a hand on Ha-young's shoulder and comforted her. You have worked so hard. Jin-ju pulled her into a gentle hug. A man accompanying her introduced himself boldly. I am Shin Myung-chul, Kong Ha-young's lawyer. The lawyer continued, pointing at the screen to expose the crimes. The messages you see here are part of a long list of conversations between Mr. Hong Kyungman and the Academy's trainees. A reporter stared at the screen with a look of complete shock. He looked at the information on his computer and immediately made a call. Director, what is this? Why did this document come from Big C? Chong-gyu curled his lips slightly and spoke in a decisive tone. Does it matter when it is about helping a junior? Just process it, reporter. An outraged reporter stood up and demanded justice, Mr. Hong Kyungman. Is it true that you also sexually harassed other trainees? He collapsed on the stage, his hands trembling as he denied it. Not at all, it is all a fabrication. His back trembled under the blinding camera flashes as he continued to issue denials. This is slander by wicked people. His hands shook as tears rolled down his face, and he kept saying, I am the victim here. Two of his subordinates rushed over in worry and cried out in terror, Teacher, are you okay? One subordinate held out both hands to block the media's onslaught, crying out in vain, reporters, this is clearly a case of slander and a violent protest. As Kyungman was being supported by his assistants in a frail state, he still tried to scream, do you have any idea who is behind all of this? He was being hurried away, yet he never stopped hurling insults with a look of pure contempt, the kind of people who would pull such dirty tricks. Ju-hyuk's face was etched with utter astonishment. Kyungman, his face stained with tears, spoke frantically through his sobs, all of this. He pointed a finger and barked a name, Kong. Suddenly, someone picked up a microphone and spoke, when working closely together, it is natural to touch or catch a scent of one another. Do-hoon, with a triumphant expression, declared, they just cobbled together a few clumsy performances and presented them as truth. I will make sure this gets very interesting. Kyungman's face twisted with bitter rage. A voice rang out, they dare lay a finger on Hong Kyungman. Just cry a little in front of the reporters, and public opinion will flip in an instant. He flashed a confident smile. With a defiant gaze, holding a microphone and a pen, he proclaimed loudly, if anyone needs evidence, feel free to contact me. However, Won-tae looked at his phone screen in total shock and gasped, what the? A flurry of headlines flashed, exclusive compilation, Hong Kyungman, the film industry mogul, accused of years of sexual harassment, 3 years of hell. I felt like I was going crazy. A private message from the teacher at 3 a.m. If you want to debut, come tonight. Forced meetings under the guise of casting, the cultivator of demons, distribution company A and management company B turned a blind eye. Kyungman lost his cool and lunged forward, cursing furiously, you son of a bitch. He charged straight toward Do-hoon. Suddenly, a hand reached out and grabbed his arm, stopping him in his tracks. The person then used their strength to tighten the grip on his arm. Restrained so abruptly, he could only gasp in surprise. What is this, you people? A security guard spoke with stern authority. Mr. Hong Kyungman, you are under arrest for sexual harassment, stalking, extortion, and intimidation. A barrage of camera flashes converged on him. He screamed out in vain, completely helpless. Ju Hyuk looked on calmly while Kyungman continued to howl. You are all making a huge mistake. Suddenly, a hand was placed on his shoulder. He turned to Min Jae and asked, Hyung, what is going on? The man kept his hand on Ju Hyuk's shoulder. Min Jae's eyes were razor-sharp as he replied with a sneer, Kid, you are not the male lead anymore. Unable to hide his shock, Ju Hyuk asked rapidly, What, you knew about this beforehand, and you did not mention anything about the police? A powerful voice suddenly spoke up. We received help from the legal team. Jin-ju gave a professional smile and introduced a colleague with a slight gesture. This is the head of the legal department at Big C Entertainment. The colleague greeted them. Pleased to meet you. Ju Hyuk replied politely, Yes, I am Kong Ju Hyuk. His face full of urgency, he hurriedly interrupted, No, more importantly, Jin-ju, what about you? If a top actress like you gets involved in a scandal like this, what are you going to do? She smiled calmly and replied, Senior, did you really think you were going to film this all by yourself? He could only let out a helpless sigh, his face showing his fatigue as he muttered to himself, These people honestly. Ha-young stood before him with her head down, not daring to look him in the eye. He softly called out, Ha-young. She kept her head lowered, her eyes tightly shut as if trying to escape reality. Ha-young thought to herself, I hated this man. No, I loathed him. Believed in all those lies. Articles flashed by, to the victims of Kong Ju Hyuk's franchise business, denied all scandals in court, top star accused of frequent drug use, linked to international gambling. Kong Ju Hyuk's company, Red Light, suffers billions in losses due to stock crash. A mob of reporters were all trying to interview him. Ha-young knew it all, but back then, she was hiding behind a wall. Even when he was on the edge of the abyss, he held on to me and refused to let go. She suddenly remembered the hand he had reached out to her. He scratched his head and spoke slowly, It is a bit embarrassing, is not it? I made all those grand proclamations, but in the end, it was Ha-young who. Still keeping her head down, she asked through her tears, Why did you take all the losses on yourself like an idiot? Her face was filled with sorrow, and her voice was strained as if she were blaming herself. Helping a trainee like me only brought you trouble. She continued to list the devastating losses, the movies you invested in, your image, everything. He gave a blunt response to all her talk of sacrifice, Exactly. If it were only losses, why would I bother helping? His gaze was firm as he revealed a truth. While preparing the documents, I watched all of your acting videos, Ha-young. Not making her wait, he continued, Right now, I am casting you, Ha-young. Liar. Just a moment ago, you were ready to throw everything away. He explained, Catching talented actors is the responsibility of a producer. But I. Her face began to overflow with tears. Even so, Her tears began to fall onto the floor. She bowed low, her hands neatly placed to hide her tear-streaked face. His face also registered a sudden shock. With tears falling continuously, she sobbed out, Thank you. Standing opposite him, she bowed in a sincere gesture of gratitude. A respectful call of his name echoed, closing the chapter on the storm, Senior Ju Hyuk. Jin-ju stepped closer and put an arm around her shoulder to comfort her, while Min Jae stood there shouting indignantly, Hey, what did you do now? Why did you make Ha-young cry, you jerk? The voice phishing call had predicted Kong Ha-young's death, and I tried my best to change that future. The next day, it just kept coming. Min Jae stared intently at his phone screen and said, It is all news about Hong Kyung-man. Good riddance, you old bastard. Ju Hyuk bowed his head slightly, hiding the clear look in his eyes. The downfall of Hong Kyung-man. Min Jae leaned in with a gossipy face and a mocking tone. You did that for Ha-young, did not you? Min Jae made a funny face and teased with cheesy lines. Stay by my side, only you can see my back. Jin-ju, holding a stack of documents, exclaimed worriedly, Oh dear, what should I do? This was not the original plan, but what can you do? Ju Hyuk and Min Jae focused on a major financial newspaper as Jin-ju pointed at the hot headlines. Seeing him reading intently with a serious face, Min Jae leaned in and asked, What is it? The person who sacrificed herself for the trainees is actress Ryu Jin-ju. Both of their faces were stunned as they stared at her. She was being hailed as a reliable silent hero who stands by the weak. She flashed a bright smile, but her words were full of calculation. Sorry about that. I should get properly compensated for this appearance, right? Her face was absolutely radiant. The road was flooded with the glittering headlights of a long line of cars. A black van was stuck in the middle of the traffic. A voice complained from inside, I am going to be late. The traffic is terrible today. The driver hurriedly tried to explain and apologized profusely, "Oh no, writer, I am so sorry. We will be there soon." The other person made a sudden decision that made the driver ask in disbelief, "What, no need to go anymore, did something happen?" The driver's eyes widened in surprise as he gasped, "What? Sexual harassment. I am also a victim." Trainee C criticizes veteran actor Park Chul-woo. "I was harassed by Kim Gun-soo. Sexual harassment scandal in the film industry explodes." Domestic film industry reeling from sexual harassment scandals. Perpetrators always hid themselves skillfully. Revelations continue to pour out. Film industry and entertainment companies hold their breath. Investments cancelled. The passionate acting of noble teacher Kim Pan-seo turns out to be a predator of the young. The Hong Kyung-man shock. Movies already filmed must be entirely re-edited. Thanks to that, VIP Pictures, the company that postponed the previous meeting, rushed to re-sign the contract with us. This is our proposal. Hong Gil raised a hand and offered a social smile full of apology. Chairman Ha Song, I sincerely apologize for last time. I am Kim Hong Gil, head of business at VIP Pictures. Ju Hyuk flipped through the pages of the file with a focused face, calculating the costs. Total VIP investment is 1.3 billion. Additional marketing costs are 2 billion. Not bad, especially if I add my own 2.5 billion. Hong Gil looked directly at him to discuss a private matter. Ah, right, Ju Hyuk. I need to tell you one thing. He immediately replied politely, yes, what is it? He did not hesitate to express his admiration for every key stage of the project. I was truly surprised that you took on everything from production to being the lead investor. In particular, perhaps it is a coincidence, but all the supporting roles are new faces. This is a huge advantage in the current climate, fitting our philosophy of searching for new talent. With a calm smile and a raised index finger to emphasize the point, he announced a calculated decision. So, we are considering excluding Ju Hyuk from the marketing phase. He asserted that modern works already possess strong momentum, the film has enough potential, and loud marketing would not be appropriate. The two shook hands, and he said cheerfully, well then, let us work well together. At a facility where criminals are detained, a voice rang out, Hong Kyung-man, you have a visitor. He glared at the visitor with pure hostility. How dare you come here with that face? Do-hoon flashed a triumphant smile and said mockingly, I came because I was worried about your health. Kyung-man roared and slammed his hand against the iron bars, his face distorted with rage. Are you playing with me right now? Do-hoon, unfazed, continued to sneer, oh my, Big Boss Hong does not know how to do the math. He looked straight at Kyung-man and asserted sarcastically regarding the evidence. I told you from the start, the numbers do not add up. His face went blank with shock. With an indifferent attitude, Do-hoon dropped his parting words. I have confirmed you are still alive, so I will be taking my leave. Wait, is that the only reason? He turned back to Kyung-man with a mysterious smile and revealed, by the way, there is one more reason for this decision. His eyes turned sharp as he declared, I had to see it with my own eyes. At a modern office building under a blue sky, an excited cheer rang out. A few days later, the casting is almost complete. One member spoke up. The role of So-hee is a real problem. That role is just as important as the lead. Ki Ryong turned to Ja-ha with a worried look and asked, Director Choi, what is wrong? Is none of it working out? He emphasized the urgency of the situation, but we do not have much time left. Is there nothing we can do? Ja-ha, with a tense face, scratched his head as he looked at the casting file and muttered, So-hee. She is a fragile and charming character, but no actress has been able to express that. Ju Hyuk sat with his head in his hands, looking exhausted and helpless as he admitted, there is no one. Ki Ryong turned to him in a panic and cried out, Ju Hyuk, even you know, this is a serious problem. I told you we are out of time. Jin Ju opened the door and walked in with a greeting hello. He looked up in shock and blurted out, Jin Ju, we are really busy, why are you here? Ju Hyuk seriously picked up the list. She maintained her calm, natural demeanor and replied, why not? I came for the audition. Ki Ryong teased, is it Jin Ju's turn again? Ju Hyuk looked down at the file, gripping the cover tightly as he asked for confirmation. What do you mean you came to audition? She smiled meaningfully and corrected him, it is not me. Another pair of feet stood beside hers. She asserted that she was not the one auditioning, she is the one you need. Ha Jin reached up to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear and introduced herself. Hello, I am Kong Ha Jin. He flipped through the pages of the documents and said, preparations for the movie Chuck Sal are going smoothly and entering the final stage. His face showed pure amazement. Finding the right actress for the key supporting role of So-hee, the younger sister, was a major hurdle. It was just as important as the lead. The main character's sister, So-hee, was a crucial character that could determine the success of the work. The door opened. Jin-ju appeared and smiled. "Hello, I am here for the audition." The person next to her laughed and said, "Now it is Jin-ju's turn." Ju-hyuk also frowned and asked, "What do you mean you are here to audition?" Before he could finish, she spoke up, "It is not me." Then she tilted her head to the side. A schoolgirl suddenly appeared. "Hello, I am Kong Ha-jin." Seeing who it was, Ju-hyuk's face went stiff with shock. Sitting at the desk, still holding the file, he asked bluntly, "What are you planning? Why is this friend of yours here?" She gave a heavy declaration, "This is a gift." He could not help but wonder and asked suspiciously, "A gift? What gift?" Finally, he let out a long sigh. He suddenly remembered the woman at the shop from before. He also remembered her abrupt question, "Did you two sleep together?" He scratched his head with an awkward expression and muttered, "A gift, more like a bomb." She did not hear him clearly and asked, "What did you say?" He was very strict about acting ability and questioned her whatever. "Did you say your friend has acted before?" She stood with her arms crossed, her face serious and resolute as she threw down a challenge. "Don't you believe me? Just give her a chance and judge for yourself." He let out a helpless but compromising sigh. Good grief. Ha-jin's feet stood out in her bright red sneakers. He sat with his chin in his hand, staring at the file with a pensive expression, thinking, instead of wasting time, we should probably look for more stage actors. Ha-jin stood before the office door and spoke with a calm demeanor. "Shall we begin?" Ja-ha replied professionally, "Whenever you are ready." He even added a sentence to reassure her, "If you are too nervous." Ha-jin completely shed her calm and exploded with fierce anger, gesturing sharply as she screamed, "Shut up, who do you think you are? Who are you to tell me whether I have the right to wait or not? Do you think I do not know that if I leave now, I might never be able to come back?" Ju-hyuk was completely stunned, his eyes wide as he thought, "What, she is already in character." Ha-jin's eyes turned red, filled with a mix of gloom, rage and sorrow as she shouted out her reproaches. Why won't you say anything else? How can you push someone into the depths of despair and then not say another word? Why? The despair I feel now will eventually swallow you whole too. Now there is no turning back. No turning back. Ha-jin stood in the stage light, her shoulders trembling and her arms wrapped around her body, trying to suppress the pain. Ja-ha put his hand to his mouth, shocked and shaken, as he gasped, "Kong Ha-jin's acting is wow." She stood facing the film crew, her posture radiating confidence and composure. Raw, unpolished emotions. Floating uncontrollably. Images of the people who had helped him suddenly flashed by. On the table sat the panel of judges. Ja-ha sat with his hands clasped on the table, his eyes full of admiration and curiosity as he asked directly, "Ha-jin, are you really a high school student?" She replied calmly, "No, I am 20. Still surprised, he continued to ask about her appearance. "Then why are you wearing a uniform?" She explained. "My sister told me to wear it to fit the character." Ki Ryong turned to Ju-hyuk with a bright smile and commented, "Really, that is impressive, is not it?" Maintaining a serious and somewhat cold attitude, Ju-hyuk questioned her directly, "Have you ever acted before?" He continued to press her on whether she had attended any schools or academies. "Where an academy?" She revealed a surprising truth with a serious face. "I have helped my sister practice for her roles. A few times." He looked at her with a face of disbelief and let out a disappointed exclamation. She remained nonchalant and affirmed, "Yes, that is all." Jin-ju stood with her arms crossed, watching silently. She was completely shocked, her eyes wide as she gasped, "Senior." He raised a finger to signal and made a strict demand, "I need to check further." A pair of feet stepped up the stairs with determination. Jung-hoon's face was cold and focused. The role of So-hee's older brother and he burst into the room with an annoyed attitude and shouted, "Stop calling me back and forth like this." Instead of getting upset, Ju-hyuk greeted him casually, "Perfect timing, you are here. Am I a stray dog in the neighborhood or something? Why do you keep calling me to bother me?" He did not hesitate to poke at the boy's sore spot. "You have been practically unemployed since you left that variety show, have not you?" Jung-hoon screamed in a rage. "What, unemployed? Hey, Kong Ju-hyuk." Ja-ha gasped in surprise. Jung-hoon is so full of energy. I did not know he was this passionate. Ki Ryong, however, looked worried and noticed something unusual. That is not like his usual personality at all. The two of them walked down the hallway with their arms around each other's shoulders. Ki Ryong said, "It is nothing. Check the schedule first. It might take a while." Ja-ha agreed and replied, "Sure." As the sun set, praise for Ha-jin poured in. "Kong Ha-jin, You did great, thanks, Ha-jin, good job. While he was focused on taking notes, a question was asked. What do you think of her? Does she fit the role of the sister? Jung-hoon's face was filled with shock, his eyes wavering wildly. He slammed his hand on the table, turned to Ju-hyuk, and gasped in amazement. What was that? You said there were no actresses fit for the role of So-hee, but her. He turned and tried to rationalize Ha-jin's acting. She lacks a foundation. He seemed to calm down a bit to reflect. It is unpredictable. Very special. Like. Ju-hyuk turned to look at him with a calm face. He spoke as if the matter were settled. One look at your face is enough to tell. All right, so you agree too, right? Seeing him start to leave, Jung-hoon spoke up angrily. What, hey, you are ignoring me. When did I ever say she passed? His hands touched the door. He stepped outside to see Jin-ju praising Ha-jin wholeheartedly. Kong Ha-jin, congratulations, you passed with a unanimous vote. She could not contain her excitement and hugged Ha-jin, cheering, congratulations. She comforted Ha-jin as if wanting to lift all the pressure. See, I told you it would be fine. Excited by the great result, he enthusiastically suggested, then let us go celebrate. Ha-jin replied very soberly, I can't. I have a work schedule, sir. Jin-ju quickly intervened to keep the mood up. I will take Ha-jin, sir. Jung-hoon walked beside him, inwardly acknowledging, she really is special. Suddenly, Ju-hyuk blurted out, food. He jumped in surprise and yelled irritably, what again, why, what is it, why does it always have to be me? He suddenly remembered something and screamed frantically, that is right, I have an appointment, I completely forgot, we are done here, right, then I am going. He even called out to Jin-ju to leave together. Jin-ju, let us go. Ju-hyuk watched him run off and commented to himself, what a cute kid. As soon as the call was picked up, the voice on the other end spoke with a meaningful tone, it has been a while. Chuck Sal is about to start filming. There is something. The movie Chuck Sal, everything started from there. Casting Ha Jung-hoon and Ryu Jin-ju, saving Kong Ha-young and bringing Kong Ha-jin along. Pieces of information that seemed unrelated were woven together like a spiderweb, drawing me in. An excellent choice. The keyword Kong Ju-hyuk chose was grandmother. His face changed color, his eyes widened in surprise, and he gasped, what? Chuck Sal reached 9 million views, and an independent documentary reached 3 million. This is the chance. His hand tightened around the phone, the veins bulging. Ju-hyuk's face was suddenly filled with hope. In the middle of a busy street, an urgent voice rang out, hey, are you crazy? Listen to me, that absolutely cannot happen. The crowd on the street was not too thick. Min-jae continued to object, where did you hear such nonsense? Why do you want to invest in an independent film that won't make a single cent? While he was still grumbling and frowning behind him, I'm seriously going to lose my mind. Ju-hyuk heard a sound from the void, my mother, Park Ji-rai, is a rare independent documentary. Then both of them simultaneously looked up at something in front of them. That voice still echoed in his mind. It attracted 3.12 million views. A low-budget independent film that crossed the 3 million box office mark. After stopping for a moment, Ju-hyuk continued walking. He had arrived at the place he needed to be the people who could create that crazy miracle. In front of a building numbered 303, the two of them moved slowly. The air grew heavy as if they were about to enter an important conversation. Inside the small room packed with books, the two directors looked at their guests in shock. Song-won instinctively asked, is this for real? Cheol-soo quickly followed up, I can't believe it. I did not expect Kong Ju-hyuk to actually come. But the reason you wanted to meet us is... Ju-hyuk got straight to the point. I want to invest in your film. He mentioned a familiar name, as if everything were already under control, my mother, Park Ji-rai. Song-won was even more surprised. The two looked at each other suspiciously, not understanding how Ju-hyuk knew about that movie. What, how do you know about that movie? Cheol-soo scratched his head. No, the thing is. He confessed to his guests, that movie has been cancelled. Min-jae had anticipated this, which is why he had tried so hard to stop him. I knew this would happen. Ju-hyuk suddenly slammed the table. He could not believe it. The voice phishing had never been wrong, so why? He hurriedly asked for confirmation. What do you mean, the movie is cancelled? Cheol-soo innocently tried to find the right words to explain. There was a problem with the actor originally chosen for the film. Hearing this, Ju-hyuk suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. What is this? Why does this situation feel so familiar? He tried to show concern for the other party. If that role is so important, is it because of the health of the main character, Park Ji-rai? However, the answer was wrong. He hesitantly said, no, it is a supporting role, the narrator. Song-won added, but the problem is, that actor. The words that followed made the story even clearer. After the incident occurred, everyone cut off contact. The face of Kyung-man appeared. It was that Hong Kyung-man. Ju Hyuk suddenly had an epiphany. He thought in silence, Hong Kyung-man is involved. Cheol-soo suddenly recounted the story with irritation. The main character, Mrs. Kim Jeum-suk, once appeared on the documentary program Human Stage. It is a heartbreaking story about losing her grandchildren in an accident. He actually did not care much, only focusing on how to respond. The information from the voice phishing was connected into a chain. Was the core of this information not just about box office profits? Cheol-soo grumbled in dejection while Song-won sighed, saying they only wanted to record the character's life. I really want to document her life, but now. She was so happy to see everyone again after a long time. Then Ju Hyuk suddenly blurted out a sentence that shocked the other two. It is actually a good thing that happened. The two directors were stunned, not understanding his meaning. What do you mean by that? Through this situation, Ju Hyuk became even more confident in his choice. The problematic actor was eliminated from the start. Hong Kyung-man would have caused trouble sooner or later. A time bomb had been defused. Afterward, he boldly declared, I will invest entirely in this film. But there was no way Min Jae would let it slide. What on earth are you saying now? Yet Ju Hyuk paid him no mind. He continued rambling about his proposal. I will cover all subsequent production costs. Let us record her life without any regrets. Min Jae questioned him loudly. He could not understand Ju Hyuk's decision. Hey, what are you trying to do? You have already poured 3.5 billion into Chuck Sal. Now that it was just the two of them, Min Jae wanted to argue his point to the end. And now you want to invest in an unprofitable independent film. He mocked Ju Hyuk, but the latter was not bothered at all. Is money infinite or something? Give me one good reason. In contrast to Min Jae, Ju Hyuk was very confident in his choice. I have found the answer. His words said one thing, but his thoughts were elsewhere. It was the answer to the problem posed by the voice phishing. Seeing Ju Hyuk's calm demeanor, Min Jae gradually softened and slumped into a chair. What? You found the answer. The atmosphere in the room grew noticeably tense. After everything that had been said, Min Jae could no longer keep his cool, constantly questioning the investment decision. That answer. Tell me. I am dying of curiosity. Talk to me. Where are you getting all this money from? He was clearly very annoyed with Ju Hyuk for a long time, so he took this chance to belittle him. I know your situation very well. I know it. His annoyance turned into fierce opposition. Min Jae could not understand why someone like him would choose such an irrational path. Don't tell me you borrowed from loan sharks. Was it that old man in Myeongdong who used to hang around the film industry? However, Ju Hyuk did not get angry. He stood up gently and said, it is not like that. Min Jae was still fuming and pressed further. Then what is it? Ju Hyuk slightly pulled the curtain. He was in no hurry to answer the question. Tell me the truth, will you? Contrary to that intensity, he remained calm, as if he had been prepared for this situation for a long time. Actually, I have been studying investment for 5 years. I could not just sit around sucking my thumb forever. Min Jae suddenly thrust his face close. What kind of nonsense are you talking now? Ju Hyuk's heart actually skipped a beat. Oh boy, he was about to get a flick on the forehead. That makes even less sense. Ju Hyuk tried to argue back. What do you mean? Min Jae scolded him again. An investment student getting involved in independent films. You call that investing? That is called charity. But he thought differently. Ju Hyuk retorted, Hyung, in the entertainment industry, nothing is absolute. He really tried hard to convince him, and we just heard that, did not we? Min Jae let out a huh. Heard what? He replied, the reason to invest in this film. He frowned again. What reason? He heard Ju Hyuk mention Hong Kyung-man. But Min Jae obviously knew the film was cancelled because of him. What are you talking about? You just said the film was cancelled because of him. Min Jae questioned further. An image of Kyung-man discussing with someone appeared. Why do you think he wanted to get involved in this? He explained. He was criticized by director Kim Sam-bong, so he had no other choice. Ju Hyuk pointed out something few wanted to admit. No, his personality is indeed terrible, but his eye for work is spot on. That is how he has survived in this industry until now. Hong Kyung-man saw this film as a guaranteed chance for a comeback, just like director Kim Sam-bong. You read the summary, right? What do you think? Min Jae tried to find a reason to refuse, but even he had to admit one thing. The plot is good, but... It turned out Min Jae had researched and weighed the film's content very carefully before opposing it so vehemently. The episode about Mrs. Kim Jeum-suk on Human Stage once reached over 20% ratings. He suddenly realized the opportunity was right here, so it will make money, but Joo Hyuk just smirked. Money? This film will reach at least 3 million views. This number made Min Jae's jaw drop. What? But that was not all. Joo Hyuk was aiming for something greater. Simply put, it is like a 3 billion won film hitting 10 million tickets. But the real value of this work. And his next words truly swayed him. One look at Min Jae's dazed face was enough. It is that it will push us into the mainstream alongside Chuck Sal. Hearing this, he could only rub his head, unable to find further fault. Min Jae was actually quite ambitious. I knew it was starting again. Back then you also kept saying Chuck Sal would reach 9 million views. Just when it seemed he had given up, he suddenly shouted, fine, let us say the movie is great, but did you even calculate it? The production time takes 11 months. It overlaps with Chuck Sal. How can a small company like ours handle both? This was entirely logical. No one wants to go head-to-head with a major corporation. Joo Hyuk knew this very well, yet he still wanted to do it. Why? Yet he only frowned seriously as if giving an order, the real reason this movie must be made. Joo Hyuk was very determined. He would not forgive himself if he let the chance slip again. The real reason I have to return to that position once more. When Min Jae guessed the truth, he was even more surprised. What revenge? Don't tell me it is because of what happened to you 5 years ago. Then he chose silence again, keeping the grudge to himself. But that is something I can't talk about. It is not about that, it is Hong Kyung-man. He wondered, you already put him in jail, so it is over, right? His true face finally revealed itself. It is not enough. I will take everything from him, the film he so desperately craves. Joo Hyuk muttered cruelly, I will let him watch it on TV in prison for the rest of his life. Min Jae found it gross and snapped at him, stop doing that weird acting. He acted as if he had a headache, trying to advise Joo Hyuk on everything. Finding Kong Ha-jin was hard enough, and no big star wants to join a new production company. He suddenly cut Min Jae off. Big star, what are you saying? There is no shortage of actors. This successfully caught his attention. What, who? At that moment, someone pushed the office door and slowly walked in. Joo Hyuk became entirely serious. He had clearly put a lot of heart into this new character. It is her. The actor who will take revenge on Hong Kyung-man for us. Ha-young spoke up shyly. The flowing dress she was wearing further highlighted her natural beauty. Hello, senior. After going through the usual greetings, Ha-young quickly set to work reading the script and reviewing her role. Now there were only 2 people in the room, her and Joo Hyuk. There was a very long silence. After finishing the script, Ha-young truly could not believe she was getting this opportunity. I am going to be in this movie, he understood her worry and quickly reassured her. I told you, did not I? The memory of their previous exchange appeared. Back then, Joo Hyuk had showered her with praise. While preparing the documents, I watched all of Ha-young's acting clips. Now, I am casting Ha-young. She was truly astonished. Ha-young said blankly, are you really serious about that? I thought you were just joking to ease the tension. Joo Hyuk skipped over that and went straight to the point. This is a movie about finding the meaning of family through a grandmother. And he pointed out the close connection between the plot and Ha-young. It will be a healing process for Ha-young, who has been through so much. Afterward, Joo Hyuk emphasized, and most importantly, show everyone the real actor, Kong Ha-young, not a victim. Hearing those heartfelt words of encouragement from him, Ha-young trembled. Senior. Joo Hyuk. Joo Hyuk was still enthusiastically introducing things when she suddenly burst into tears, catching him off guard. Hey, Ha-young. Inside the office, Ha-young's repeated thanks echoed. Thank you so much. For believing in me. I will do my best. Thank you for believing in me. I will take on this challenge. Shifting to another place, in a pitch-black tunnel, a young man was walking slowly, step by step. His pace was steady, the sound of his footsteps echoing throughout the tunnel. Kim Jae-uk was walking while listening to music, feeling quite refreshed. Suddenly, there was the sound of footsteps behind him. A man in black with his face covered was approaching him. The man in black was holding a hammer in his hand. At this time, Jae-uk was still walking forward. Suddenly, the man in black lunged forward. He kept walking, unaware of what was behind him. The man continued to follow behind him. The headphones were still playing music. The man in black was seen lunging out with a weapon. Joo Hyuk woke up with a start. He gasped for air and thought to himself, a dream? No, it was not a dream. Joo Hyuk's hand gently reached for his phone. The prophecy from the voice message I received a week ago. He gently entered the keywords. The keywords Kong Ju-hyuk chose are 8 p.m., Friday, the serial pickpocketing case that shocked Yongin. The fourth victim has appeared. Kim Jae-uk, a student on his way home after class at 8 p.m., attacked near the tunnel under the station. On a dark road, a white car was parked on the curb. The quiet space blended with the dark night. Inside the car, there was a sudden slam of a hand against the seat, followed by a voice, "Damn it, I have intervened enough." Ju-hyuk wore a mask, but his eyes were full of murderous intent as he spoke. Now it is a serial pickpocketing case. Ju-hyuk held his phone and looked at the clock pensively. A voice spoke, "The conditions for using Kong Ju-hyuk's paid service have been met. Congratulations on passing the test with an excellent choice." Thoughts surfaced in Ju-hyuk's mind. The prophecy in the voice message is directly related to my future destiny. Ju-hyuk looked at his phone in fear. If I ignore this information, I can't guarantee what the future will hold. Ju-hyuk's eyes turned sharp as he thought, "Son of a. From the beginning, I never had a choice." Ju-hyuk held his phone in one hand and touched his head with the other, saying, "How can I just ignore it when someone is about to die? But what the hell are the police doing?" He sat in the car and continued, "3 people are already dead, and the list of victims keeps growing." The phone showed a news page and comment threads. Is this really right? Throwing a case even the police can't solve into the hands of an ordinary person. There was the sound of footsteps slowly approaching the car. This is something only a trained expert can handle. He opened the car door. Ju-hyuk's thoughts were still racing. Here he is. Ju-hyuk felt a bit of fear, "My savior." A man's voice spoke to Ju-hyuk over the phone. "You have the number, right? He used to be an outstanding detective in the major crimes unit. He even helped track down your old boss when he went on the run." Ju-hyuk held a business card. "This is manager Hwang Cheol-do, recommended by Chairman Song. Can I trust him? Why would a former detective do this kind of work? Furthermore, he looks like a gangster."
Cheol-do glanced over.
Ju-hyuk looked at him with a sharp gaze. He asked, "What do you need me to do?" He replied, "Protect a student." Cheol-do's face was full of pensive thought. This place is indeed an ideal spot to target kids. Must be school bullying again. Ju-hyuk replied, "No, it is a serial pickpocketing case." Cheol-do looked a bit surprised. "The pickpocketing case that is in the news." Ju-hyuk replied seriously, "I have information that they will target this place tonight, around 9 p.m. Cheol-do scratched his head, sighed, and said, "So the budget. You know both the time and location of a crime that even the police do not know." Ju-hyuk replied, "That is why I could not report it to the police and had to invite manager Hwang." He then handed something to him. "This is very dangerous. Please help me." Cheol-do opened it and asked, "What, this much money?" He thought, either he is extremely serious, or he is truly crazy. Ju-hyuk looked at him and said, "I wish I were wrong. But if there is another victim here, can you stop it?" The clock pointed to 8 p.m. Seeing who was coming, he said, "A student is approaching." Looking through the rearview mirror, it was indeed that person. Ju-hyuk grabbed the door handle. At the same time, Cheol-do reached out his hand. He pressed against him to prevent him from opening the door. Ju-hyuk asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" He replied, "Where do you think you are going, teacher? You are the one who said we are hunting a serial pickpocket." He pushed Cheol-do's hand away and explained, "We need to get the student back to the main road. If we are here, the suspect won't dare approach." Hearing this, he said, "That is precisely the problem. The suspect won't stop until the hunt is complete. If we block this spot, he will just move to another hunting ground. To prevent more victims, we have to keep him here." A stranger appeared behind the student. It turned out to be a classmate. He put his arm around J.U.K.'s shoulder and laughed. "That is harsh. Even though we are doing this together." J.U.K. also asked if they were going or not. "Hurry up, it is the same thing." Ju-hyuk saw this and breathed a sigh of relief. Then he turned and asked, "But is not an ambush too dangerous?" He replied, "Kong Ju-hyuk, the famous person, can handle it." Hearing this, Ju-hyuk was startled and thought he recognized me. Cheol-do explained, "My principle is never to ask for detailed personal information from clients, but your face is impossible to forget. 5 years ago, I handled Kong Ju-hyuk's drug case. Anyway, leave this to me. The basic principle of hunting is to limit the prey's choices. The only area here without surveillance cameras is inside the tunnel. I can control that area easily. And who knows, this is an unpredictable crime. Maybe everything will pass peacefully." Hearing that, he thought, no, he does not know. The incident is definitely happening tonight. The car remained still, waiting. Ju Hyuk thought to himself, please let nothing happen. Suddenly, a foot appeared. It was Juk, walking while listening to music. Cheol-do was also startled when he saw the subject approaching. He saw a strange man following. Cheol-do instructed, if I run, call the police immediately. Then he gently stepped out of the car. The ideal target for a pickpocket is a drunk person who can't control their body, or... The stranger continued to follow behind him. When someone is too engrossed in something, to the point where they do not realize someone is approaching, Cheol-do lunged forward at the same time. The stranger with the weapon also advanced. Ju Hyuk made a call anxiously, yes, police, we are chasing a pickpocket here. The stranger ran forward quickly. He immediately raised the weapon above Juk's head. Just as the weapon was about to strike him, Cheol-do appeared and grabbed the man tightly. The man trembled but still tried to grab the weapon. Ju Hyuk stepped forward and kicked the weapon away. Cheol-do grabbed the man's arm and shouted, stay down. Seeing this, he thought, is it over? That is right, the student. If that student is Kim Juk, then it is finished. Ju Hyuk shouted, student. His face suddenly filled with terror as he spoke the words, hey Stu. He saw another stranger appear. Seeing who it was, he thought to himself, there is still one more. Ju Hyuk lunged forward in panic, no. Blood splattered. The headphones flew off. He thought to himself, did I fail? He placed his hand on Juk's shoulder. Ju Hyuk trembled as he shielded him. Along with that, someone suddenly ran over. The weapon was pulled out. Then the masked person fled. Cheol-do ran over and asked, are you okay? Ju Hyuk shouted, I am fine, catch that bastard quickly. Hearing this, he chased after him, cursing, damn it. Juk also burst into tears and asked, are you okay? Ju Hyuk gasped and asked, your name. The bloodstain continued to spread. The hand placed on his shoulder gradually fell away. A police car approached. A voice rang out, inside, there is a victim. Ju Hyuk lay on the ground, frowning. At Bundang Agam Hospital. Ki Ryong ran while saying, I had a bad feeling ever since I met Manager Huang. Min Jae pointed to his ward, over there, room number. A guard standing outside noticed them. Then he immediately pushed him away. Seeing this, Min Jae asked, what, who are you people? He shouted, who are you to dare stop me? Min Jae spoke urgently again, someone is in critical condition, I must see them, are you a family member? The heart rate monitor began to beep. Ju Hyuk lay in the hospital, dying. His face was full of agony. A phone appeared. The scene appeared entirely gloomy. He thought, I once believed it was the only ray of hope to help me escape that place. Ju Hyuk remembered the scene of himself lunging in front of the car. But opportunity always comes with risk. A person was stabbed and thrown back. Images of falling down appeared one by one. Scenes of being separated from loved ones gradually appeared. Conspiracies began to unfold. The car stopped in front of the house opposite. The warning that the voice Phishing brought to me. The news kept broadcasting. Rising star Cha Song-bin has passed away in a car accident. Nation's actor Kong Ju Hyuk dies alone in a filthy basement, a predictable death. The heart rate monitor turned into a flat line. The doctor saw this and ran to the ward. Have vital signs been checked? Are there any metastases? In the large hospital. Jin Ju burst into tears. What is happening? Why is Senior Ju Hyuk here? Min Jae came over to comfort her. Jin Ju, calm down. He will be fine. He gently instructed. They said the situation is not good, so we can't go in yet. Please wait a little longer. Come to think of it, the situation. Jin Ju cried and asked, why does it have to be like this? Seeing himself being blamed, Min Jae replied, why are you suddenly blaming me? Hey, I am not even a manager anymore. A doctor suddenly appeared and asked, are you Kong Ju Hyuk's guardian? What happened to Senior Ju Hyuk? Ju Hyuk suddenly snapped his eyes open. He sat up, gasping for breath. Ju Hyuk held out his hand and looked at it, trembling. The doctor came over at the same time and asked, patient, are you conscious? He asked in confusion, where am I? He only heard the old doctor reply, I am the vice director. The wound was deep, but luckily it did not hit any vital spots. We acted in time to stabilize your condition. Hearing this, he thought in pain, a VIP room, what is going on? Suddenly remembering something, Ju Hyuk looked up and hurriedly asked, how is Kim Juk? The doctor replied, what, the student, what are you talking about? Suddenly a foot appeared and answered the next part, thanks to you, that young man is safe now. The man held out his hand. Thank you for your efforts, Vice Director. Well then, hearing this, the doctor bowed, we will take our leave. The man introduced himself naturally, hello Mr. Ju Hyuk. I am Jang Soo Rim, a lawyer from the Future Strategy Office of Agang Electronics. Ju Hyuk held the business card in his hand and thought, what, Agang Electronics? Somewhere, a voice rang out, so, he is awake. The man sitting in the chair smiled, Kong Ju Hyuk. Truly an interesting person. Then he instructed, if he causes any obstruction, he must be eliminated immediately. 2 days after the incident. Someone handed hot coffee to the person opposite, here's yours. Hearing this, the person replied, thanks. Jang Ma asked in confusion, aren't you tired of this, senior? You are already retired. You should not get involved anymore. Cheol-du frowned and replied, have you tracked down the accomplice who fled yet? Jang Ma sighed, no matter how you look at it, it looks like a crime committed by one person. He continued, I am serious. We searched every nook and cranny, did not even miss an ant, but the only person present at the scene was that hammer-wielding guy. Cheol-du shouted, are you going to handle this case so sloppily? I clearly saw it with my own eyes. Jang Ma replied tiredly, why would I lie to you, senior? He fell silent. In the large hospital. A fruit basket on the table. Ju Hyuk silently watched Jin Ju cry. She remained silent, letting the tears fall. Seeing this, he whispered, what is she doing here, who called her? Min Jae stood up and said hurriedly, right, we still have the assassination meeting, do not we? Completely forgot, ha. Hearing this, the person opposite asked blankly what. Without giving Ki Ryong time to react, he hurriedly pulled him away, hurry up, there is the press conference and the seminar. So busy, right, exactly. A meeting that Ju Hyuk does not know about. He hurriedly grabbed his shoulder and said, now is not the time to stand here. Ki Ryong agreed, the traffic is getting worse too. Ju Hyuk whispered, assassination. Park Ji-am-rai. Press conference. Seminar. Jin Ju heard this and shouted, what are you talking about? He looked at her gently, yes, I am a patient, so please spare me. She suddenly snapped and moved toward him, pressing, tell me. Her eyes stared at him. What on earth had happened? Ju Hyuk replied with a bewildered expression, well. Finally, he said, I guess that is how it is. Jin Ju questioned him, senior, are you kidding me right now? What on earth did you get involved in? And who is the person, Mr. Song introduced to you? He forced a smile and replied, humans just can't keep their mouths shut for even a second. She did not let it go and called out, senior. He asked anxiously, are you talking to me? Finally, Jin Ju let out a tired sigh. Honestly. She raised her hand and placed it on her head. Then Jin Ju slowly stood up. You were exactly like this 5 years ago, senior. He said softly, no, about what happened then. Before he could finish, she turned around and countered, assassination and Park Ji-am-rai. How can a producer be this irresponsible? Jin Ju walked over to the hospital bed and asked, then what about Ha Young and Ha Jin? She fired off questions one after another, and what about the little one? Take responsibility. Manage them. What, didn't I entrust those kids to you? You were so passionate before. What about now? You have arranged everything, yet you are okay with the kids being raised in someone else's house. Hearing that, Ju Hyuk lowered his head and thought to himself, with my current condition, taking care of actors. Jin Ju glanced at him. Don't let anyone else feel guilty. Suddenly, the door opened and a nurse announced, the patient will be taken for a checkup in 5 minutes. She reached for her handbag. I will go check on Jin. He looks like he is doing better. Then she quietly stepped outside. Suddenly, Jin Ju stopped. Senior, promise me one thing. She turned back and said, so, promise me you won't get involved in anything dangerous until the movie is finished. Ju Hyuk replied, don't you know that is a death flag? Since it is a movie, how could you not know that? In movies, whenever a flag is raised, it breaks. That is the law. Suddenly, his face filled with pain. Seeing Ju Hyuk's expression, she shouted, senior. At the same time, he quickly grabbed the railing. Then he moved gently toward her. Just remember this one thing. Jin Ju's eyes widened. He gently placed his hand on her shoulder. Then he softly replied, I am not running away. Ju Hyuk smiled. So do not worry. He added, things won't be as bad as they were 5 years ago. That night in the hospital. Footsteps echoed. Someone blocked the way. Seeing this, Cheoldu said, I met lawyer Jang Soo-rim at the office. This is her business card. Check it. The supervisor heard this and called out, please verify your identity. Cheoldu remained silent, looking astonished. He stepped forward and said, you look better than I expected. Cheoldu asked, why so surprised? Ju Hyuk turned around to look for something. Where is it, my mask? He said, there is no need to wear a mask in front of me. Right, he smiled gently, it has become a habit. He spoke up, I am sorry for letting him escape. Cheoldu sat down. The police seemed to be leaning toward the possibility that there were no accomplices. Hearing that, he asked why. The man explained seriously, according to the investigation results, there is no evidence indicating an accomplice was present during the ambush. Ju Hyuk replied with a headache, the guy who stabbed me did not seem like an ordinary mugger. Even though he saw me, he was determined to target that student. Cheoldu added, from what I saw at the station, the first suspect they caught was just an out-of-control madman. But the one who fled was very professional. He had carefully calculated the camera range and nearby exits. He glanced at him. And the conclusion is. Cheoldu replied, there is another hunter targeting that same prey. The one who ruined the hunt will definitely try to eliminate the witness. Saying this, he took something out of his pocket. However, he handed it to him and explained, this afternoon, we found a badge on his escape route, in the bushes. Ju Hyuk wondered, so can we track him down with this? Cheoldu replied, normally, it would not be that easy. Hearing that, he was startled. What, how? He looked at the object on the table and asked, this badge. Outside, people were entering one by one. The group asked the supervisor, anything unusual? The supervisor replied, nothing strange. One person stepped up and said, all right, shift change. Good job. The other replied, yes, reporting from Team 3, Room 1. There was an object on the supervisor's uniform. They were all wearing the same type of badge. Cheoldu answered seriously, behind this incident. Ju Hyuk was also concerned. The gang group is involved. The room suddenly fell into silence. He frowned and gritted his teeth. He explained, we found this badge in the bushes where the suspect fled. So, can we use this to find him? Usually, it would not be that easy. However, Ju Hyuk could not understand and asked how. The voice continued, the people standing guard outside the hospital room are a gang group bodyguards. They are wearing the exact same badge. Behind this incident, the room fell into silence. Finally, he spoke up, Manager Huang. The next morning at the hospital, Soo-rim walked in and smiled, good morning. Then he asked, how is Mr. Kong Ju Hyuk doing? Soo-rim gently pulled back the blanket. Is he sleeping? It turned out to be Min Jae, pretending to be the patient lying there. He jumped up and snapped, what is it? Did you book this bed or something? Let me sleep for a bit.
Soo-rim watched in silence.
Outside, Ju Hyuk and Cheoldu had already snuck out. Cheoldu turned his head and asked, are you really going there? He replied, for now, it is the best option. Finally, he sighed in defeat, then quickly hailed a car. Taxi. I am only doing this because it is profitable. Honestly. At the East Police Station. In the room of Investigation Team 1. Jang Ma asked worriedly, are you okay? You did not need to come all the way here. Ju Hyuk thought to himself, if I can't hide then. He replied, all right, I will confirm a few things. The mugger's statement contradicts yours. He reflected, if a gang, the #1 conglomerate, is behind this, then cutting ties will be simple. Then he replied calmly, there were no accomplices. 1 week later, the first script reading for the movie Eliminate. A man greeted Jin Ju, it has been a long time since we worked on a project together, has not it? Jung Hoon scratched his head. Really, so this is an entertainment show. Jin Ju did not respond, but turned away. It turned out she saw Ju Hyuk and called out, Senior. He whispered, it is okay. Don't scare everyone. Of course, I had to be at the first script reading. Jin Ju spoke loudly, is it really okay? Ju Hyuk replied, it is really fine, do not worry about me. Let us work hard together again today. Jin Ju sighed as she watched him walk away. At the conference, the host's voice rang out loudly, pleasure to meet you all. I am Choi Myung-hoon, the director of Eliminate. The host introduced. Taking on the role of Tae-soo is Ha Young-hoon. Continuing, Jin-ju as Ha-jong. Finally, and the one taking the role of So-hee, Kong Ha-jin. Ju-hyuk stood behind the reporters, watching silently. Min-jae crossed his arms and asked, "Hey, is it okay for you to show up like this? Aren't you being pursued or something?" Ju-hyuk checked his phone and said, "Brother, you have not seen the news, have you?" He continued, "I have prepared a few blocks of C4. Min-jae also grabbed his phone to check. "What? Don't tell me you did that. Even though I requested to keep my identity private, I know exactly how things work." Jang Ma was laughing and inviting someone, reporter Kim, "Have a glass of water." Do-hoon answered the phone and smiled. That is quite a surprise. News headlines appeared on the phone. Exposing the hero who stopped the fourth victim, a masked celebrity. The police chief thanks a brave citizen. Action movie becomes reality. The dark hero sends greetings via email. The movie Eliminate is the first step of the comeback. At the apartment complex, a voice rang out. The badge really belongs to a gang group security company. Cheol-do sat down and explained. It is a subsidiary in charge of all security for the gang group. Ju-hyuk asked curiously, "But is not that strange?" He frowned and asked, "Could it be that the ones causing harm and the ones protecting come from the same organization? What if their target was Kong Ju-hyuk from the very beginning?" Only then did he understand Cheol-do's point. "You mean?" Ju-hyuk's eyes snapped open. He replied, "But suddenly, they transferred me to the economics department." A scene appeared with a group of reporters surrounding someone. Cheol-do explained, "When I investigated deeper, I found the source of the drug rumors and investigative pressure." An image of a badge appeared. Ju-hyuk replied, "Taishin Foods." This investigation reveals that the third largest shareholder of Taishin Foods is an investment company under a gang investment. His hand rested gently on the newspaper. Indirect investment. A gang owns shares in Taishin Foods. "I suspect Taishin Foods was the one that made things difficult for you 5 years ago." He thought to himself, and now a gang is directly intervening. It is not just me. The new movie has started filming, the actors, the production crew, the distribution company. I thought I was just receiving information about the mugger. But it turns out it was a hidden warning sent to me. Ju-hyuk picked up his phone. Seeing an incoming call, he wondered, an unknown number, at this hour. After answering, the other side called his name, Kong Ju-hyuk. Hearing that, Ju-hyuk asked, "Who are you?" Soo-rim introduced himself. "I am lawyer Jang Soo-rim from the gang group. We have met before." Hearing that, he said, "Lawyer Jang." Ju-hyuk asked him curiously, "How did you get my number?" Soo-rim spoke on the phone. His voice was polite, but he was not asking, he was notifying, "I would like to request some of your time." On the other side of the phone, Ju-hyuk's face was cold, his brow furrowed as if he were gambling with his life. The man spoke in a tone that sounded like a threat. "I ask you to please reconsider." Soo-rim continued to walk calmly. It was not clear where he was going. On the other side, he hurriedly inquired, confirming, "When do they want to meet?" The office door was suddenly pushed open. No one knew who it was, making the hearts of everyone in the room pound. Ju-hyuk stood up abruptly, clearly very anxious. "What is this? What are you people planning to do?" Footsteps rushed inside. A group of people surrounded them. Ju-hyuk's face suddenly filled with worry. Soo-rim was just holding the phone and smiling. Soo-rim's eyes held a mix of complex emotions. "I would like to request some of your time." Ju-hyuk maintained a calm appearance, his tone firm. "When do they want to meet?" Heavy footsteps moved quickly. "Right now." The office door was immediately flung open with force. At that moment, a line of bodyguards approached. They stood coldly, surrounding them. He paused for a moment and then questioned them with dissatisfaction. "What is this? What are you all doing?" The corner of Soo-rim's mouth slowly curled into a provocative smirk. "Let us go, Mr. Kong Ju-hyuk." He remained composed with a cold gaze. An emergency call. Cheol-do's eyes were highly alert. "There are several suspicious people here." A calm voice cut him off. "Let us go." Ju-hyuk stepped forward with a calm demeanor. "I am also very curious to know who they are." In the middle of the empty street, several mysterious cars appeared. His face showed a mix of complex emotions. When backed into a corner, the only way is to confront it directly. Ju Hyuk's eyes observed every suspicious detail. If a gang is behind this, I at least want to hear their reason. A moment later, the fleet of luxury cars began to move. The phone screen in his hand suddenly lit up. A series of hot news headlines appeared: A Gang Electronics next-generation AI memory. A Gang Electronics producing a 15-episode web drama. A gang preparing to launch a new generation laptop. High-performance memory chips help make laptops thinner. Who will be the next face of a gang's laptop ads? Will K Semiconductors overcome the crisis? A gang's plant in India ends strike after 1 month. Ju Hyuk's gaze was momentarily heavy, his appearance tense. The image of Jung Hoon flashed through his mind, from when Ha Jung Hoon reported the double contract case to Dispatch. The reporter had a smug face and a mocking tone, signing contracts abroad and not appearing domestically. How will you justify this? National actor Kong Ju Hyuk. At that time, CEO Ryu Jin Tae of the management company had arranged the fan meetings on his own and disappeared afterward. A series of hot headlines flooded the newspapers. Double contract scandal, secret contract signing. What is the truth? Kong Ju Hyuk's betrayal, a perspective from the advertising company, Dispatch exclusive. Who cares about Koreans? Overseas love for the national actor but absent in Korea. The cancellation of Ju Hyuk's schedule causes difficulties for. But that was only the beginning. His eyes held a mix of complex emotions. Ju Hyuk seemed to fall into a moment of deep thought. A hand crushed a small object, causing it to break and scatter around. Illegal substances were secretly poured into a wine glass. A drug scandal at G Club. A moment later, he was unknowingly enjoying himself. A participant tested positive for drugs. The investigative information was recorded in detail. Actor Kong Ju Hyuk, contrary to his clean and serious image, is rumored to be distributing hallucinogens to chaebol heirs and close celebrities. The prosecution is expected to investigate Kong Ju Hyuk for drug distribution. In a restaurant where the news was playing, this X-drug pillow completely cured my insomnia. A customer spoke slowly. Give me 2 bowls of X-drug. She immediately replied politely, coming right up. Suddenly, the news anchor gave a serious warning. Breaking news. A series of shocking headlines caused public alarm. Korea is no longer a drug-free country. Celebrities' drug-fueled victory party. Shock. Drug party by celebrities. Prosecution discovers drug distribution system in the entertainment industry. Drug crimes on the rise. Is Korea no longer drug-free? Investigation expands. Related allegations. Claiming to be a snack truck. Why? Scene change. A voice rang out in shock. Illegal drugs. The national actor. The old man's eyes darkened with rage. Damn it, the whole country is in an uproar over drugs. And now, the tense atmosphere made everyone's skin crawl. If we can't steer this story in a different direction, we are finished. Everyone understands that, right? He crushed the newspaper on the table with a crazed look. Here, you vermin. Then he seemed to lose his temper, roaring in fury, what are you all still doing? Get out now. Everyone immediately stood up to proceed with the investigation. Go dig up anything you can find. Everyone's faces were tense, looking frantic. The police decisively issued the arrest information. Kong Ju Hyuk, who was involved in the controversy, became the target. The image shifted to Ju Hyuk's barbecue restaurant. Even the slang for drugs, meat, led to bizarre rumors that Ju Hyuk's barbecue shop was the main distribution point. He gripped the megaphone with a crazed expression. Kong Ju Hyuk, take responsibility. The crowd protested with extreme anger. Cancel the contracts, compensation for damages. Franchise headquarters remain silent. Demands for resignation. Kong Ju Hyuk out. Cancel contracts. Pay compensation. Jean Ju's eyes dropped slightly, her expression heavy. I want to hear it from your own mouth, senior. Crazed screams rang out as the cars approached. Kong Ju Hyuk is here, move out of the way. Reporters immediately swarmed the area. Rapid-fire questions followed. Kong Ju Hyuk, do you admit to the drug charges? Is it true that you partied with chaebol heirs in 2009? He remained calm, his tone sincere. I sincerely apologize for causing concern to the public. I will cooperate honestly and seriously with the investigation. Ju Hyuk's gaze became firm as he declared, however, I would like to clarify one thing. I have never used drugs. His face was cold and expressionless. I have never participated in any drug-related activities. A voice mixed with complex emotions rang out. That took quite a long time. Ju Hyuk remained calm. Lawyer, you are here. He stepped into the car and stated firmly, all results came back negative. He paused for a moment and then spoke hesitantly, so it is over now. Ju Hyuk's face changed color, his expression confused. Why so suddenly? A chill went down his spine from unease. They seemed determined to go all the way. Ju Hyuk was lost in a jumble of thoughts. The prosecution, the media, and the entertainment industry were all attacking at once. He fell into a dark period of helplessness. A 13-year career, a shattered image, advertisements, TV dramas, movies, franchise penalties. Ju Hyuk seemed unable to find any escape. Stock market crash, franchise bankruptcy, the management company embezzled funds and fled, assets seized. His eyes were filled with extreme rage. The mastermind who turned the national actor into a national drug criminal. A series of mysterious cars appeared on a deserted road. A moment later, the wheels came to a sudden halt. Heavy footsteps slowly stepped out. Ju Hyuk fell into a heavy state of contemplation. The shadow of death loomed over me 5 years ago. His gaze was fixed on a nearby building. Ju Hyuk maintained a calm appearance, showing no emotion. The door to the room suddenly opened. The scene transitioned to a very luxurious room. Cheol-do's footsteps faltered, his eyes filled with astonishment. A bodyguard suddenly stepped out with a cold expression. He stood resolutely in front of him. Su-rim stepped forward and spoke in a firm voice, "Only Kong Ju Hyuk is allowed to enter." Seeing this, Cheol-do only let out a helpless sigh. Fine. His eyes still closely followed every action. He suddenly appeared in front. "This way, please. He is waiting." Ju Hyuk remained calm, commenting softly, "The security is quite tight." The man politely knocked on the door. A powerful voice from inside called out, "Come in." The door opened immediately. "Nice to meet you, Kong Ju Hyuk." Jae Hwang's entire body radiated a heavy killing intent. A chill immediately ran down his spine, his eyes widening. "You." Ju Hyuk's footsteps faltered for a moment. His face changed with shock. "You are." Jae Hwang maintained a calm appearance with a sharp gaze. The door was immediately locked. Ju Hyuk's face showed a mix of complex emotions. Jae Hwang spoke with hidden meaning, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Kong Ju Hyuk." His face changed with shock. You are." Ju Hyuk watched him in horror, the first heir to the chairman of the Agang group. Thunder and lightning suddenly appeared outside the villa. A heavy rain immediately began to pour down. At this moment, she respectfully offered a cup of tea to him. The aroma blended with the rising steam. "This is a blended black tea, fermented in the Leva Highlands. I hope this acidity suits your taste." Ju Hyuk's eyes were filled with complex emotions. "Inviting me all the way here just to drink tea." Jae Hwang remained calm with a sharp gaze. "How is your health? I heard you were discharged from the hospital abruptly." His face was cold and expressionless. "Calling me here late at night and your concern both sound insincere." His gaze dropped, his tone heavy. "If a patient leaves the hospital against medical advice and gets injured, a gang's reputation would be affected." Jae Hwang's expression shifted. "Furthermore, I heard some interesting news that I could not ignore." He frowned, his tone suggestive. "It seems you have a knack for making money." Ju Hyuk's spine felt a sudden chill. Toto, Lotto, game stocks, even the bio stock pumping schemes hitting the jackpot time after time. Jae Hwang's eyes were sharp, his appearance crazed. "It is as if." He immediately clenched his fists to stay calm. "You can see the future, can't you?" The corner of Ju Hyuk's mouth slowly curled into a mocking smile. "A gang's intelligence network is indeed as formidable as the rumors say. Are you curious about my investment portfolio?" He put the teacup down decisively. "Pocket change." Jae Hwang frowned with dissatisfaction, his tone mocking. "Do kids these days consider 4 billion won pocket change?" His eyes darkened, his expression skeptical. Returning suddenly and making a fortune, even producing 2 movies, is that really something he could do on his own? Under the invisible pressure, he still remained calm. His attitude seems to suggest he knows about the voice phishing scam. Is this a trap? Ju Hyuk spoke slowly, his gaze determined. "Have you ever seen a celebrity truly go bankrupt? I am just using the money I had hidden away, much like a gang's slush funds." Jae Hwang rested his chin on his hand, looking indifferent. "Mr. Kong Ju Hyuk, who is backing you?" He frowned with dissatisfaction and questioned, "I already told you. Exactly what are you curious about?" He slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Jae Hwang's face changed, looking crazed. The space became eerily quiet for a moment. Ju Hyuk's eyes were filled with complex emotions. A moment later, He slowly moved from his position. Jae Huang reached out to take a very luxurious cigarette. His gaze still quietly followed. Ju Hyuk fell into a moment of deep thought out of confusion. What on earth is his plan? His entire body carried an aura of killing intent. As an actor, you certainly have a way with words. Fine, let us say you are right. Jae Huang raised an eyebrow and asked loudly, so solely through special talent, you predicted the future. His face darkened, his tone suggestive. Why did you go to the tunnel that day? He immediately clenched his fists to stay calm. Ju Hyuk's eyes darkened with unease. He is not targeting me. If a gang is not targeting me, then it is very likely related to the student Kim Jae-wook. A moment later, he still maintained a calm appearance. We had information that a robbery would take place that night. Ju Hyuk's expression grew heavy. Since you have investigated, you must already know that Section Chief Jang was once a homicide detective, right? Jae Huang suddenly froze, his eyes widening in shock. His face was a whirlwind of complex emotions. Crazed laughter echoed from the room to the hallway outside. Cheol-do stopped in his tracks, looking bewildered. What on earth is going on in there? The corner of the chairman's mouth curled with amusement. Interesting. Is this some kind of marketing stunt? Jae Huang's gaze turned skeptical. Exactly. How could a private investigation firm obtain information about a mugger that even the police could not find? His tone immediately became sharp as he questioned, how do you plan to explain that? Ju Hyuk's face remained cold and expressionless. Wrinkles formed on Jae Huang's face from dissatisfaction. Why did you? He looked up with a confused expression. What? The man roared frantically, losing control, answer me. Jae-wook's entire body trembled as he spoke hesitantly, sir. Are you okay? Ju Hyuk's eyes darkened, looking intense. The student. The boy slumped down in terror, his voice heavy. Yes, that is right. The hand Ju Hyuk had placed on his shoulder gradually relaxed. Jae Huang sat down in dissatisfaction and declared firmly, if you want to leave here in one piece, you would better give me a clear answer. Ju Hyuk's expression shifted with unease. A gang's news reports had not mentioned Kim Jae-wook at all. He turned his suspicious gaze toward the man. Only one thing was certain. The man narrowed his eyes, his voice ice-cold. Only Section Chief Jang and I knew of that child's existence. Ju Hyuk's face showed complex emotions. He absolutely could not say the information came from a voice phishing source. At that moment, a figure appeared to be watching him. To a gang, he would be seen as a co-conspirator. Jae-wook's gaze dropped, looking anxious. The cup of tea had gradually grown cold. He fell into a moment of deep calculation. Both the voice and a gang are targeting the same kid. The real target of that incident was Kim Jae-wook. Ju Hyuk looked at him skeptically. If a gang's intelligence network has not found the culprit yet, then my conclusion is. Jae Huang paused when he was asked, are you saying you do not know anyone? Ju Hyuk decisively pushed the badge toward him. I think you are mistaken about something. He maintained a calm demeanor. This is the badge that the man who stabbed me left behind on the road while he was fleeing that day. The man was immediately bewildered, stammering, this is Aegis Guard. Jae Huang avoided his gaze, his face pale. Why is a badge from my own security company here? Ju Hyuk kept his cool, his voice steady and firm. Someone inside a gang is targeting your son. The man lost control again, looking crazed. Are you planning to use something you picked up somewhere to manipulate me? He gripped his collar and declared loudly, then why do not you try trusting a gang hospital instead of me? The wounds on Ju Hyuk's body made Jae Huang stop, because they were sustained while trying to save his precious son. His expression shifted with unease. Furthermore, the culprit has seen my face. The teacup had now turned completely cold. The space fell into a brief silence. Ju Hyuk suddenly paused in surprise. I will investigate what you said, but... The man clutched the badge in his hand. I will investigate what you said, but... Jae Huang's gaze became razor-sharp as he declared, if the culprit is an Aegis Guard, that isn't a gang matter. He remained composed. I would be very grateful if you did that, but since I am also involved for my own safety, I need to. The man slammed his hand on the table, causing the tea to spill. Jae Huang's eyes were bloodshot as he barked through gritted teeth, don't push me to the limit. A chill ran down Ju Hyuk's spine. This was the final warning. Tea flooded across the table. The man rubbed his head, looking indifferent. I will catch the killer, so do not worry about useless things. Jae Huang calmed down again. However, Let us settle everything clearly. His eyes held a hidden meaning. You saved Jae-wook. He remained calm, his tone indifferent. Are you trying to buy my silence? Jae-hwang slowly sipped his tea. Think whatever you want. The corner of Ju-hyuk's mouth quirked with interest. I do not turn down gifts. If one is offered, I will take it. The man's eyes darkened with satisfaction. Good. Name your price. His smile carried a hint of provocation. But Chairman. Ju-hyuk remained steady and declared firmly, someone inside a gang is targeting your son, not me. You need to find out who that is. Jae-hwang's eyes were red with rage. Are you trying to use information from somewhere to manipulate me? Do you really expect me to believe that? He gripped his lapel, his expression determined. Then believe a gang hospital. It happened while I was trying to save your precious son. Ju-hyuk's wounds made the man pause. I almost lost my life. His expression shifted with anxiety. Moreover, since the culprit saw my face, I have become a target too. The tea was now cold. The room fell silent. Ju-hyuk paused in surprise. Enough. I will investigate your claims, but... The man squeezed the badge in his hand. Jae-hwang's gaze turned sharp as he declared, if the culprit is an Aegis guard, it isn't a gang problem. Stay out of family matters. He remained calm. I would be grateful if you handled it, but because I am involved, for my own safety, I must. The man slammed the table, spilling the tea. Jae-hwang's eyes were bloodshot. Don't push me to my limit. A chill ran down Ju-hyuk's spine. This was the final warning. Tea was spilled all over the table. The man rubbed his head indifferently. I will catch the killer, so do not worry about useless things. Jae-hwang composed himself. However, his eyes were scrutinizing. Let us settle this properly. You saved Jae-wook. He remained calm and indifferent. Trying to buy my silence. Jae-hwang sipped his tea slowly. Think what you will. Ju-hyuk smiled with interest. I do not refuse gifts. If you are giving, I am taking. The man's eyes darkened with satisfaction. Good. Name your price. His smile was provocative. But Chairman. Scene change. Morning sunlight streamed through the window. Ju-hyuk was lost in contemplation. He looked at the folder skeptically. I signed it, but... Am I really allowed to receive this? Ju-hyuk sat down casually. Forget it for now. His face showed complex emotions. If a gang was not the mastermind, then who was, who manipulated the prosecution and the media to bring me down? Ju-hyuk was immersed in his thoughts. Could Taishin Foods have done this alone? A voice suddenly rang out. Hey there, Chairman Kong. He looked up in surprise. Oh, you are here. Ju-hyuk quickly tucked the documents into a drawer. Min Jae's mouth curled into a smirk. What should we do if the chairman arrives first? He kept a straight face. If you had been with the company longer, you would know. He placed a cup of coffee on the desk. No, coming in late when you plan to leave early is not that how it works. Anyway, you are truly unbelievable. Min Jae's face suddenly changed as he spoke hesitantly. Is it today? Ju-hyuk's eyes reflected complex emotions. The folder was placed on the table. The room fell into silence. Ha-young paused, her eyes confused. There is another contract here. She spoke hesitantly with doubt. One is for Park Geum-ri's movie, and the other is... He interrupted, that is right. Ju-hyuk remained calm. Management contracts for Ha-young and Ha-jin. Ha-young's face flushed as she looked flustered. What, really, you are not joking, are you? You are not joking, are you? He gave a forced smile. Of course not. Your reaction is actually making me feel flustered. Jin Ju's firm voice rang out. What about Ha-young and Ha-jin? What about them? Take responsibility and manage them. Ju-hyuk's expression shifted skeptically. Isn't Jin Ju taking them to Big C? Her mouth curled into a knowing smirk. Who said that? Besides, you set the stage, and now you want to leave them for someone else to raise. His face showed mixed emotions, even though Jin Ju was the one who initiated it. Ha-jin remained cold and asked skeptically, hey mister. This contract is only valid for 1 year. Ha-young's eyes widened in dissatisfaction. Ha-jin, calling the most perfect man in the industry mister, he questioned her irritably, you are being too loud. Ju-hyuk remained calm. Yes. From now on, all contracts will be renewed annually. Jin Ju saw Ha-young tied to FNF for 10 years. This is to prevent slave contracts. Her eyes were filled with admiration. A true knight in shining armor, Ha-jin looked uneasy. So renewal means. If we cause trouble, we won't get renewed, right? He continued to explain calmly, then we all have to do our best and meet again next year. Ju Hyuk's mouth curled into a suggestive smirk. So want to sign, the first actors of voice entertainment. Ha Young's expression softened as she spoke heavily. I told you, my mom is a fan of yours. Her eyes wavered intensely. I once wanted to. One day become an actor just like you. He decisively cut her off with a cold look. Don't become someone like me. Ju Hyuk's face showed complex emotions. I worried a lot about your contracts. Can a washed-up actor like me really support others? His gaze became firm as he declared, but I realized that I can. Ju Hyuk's face carried a look of confidence. Because I have hit rock bottom, I know how to avoid falling. You two will go much further than I ever did. He stopped when a message notification rang on his phone. And also, I am here. Can I come in now? His hand slowly touched the door lock. They will help you. Min Jae casually walked into the room. Everyone knows team leader Chu Min Jae, right? His face shifted as he questioned with dissatisfaction. Wait, what? You are acting as a manager too, have you gone mad? Min Jae's gaze was skeptical, his tone heavy. Managers need training. They need someone to direct them. With your current situation, who are you planning to entrust them to? Ju Hyuk remained calm. I have someone. He paused suddenly. What? Don't tell me. Min Jae's face turned pale as he stammered. No way. Damn it. Tell me it is not her. Hai Su suddenly appeared with a cold aura. Is Witch Hong really back? Ha Young's eyes were wide with amazement. Team leader Hong Hai Su. She is so beautiful. She stepped forward and hugged the two of them excitedly. So happy to meet you kids. I am Hong Hai Su. Sunlight filtered through the window. He remained composed and declared, Team leader Chu will be in charge of Ha Jin, and team leader Hong will work with Ha Young. Ju Hyuk's eyes showed trust. Team leader Hong has stage experience. She will lead you far beyond just acting. Hai Su looked slightly dissatisfied and questioned, Ju Hyuk. No, Chairman Kong. After what happened, I swore I would never come back. She paused, her eyes filled with interest. But seeing Ha Young's press conference, it felt like seeing the Ju Hyuk from 5 years ago. Hai Su slammed her hand on the table and declared therefore. She clenched her fist excitedly. We will never let ourselves be trampled on again. Understand, you two. She and Ha Jin replied in unison, yes. His face showed mixed emotions. There is one more announcement. An important one. A figure was slowly entering the office. Jin Ju exclaimed happily, Sister, when did you get back? Why did not you say anything? Hai Su smiled excitedly. Jin Ju, you have become even prettier. She marveled, what are you talking about? You are the beautiful one. He stared in disbelief. Is this the important announcement? Don't tell me Jin Ju is also no way, she is not involved. Jin Ju frowned and questioned irritably, what are you saying, senior? Ju Hyuk smiled slightly and declared, today's announcement is the second project for Ha Young and Ha Jin. Exclamations of wonder followed one after another. What, already, what project is it? His face held complex emotions. Lead roles in a gang electronics web drama, and the office erupted in shock. What, no way, with those kinds of benefits, a drama and commercials for a gang electronics. Hai Su looked bewildered, her tone skeptical. Even large companies have trouble negotiating such good terms. And a 3-year contract. She smiled excitedly and marveled, you guys are moving so fast. Boss Kong, what kind of magic did you perform? Ju Hyuk avoided her gaze and said awkwardly, something's happened. He fell into contemplation. That day, he could have asked for money. Ju Hyuk's face showed mixed emotions, but what had come to mind was an economic statistics map appeared clearly. Death Valley, the first 3 years where 80% of startups fail. To ensure voice entertainment grew steadily. Images of the company making its mark appeared. The top priority was building a business structure that could surpass the break-even point. Ju Hyuk remembered the mysterious message he had received. His mouth slowly curled into a smile as he stated firmly, we will take the female lead role. A gang electronics is preparing a promotional web drama, and a 3-year contract for the next generation. Laptop as the main model. He stood up excitedly and declared, now is not the time to sit still. We must celebrate today properly. Hai Su turned to leave. Really, Jin Ju, will you come to the party? Jin Ju replied casually, of course. We have to celebrate the completion of voice entertainment. Min Jae paused in confusion. Completion? Was it incomplete before? He stammered to himself, "You're joking, right? Surely CEO Kim plans to keep everything quiet for those 3 years." Min Jae raised an eyebrow suggestively. "Boss Kong, are you coming?" Ju Hyuk hesitated. "Well, the boss has to go if you guys are paying. At least bring out the credit card." Voice entertainment started off quite smoothly. The ritual ceremony was underway. Looking forward to working together. The movie Chuck Sal became a hot topic not just because of the lead, but also the cast of newcomers at the Gosa-style introduction. Cheol-do paused, looking bewildered. "What, a VIP I know? Even my mother Park Geum-ri's independent documentary is being distributed by VIP Pictures." Meanwhile, voice entertainment's capital increased thanks to information from the phishing incident. The current stock market situation was unstable. Torrimoni's new red flower line was a huge success, but days later, side effects emerged. Rival BS stock price rose. Current balance, 4.4 billion won. 3.7 billion won was allocated for film investment. Several weeks passed like that. A car was speeding along as fast as a flash. He remained calm and spoke gently. "Sister, is the workshop for Park Geum-ri's team going okay?" Hai Su's eyes sparkled with interest. "This is truly a perfect resting place. The scenery is beautiful, and Mrs. Kim Geum-suk is very kind." She slowly turned her head back and marveled. "Ha Young is finally having some relaxing time." Ha Young asked curiously, "Oh my, really? I told you it was true." Ju Hyuk's mouth slowly curled into a smile. "I am glad. I am sorry, sister. I planned to come, but the timing was not right." Hai Su paused, looking bewildered. "It is okay. Take care of your own business, boss." "My business." The car was still speeding down the road. This was the first time in 5 years. He slowly opened the car door and stepped out. "It is fine. Please help me take good care of Ha Young." Ju Hyuk walked straight toward the house. His eyes watched intently. Ju Hyuk gripped the door handle firmly. Finally, it begins. His face was a mix of complex emotions. This movie would bring him back to the limelight. The film set was currently extremely busy. "More lights over there. Where is the stunt double? Are the props ready?" Chuck Sal began its production process. Filming started. A voice suddenly rang out in amazement. Actor Kong Ju Hyuk. His face turned pale as he spoke urgently. "Hello, sir. Please follow me today." Ju Hyuk stopped. "Ha, where to?" A hesitant voice rang out. "To the actor's waiting room." Suddenly, the man interrupted decisively. "Assistant director, what are you doing there?" He slowly approached, his gaze suspicious. "I told you to take care of the food truck." The assistant director hurried away. "I am sorry." The man paused. "Did they mistake you for an actor?" He kept a calm demeanor. "It happens." Ju Hyuk contemplated and marveled softly. "Is Ha Jin okay? She must be nervous." The man laughed excitedly. "Nervous? The staff are trembling more than she is." His eyes were full of excitement. "That girl is very meticulous. She does not make a single mistake. She even has a nickname already." He paused. "A nickname?" Ha Jin's face was ice-cold and expressionless. "The Ice Princess." Ju Hyuk laughed with amusement. "That sounds fitting." Jung Hoon gripped the script in his hand. Why did that man show up on set? His face immediately shifted with unease. Jung Hoon frowned in dissatisfaction and gritted his teeth. "I do not feel at ease at all." The director immediately called out loudly, "Ready. Action." The shout rang out and everyone moved into position. The cameras were immediately turned on and ready. Ju Hyuk's face showed complex emotions. Watching from a distance felt so strange. He had always been the center of the film set. He watched everyone's work intently, but only now did he realize that the staff checked every point and every movement. The working atmosphere was professional. The actors harmonized with each other, creating an atmosphere for the entire crew. Everyone on set was highly focused, moving subtly like living cells, coming together to form the breath of a movie. Perhaps the spot where he stood was never actually the center. Ju Hyuk smiled with amusement. Sitting in the back is not so bad either. He watched every movement of the camera intently. Jung Hoon gripped the gun in his hand. "Are those your last words? Your greed caused the deaths of innocent children." Ju Hyuk suddenly stopped with a look of surprise. His face was full of dissatisfaction, looking crazed. "That is why you have to die here." Jung-hoon's entire body trembled, but he kept his momentum. The greed you have nurtured for so long has become a monster. Don't even think about begging. What kind of acting is this? He remained focused while watching. Jaha stepped forward looking uneasy. Cut, Jung-hoon, are you okay? You do not look well. He spoke hesitantly, oh no. I am fine. He lowered his voice to remind him, then pick up the pace a bit more next time. Jung-hoon replied softly yes. His eyes turned toward Ju-hyuk. Damn it. Jung-hoon turned around and said heavily, Director, can I go outside to regain my composure for a bit? Jaha remained calm. Sure, take your time. With that, he hurried away. Prepare for the next take. Jung-hoon's mood became chaotic. What is wrong with me? Just because he is here, I am all messed up. His face turned pale as he lost his cool. Now what? Jung-hoon was startled and shouted, What kind of thing are you? He remained calm. Are you scared? He became flustered. What? No way but. What is with that terrible acting? Ju-hyuk's eyes were sharp as he spoke mockingly. The lead actor is the worst one. How does that look? He raised an eyebrow suggestively. Do you know why I chose you? He glared in dissatisfaction. Because you know my weakness. Ju-hyuk affirmed decisively. Because you are good at acting. Jung-hoon paused. What? Didn't you remember what I said? He remained calm and declared firmly, the actor most suitable for Chuck Sal is you. The boy's eyes held mixed emotions. Is he truly serious? Ju-hyuk raised an eyebrow and marveled. Too many actors rise only because of money, but you are different. He spoke mockingly. Your personality is so bad that even money can't save it. Jung-hoon immediately became enraged. What, you dare? He stopped suddenly, looking shocked. But your acting is unmatched. Without acting, what does Ha Jung-hoon have left? Ju-hyuk's gaze became stern. No one has experience like yours. Director Choi is also making a commercial film for the first time. If you back down, everyone else will be dragged down too. Jung-hoon lost his composure. Fine, I can handle it. Stop nagging, he spoke firmly, wake up. Don't overthink it. He continued to question, I said I got it, leave me alone. Jung-hoon turned and walked away frantically. Damn it, this scene. I will just act like I am really killing that guy then. Ju-hyuk sighed helplessly and marveled, honestly. The motorcycle wheels glided quickly down the road. Everything was going smoothly. The sound of the engine roared. The bike suddenly pulled over to the side of the road, except for one thing. Jae-wook immediately stopped the bike. Then he slowly took off his helmet. Jae-wook's gaze was fixed intently on the company headquarters. He suddenly stopped, looking hesitant. Is this the place? Voice entertainment, right? A dissatisfied voice echoed from inside the building. What, the boss is not here again? Good grief. Being a CEO means coming in late. I guess that is just part of the job description. Ju-hyuk remained composed. Don't you have a schedule? Min-jae spoke up irritably. Don't even get me started. We finished filming at dawn, so everything had to be pushed back. He snapped the pen in his hand and exclaimed, Kong Ha-jin is truly relentless. The director said it was fine, but that girl kept insisting on retakes to make it better. He calmly reminded him as a mop slid past, get some rest. You have more profiles to send out this afternoon. A steady voice spoke up, please lift your feet for a second. Min-jae snapped back irritably, you startled me. He turned around with a look of suspicion. Kong. Boss. Who is this? Ju-hyuk raised an eyebrow.
Kim Jae-yuk.
Jae-wook was still working diligently. He is an actor. A lavish meal was laid out in front of him. Here, eat this before you go. His face showed a mix of complex emotions. He is only 17. Min-jae's eyes flashed with confusion. You have been coming here every day for a week, just because you want to be an actor. His expression immediately turned stern. Today is your last chance. Don't come back. Jae-wook stopped in his tracks, his tone desperate. Please, sir, I will do anything. I can clean, I can help out, just please let me stay here. Jae-hwang's bloodshot eyes suddenly came to mind. Don't cross the line anymore. Ju-hyuk's expression grew heavy as he let out a soft sigh. How many more times do I have to turn you down? His eyes were filled with complex emotions. A situation, what kind of situation? A handsome situation, or a 180 centimeters tall kind of situation? Min-jae spoke in a serious yet mocking tone. You just want to skip school, do not you? Why on earth do you want to be an actor? He maintained a nonchalant demeanor. Because it is fun. He slowly savored the fragrant bowl of noodles. Is that so? Then why did not you go to her connections instead of coming here? Jae-wook immediately fell into a deep silence. Min-jae was suddenly struck with shock when the boy spoke in a heavy voice. She passed away when I was only 10. The room instantly fell into a dead silence. A moment later, the food on the table had significantly diminished. Jae-wook silently stood up to clean. He turned away decisively. I will go take out the trash. Joo-hyuk sighed, looking helpless. Good grief, seriously. He then paused. Wait, what? A confused voice rang out. What do you mean what? Min-jae's gaze turned heavy, his expression full of confusion. Why would a CEO of an entertainment company try so hard to push away someone who wants to be an actor? Isn't having more actors a good thing? His face showed a hint of pity. That kid looks like he is struggling with life. Single father, financial difficulties. He then became flustered. Wait, that is not it. Joo-hyuk's eyes reflected complex emotions. Does that kid even understand the weight of an actor's life? Does he know how heavy it feels to live as someone else? Min-jae followed up slowly. Have you ever actually seen the kid act? He paused. Pardon. He questioned him with dissatisfaction. You have not even given the kid a chance yet. Min-jae spoke persuasively, his gaze heavy. Just let the kid try. It is simple. If he is bad, he will get scared and run away before you even have a chance to nitpick. He hurriedly searched through a pile of documents. I remember it being in here somewhere. A moment later, Min-jae smiled excitedly. A practice script, and you even have someone to read lines with. Joo-hyuk's face immediately changed. What? Who is reading lines? Wait, are you serious? He immediately began getting into character as a girl. Let me just warm up my voice first. His eyes darkened, and a chill ran down his spine. I have no idea where you picked up these weird habits of yours. The practice scripts were arranged in thick stacks. The space momentarily fell into a quiet hush. Min-jae immediately immersed himself in the character. Okay, ready, let us start. Let us go out together. Jae-wook's expression shifted instantly. Are you crazy? What do you even know about me? A flicker of satisfaction appeared in Joo-hyuk's eyes. He is actually focusing, even in such a ridiculous situation. He seemed to lose control, looking frantic. Don't lie to yourself, no matter how much you try to help me. He suddenly froze, his eyes full of doubt. What is this? Joo-hyuk followed the script intently. I thought it would be an awkward, hesitant performance. Jae-wook focused intensely to inhabit the character. No matter what the line was, it felt strangely natural. He fell into a brief contemplation. Acting coach Yuta Hagen once said. He seemed to be living as the character itself. This child was not just merely acting. Joo-hyuk's face was a mixture of complex emotions. What is this? His acting. He suddenly spoke up, cutting the practice session short. That is enough. Joo-hyuk's back looked heavy. Just as I thought. This is not right. He raised an eyebrow and spoke mockingly. You are not suited to be an actor. Min-jae glared at him with dissatisfaction. Is it just because it was a female role? Joo-hyuk looked at him with an underlying meaning. His face showed complex emotions. Where did you learn to act? Jae-wook remained nonchalant. When I was little, I practiced a bit with my mom. He let out a soft sigh and spoke hesitantly. I learned from YouTube or something like that. Joo-hyuk froze, his eyes filled with shock. He taught himself everything. There is clearly something very special about this kid. He exclaimed in admiration, you have talent. The boy immediately brightened up. Really, does that mean I am hired? Joo-hyuk cut him off decisively, looking cold. Not at this company. Why do not you try asking your father? Jae-wook's face paled. My father hates acting because of my mother. His eyes reflected a mess of emotions. Regardless, you can't stay here. I will refer you to Big C Entertainment. The boy lost his composure, looking desperate. No, I won't do it. I want to work here, at any cost. Joo-hyuk sighed tiredly. Why does it have to be here? Is this stubbornness hereditary? Jae-wook's gaze turned heavy. Then why did you choose me? He suddenly stopped, his eyes filled with confusion. That day. His face turned cold, his tone resolute. It is because it was dangerous. What else? The two stood silently facing each other. Your name. The space immediately fell into silence. Jae-wook's face was a mix of complex emotions. But to answer that, Joo-hyuk froze, his eyes confused. I do not really exist. He seemed trapped in a psychological shadow. No one in a gang acknowledges me. Jae-wook's eyes were heavy with hidden stories. So I always have to act, just to be a fake Kim Jae-wook. His face showed complex emotions. So that is how it is. Joo-hyuk looked at him with pity. Having to wear a mask every day just to survive in a chaebol family did that sharpen his instincts. Jae-wook's eyes lowered slightly. But you know the truth now, right? His face carried a sense of sincerity. When I am with you, I do not need to lie. He paused for a moment upon hearing those words. I can act, instead of just faking it. Jae-wook clenched his fists, his whole body trembling. But He suddenly dropped to his knees. Joo-hyuk's face was a blur of complex emotions. Jae-wook's back looked heavy with burden. He remembered the time spent with his mother. I want to go back. Jae-wook's eyes held a firm determination. Kneeling at Joo-hyuk's feet, Jae-wook said sincerely, back to the days when I acted in front of my mother, as my true self. With an extremely serious and determined look, he spoke up, I want to reclaim the real Kim Jae-wook. Jae-wook's words inadvertently left him momentarily unsure of how to respond. Joo-hyuk looked down at the person kneeling at his feet in silence, his mind in total disarray. A second later, he suddenly called out, making the other person look up in confusion.
Kim Jae-wook.
Scene change, Joo-hyuk brought Jae-wook a cup of coffee and said, as for being a hidden child in a chaebol family, I do not know what that feels like. Taking the opportunity, he asked him directly, but is a gang really that important to you? Before the boy could speak, he took the lead again. My mother also passed away when I was young. Jae-wook focused entirely as he listened to Joo-hyuk's story. I used to think. As he told the story, he looked incredibly sad. In the end, all I wanted was to be able to call someone dad. The boy was even more surprised after hearing Joo-hyuk's following words. It was a simple dream, but then, that dream came true. Joo-hyuk remembered that day when many people came rushing towards him. It was only when they started getting physical that Joo-hyuk learned the truth, and he told it all to Jae-wook. He took out loans from sharks under my name, and was involved with illegal drugs. At that time, when he found out everything, he was completely in shock. Returning to reality, Joo-hyuk said with a bitter smile, ridiculous, is not it? I wasted time waiting for someone who never cared about me. Then he called his name, Jae-wook. The boy replied in confusion, yes. Next, Joo-hyuk asked directly, do you know why you feel like a fake? He shared frankly, it is because you are only looking at what you do not have. Joo-hyuk returned to the previous question. Is a gang really that important? Do you honestly think your father has erased you? Furthermore, he blocked Jae-wook's excuses by saying, you ride an expensive motorcycle, and you live in a villa that many people would not even dare to dream of. Joo-hyuk also showed a hint of envy as he praised him. You already have so many things. A father, financial stability, and having his true feelings exposed. Jae-wook was so tense he broke into a sweat and did not dare open his mouth. Your talent, your acting output. A few minutes later, he added, you are the real Jae-wook. Instead of caring about how others see you, why not try focusing on yourself? As soon as he finished speaking, Joo-hyuk reached out his hand, intending to shake hands with him. However, Jae-wook still looked at him with a mix of caution and surprise. Seeing this, he smiled encouragingly. Let us do it. Let us make you a real actor. But there is one condition. Scene change, at Voice Entertainment the next day, Min-jae shouted out in annoyance. What, a high school student? He was a bit irritable as he spoke. Wait, is not that the kid from before? Hai-soo chimed in, who is that? Min-jae commented on the boy, his acting is slightly better than mine, but I am not so sure about his looks. Hearing this, she frowned and shouted, you want to go? Seeing how tense they both were, Joo-hyuk spoke up to mediate. It is not over yet. I still have to see. A second later, Hai-soo questioned him, leaving Joo-hyuk a bit confused. But Kong, you are usually so picky. That kid must have something very special about him. At this, he suddenly hesitated, unable to find the words. Furthermore, Joo-hyuk remembered the pitiful look on Jae-wook's face when he was kneeling at his feet. He remembered reaching out his own hand and thought to himself, it reminded me of my own past, when I had to stand up on my own without a mother by my side. And when he saw the boy reach back, Joo-hyuk thought, it was my way of saving myself. Moreover, he had absolute faith in Jae-wook, telling himself, even if that is not the case. Joo-hyuk then smiled and praised, his acting is very good. With that he asked her, Manager Hong no, Sister Hong, please try to train him, just like you did for me. Scene change. Outside a school campus, there is currently a large crowd of people. At the same time, Jae-wook stood in front of the school gate, recalling what Ju-hyuk had said. But there is one condition. He remembered the condition Ju-hyuk set: go back to school. Jae-wook looked at his hands and thought of Ju-hyuk's advice: an actor's body is their life. Though he did not want to, he still had to follow through, speaking out in frustration, my beloved bike. At this point, Jae-wook suddenly remembered the meeting that day and the question he had asked Ju-hyuk. What, raise my class rank by 10 places, why, do actors need high grades too? He simply replied, your father. This left the boy a bit confused. Ha. Ju-hyuk quickly explained, he opposes you pursuing acting, right? If you want to convince him, you need to change something. Before leaving, he placed a hand on the boy's shoulder and promised, if you keep your word, I will help you convince your father. After remembering this, Jae-wook made up his mind, muttering as he walked, fine, I will do it. Scene change. In his room, Ju-hyuk whispered to himself, the gang web drama could be a great motivation for Ha-jin. He felt a bit awkward as he looked at his tablet and said, and Ha-young is perfect for the friendly image in the laptop commercial. Next, Ju-hyuk glanced at a nearby board with a pensive look. On the board, there was a sticky note that read, Kim Jae-wook's casting conditions: 1. Return to school.
2. No motorcycles.
3. Raise class rank by 10 places. Then meet Chairman Kim Jae-hwang. He moved closer to inspect it carefully and hesitated. The real problem is Kim Jae-hwang. Just then, someone suddenly pushed open the door to Ju-hyuk's room. He felt both curious and confused by this sudden appearance. As soon as Jae-hwang pushed the door open, he shouted his name, Kong Ju-hyuk. He marched in aggressively, making Ju-hyuk feel quite tense. When he got in front of him, Jae-hwang immediately suggested, we need to talk. A second later, he suddenly flared up, pointing straight at Ju-hyuk's face and shouting, I warned you clearly, stay out of this. He felt completely baffled and thought, why? Wait, if that is the case, then he has been blatantly watching me. Jae-hwang began to grill Ju-hyuk, so why? He let out a sigh, not knowing how to explain it properly. Next he shouted, what? Ju-hyuk quickly spoke up to improvise. I mean the way you two just barged in like that. Jae-hwang found it hard to believe after hearing those words. My son came here and said he wants to be an actor. After that, the room suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Finally, when he had calmed down, he agreed to sit and talk. So Ju-hyuk poured water for his guest. Please, though I do not have much to offer you. He used sincerity to open the conversation. Chairman, is your son's acting really such a big problem? Caught off guard by the question, Jae-hwang did not know how to respond. A few seconds later, he switched to another topic that left Ju-hyuk in disbelief. I caught him. Jae-hwang lowered his voice and said decisively, the person who stabbed you. Since it concerned him, he was quite satisfied. Well, that is good then. However, Jae-hwang seemed a bit anxious. It could have been perfect. Seeing this attitude from the other person, Ju-hyuk whispered to himself, attention, whose attention? He focused on observing Jae-hwang as he drank his tea and thought, he says he caught the culprit, but why the worried look? In a way, he is strangely clean. Seeing his hand clutching his messy hair to stay calm, Ju-hyuk thought, from the image, the circumstances. Even though Jae-hwang was trying to feign calm, he still noticed the other's extreme tension and thought, to the psychology behind the actions. From his observations, Ju-hyuk's curiosity was piqued. I do not know what is happening internally at a gang, but at least. Then he quickly set his glass of water down on the table. He decided to launch a psychological attack on Jae-hwang by asking, Jae-wook must take after his mother, right? He did not answer but looked even more tense, leading Ju-hyuk to say, Chairman, you clearly have no talent for acting at all. At this point, Jae-hwang suddenly spoke, surprising him, the culprit. Next, to hide his unease, he drank more tea. Ju-hyuk observed and thought, but Chairman Kim Jae-hwang is still uneasy. He frowned uncomfortably, staring at him, and whispered to himself, I can't know exactly what is happening inside a gang. Then Ju-hyuk reached out to pick up his glass again. He deliberately asked again, Jae-wook must take after his mother, right? Ju-hyuk repeated his old words, Chairman, you clearly have no talent for acting at all. He decided to get straight to the point. Actually, you still have not caught him, have you? Jae-hwang shouted angrily, I told you I caught him, what are you talking? Ju-hyuk did not believe him and pushed back, but you still look very worried. You came here alone, without any assistance. His face gradually darkened, seeing which he pressed his advantage. That shows you still feel threatened. Ju Hyuk, now in a dominant position, stated firmly, the real mastermind behind the person you caught. Jae Hwang was once again at a loss for words and did not speak for a moment. A few seconds later, he spoke up in defense, I am just being careful. Jae Hwang presented his view. Being near someone as prominent as you is already a risk. Ju Hyuk replied sharply, is that why you oppose your son pursuing acting? Hearing this, he lost his temper and shouted, you saw the culprit's face. Instead of getting angry, he replied nonchalantly, you said you caught him, so why? His next statement took Jae Hwang by surprise. There is still someone out there targeting Jae Wook. He did not understand the meaning and asked directly, what are you trying to say? He replied decisively, Jae Wook told me. The words that followed made Jae Hwang's face contort. That his father erased both him and his mother from a gang. Being called out, he still tried to argue, leaving Ju Hyuk at a loss. That is nonsense. He quickly thought of a rebuttal. That is what he believes, that he has been living as a fake Kim Jae Wook all this time. Unexpectedly, Jae Wook thought that way, so he looked disappointed, holding his forehead and asking, did the boy really say that? Seeing the other's low spirits, he said frankly, Jae Wook does not want to hide anymore. He wants to prove himself through acting. Hearing this, Jae Hwang suddenly slammed the table in anger. Because of that stupid desire to prove himself. As soon as he finished, he clenched his fists, his body trembling with rage. Jae Hwang looked him in the face and admitted honestly, everything is on the brink right now. In addition, he tried to justify himself. You would not understand. Jae Hwang remembered that fateful meeting and confessed, a gang is much more ruthless than you imagine. Back then he always looked at the other with a scrutinizing gaze, and as he remembered this, Jae Hwang blurted out, and his reason was undeniably cruel, she was not the right answer. The time Jae Hwang met them was in winter. The snow was very thick then. He also told Ju Hyuk a truth. The children are nothing more than tools for the group's succession. He remembered the scene of himself taking the girl out into the snow while confiding in him, that if I insisted on keeping a wrong answer. Recalling that snowy night, Jae Hwang could not help but lament, if I kept them, they would have been erased. Scene change, wanting to know everything, he personally drove to the location. Jae Hwang went with an extremely angry mood, and he also told Ju Hyuk the truth about this. I had to turn all my choices. Jae Hwang ordered his subordinates to eliminate the opponent, and he himself admitted to him, did I erase them? No. Back to the present, the more he thought about it, the angrier he got, so he said through gritted teeth, I have hidden them for 20 years just to be able to win it all back. A second later, Jae Hwang calmed down and said in a low voice, once the succession process is over, everyone will be able to return to a normal life. After hearing this, he could only sigh and reply, from what you have said, I see one thing clearly, the truly ruthless one is not a gang. Finally, Ju Hyuk said honestly, it is you, Chairman. Hearing this, Jae Hwang shouted in shock what? Next, he questioned him back. A normal life. Ju Hyuk deliberately spoke these words to test him. A life that only begins when the chairman's life support is turned off, is that what you want? He asked Jae Hwang directly, protecting them, or just protecting your own position? When he did not answer, Ju Hyuk spoke again, you say you are protecting your family from a gang. Then the other's attitude made him a bit tense as Jae Hwang yelled in frustration, this is a matter of survival. But then his answer made him feel both surprised and confused. Jae Wook has already found a way out. Jae Hwang did not understand and asked back, what do you mean? Ju Hyuk stood up and replied, if hiding is no longer an option. He turned his back and walked to the board, continuing to speak, to the point where having bodyguards around is normal. Ju Hyuk's voice was firm. A place where the public eye is on you 24/7. He seemed to understand partially and replied, are you implying? He held up a magazine and replied, no, the smartest move. The magazine cover was a photo of Jung Hoon, and Ju Hyuk firmly declared, is to let him become the most famous actor. Jae Hwang looked pensive after hearing his words. He really has talent. It is rare at his age. Ju Hyuk suddenly set the magazine down and said hesitantly, and his mother. He knew very well about Jae Wook's mother and mentioned her directly. Wasn't she the senior actress Eun Song? In Ju Hyuk's memory, Eun Song was an extremely beautiful woman with noble qualities. However, when his wife was mentioned, he frowned in confusion. Ju Hyuk did not pay too much attention to this and continued to persuade him. Since I have observed Jae Wook closely, I can see it clearly now, he truly respects her. He gave a confident smile and promised, leave Jae Wook to me. Jae Hwang did not answer immediately, but thought it over very carefully for a while. Scene change. The next morning in Ju Hyuk's office. Before the other left, he spoke up to instruct, "Team leader, remember to bring today's receipts." The office was bustling with people. Ju Hyuk instructed his subordinates, "Ha Young, remember to double-check those edits," to which she replied, "Yes, sir." Min Jae then turned to ask the person next. To him, "Hajin, what should we have for lunch later? Tonkatsu or stir-fried pork?" After a while, he kept his head down, staring at the phone in his hand while deep in thought. Looking through a series of information, Ju Hyuk mused to himself, "It makes sense. It is not an easy decision to make. He needs time to think it over." Just then he announced loudly, "Chairman, we are heading out now." Ju Hyuk replied politely, "All right, everyone be careful." A second later, he suddenly looked both incredulous and annoyed upon hearing Hai Su's voice. "Who is this handsome guy?" It turned out she was talking about Jae Wook, the aspiring young actor Kong had mentioned before. A few seconds after bringing the documents to him, the boy asked, "When can I start?" Ju Hyuk replied in a low voice, "Wait a moment, I have not checked them yet." After looking at the report card, Ju Hyuk was completely astonished. "Is this really your midterm report card?" Jae Wook replied honestly, "That is right. See, I have moved up 10 ranks. He showed the report card to the boy and asked, "Look again. What rank is this?" Jae Wook answered confidently, "Rank 15, sir." Ju Hyuk looked at the report card once more, breaking into a sweat. "Were you at the bottom of the class? I see, that is why you were able to jump ranks so quickly." However, the boy replied quite casually, "A man has to keep his promises, right?" While searching for something in his backpack, Jae Wook naturally recalled Jae Hwang's words. "Also, my father told me to give this to you." Ju Hyuk took the envelope and asked him, "What is it?" He took it and turned away, while Jae Wook answered honestly, "I do not know either." While Ju Hyuk used a letter opener to cut open the documents, the boy added, "He only said this." At that moment, he noticed that the boy's attitude and gestures were exactly like Jae Hwang's. A few minutes later, Ju Hyuk gently pulled the documents out from inside. He looked anxious as he flipped through each page of the documents in his hand. The boy was eager to know what it was and asked, "But what does it mean?" Ju Hyuk quickly turned and replied, "It is nothing." He quickly put the documents away in the cabinet and said, "Anyway, let us go. I will treat you to dinner tonight to celebrate." Jae Wook took it literally and exclaimed happily, "Really?" Immediately after, Ju Hyuk took him out to eat. The boy asked, "What should we eat?" He replied cheerfully, "Anything is fine, as long as it is somewhere a bit far away." Before heading out, Ju Hyuk turned back to look behind him for a moment. The office was now completely empty of people. He quickly glanced at his desk. What Ju Hyuk cared about most was that stack of documents. He deliberately left the cabinet unlocked to lure the other person into a trap. Scene change. After entering the restaurant, Jae Wook spoke excitedly, "You said you would treat me to anything, but why soybean paste stew?" Ju Hyuk simply replied casually. A true top actor does not complain about what they eat. What kind of logic is that? While eating, he instructed seriously, "Team leader Hong Hai Su will be guiding you, so listen carefully. And do not cause any trouble at school." Jae Wook exclaimed in surprise a few times. This attitude made Ju Hyuk annoyed. "Are you trying to irritate me?" Just then, he saw a familiar face on the TV. Jae Juvies is making a comeback. He looked up and asked, "Who are they?" Jae Wook watched the performance and replied, "An anonymous S-tier idol group. They are not very famous yet, but their music is really good. They even compose their own songs." He did not forget to praise them. It feels like their potential is about to explode. Just then, Ju Hyuk's phone rang. "I am going outside to take a call." Scene change. He stepped outside to answer the phone. At that moment, Ju Hyuk heard the voice on the other end say, "A smart choice." After listening to the other person ramble for a while, he asked in surprise, "What?" Next, Ju Hyuk looked through the window back inside and was shocked. He saw the performance on TV and thought to himself, Jae Juvies is on TV right now. Scene change. The next morning at the office. After hearing Ju Hyuk explain his intentions, Cheoldu shouted in shock, "What, you want me to be the head of security?" He confirmed seriously once more, "That is right. There is also the matter of Jae Wook. If we want to grow this company, we need someone trustworthy." He appeared a bit hesitant and stammered, "It is a generous offer but Ju Hyuk's attitude was extremely firm. "I want you to investigate Choi Wa-jin of the girl group Jae Juvies." Scene change. Earlier, he had received a phone call saying, the keyword chosen by Kong Ju-hyuk is J. The other person quickly provided information on the person Ju-hyuk needed, the girl group J Juvies. While he watched the performance on TV intently, the voice on the other end said, the member Choi Wajin. The performance had just ended, and the audience was chanting repeatedly, Juvies, 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 Juvies. However, something happened to Wajin in the restroom, and the other person also stated honestly, she ended her life in the company restroom. After hanging up, Ju-hyuk thought about the matter. She intentionally chose to end it at the company building. What were her last words? Scene change. At this moment, he showed Wajin's photo to the man and spoke up. It seems she was being threatened. We need to know the whole truth. Cheol-do picked up her photo and replied, that is also where the late actor Cha Sung-bin passed away, right? Ju-hyuk informed him honestly. They managed to dodge the investigation, but FNF was also behind that incident. He also shared his true thoughts with the other man. I suspect there is an organization behind this. Let us start with the CEO and see what we can find. Cheol-do scratched his head in confusion and replied, the stench of corruption is really strong. Knowing what he was worried about, Ju-hyuk got straight to the point. Don't worry about the cost. Mobilize all the manpower and equipment necessary. Once the issue was settled, Cheol-do stood up and said, the schedule is tight. Well, let us get to work. Before leaving, he suddenly remembered something. But he was quite curious about Ju-hyuk's business and asked, you're not even a former cop like me. Why are you trying so hard to save people who have nothing to do with you? Without waiting for an answer, Cheol-do turned to leave and said, I was just saying. Like I said, I do not ask clients for their reasons. However, curiosity made him change his attitude. But until you sign the contract, please answer me then. Because at that point, you are no longer my client, but family. Ju-hyuk was completely confused by those words, so he could only watch him leave in silence. After thinking it through, he muttered to himself, sorry, but Director Huang won't be getting that answer. Suddenly, Ju-hyuk remembered something from the past and slammed the table, thinking, this is not charity work. Why get involved in an idol scandal that has nothing to do with the film industry? Walking back to his desk, he whispered to himself, I was going to ignore this information since it does not involve me. In that way, Ju-hyuk recalled the news bulletin he had just seen on TV. Furthermore, this news was also being broadcast on large screens in shopping malls. The image of a group of men looking troubled on the TV screen was deeply etched in his heart. The image of Wajin holding a wineglass also suddenly appeared in Ju-hyuk's mind. Along with the arrogant face he made when he saw him, it suddenly reappeared in his memory. Ju-hyuk remembered the stack of documents that Jae Hwang had his son deliver to him. Wajin's TV performance also surfaced in the flow of his thoughts. Suddenly, Ju-hyuk thought of FNF Entertainment. Then he stepped over to take the stack of documents out and thought to himself, at first, I thought it was just a coincidence. Once again, Ju-hyuk looked at the documents and shared his thoughts, until I received this gift from Kim Jae Hwang, the CEO of a gang. Immediately after, he saw a document that read, the drug used in the spiked alcohol case in Cheongdam-dong is black, identical to the type that appeared in the G-Club incident 5 years ago. FNF, suspected to be behind this, was also involved in the G-Club party 5 years ago. From this page of the document, Ju-hyuk's heart filled with suspicion. So FNF was also behind the incident 5 years ago. He began to make his own deductions. That is why voice keeps directing me to this place. Ju-hyuk's eyes flashed with anger as he told himself, the key clue to my downfall was buried in FNF. Scene change. At FNF Entertainment, someone announced loudly, the director is coming out. Upon hearing the director mentioned, a group of bodyguards stood ready for orders. As Song Gapil stepped out, everyone bowed in unison. At the same time, he also fell into the crosshairs of a camera. The owner of the camera was Cheol-do, and he ordered, next location. At the same time in his car, Song Gapil was flirting with a girl. Your skin looks so bright today. Immediately after, his car quickly drove away. Scene change. 2 weeks later, at a film set on the outskirts of the city. On the set, after finishing a scene, the director's voice rang out, cut, okay. While the directing team was reviewing the footage, Ha-young was reading the script. Ju-hyuk quickly stepped over to check on her. Ha-young, that was some great acting. He found a chair and sat down to talk to Ha-young. You are working really hard. Everyone is full of praise for you. She replied modestly, it is just my job firmly. Ju-hyuk asked concernedly, is the acting difficult? She looked at the script and replied gently, not really. Seeing that Ha Young did not want to talk, he left after saying, "Alright, I won't bother you anymore. Keep it up." Just then she suddenly spoke up, "Alright. I have not said this before but," leading Ju Hyuk to reply with a confused hum. Before he could react, Ha Young continued, "I misunderstood back then. I thought you were bothering her." She looked straight into his eyes and confessed honestly, "I felt very guilty, so I will definitely try to work even harder." When Ju Hyuk made a confused face, Ha Young asked earnestly, "Does Wajin always talk like that?" And then he just looked at her and laughed out loud, leaving her feeling bewildered. The conversation between the two inadvertently caught the attention of Jin Ju. What are those two laughing about so much? Scene change, outside the film set, where there was no one passing by. She suddenly went outside to look and muttered to herself, "Where did that girl go? She was just inside a moment ago." Suddenly, Jin Ju heard a familiar voice ring out, "Yes, director." She blankly started to guess, "Senior." Scene change, Cheoldu was still tracking the target and grumbled, "CEO Song Gapil, that bastard." He took out his phone and reported the current situation. Right now, he is at a love motel, having an affair with a trainee even younger than his own daughter. The voice on the other end cursed loudly, "Sick bastard." Next, Cheoldu replied with annoyance, "But that is not even the worst part." He used the camera to observe the distant scene and spoke up, "He has a luxury villa in Gangwon-do." Thanks to that, Cheoldu saw a group of people entering the villa and explained, "I see some big figures from the business and political worlds present there. And there might be many others we have not identified yet." Next, four girls appeared, and he reported in detail, after the VIPs entered the villa, women appeared not long after. The person on the other end of the line was Ju Hyuk, so he asked, "So he is using the company's artists?" Among the four women, Cheoldu recognized one and said, "Choi Wajin was also there, just a few days ago." Hearing her mentioned, he broke into a sweat from worry. But that girl is still so young. He observed Wajin for a moment and guessed her age. 20 years old. She has just become an adult. Ju Hyuk could not stand it and cursed loudly, "Filthy bastard." He was standing outside the film set to listen to Cheoldu's phone call. Unfortunately, Jin Ju had overheard the conversation just now and muttered to herself, "A villa in Gangwon-do." Cheoldu remembered Wajin's appearance and said in a low voice, 20 years old. Learning of this, Ju Hyuk was extremely angry and cursed loudly, "Disgusting scoundrels." He suddenly thought of something and asked Cheoldu, "By the way, boss." Before Ju Hyuk could finish his sentence, the man interrupted. "You might know him too." He asked curiously, "Who?" Cheoldu zoomed in on the face and replied quickly, "The journalist from Deathpatch, Park Do-hoon." After receiving the photo sent by him, Ju Hyuk shouted in shock, "Park Do-hoon, why is he there?" And when he saw her walking up, he asked in surprise, "Why are you out here?" Jin Ju asked back, "What are you doing here?" Ju Hyuk did not want her to know about the matter, so he replied, "It is nothing. Go inside, it is cold out." But Jin Ju refused to let it go. "Senior, is not this a bit too much?" Hearing this, he made a confused face, while Jin Ju got straight to the point. "You are always so nice to Ha Jin, but you do not care about me at all. You have not even asked if I have eaten." Ju Hyuk turned his head away and replied reluctantly, "That, you are the female lead. You have to maintain your image." She frowned angrily and shouted at him, "What are you trying to do? Is it something very dangerous again?" Jin Ju's attitude made Ju Hyuk so tense that he broke into a sweat and asked her, "Why are you asking that all of a sudden?" Jin Ju spoke in a serious, low tone, "You have been strange lately. Ever since the spiked alcohol incident, and then the matter with Ha Young." Hearing this, he was a bit surprised and stammered, "Some kind of game, right?" Misunderstood by her, Ju Hyuk frowned and explained annoyedly, "You would not understand. You were not unemployed for 5 years like me. When work piles up for 5 years, one day is not enough to handle it all. Since I have been resting for 5 years, I now have to do 6 days worth of work in one day, right?" When he pointed at his face, Jin Ju thought to herself, "Work left unfinished for 5 years. What a bad performance. He is avoiding it again." Then Ju Hyuk angrily turned to walk away and shouted, "I am busy now. I am leaving. Focus on the filming." This attitude made Jin Ju think to herself, he is definitely hiding something. Scene change, that night, Ju Hyuk went to a bar and met a familiar face there. "Long time no see, Boss Kong." He acted surprised and replied, "Boss." Then the other person asked Ju Hyuk directly, "Is there something so urgent it brought you here in the middle of the night?" He stared at the other person silently with an annoyed look, making the man across from him ask, "What, is there something on my face?" The person in front of Ju Hyuk was Do-hoon. He looked at the man and thought, if he were just a normal journalist, I would have been suspicious. While Do-hoon casually drank his alcohol, Ju Hyuk cursed inwardly, but this man, the devil of the press. He remembered the cases the man had been involved in and thought, to expose others, he has to keep his own record absolutely clean. Ju Hyuk also knew quite a bit about the other man and mused, many in the entertainment industry have tried to dig up his past for revenge, but found nothing. Ironically, that is why he has survived so long in this business. On the other hand, he also knew the man's personality, a workaholic who would sell his soul just for an exclusive scoop. Seeing that Ju Hyuk did not speak, Do-hoon turned to look at him. At the same time, Ju Hyuk thought to himself, he is not easily lured by cheap temptations. Even so, I still need to verify. A moment later, Ju Hyuk pulled out a photo. Upon seeing it, Do-hoon asked in surprise, "What is this, me and Song-gapil?" He looked at the photo with a confused expression, not knowing where he had gotten it. Do-hoon quickly adjusted his mindset and turned to say, "I am used to being followed, but I did not expect you to have this hobby. What are you planning to do?" Ju Hyuk was very decisive and did not beat around the bush as he offered the condition, an exchange. Do-hoon was interested and asked back, "An exchange? Sounds more like blackmail." He brought out a file folder and replied gently, "Let us get straight to the point." The man saw it and asked hesitantly, "What is this about?" When he looked through the photos, Do-hoon broke into a sweat and shouted, "What is this?" Ju Hyuk observed his expression and said loudly, "Entertainment contracts with trainees." In that way, he began to accuse the man. Using kids who have just become adults. Ju Hyuk appeared extremely calm while saying those words. "And then you appeared at the scene." As soon as he finished, Do-hoon glared at him and shouted, "What?" Knowing the other person was an old fox, Ju Hyuk said exactly what he knew. Reporter Park Do-hoon participating in an illegal party. His voice was so sharp it made Do-hoon's hand shake with anger. But those who have fallen into your hands might think differently. His face became increasingly grim, yet he was still smart enough to shift the blame to someone else. That bastard Song-gapil. Because of the stress, Do-hoon drank more alcohol. Ju Hyuk continued to observe and asked himself, family. The man knew he could hardly escape complicity, so he spoke up. "I mentioned a family vacation during a meeting, so Song-gapil recommended that villa to me." Do-hoon sighed with a miserable expression and justified himself. "I thought staying for free was a normal perk for a journalist. I did not realize I almost let my children step into that disgusting place." At this point, Do-hoon had some questions about Ju Hyuk's motive and asked, "Wait a minute. What is this exchange you mentioned? What do you get out of it?" He did not let the man know too much about himself, so he simply replied, "This is not over yet." Additionally, Do-hoon was curious when he saw a stack of papers inside the file folder. After reading them, his face contorted with fear. Ju Hyuk thought, the card that Chairman Kim Jae-hwang gave me. Seeing something familiar, Do-hoon let out a bewildered huh. The documents he saw contained information. FNF was behind the spiked alcohol case in Cheongdam, and FNF was involved in events at G Club 5 years ago. Do-hoon doubted its authenticity, so he glanced at him and asked, "Drug distribution, and that drug?" He casually uttered the word black, and immediately Ju Hyuk confirmed, "The very thing that turned me into a national addict 5 years ago." This information made Do-hoon find it hard to believe. So FNF has been involved in drugs all this time. This case should be handed over to the prosecution immediately. Before he could finish, Ju Hyuk interrupted, "But there are still people protecting FNF from the inside." Furthermore, he reached out to touch the wine glass on the table and said, "That is why the spiked alcohol case has not been solved, and it is also why I still can't appear in public." At this point, the man asked Ju Hyuk about his previous words, "So when you said exchange, what did you mean?" Ju Hyuk quickly finished the glass of alcohol in his hand and slammed it down on the table. Immediately, Do-hoon declared loudly, "I will reclaim my honor." He then made a proposal, "Let us bring down FNF together." The man replied with confidence, "You want me to repay the debt from 5 years ago in exchange for deleting those photos." Although he was negotiating, he still did not want to yield. "I am giving you a chance. A chance to get back at the bastard who almost destroyed your family, a chance to shake up the entertainment industry, again with an exclusive scoop." Do-hoon sighed and replied with a sarcastic tone, "Sounds good, but in the end, it is still blackmail." He looked at the photo in his hand again and said hesitantly, "But honestly, maybe you have known for a long time." Ju Hyuk did not understand the meaning behind Do Hoon's last sentence at all. In addition, the man suddenly confided in him, "Actually, I am working with the I Want to Know team from the public broadcaster to investigate this case. The mysterious death of actor Cha Sung-bin, who was also under FNF." Do Hoon also revealed to Ju Hyuk what he was lacking. "There is no clear evidence, so I followed them all the way to the villa. Taking this chance, he also complained to him. It turns out Song Gapil intended to set me up. I almost became the next mysterious death." Hearing this, Ju Hyuk quickly replied, "This investigation could prevent more tragic deaths in the entertainment industry." However, Do Hoon did not agree with him, and his next words confused Ju Hyuk.
No, no.
"Forget the investigation. Indeed, I was furious thinking about my daughter, but we should approach this differently." With his sharp mind, he had thought of a clever way to catch the whole nest. "We will throw a party too." Scene change. A few days later, early in the morning, someone came to see Jean Ju, making her a bit tense. With everything in chaos from the assassination attempt, why target FNF? Jean Ju looked at the person opposite her and explained loudly, "You said it yourself, boss. The allegations against FNF are dangerous, but they lack physical evidence." Chong-gyu replied hesitantly, "That was true back then, but thanks to Kong Ju Hyuk." Before he could finish, Jean Ju cut him off, "Not the spiked alcohol case." She started to grill Chong-gyu. "Boss, in your investigation files, is there any mention of a villa in Gangwon-do?" With no other choice, he could only give a forced smile and reply awkwardly, "What, a villa?" A second later, Jean Ju asked him, "Boss, do you remember?" Chong-gyu looked confused and remained silent, so she continued, "The promise you made when FNF hired me." Jean Ju was desperate to know the truth and pleaded with him, "A relationship with no secrets, tell me." She asked him directly, "What really happened at that villa in Gangwon-do?" Chong-gyu slowly picked up his coffee cup and answered evasively, "Jean Ju, if this is a sincere relationship, then let me ask you something first." On the other hand, he knew exactly why Jean Ju was reacting this way and replied, "It is about Kong Ju Hyuk again, is not it? Why do you panic every time his name comes up?" She frankly answered Chong-gyu's question, "Because I like him. Not just as a respected senior, but as a person, as a man I deeply respect and like him." Scene change. Wanting to find out the truth, Do Hoon went to the villa. He called the manager there directly and pretended to be friendly. "Manager Bay, my family was so thrilled when I mentioned the villa." The other person replied happily, "If you had called earlier, we could have picked you up." Do Hoon politely said, "Oh my Manager Bay, I know how busy you are." He exchanged pleasantries with Manager Bay. "No need to be so formal. All right, please pass on my thanks to your boss." It was now night, so the area was very deserted. Before entering, Do Hoon handed him an envelope and said, "Thank you, I will take a look around on my own." The other man took it and replied cheerfully, "Oh my, I can't believe it. This is truly wonderful." As soon as he got inside, he cautiously closed the door. Do Hoon carefully took out his phone to make a video call to Cheol-do. After a moment, he asked, "How's this? Can you see clearly?" He pointed the camera forward and asked, "Is this position okay?" Cheol-do pointed and replied, "The sound system over there seems like a good spot." Cheol-do was sitting in a car parked nearby, directing Do Hoon. "No, move a bit to the left. Tilt it slightly." Once they found the perfect spot, Cheol-do said, "Good." Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk, sitting next to him, thought, "Just wait, I Want to Know and Director Hwang's team." He did not take his eyes off the screen, thinking soon, the cameras will start rolling. Ju Hyuk was very confident in his plan, thinking to himself, "This time, I am the director. This is the beginning of my revenge." Scene change. In a nearby van, a reporter was interviewing someone. "I am sorry for bringing back painful memories, and thank you for having the courage to stand up." The person being interviewed was Wajin, but she kept her head down in front of the camera while the reporter continued, "We will do our best to uncover the truth behind this incident." Seeing Wajin's reluctance to respond, the reporter urged, "Ms. Choi Wajin." The reporter conducting the interview was none other than Do Hoon. It took a moment before she spoke up. "When I was told there was a schedule at that villa, I thought it was just for a commercial or something." He continued to ask, "But were all the members there?" Recalling the past, Wajin's body trembled with tension as she replied, "No, it was just me. And by the time I realized it was a form of entertainment." At the same time, Song Gapil's angry face and voice echoed in her mind. "Do you want to ruin the whole group just because of your pride? Do you want everyone to go back to living in that Gashawon?" Remembering this, Wajin was so humiliated that she burst into tears. "They told me I would affect the other members. Scene change. A week later at FNF Entertainment, the man suddenly received a phone call. CEO Song, is everything alright today? Song Gapil sat leisurely with his feet on his desk, which had a nameplate reading CEO Song Gapil, and replied casually, Mr. Chairman, I have arranged the girls and they are already waiting. He looked completely relaxed while answering the phone. Choi Wah-jin is there too. Her comeback is near, so we are managing her very strictly. She is top tier, a list. The person on the other end quickly replied, did you call CEO Mina too? She really knows how to liven up the atmosphere. Song Gapil asked blankly Mina. He quickly opened his laptop and replied, let me see. Today's schedule. Yes, she is free. I will have her ready immediately. The person on the other end spoke hurriedly, this is an important client, so please do not let any mistakes happen. Song Gapil reassured him, don't worry sir. Taking the opportunity, he made a suggestion. By the way, Chairman, please make sure the Cheongdam spiked alcohol is ready as well. Hearing this, the person on the other end thought, CEO Song. Then shouted angrily, are you going to keep doing business like this? Do you have any idea how hard I worked to cover that up? The other person refused, saying, let us talk about that later. He did not dare argue. Yes, I understand. Then, tonight. When the other person hung up, Song Gapil panicked. Hello damn it, just because he has called the chairman a few times, he thinks he is the chairman now, that brat is still wet behind the ears. He quickly dialed his phone to find his secretary. The other person picked up quickly. Yes, CEO. Song Gapil ordered angrily, find CEO Mina and get her here right now. This is an emergency. Scene change. At a film set, the director was giving instructions. Shine the spotlight right here, increase the brightness. At the same time, after hearing Jin Ju's story, Min Jae shouted, what on earth are you saying? Afterward, Min Jae was a bit unhappy with her request. You are asking me to travel all the way to Gangwon province. Jin Ju explained to him urgently, you just said the company card was used there. That foolish senior Ju Hyuk is definitely planning something reckless again. Worried about Ju Hyuk, she said, that place is really dangerous. Hearing this, Min Jae could not help but feel tense. What do you mean dangerous? Explain it to me. Jin Ju closed her eyes, her body trembling, and stammered, it is because FNF. That Gangwon villa. They are doing terrible things to the girls. Scene change. That night at the Gangwon villa. A party was being held inside, full of food and beautiful women. The room was filled with music and the sounds of flirting. A few minutes later, one man asked another, how was that girl from last time? The man replied reluctantly, don't ask. I thought I was going to melt away. Mina was dissatisfied and pulled his arm, saying, hey, are you guys really going to talk about other girls right in front of me? He replied with a smile. Mina seems a bit unhappy, does not she? Mina started forcing him to drink. Come on, drink up. Then the whole group shouted in unison, cheers. Wah-jin sat huddled in a corner, not bothering to speak. Her sad face was reflected in her wine glass. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk's car was still parked nearby, silently monitoring the situation inside. Through the camera, he told Do-hoon, today's clients are young masters from chaebol families. He recognized one of them and replied, one is the youngest son of K Liquor, and the other is the second son of D Construction. Ju Hyuk, knowing their secrets, spoke up, companies like these are very convenient for underground deals, are not they however? He looked at where Wah-jin was sitting and deduced, it seems there is still an empty seat. A few seconds later, a man noticed she was always silent and paid attention to her. Oh right, you are an idol, are not you? The other man joined the fun. I do not think I have seen you on TV. The first man quickly followed up, I have. She is a great dancer. He looked surprised and replied, is that so, then why do not you dance for us? The other man laughed and teased, what kind of request is that? Seeing him actively pushing the food on the table aside, the other man said in surprise, hey. He made an annoyed face and ordered Wah-jin, I said dance. Get up. She was so scared she started to cry, her body shaking as she looked at him with worried eyes. Mina saw this and let out a mocking laugh. She is about to cry, the man quickly spoke up, Mina, is this her first time? She is as stiff as a board. Mina acted coyly with him. I do not know, honey. I am not close with her. Hearing this, his attitude changed. Well then, shall we liven up the atmosphere a bit? He looked at Wah-jin and said with a smile, right, Wah-jin, we are not bad people. He deliberately put a drug into a wine glass and negotiated with her, if you are willing to have fun with us, we will make sure to reward you well. He swirled the wine glass while luring Wah-jin. Take a sip and you will feel better immediately. It also helps calm your nerves before going on stage. A second later, he held the wine glass in front of her face. Seeing Wajin not reacting, he urged her again, drink it. He even promised, then you will see a whole new world. Hearing this outside, Ju Hyuk cursed angrily, those bastards. Fearing he would do something impulsive, Do-hoon quickly grabbed Ju Hyuk's hand. He quickly advised him, calm down. We can't do anything yet. We have to wait for the decisive moment. Ju Hyuk replied worriedly, but once she drinks that drug. Do-hoon reminded him loudly, everything will fall apart. Choi Wajin's confession, your revenge, everything. Just having this recording alone will prove she was drugged. Furthermore, he had quite a bit of faith in her strength. Choi Wajin knows exactly what she will face once she steps in there. Just then, Cheolda's voice rang out, Director. They saw a strange car appear. Along with his report, another VIP guest is arriving. Scene change. Song Gapil was currently so angry he was practically steaming. Good grief. Do these people ever think about being on time? A few minutes later, Song Gapil quickly ran out to welcome the honored guest. Hello, Chairman. Thank you for coming in person. As the car door opened, the person inside stepped 1 foot out. Through the camera lens, Cheoldu recognized the familiar face and said in surprise, that is. He immediately reported to Ju Hyuk, Director, look at monitor number 3, quickly. Do-hoon saw the person and was so nervous he broke into a sweat, shouting, no way that guy is. The newcomer was Jong-ju. Additionally, Do-hoon cursed loudly, that notorious piece of trash. While Ju Hyuk was extremely worried, the man called out his name loudly, Taishin Foods. As soon as he entered, Jong-ju asked loudly, what is everyone doing? The man saw him and asked happily, oh, you are here. He quickly set down his wine glass and explained, we were just warming up a bit before you arrived. He said with a tone of regret, but it seems this girl is a bit difficult, Song Gapil looked on and let out a surprised As soon as he saw the vial, he said with a bright smile, you guys have already started. Song Gapil also spoke up for Wajin, but Wajin has a comeback stage soon, so I'm afraid letting her use black tonight might be a bit difficult. He feigned a smile and said, oh no, have I put you in a difficult position, Mr. Song. Next, he casually grabbed a bottle of alcohol and hesitated, Mr. Song. He raised the bottle high and shouted in Song Gapil's face, this guy calls himself a CEO when he can't even read the room. As soon as he finished, he smashed it right into him, causing him to fall and cry out in pain. Scene change, outside, Do-hoon asked Ju Hyuk curiously, wait, Kong Ju Hyuk, do you know Park Jong-ju? He did not answer, simply remembering the past as he told himself, all the pieces are finally falling into place. Ju Hyuk was sitting in a bar at the time. Remembering this, he whispered to himself, 5 years ago, the country's biggest drug scandal broke out at G Club, and several parties at G Club back then were organized by FNF itself. Returning to the present after connecting the facts, Ju Hyuk thought, and the G Club party back then was organized by FNF itself. He focused on Jong-ju and Song Gapil and analyzed inwardly, the person who spread rumors that I was involved in drugs was Taishin Foods. Those two bastards joined hands and pushed me into hell. Seeing him being beaten, Ju Hyuk thought excitedly, Song Gapil and Park Jong-ju, those bastards. And now. A few minutes later, Jong-ju was warming up his limbs with the intention of hitting someone. He was targeting Song Gapil, while Ju Hyuk observed them and muttered to himself, and the one behind everything. Suddenly, Jong-ju stopped and said, I warned you not to blabber in front of clients, did not I, Mr. Zvo? The image showed Jong-ju rushing forward to hit the man opposite him. Park Jong-ju, Executive Director of Taishin Foods. Song Gapil, CEO of FNF Entertainment. 5 years ago, those two. 5 years ago, those two joined hands and pushed me into hell. And the one who stood behind everything. Jong-ju let out a cold snort and warned, Su-song, I warned you not to blabber in front of clients, did not I? As soon as he finished, he turned back to ask, so, has everyone had dinner? Looking at that sinister face, the man opposite could only stammer in reply, oh yes, we just. He placed a hand on the other man and smiled. I just wanted to talk to CEO Song for a bit, so you all just go ahead and enjoy yourselves. Hearing this, he replied, yes sir. Then Jong-ju glanced behind him. By the way, fun is fun but. Finally he instructed, just do not touch my partner. He immediately replied, of course sir. Then he led Song Gapil away. Let us go. He followed behind, nodding. Yes sir. Inside the room, Jong-ju handed him a towel. Wipe it off. Song Gapil replied hurriedly, yes, thank you sir. He sat on a chair and said, I told you to bring someone who knows how to please clients. Did not I? Do you know how much those brats cost? Hearing this, he bowed his head. I am sorry sir. Jong-ju asked, anyway, how is the Cheongdam-dong alcohol case going? Song Gapil's face was serious as he replied, everything has been settled, except for the big seaside which was caught. But then somehow the news leaked out. When we traced that source, it led to Kong Ju-hyuk. Kong Ju-hyuk. Hearing this, Jong-ju was startled. What, that actor whose career we ruined back then? From a distance, Ju-hyuk overheard that conversation and wondered, ruined my career. Song Gapil reminded him, you still remember, right, 6 years ago, when we were about to debut the rookies with the professional concept, that bastard Kong Ju-hyuk interfered. He replied in a low voice, I remember. Our entire plan was almost ruined. The scene flashed back to 6 years ago. At that time, Song Gapil sat on a chair and reported to him, Chairman, we have a problem with the lineup for the G Club party. Jong-ju asked softly, what problem? He explained, among the rookies, there is an actress named Museju, and Kong Ju-hyuk chose her as the female lead. Jong-ju turned to look. Why would an A-list star like Kong Ju-hyuk target an unknown rookie? Song Gapil stammered in reply, no one knows, not even me. Anyway, we might have to cancel this. His face began to look worried. Seeing that, he tapped his hand on his leg and calculated. No. It seemed Jong-ju had thought of something and let out a light laugh. His face began to look terrifying as he planned. Prepare an event. Instead of an unknown actress, we will use the national actor Kong Ju-hyuk. Where else could we find a face better to promote Black Moonding? It could not be better. Hearing this, Song Gapil turned back, puzzled. How can we use a top star like Kong Ju-hyuk? He immediately replied, top star or not, they all fall the same way. Jong-ju picked up a bottle and said, isn't this your specialty? Start with the people around him. Then he gently poured it into a glass. Ignoring the glass overflowing with alcohol, he still tried to pour it all out, drop by drop. Bind him with drugs. Only then did he hand the glass to the man. Right, create a few more scandals. Song Gapil asked, scandals? Looking at the glass in his hand, he was afraid. Jong-ju replied, you know, double contracts, or unilaterally canceling shows. Once the vultures start circling the party. That is when we pour black in. Back to the present, Wajin was sitting alone on a chair. Her hands were clenched tight. Her face was filled with sorrow. Returning to the room of the two men, Jong-ju replied, thanks to that, everything went perfectly, right, using a national actor instead of some nobody. Song Gapil also chimed in sinisterly, it made black the #1 domestic brand. Jong-ju gave a cold laugh and lowered his head. And we even got to use Ryu Jin-ju again. But now, is Kong Ju-hyuk interfering again? He replied in a panic, that matter is getting even more complicated. Before he could finish, Jong-ju cut him off. He is the problem. His face was full of cunning as he continued, after all these years of digging. Song Gapil asked him in confusion, so what do we do now? Jong-ju replied, what else? Make sure he can never return to this industry. He calculated. No just. Outside, the car was still silently parked on the road. The person next to him spoke up. The situation is even worse than I thought. Ju-hyuk also spoke. Park Jong-ju was also behind Jin-ju's spiked alcohol case. Do-hoon frowned and asked, but that is strange. In the Cha Song-bin investigation, there was no sign of Park Jong-ju at all. He turned to look at him. So he is only involved in the drug case. Ju-hyuk repeated, drug trafficking. He said, Song Gapil uses drugs to ruin his opponents. Finally, Do-hoon understood. The reason Park Jong-ju has been hidden for so long is because he uses Song Gapil as a smokescreen. The larger the scale, the more dangerous everything becomes. After finishing his sentence, he tapped on the keyboard. His face broke into a bright smile as he replied, the doctor once warned me about this. In the room where the two were talking, they suddenly received some news. Jong-ju picked up the phone and shouted, what, some vermin got in. Immediately, a group of people rushed out from outside the car. One thug leaned against the car door and laughed. So the filthy rats are still hiding here. A group of people surrounded the car and threatened, get out now you bastards, damn it, today is a perfect day to bury someone. Do-hoon saw the situation and panicked. I have to send the data. He immediately rushed out. Before he could get far, he was grabbed tightly by the thugs. Don't even think about escaping. He gave a cold laugh and warned, if you want to die peacefully, then crawl out of this damn car. Ju Hyuk let out a soft sigh. Damn it. Then he pushed the man away forcefully and shouted, get lost, I will get out myself. He pressed his lips together and opened the door to step out. Immediately, Ju Hyuk gripped the door handle tight. He pulled it shut with force. The thugs outside were startled by this. He yelled, you dog, open the door now. He ignored him and turned back to instruct, Reporter Park, send it now. The thug outside would not leave him alone and raised a baseball bat. You son of a bitch. Before he could strike, he was sent flying by some powerful force. He struggled to get up and cursed, what the hell, who the hell are you guys? Cheol-do appeared. Not just one guy, but a whole pack, huh? Then he looked at him and asked, who do you think you are, touching someone else's expensive car? Immediately, Cheol-do's men raised their fists to hit the troublemakers. Do-hoon asked in confusion, what is happening, who are those people? Hearing this, he gently reassured him, don't worry, they are on our side. The troublemakers screamed in pain. Jong-ju grabbed his phone and shouted in a rage, So-song, you let some rats in. Deal with them immediately. Song Gapil heard the order and immediately rushed to the door. He raised his hand to command everyone, what are you standing there for, move now if we are late, we are all finished. The whole group replied, clear sir, hey bring the car here now. Everyone hurried to act. Erase all the evidence too. They quickly took the people out. What are you doing, get the others out now. The person being taken out saw this and asked, what is it, are we going to an after party? Hwa Jin stood alone, trembling. She quickly grabbed a vial of the drug. A noise came from the car. Please drive faster, I told you it is very urgent. The police saw this and asked, what are you planning to do that you have to go deep into the mountains like this? The roads here are very bad. If you drive fast and something happens. Min Jae grabbed his phone and thought, this is the GPS tracking the schedule. The radius is too wide. He hurriedly looked at the navigation and wondered, could this be the love motel near that car? If I had known, I would have bought the upgraded version. Suddenly he was startled. Good grief. Jin-ju called angrily, haven't you found them yet? I told you I am on my way. Arriving at the location, Min Jae got out of the car and called out at the door. Excuse me, is anyone inside? Hello. Seeing the door still tightly closed, he cursed, what is this, why is no one here? They said they were attending a security seminar, so why is not anyone picking up the phone now? It seemed Min Jae discovered something and turned back to look behind him. He only saw lights from deep within the forest in the distance. A car came rushing toward them. The light shone on Cheol-do's face, forcing him to raise his hand to cover his eyes. The car stopped, and a group of people rushed down. Each of them held a weapon tightly in their hands. Seeing the situation, Cheol-do gritted his teeth. Damn it, more people, we did not anticipate this. One man came toward him and raised his weapon. Along with that, Cheol-do raised his hand to block him. The man behind saw an opening and struck him on the back with a club. The number of thugs continued to grow. A club was raised high. It struck Ju Hyuk's car window with a heavy blow. Shards of glass hit his cheek, creating a scratch. His face was filled with malice. Drag these bastards out now, you think hiding in there will save you. A hand grabbed the door lock. He pulled the door open with force. The man quickly grabbed his throat and snarled, get out here, you filthy rats. He dragged Ju Hyuk out and threw him hard onto the ground. Then, he pulled a weapon from inside his jacket. I will send you to the underworld right now, so just stay still. Ju Hyuk looked up in terror. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared. What the hell is that? A police car arrived. Hey you there, stop right now. Seeing who it was, the thugs fled cursing, damn it, retreat. The police shouted, stop, stay where you are. The car door opened, and a foot stepped out. Min Jae ran down calling out. Ju Hyuk meanwhile, the police officers called their superiors. Headquarters, multiple assault suspects are attempting to flee, requesting emergency backup. He rushed over to him and asked worriedly, what on earth happened here, why did not you pick up your phone? Ju Hyuk panted, you guys sure took your time. Hearing that, Min Jae cursed loudly, are you crazy, you think this is a joke, we almost could not find you because of that outdated GPS. Didn't I tell you to upgrade it, it is not even that expensive. Min Jae gently helped him up. Seeing who else was there he gasped, Chief Huang, don't tell me you too. Cheolder replied, I am fine really. It is nothing major. I will handle things here. You should go back and rest first. Ju Hyuk replied, then I will leave it to you. The car drove down a certain road. Ju Hyuk let out a long sigh and headed toward the door. He stepped lightly up the stairs. Soft footsteps echoed through the hall. Suddenly, Ju Hyuk saw Jin Ju waiting outside. Seeing her, he frowned and asked, why are you here? Before he could finish, she rushed toward him. Why, what do you mean why? What on earth happened out there? Have you lost your mind? Are you serious? He gently took Jin Ju's hand. He softly reassured her, it is okay really. Ju Hyuk then added, it is very late. You should go home. Jin Ju replied tremulously, usually at times like this, people say, do you want to have some ramen? Inside the room, a pot of water was boiling. Ju Hyuk gently opened a pack of noodles. Jin Ju was lying on the sofa. She frowned and thought to herself, for 5 whole years. Did you have to endure a place that was no different from a prison like this? The seasoning packet was torn open. He lowered his head and said softly, let us have some noodles, and then. Before he could finish the sentence, she rushed over and hugged him. Ju Hyuk turned around in surprise and questioned her, what are you doing? She stopped him before he could finish. Jin Ju lunged forward and kissed him. The water just began to boil over. Blushing, she pleaded, just this once, give me a chance. Please give me a chance to repay the debt between us. Ju Hyuk silently took her hand. He calmly patted her shoulder. Jin Ju, the water is boiling. In a high-rise building, a voice rang out, Producer Choi, did your side receive all the files? A hurried voice on the phone replied, yes, Reporter Park. The frame is done. Now it is just finishing touches. But are you sure? Sure about what? Do-hoon asked while eating noodles. Sure about what? The person on the phone replied, do you remember the report on that cult that got us heavily criticized? He gripped the phone and said, stop complaining. Let us create a massive spectacle next week. 1 week after the investigation. In a room with a bed. A hand reached out and gripped a phone tightly. A message appeared, is everything okay? Please stay in touch. Please, pick up the phone, Wajin. Wajin, what will happen if you keep missing practice like this? The hand replied to the message, I am sorry everyone. Her face was sad as she remained silent. Outside an apartment. Ju Hyuk had just showered and was heading out. He sat on the sofa and gently pressed a button on the remote. His other hand popped open a beer. Wajin was looking at a business card in her hand. She recalled Do-hoon's words, we were able to expose this case all thanks to this person. They even requested that your personal information, Ms. Wajin, be kept strictly confidential. And they asked us to deliver this message, come see me anytime if you feel like you can't endure it anymore. Meanwhile, news lines appeared on the program, but behind that glamour lies countless dark truths, sometimes things so horrific they are beyond words. On tonight's episode of I Want to Know, we will expose how entertainment companies exploit the dreams and souls of artists. In a large building, a voice shouted, why is not Park Jong-ju picking up the phone? Song Gapil held the phone and said, he said he would help us partner with that investor. How long has it been since then? Director Ju, why are you calling at this hour? Have you seen today's broadcast? He picked up the remote and pressed it. What broadcast? What are you getting so worked up about? It is blowing up, turn on I Want to Know right now. The TV began reporting, only a year ago, she joined FNF as a hopeful trainee. Hearing this, Song Gapil muttered in confusion, what is this, another bullying scandal? The report continued, but what awaited her was not hope, but a horrific nightmare. Trainee A, age 24 pseudonym, said, the CEO called me out every night, saying he was bored, and treated me like a toy. One person whispered, that bastard said their goal was to reach 100 people. The host asked, 100, what do you mean? Song Gapil flew into a rage and shouted, who is she? Find her immediately, block that program now, how are we supposed to block it? How the hell should I know? You are the one being paid to do it, I paid you to handle this, issue a statement right now. The program continued, so we decided to follow the trail. This location is a luxury villa owned by FNF Ent in Gangwon Province. The phone in his hand rang. Chairman, chairman. The screen showed a house. At night, female artists from FNF were taken to this location. Most were trainees or well-known faces. And then, a shocking scene was discovered. They were not the only ones appearing at the villa that night. 30 minutes later, 3 luxury sedans entered. They were none other than high-ranking figures from the political and business worlds. FNF staff called them. A party was held in the villa, and artists were forced to serve the VIPs. Those parties lasted until the next day, and the day after that. They gave me drinks, saying they were health tonics, but as soon as I took a sip, I immediately felt incredibly sleepy and dizzy. Min Jae cursed as he listened to the news. Those bastards. Jung Hoon watched the TV stunned. Illegal drugs, this is insane. FNF provided illegal drugs to both artists and VIPs. A case that he had not been able to solve for so long. Chang-gyu muttered blankly as he heard the report, and yet Kong Ju-hyuk was able to expose everything in just a few months. The host presented a piece of evidence. This is an item recovered from the scene. Fortunately, an artist risked their life to retrieve it. But this drug is not the common type sold on the black market. It is the very thing that shocked South Korea, once considered a drug-free country. Black. Not long ago, black also appeared in the spiked alcohol case in Cheongdam. And all signs point to FNF being the common link connecting all these events. However, the investigation has always remained at a standstill. FNF client list, Kim 00, over 1 MKRW Theater. Choi 00, over 1 MKRW Talk. Jung 00, over 1 MKRW Green. Park 00, over 1 MKRW Clean. Kim 00, Overdue Group Chairman. Ha 00, Overdue Group VIP. Yoon 00, over South Korea. Min 00, Overdue. Did one of the VIPs who received services intervene? Song Gapil dropped the remote and cursed, "Damn it, what the public deserves is nothing less than a full investigation and justice." Meanwhile, police convoys were on their way. He scratched his head and called, "Why is not anyone picking up?" The other side replied, "CEO Song." Song Gapil said, "Chairman, have you seen today's broadcast? It is an emergency." The other side replied, "I told you guys to be careful." He asked in terror, "How should we respond? If I am caught, all our plans will." Jong-ju picked up a wine glass. The voice on the phone pleaded, "Chairman, please help me," he replied coldly. "What is the point of pleading at this stage? Just endure it." Jong-ju gently poured wine into the glass. "Don't worry too much. I will try to reduce your sentence as much as possible." Song Gapil went silent and said, "I thought I knew." Before he could finish, Jong-ju interrupted, "The meals lately have been quite good, have not they?" His face was full of cunning. "Slush funds, offshore accounts, bribery records, I have cleared them all out. Do you understand? We have to think long-term. Don't let these trivial matters make you uneasy, CEO Song." Song Gapil called out in panic, "Chairman, sir." Suddenly, a knock came from outside. "Mr. Song Gapil, open the door, we know you are inside." The knocking became frantic. "Mr. Song Gapil, open up right now." In a building, a voice shouted, "PD Choi, have you lost your mind? Was that man from Deathpatch the mastermind?" Do-hoon stood up and shouted, "It is done, and everything is covered up by anonymity. What is the point of an exclusive partnership with you then? Reporter Park, you know exactly what we are dealing with. The whole program was almost pulled just for pursuing that scandal. At least we exposed the FNF matter. The opponent was just too strong." He pointed his finger in disagreement. "But this time it went too far. We risked our lives to gather this evidence." He hung up the phone. Do-hoon panted and stumbled. "At this rate, there will be no more deals with Kong Ju-hyuk." He picked up his phone. "We have to do something." He smirked. "Chief, give us a full page in this week's issue. The headline is, National Actor K, the next victim of the FNF drug scandal." The public's burning rage showed no signs of cooling down, but Park Jong-ju was nowhere to be seen in that fire. He stood looking down from above, from a place far beyond my reach for now. Ju-hyuk sat in his room, gripping a beer can tightly. "Yes, this is only the beginning. I will climb up there myself soon enough. And I will kill you with my own hands, Park Jong-ju." Somewhere, a woman gripped a remote control, trembling. Jin-ju muttered, "The Kongwon Villa." So that was not the whole story. She recalled the past. A manager called, "I understand. Jin-ju, let us get ready to film." She looked at a list. Next month's schedule. Jin-ju asked, "What is this entry for?" The manager replied. The CEO added that directly. "It is probably just a meeting with some investors." Jin-ju muttered, at the Kongwon villa. Tears began to fall. Because they saved me back then. Instead of themselves. She remembered that scene. The only reason I was not dragged to that villa. The director shouted, "All right, Jin-ju, first appearance, scene 1, get ready," when I was still an unknown actress. The person who recommended me for the lead role back then was Senior Ju Hyuk. That light was bright enough to illuminate a person's entire life. Just act like you normally do. No need to be nervous. Jin-ju, just focus on the acting. He was my savior. Ready. The director shouted, action. But the price for saving me was a blow. It was a cruel fall that completely swallowed Senior Ju Hyuk. After the broadcast of I Want to Know. In a room, a voice spoke, "You two came to file a complaint, violation of drug control laws, forced usage." So that means FNF tried to lure MS. Ryu Jin-ju into the villa party and the G Club drug party. But the plan failed because of Kong Ju Hyuk's intervention, and in the end, they turned him into a drug criminal. Jang Ma scratched his head and continued, "As you both know, the consulting and schedule you submitted are not really considered decisive evidence. Because MS. Ryu Jin-ju was not actually harmed, and it is very difficult to open an investigation based only on indirect evidence like this. It might even tarnish MS. Ryu Jin-ju's image." Jin-ju replied, "That is exactly right." He asked blankly, "Pardon," she continued, "the G Club drug scandal 5 years ago." Jin-ju spoke with a serious face, "I want everyone to know that anyone could have become the next Kong Ju Hyuk." Min-jae smiled. "Jin-ju, you have worked hard." She smiled back. "Min-jae, did the deposition go well?" he said, "I just finished." Min-jae stretched and continued, "They should have investigated seriously from the start, only doing it after the broadcast." Seriously. Anyway, FNF is finished. Then he asked softly, "Jin-ju, you have a filming schedule today, right? Want to have lunch first?" Jin-ju replied yes. Then she gently declined, "Actually, I have an interview appointment." Min-jae asked, "An interview, is it an attack piece?" She shook her head. "No, not attacking anyone." He wondered, "Then what is it?" Jin-ju buckled her seatbelt and replied, "It is about Senior Ju Hyuk. It is time for him to return." On a road busy with traffic. The TV news began, "Good evening, here is our first report." Voices of heated discussion rose from the street. "Oh my, what is this? Didn't you watch I Want to Know last night? Everything is in chaos. FNF are monsters. They really use drugs to turn artists into slaves." The top search keywords were all about FNF, the host parties, and drugs. News outlets quickly released follow-up articles. The Ministry of Justice opens a large-scale investigation into FNF's drug party scandal. Public outrage is directed at Song Gapil. Song Gapil was finally arrested. "Just like I was 5 years ago. I guess this counts as getting some revenge, does not it?" Ju Hyuk blurted out, "Huh." Right then, an article by reporter Do Hoon was published. He wondered, "Is this how I repay this debt?" The comment section quickly shifted to actor K's real name. What, Kong Ju Hyuk? He was also a victim of FNF. Discussions began to stir. He always had a good image, actually. It turns out a person can be dragged into the mud that quickly. Ju Hyuk thought, bit by bit. The moment of exoneration is drawing near. But it is still too early to celebrate. Even at this very moment, someone is still trembling. Ju Hyuk arrived at a door. He gently knocked and called, "Choi Wa." The door remained silent. Finally, he pulled down the brim of his hat and placed a gift in front of the door. Then Ju Hyuk turned and walked away. The hallway fell silent again. The door suddenly opened. Hwa Jin sat on her bed and opened the gift. She held an item in her hand. Hwa Jin gently untied the ribbon. Inside the box was a microphone. The card read, "I hope this incident never drowns out Hwa Jin's voice." Voice entertainment will now become Hwa Jin's voice. Kong Ju Hyuk. Reading these lines, she burst into tears. For everyone, time flows differently. To escape that cave of despair. It took me 5 years. I wonder how long it will take Choi Hwa Jin. The only thing I can do is wait quietly by her side. A radio voice echoed from Ju Hyuk's car, "Yes, it is time for our special guest on our Moonlit Night program. Joining us today is actress Ryu Jin-ju." He reached out and turned down the radio. "By the way, MS. Jin-ju, I heard you have something you want to share with the audience tonight, right?" The host's question came through the radio. Yes, lately, while filming for Reclaim, I suddenly felt the need to thank someone. The host added, is it the lead actor, Ha Young-hoon? Under the gaze of everyone around, Jin-ju replied through the mic, I will talk about him in the Special Enemies segment.
Hang-soo listened intently.
He seemed annoyed. The host continued, then who is that person? I am so curious. Jin-ju replied skillfully, honestly, just saying thank you is not enough. He is the person who helped me stand where I am today. She raised her head and spoke clearly, like a savior. The girl next to her looked at her, her voice surprised, oh my, a savior, how romantic. Jin-ju shared more, he was the first person to recommend me for a lead role at the time. She continued with great admiration, he saw potential in me when I was still an unknown actress. Jin-ju's voice rang out clearly over the radio, but after watching yesterday's program, I realized I owe him an even greater debt. Ju-hyuk gasped, she is. He turned the steering wheel, muttering urgently to himself, what is she saying, the broadcast? You mean? Driving, Ju-hyuk muttered his speculation, the report exposing my former company, FNF. The I Want to Know program. Jin-ju's voice continued steadily, everything was anonymous, but I could recognize it was in my old schedule when I just started my career. She kept talking, that villa in Gangwon, and someone spoke up to stop it. Wait, are you serious? The female MC waved her hand. Is it okay to broadcast this? Jang-soo from the back suddenly spoke up, PD, you promised. The man waved his hand in resignation. Ok. Her voice changed, tears welling up, looking quite pitiful. If I had not gotten that lead role then. Jin-ju said in a sorrowful voice, I was almost dragged into one of those host parties. And even though it was not reported in the news. Jang-soo, outside, frowned while looking at his phone. Jin-ju's voice did not stop. I also almost became a victim in the Cheongdam drug alcohol case. Jin-ju's story continued, he saved me that time too. The identity of that person. Right then, Ju-hyuk's call arrived. He gripped the steering wheel tightly as he heard his own name spoken. It is actor Kang Ju-hyuk. Ju-hyuk turned up the volume. Jin-ju's voice rang out clearly, but after watching the program, I realized that everything has not truly ended. In the studio, Jin-ju was still focused on telling her story. The shocking drug scandal 5 years ago, the G Club party. After checking, I saw it was in the old schedule too. The MC stammered, what? That means. Jin-ju replied naturally, FNF was preparing to turn me into the face of their drug scandal back then. The man outside hurriedly tried to stop it. Turn it off now, you will get in trouble for this. Jin-ju ruffled her hair in frustration, not wanting to end the story, and continued, but when that plan failed. She slammed the table and declared loudly, they replaced me with Senior Kang Ju-hyuk. I want to make this clear right here, right now. While the MC sat in stunned silence, Jin-ju's eyes remained resolute as she continued, 5 years ago, actor Kang Ju-hyuk was sacrificed in my place. Ju-hyuk, listening intently from his car, heard every word. Drugs, stock manipulation, double contracts, gambling, fraud. Those were all baseless rumors, yet he lost everything because of them. Ju-hyuk furrowed his brows as he listened to the final remarks. I hope that from now on, there will be no more ambiguity regarding the truth. Jin-ju grabbed the base of the microphone. With a determined face and a firm voice, she declared, actor Kang Ju-hyuk is innocent. Back at the recording studio, someone comforted her. You have worked hard, Jin-ju. As she walked through the door, she apologized to Jang-soo. I am sorry, director. Tomorrow is going to be quite chaotic, is not it? He reassured her, don't worry. We will deal with tomorrow when it comes. He looked at Jin-ju and instructed, get home safely. And try not to look at the news for a while. Jin-ju looked at him with curiosity and asked, what is wrong? Aren't you waiting to take me home today? Jang-soo looked up and said something strange, someone else is already doing that. Go on, or they will keep bothering you with calls. Jin-ju asked curiously, what do you mean by that? She looked ahead, let out a sigh, and said, you always just do whatever you want. Ju-hyuk was leaning against his car, his brow deeply furrowed. On the way back. Inside the car, both Ju-hyuk and Jin-ju remained silent. Neither said a word. She turned to him, her expression troubled, and asked, aren't you going to say anything? While driving, he replied, well, have you said everything you wanted to say? Jin-ju looked out the window and hummed well. The car turned into a small alleyway. Jin-ju suddenly turned to him in surprise. This is your place. Why did you bring me here? Ju Hyuk opened the car door and said, "Get out. I have something I want to show you." Coming to the rooftop door, he reached out and turned the handle. Ju Hyuk went in first, followed by Jin Ju. A strong gust of wind hit them, making her cry out, "It is so cold." The two of them walked one after another toward the edge of the rooftop. Ju Hyuk spoke first. "You asked me once, remember, how I could endure living in a place that felt no different from a prison." He calmly recounted, "For 5 years, every time I felt like I wanted to die, this place became my only sanctuary." Jin Ju looked at him, stunned. Ju Hyuk continued, "It is strange, is not it? This place is filled with nothing but old, crumbling houses packed together. But out there, those skyscrapers glitter like precious jewels." Jin Ju spoke up, "You are right. Is that Yoido, the battlefield where you always had to fight?" Ju Hyuk opened his mouth. "To me it was a battlefield." They both looked down at the scenery below. Jin Ju asked him, "Why did not you tell me that you were being hunted by FNF right at my place?" He frowned and replied, "Actually, it was not exactly at your place, and you did not need to know that." She replied in a huff, "Yes, yes. A troublesome person who only causes problems like me does not need to know anything." She clenched her fists and continued, "So from now on, do not get involved in my life anymore." Ju Hyuk scolded her, "What are you talking about, all of a sudden?" Jin Ju replied, "You always act so strong, like someone who never needs my help." Jin Ju continued, "Because you always shine brightest when you are alone." Am I wrong? Am I just a burden in your life, even back then 5 years ago?" She closed her eyes, blaming herself. "I really am the worst kind of woman." Jin Ju spoke all at once, criticizing her own incompetence and unrealistic ideals. "If it were not for your help back then, the person at that Kongwon villa would probably have been." Ju Hyuk called out to her, "Jin Ju." He uttered 2 blunt words, "That is ridiculous." Jin Ju bit her lip, trembling as if she was about to cry. She shouted at him, "I hate myself for it, in front of you, I can only pour out these useless emotions." Her emotions seemed to have been bottled up for too long. "That is it, so do not get involved with me anymore." Jin Ju recalled words she had heard in the past. "Ju Hyuk, Jin Ju, are you two ready? Today is Jin Ju's first day of filming, so Ju Hyuk, please guide her well." She remembered his comforting words, "Don't worry, just do what you are best at." "Yes, sir." Jin Ju remembered Ju Hyuk's instruction, "Jin Ju, focus on your acting." She remembered smiling and saying, "You should worry about yourself, senior. Because today, I am at the top of my game." The sound of the camera, the director's shout, "Ready, action." Ju Hyuk's whole body froze for a moment. He looked at her in silence. Finally he sighed and spoke with resignation, "Some things never change, do they? You are still as stubborn as ever." Jin Ju looked at him in surprise. Ju Hyuk continued, "You grabbed the one chance of a lifetime, made it your own, and with your own talent, you climbed to the top and shone all on your own." Ju Hyuk looked at her and spoke his heart, "A burden. I have always thought you were the person who lived up to her name the most, making the work shine. That is why I felt at ease in trusting the lead role to you." He looked at Jin Ju and instructed, "So do not let your head be filled with those nonsense thoughts anymore." She took a step back, her voice a bit agitated. "Nonsense thoughts, the Cheongdam drug scandal, the Kongwon villa, it was all because of me." She beat her chest and said loudly, "You were hunted by FNF. Your name was dragged to the bottom of the abyss, all because you chose me for the lead role." Jin Ju questioned him intensely, "You want revenge, do not you, senior, something so reckless and beyond reason? You are throwing yourself off a cliff, like someone who wants to commit suicide." Ju Hyuk was surprised as he watched her shout at him, "How could I just sit still and do nothing?" Jin Ju spoke through tears, "Day after day I was worried to death, only able to hear about you through the newspapers, never knowing if you were dead or alive. It was like that before, it is like that now, and it might be like that in the future." The corner of the rooftop was now quiet. Ju Hyuk's voice rang out softly, "That is why I told you that you were arrogant." He gently comforted her, "Stars that shine as brightly as you only ever hear words of praise. You have always been the best." Ju Hyuk continued, "Buried among the crowd out there, with every lens pointed at your face, you started to believe you would shine forever in the glory of the night. But..." He looked at Jin Ju with tenderness. "When the sun rises, all those dazzling lights disappear." Ju Hyuk told her, "Emotions that once seemed sincere suddenly turn cold in an instant, and tomorrow they will chase after a new light." He looked at Jin Ju. "Even you. Of course you were like that too. But..." Ju Hyuk asked a question that left Jin Ju stunned. when I collapsed and the whole world turned its back on me, where were you? Each of his words was exposing her. All you did was stand there and watch. Maybe you asked around a few places, but in the end, you did not learn anything more. He continued, standing safely behind and watching was all you could do. Joo Hyuk spoke clearly. For celebrities like us who live off the love of fans, taking the side of a criminal is absolutely unacceptable. Joo Hyuk continued to speak as he walked. Eventually, people forget and return to their normal lives. He advised her, that is human nature. You should do the same. Jin-ju listened in silence as he said it all. Returning to the past, the host's voice rang out, the 57th Golden Film Awards, Best New Actress. Congratulations, Ryu Jin-ju, a night of reaching the peak. The scene was bustling and full of joy. As Jin-ju was lost in the past, she thought, but you were not there anymore. She was lost in thought, dreaming of meeting him again after he vanished. In her subconscious, she called out to him, Senior. That call made everything shatter. Joo Hyuk. Jin-ju thought while crying piteously, I can't take it anymore. She screamed, so what if I am? She shouted at Joo Hyuk, telling me only makes me more worried. Just as I start to forget, it hurts again. When I want to get close, you push me away, only saying those meaningless words. Jin-ju did not stop. She poured out her heart. Acting all righteous, messing with my emotions with your lectures. What else? Do you want me to bow my head and say, yes, yes, I am sorry? Jin-ju continued, what is so great about thinking you are special? You are just a coward who has been running away this whole time. Tears were already overflowing, but she did not stop. And you call that human nature? What does that mean, when you felt your worst, driven into a corner, exhausted, with no way out? When you hid in that suffocating room that felt like a prison? Jin-ju closed her eyes and spoke loudly, I just wanted to be the first person to reach out to you. I waited 5 years for someone I did not even understand. And yet you say I only knew how to stand and watch. Joo Hyuk slowly walked closer to her. Jin-ju saw his feet had stepped close to her. Joo Hyuk placed his hand on her head. Suppressing a laugh, he said, I am very grateful that you waited, but what are those words for? Joo continued, it sounds like a confession. Jin-ju swatted his hand away from her head. She grabbed him by the collar. She shouted through tears, fine, yes, I like you. Jin-ju just said it plainly. Because of you, I was able to live as an actress. Because of you, I love acting even more. Joo Hyuk gasped in surprise. All of a sudden you are. Jin-ju replied, because I love you. Their lips touched. Joo Hyuk only managed to say, wait. Joo Hyuk's eyes widened as he stared at her. He was so flustered he did not even know where to put his hands. On the rooftop, the two of them held each other tightly and kissed. Outside, the sky was clear blue. Inside a traditional restaurant, a voice rang out, I heard you met Jin-ju yesterday. Did anything happen? Nothing much, Joo Hyuk replied. We just went over the schedule for a bit. Min-jae looked at Joo Hyuk with a meaningful look and a slight smile. You two met at that hour just to check the schedule, he answered frankly. I am serious, it was really just for a moment. Min-jae chimed in, what is this? There is something suspicious going on between you two. At that moment, the news appeared on the TV. Latest news from a voice began. Do you remember the serial robbery that caused a stir in Yonsin? The identity of the person has been revealed. It is none other than actor Kang Joo-hyuk, a brave citizen who caught the thief. Joo Hyuk was sipping his soup and froze in shock hearing the news mention his name, causing him to spit the soup out. The identity of that person has been revealed. It is actor Kang Joo-hyuk. Min-jae's voice rose with a bit of tension. Those damn cops, they leaked the information after all. Joo Hyuk took a napkin to wipe his mouth while Min-jae continued, your nose is certainly sharp when it comes to these things. He replied softly, what do you mean by a sharp nose? Min-jae's face became serious as he laughed and said, what else? It is the comeback of actor Kang Joo-hyuk. Park Do-hoon's article and Ryu Jin-ju's interview were the catalysts for the news about Kang Joo-hyuk to explode again. He was a victim of a false accusation. What was the truth behind the incident 5 years ago? Like a tsunami suppressed for 5 years, the public was now surging with Kang Joo-hyuk's return. Was Kang Joo-hyuk a scapegoat? So we have been led by the nose all this time. I knew it, so glad the truth finally came out. Joo Hyuk, please return to the screen quickly. Give him back the title of national actor. Punish those bastards who slandered Kang Joo-hyuk. Did the prosecutors even investigate FNF and VIP properly? Let him star in a movie right now. It will definitely be a hit. I have not gone to the theater in a long time. But if the movie has Kang Joo-hyuk, then. The two of them were in the car. Min Jae spoke while driving. It seems like the number of articles about you now is even higher than when you were active. Those people who used to talk trash about us seem to have vanished into thin air. He looked intently at his phone and replied with a somewhat serious face, "That is how it is, Hyung. Just overnight." It was as if nothing had happened for the past 5 years. They arrived at the film set, where many cars were parked around. Joo Hyuk stepped out of the car and looked back at Min Jae. Min Jae looked at him and said, "Go ahead, I will find a parking spot and be right in." He answered the phone with a triumphant smile, "Yes, yes, the main star of the show is on his way." As Joo Hyuk was walking, he received a phone call and looked unhappy. "Why is he calling?" He picked up and replied, "Yes, Chairman, it is me." A voice spoke, "Have you received my gift yet?" A man held the phone with a serious face. Joo Hyuk's voice continued, "Do you mean that article in Hanyang Ilbo?" While walking and talking on the phone, the information page appeared behind him as he continued, "I also found it strange how it was written in such detail, including timestamps that were never released. And above all, it even compiled apologies from the reporters who previously wrote unverified articles." His face turned serious as he replied, "Can I understand this as a bribe for taking care of Jae-wook? Seeing how you are still leisurely joking around, it seems you are not that busy yet. Just consider it a gift from an older brother to a younger brother." The door opened. Joo Hyuk's voice continued, but with a hint of surprise, "Older brother, younger brother, what is that supposed to mean?" The other side spoke, "Anyway, congratulations on your new beginning." He replied softly, "Yes, thank you, Chairman." Joo Hyuk was startled to see everyone surrounding him. Why is everyone here? Suddenly, a sound of clapping rang out. Then 3 or 4 more claps rang out simultaneously. Everyone clapped in unison. Amidst the applause, a voice rang out, "Congratulations on the comeback of Chairman Kong Joo Hyuk, congratulations." He turned around startled when he heard someone calling, "Chairman Kong." Ki Ryong smiled and spoke loudly to Joo Hyuk, "Congratulations on the official comeback of Chairman Kong." He pushed Jung Hoon toward Joo Hyuk while speaking, but Jung Hoon's face was scowling and unhappy. "Come on, Jung Hoon, hurry up." With a grimace he spoke, "The actors and staff prepared a gift for you. Take it." "But, are you really coming back?" Joo Hyuk snatched the gift bag from his hand. He opened the gift bag while replying, "Don't worry, I won't be acting again." He opened the gift box and looked at it with a proud expression. From now on, the era of Kong Joo Hyuk begins once again. From the entire Chaksel family. He smiled slightly, while next to him, Ki Ryong clapped and spoke, "All right, let us get ready for the next shot. We do not have much time left." Everyone scattered to work. His voice still rang out, "Bring the script for the next scene here. Check the props, and the backups too. Yes, thank you, Joo Hyuk." He smiled and patted Joo Hyuk on the shoulder. Joo Hyuk turned around in surprise and said, "Yes, what are you thanking me for?" He told him happily, "Thank you for coming back. Thanks to you, our movie and the whole crew were saved." His voice continued, "For the time being, you are banned from the film set." Joo Hyuk replied with a bit of surprise, "Yes, why?" His face turned angry as he pointed to the door and shouted, "Because your appearance is causing chaos for the shoot. Haven't you seen the crowd of reporters swarming outside?" Outside the door, reporters were standing in a dense crowd. His face clouded with unhappiness as he spoke, "But why are you kicking only me out, when I am the investor and producer?" Ki Ryong replied, "Fine, investor and producer. Just stay out of sight for a while." He spoke with a bit of helplessness as he was pulled away. "Honestly, is this a welcome party or a farewell party?" he replied. "We are counting on you, Chairman Kong. See you in Seoul." Outside, Min Jae spoke curiously, "By the way, I do not see the handsome manager who usually goes with Kong Joo Hyuk today. I heard he stayed by his side for all 5 years. Truly loyal." A reporter suddenly replied, I have never seen you before." "What news agency are you from?" he replied hesitantly, "Me, Phishing. The water here is quite nice." A few weeks passed. During that time, public interest in Kong Joo Hyuk's return exploded even more intensely. Kong Joo Hyuk's old works began to climb the charts again. And the name Kong Joo Hyuk was constantly in the top real-time search keywords. Then one day, a news report was broadcasting about Joo Hyuk. Recently, he has been the talk of the town everywhere. Heartwarming stories about actor Kong Joo Hyuk continue to spread. On a personal channel that no one paid attention to, a video from several months ago that had been quietly buried. A video posted a long time ago with low views. Suddenly surfaced. 72 views, 82 views, 140 views, 382 views, 982 views. The host spoke, even before catching the serial thief. We received information that Kong Ju-hyuk saved a bus full of passengers without a moment's hesitation. I saw with my own eyes Kong Ju-hyuk preventing a bus accident on the way home. Video recording the situation inside a bus leaving my GM station at midnight on day X, month X. While the driver was focused on driving, a drunk passenger started causing trouble with the driver. The sound of a truck's tires screeching as it braked suddenly, right at an intersection when the signal light was changing. Ju-hyuk pushed the drunk man down. Right at that moment, a brave citizen appeared and restrained the drunk passenger. The hero's identity was revealed right after the near disaster occurred. His face grimaced as he gasped for breath. That was indeed actor Kong Ju-hyuk. A victim of the accident being interviewed spoke. The drunk man fell and then got up and continued to cause trouble. I was so scared I was shaking. Right then. The drunk man was surprised. Mr. Kong Ju-hyuk hugged that drunk man and calmed him down. The host continued, Kong Ju-hyuk, who was once praised as the national actor now. Calling him the national hero would not be an exaggeration at all, everyone. Ju-hyuk's face turned red with embarrassment as he put his hand to his forehead in helplessness. The host continued, netizens watching the video have started calling him by the name, Captain Kong. He sat in front of the TV screen and shouted in panic, "What, Captain Kong?" Meanwhile, the fact that Kong Ju-hyuk once helped a trainee who was being sexually harassed, which was a hot topic in the film industry not long ago, he stood up angrily with a grimace. Turned off the TV, and said, "Good grief." He walked to the window and said, "Just when I thought things were finally settling down." He pulled the curtain down with a look of worry. Outside, the reporters were talking to each other. "This is Captain Kang's office, right? I must get an interview today, otherwise my boss will go crazy." Min Jae opened the door and walked in with Hai-soo shouting, "Hey, why are there so many reporters outside?" His face was distorted from trying to suppress his emotions, while Hai-soo stood beside him and sighed. He laughed and said, "Captain Kong." His voice was both humorous and laughing loudly as he replied, "Not just Kong anymore, but Captain Kong, are you planning to go to Hollywood?" He replied seriously. "What is so funny? Don't you see our work is being stalled here?" As he sat down, his face turned serious. "Actually, it is not just because of the reporters." He replied, "Yes." Min Jae grimaced and pointed at Ju-hyuk shouting, "It is because you keep doing reckless things that people come here almost every day. How can this tiny office handle it?" Hai-soo spoke softly, "I am particularly worried about Haeyoung." Her face was a bit worried as she sighed and said, "She still needs time to recover. If every day is like this, it is really not good." Ju-hyuk's voice rang out, "About that. I also plan to move out." Min Jae spoke in surprise, "What to wear?" Hai-soo said seriously, "Did you find a new office?" He replied seriously, "No, not an office, but the Voice Entertainment Building." Min Jae's voice was panicked. "What, a building?" Hai-soo calmly asked, "But do we really need an entire separate building right now?" Ju-hyuk replied seriously, "Not right now, but if I were satisfied with just this, I would not have come back." Ju-hyuk answered frankly, "I am preparing for the future, 5 years from now. I want to build a strong, solid team that cannot be easily swayed by anyone." Hai-soo looked at him with a proud expression and said, "I always thought you were just a kid who did not know the ways of the world. But now." Min Jae's face grimaced in a scolding manner. "There goes Chairman Kong again, but where are you getting the money to buy a whole building? You already poured a ton into the movie." Ju-hyuk held his phone, looked at it, and replied sincerely, "Have I ever made you worry about money?" Over the past few weeks, Voice had continuously sent countless stock investment tips as well as lottery information. A few days later, on a peaceful afternoon in the countryside, a voice rang out, "Is this the place, Oppo up Gwangju Gyeonggi-do?" The feet of 2 people stepped out of the car. Min Jae's voice continued, "Are you serious? You poured 3.8 billion won into this place." Min Jae questioned him, "Do you know how bad the real estate market is right now? A building is important, but do you really think buying a building in the countryside like this can recoup the investment?" He turned to look at him and spoke, "Recoup the investment." The phone showed a call, "An excellent choice. The semiconductor giant HY Technology has confirmed the location for its second factory, which will house 5 semiconductor lines and more than 40 partner companies." Factories and high-rise buildings stood close together in Oppo up, Gwangju, Gyeonggi-do. The 2 of them stood in front of a building where golden sunlight and wind intertwined. Ju-hyuk laughed and said, "Hyung." The building was under renovation. Hai-soo looked out the window and shouted, "Manager, please recheck the wiring on the second floor." Preparations for moving into the new office building were proceeding very urgently. Materials were piled haphazardly near the walkway. Hai-Su questioned the repairman, I am sorry, but you can't leave materials here. Please make sure not to block the customer's path.
No, no.
Outside under a clear blue sky, Hai-Su shouted directions for everyone to work. No, not that way. Thanks to team leader Hong Hai-Su supervising the entire renovation. The new office building was quickly completed. The second floor is for the reading room and meeting room, the third floor is for the practice room and waiting room, and the fourth floor is for the office. That should be enough, right? Finally, we had our own base. Min Jae walked over waving his hand and said, CEO Kong. Ju Hyuk replied, Hyung, was there traffic on the way? Min Jae replied, not really, it is not that far from Seoul. This place is good. Ju Hyuk asked softly, how about Ha Jin? Min Jae replied, don't even ask. She worked until morning again, so she is probably sleeping now. Progress is great. Everyone. She is truly a hard-working gem. Behind the two of them, a man in white suddenly appeared, approaching with a knife in his hand. The large, rugged man spoke, CEO Kong Ju Hyuk. Min Jae jumped in fright, turned around and screamed, you scared me, who is this, is something wrong? The restaurant owner scratched his head in confusion and said, oh no, pardon me. I am the owner of the Chinese restaurant on the first floor. Ju Hyuk replied, oh hello. The man replied sincerely, I wanted to come and thank CEO Kong. Min Jae's face turned serious as he said, what the, appearing so suddenly like that is very dangerous. The owner hesitated, oh yes, I was in such a hurry. The owner spoke softly, it is just that CEO Kong reduced the rent by 50% for all the restaurants here. Business was so slow I was thinking of closing down, but in the end, I am truly grateful to you. Min Jae could not believe the owner's words and turned to question him, what is he talking about? Have you gone crazy again? Ju Hyuk stopped Min Jae and said, it is okay, just consider this an investment. He asked, investment? Ju Hyuk's voice continued, everything is written in the contract. He said sincerely, from now on, please treat my people well too. While he was speaking, Min Jae looked at him unhappily. We have always had to live in a state of ready to run, so now I just hope for a peaceful meal. Min Jae questioned him again. You gave up rental income just to exchange it for a few meals. Ju Hyuk told the owner, actually, I am more worried about being bothered by reporters and fans. The owner replied, that is better than having no customers at all. Ju Hyuk replied, I look forward to your help from now on. The two shook hands. Of course, we always welcome everyone here. Min Jae turned to look at the building side and saw, thinking back, there is a Chinese place, Gukbap, Samgyeopsal. The names of the restaurants appeared. Min Jae turned back crying and whimpering, wait, these are all the dishes I love. His voice continued, Kong Ju Hyuk, you bastard, do not tell me you did this for me, you kind soul. A black car was approaching the building. The car stopped next to the building where Ju Hyuk and Min Jae were standing. A man stepped out of the car. Min Jae's voice rang out, Director Huang. He looked at Ju Hyuk and said, I have brought her here, Mr. Kong. Ju Hyuk replied, thank you for making the trip here. He turned to Min Jae and said, Hyung, I am going to a meeting. Min Jae replied in surprise, what meeting? His face looked excited and happy as he replied, a meeting to recruit a new artist. Min Jae put his hands on his hips and shouted, what, one thing after another, and you are already planning to expand, fine, then that means even more jajangmyeon. At this time, inside the cafe, Ju Hyuk's voice rang out, I am sorry for making you come all the way here. Sitting opposite him was a girl. He spoke softly, I thought choosing a quiet place would make you more comfortable. Ju Hyuk said, thank you for coming to see me. Her face was lowered with a hint of sadness. He asked kindly, Choi Wajin, have you been doing better lately? Her two hands were holding a hot coffee cup in silence. Surrounded by the drink menu and the brewing counter, Wajin's voice rang out with a bit of helplessness. I searched for Jubies online, but found nothing but a few articles about the group disbanding. It is like we never existed, it all feels like a dream. Ju Hyuk's voice was kind. What about the other members of Jubies? She replied softly. After the disbandment, they all joined other companies. Alone, Ju Hyuk asked in a serious tone, I heard you also gave up your dream of becoming a singer. Wajin's face looked sad as she replied, now, just the thought of standing on stage. The space suddenly became unusually quiet as sunlight shone on where they were sitting. I feel scared and disgusted by it. Ju Hyuk looked at her and spoke, back when you were in Jubies, I listened to the songs you composed, Wajin. They were very good. Wajin's face turned red as she shyly put her hand to her mouth and replied, I only made a few edits. The rest of the harmony was handled by the company. Ju Hyuk held his coffee cup with a pensive look and said, I do not know much about music but... A young man with an excited face said, she is a hidden S-rank idol. Her self-composed songs are amazing. Ju Hyuk looked at Hwa Jin and spoke, someone almost got kidnapped because they were too engrossed in listening to your music. Isn't that the clearest evidence of your talent? Hwa Jin replied in surprise, yes, what do you mean by that? His face became serious as he spoke, actually, in my company, there is a die-hard fan of yours. I also quietly asked a few experts for their opinions on the songs you composed yourself. Ju Hyuk continued, the feedback was very positive. They said you have the ability to touch the listener's emotions. Hwa Jin replied, does that even matter anymore? It is already over. Ju Hyuk said decisively, no, it is not over. The moment you decide to give up is exactly what those bastards are waiting for. Hwa Jin was taken aback when she heard those words. Ju Hyuk's face was more serious than ever as he spoke. The bastards at FNF want to turn artists into puppets in their hands. Instead of letting them develop their true talent, they want to tame the artists. Hwa Jin's eyes widened in disbelief at what Ju Hyuk was saying. If you let everything go, you are falling into the trap they have set. I will invest in your talent, Hwa Jin. Ju Hyuk affirmed, I also want to support you in getting a formal education, both in composition and sound engineering. Hwa Jin smiled slightly. Ju Hyuk continued to ask, do you want to find it again with us? We were able to investigate this case to its roots thanks to this person. He also requested strict protection of her personal information. A gift bag was placed in front of the room door. Hwa Jin opened the gift bag. Inside was a microphone with a note, and he also asked to pass along a message. I hope this incident will never drown out Hwa Jin's voice. Voice entertainment will now become Hwa Jin's voice. Kong Ju Hyuk. He also said, if things get too hopeless, you can find him anytime. Suddenly, a tear fell on Hwa Jin's hand. Thank you. She sat opposite him and said, for coming to see me that day. Tears rolled down Hwa Jin's cheeks as she spoke with emotion, and for giving me this opportunity. Ju Hyuk looked at Hwa Jin and gave a warm smile. This was the first seed that voice entertainment ever planted, so that she could assert herself in a new field. It might take a lot of time, but as long as she, and all of us, do not give up. And a few days after that, I also. The semi-basement room where I was trapped for the last 5 years. Finally cleaned out that wretched rented room. Voice once said they would sell me my own future. I will sell you your own future. But perhaps the future that Voice spoke of. Each scene appeared. Each scene appeared. And the people who became the reason for me to exist once more. Ju Hyuk opened the door and stepped outside. Perhaps that is the future that I will build together with them. To lead everyone and reach the pinnacle of the entertainment industry together. I need a more solid flagship portfolio than the current one. Ju Hyuk answered the phone with a serious face. All right, what is it this time? He gave a meaningful smile. The movie 28 Weeks, The Flower Blooming in the Palace. A masterpiece that will break viewership records and cause a global sensation. Ju Hyuk talked on the phone with a triumphant face. Finally, the information I have been waiting for the most. Min Jae held a piece of bread in one hand and the phone in the other, saying in surprise, what, you want to investigate a movie, 28 Weeks, The Flower Blooming in the Palace. A historical drama. It seems to be a drama aired on. Ju Hyuk was driving on the road and replied, it seems to be a cable TV drama. There is almost no information. I need info on the broadcasting station, production company, writer, and director. What? Min Jae replied, are you going to make me look for a needle in a haystack again? Min Jae's face grimaced as he ate and spoke through gritted teeth. What, did you smell money again or something? At this time, Ju Hyuk was turning into the parking garage and replied, I heard this drama has a lot of potential, but the investor has the opposite of a Midas touch. Everything they touch turns to ruin. The phone showed a call. The movie 28 Weeks, The Flower Blooming in the Palace became a masterpiece. The first episode recorded a 15% viewership rating. But then, due to excessive mid-roll ads and the investor over-interfering, the lead and supporting female roles were completely swapped. Down in the basement, Ju Hyuk spoke on the phone while walking. The result was that the final episode plummeted to 2%, a total disaster. We need to return this drama to its true owner. True owner? Who is that? Ju Hyuk's face turned serious as he spoke. Who else could it be? Let us take this chance and use it to create a miracle. In the elevator, the light for the 13th floor lit up. The elevator reached the 13th floor and opened. As he stepped out of the elevator, a female voice suddenly rang out, "Chairman Kong Ju-hyuk, hello." She replied shyly, "I am a fan of. I am Lee Jun, the staff member in charge of advertising for the Agang Phantom laptop line." Ju-hyuk replied in surprise, "Oh yes, hello." The two walked into the office together. Jun said, "I will lead you to the meeting room." Ju-hyuk asked in surprise, "By the way, is there no one in the office?" Jun knocked on the door and looked at him, saying, "Yes, Agang requested that this meeting be kept strictly confidential, so we cleared out the entire 13th floor." Ju-hyuk replied with a bit of awkwardness, "Is that so, Chairman Kim Jae-hwang? I am very grateful, but you did not need to prepare to this extent." Inside the room, a voice rang out, "You are here." Ju-hyuk entered and replied, "Yes, hello." Another voice said, "Pleased to meet you. I am Park Jang-soo, in charge of supervising the laptop advertisement." Opposite Ju-hyuk, Jang-soo reached out his hand for a shake. Ju-hyuk replied, "Yes, it is a pleasure. Production Click, Sales Department 1, Specialist in Charge, A.E. Park Jang-soo." The two shook hands warmly. Jang-soo spoke, "We have received all the information from Agang Electronics." Ju-hyuk replied, "Yes, I look forward to working with everyone." A man standing nearby spoke up, "Let us just get started. I do not have much time because the schedule is piling up due to the model change." Ju-hyuk felt a bit confused. Jae-hwang's face was scowling and his voice was annoyed, clearing out the whole office just because someone high and mighty is coming. How ostentatious. Production Click. Production Team 1, Executive Producer PD Jae-hwang. Jang-soo said, "PD Jae-hwang, that is a bit much." Ju-hyuk took off his coat and replied, "It is fine, let us continue." Everyone sat down at the work table, which was covered with coffee cups, computers, and a projector. A voice rang out, "Kong Ha-young." His face contorted in annoyance as he spoke, "She is just from some academy, she has no practical experience at all. Bringing in an unknown model like this is just. What is with this bastard?" Jang-soo's voice spoke sternly, "All right, let us begin. First, to explain the advertising concept." The voice continued, "We will produce 3 versions with different lengths, 1 minute, 30 seconds, and 15 seconds. The concept is a father giving a laptop to his daughter, who is about to take the university entrance exam. And from there, a whole new world opens up inside that computer. The daughter is immersed in it, as if dreaming. And then suddenly a voice inside the room shouted, "What?" Suddenly she starts dancing. Ju-hyuk replied, "That is right, the dancing scene is the highlight." He asked Ha-young incidentally, "Ha-young, yes, do you know how to dance dancing?" Min-jae exclaimed in surprise, "Dancing," while Hai-soo spoke calmly, "Overall, it does not seem too difficult." Ha-young clenched her hands and replied excitedly, "Yes, I am a good dancer. I studied it before." Ju-hyuk said, "Then let us take a look." How Ha-young imagined herself. She appeared like an idol on stage. "Ready, let us start." Her slender white hands seemed to prepare for a move, like this. Ha-young started to dance, but her movements were extremely bizarre and confusing. Ju-hyuk looked at Ha-young, speechless and helpless. Hai-soo spoke hesitantly in disbelief, "Did you really study this?" Min-jae turned to ask Ju-hyuk, "When is the shoot day?" He replied, "In 2 weeks." Min-jae exclaims, "2 weeks." At this, Min-jae stood up and performed some moves with a smug face, "Then I guess I will have to step in. This is a dance I learned from Park Chon-hong at the Sinsadong Wool nightclub." Ju-hyuk's voice rang out, "Please do not learn that, Ha-young." Ju-hyuk gave a bright smile, held up a finger, and replied, "Just being yourself is enough." Min-jae looked at Ju-hyuk in dissatisfaction and shouted, "What is this? After witnessing that physical rebellion with your own eyes, you are still okay with it? Does a meaningless dance like that really fit in a gang commercial?" Ju-hyuk spoke softly, "No, Ha-young's dance is perfect." Ha-young's face turned red as she shyly clasped her hands over her chest. As expected, he truly is a brilliant light. The chairman is the only one who recognizes my dancing ability. Then she felt like collapsing after hearing what Ju-hyuk said next. The idea for this commercial is reverse comedy. The ad will only be effective if the dance looks funny. So, your dance is absolutely perfect, Ha-young. Ju-hyuk's voice continued, "This will be a great opportunity for you." Ha-young's face looked weary as she replied, "Really, how is that a good thing?" Hai-soo spoke softly, "That is Chairman Kong for you. From the touching movie about Grandma Park Geomri to this funny commercial." Ju-hyuk's face was serious as he replied, "To turn Ha-young into an approachable national little sister, I want to reshape your image. Use this opportunity to wipe away that dark past. Ha Young replied shyly, so that was it. Thank you so much, I will do my best. 2 weeks later, on the day of the Agang Electronics laptop commercial shoot, a voice rang out outside the set. Hello, Chairman Kong. Ju Hyuk said, good work, everyone. Park Ji-eumri's film crew is also participating in the shoot, not just for documentation, but also to record the scene of the grandmother cheering for Kong Ha Young's debut. Everyone walked inside. Ju Hyuk spoke, let us head in. We have received full cooperation for this shoot. And Grandma, you look 10 years younger today. Ha Young's grandmother said, my granddaughter Ha Young is going to be on TV, of course I had to come. While walking, Ju Hyuk said, cut, have they already started filming? Hae-soo replied, oh, you are here. But the atmosphere seems like. Inside the studio, many people were watching. A voice shouted, Miss Kong Ha Young, damn it, how many times do I have to say this? A man shouted, can't you smile a bit more brightly? He pointed and yelled, good grief, seriously, this is so frustrating. CF director Go Bong-guk. Ju Hyuk put his hand to his chin, wondering, he is quite aggressive. Is Ha Young feeling stressed? Hae-soo replied, not at all, her acting is very good. He turned to Hae-soo and asked, then why? Hae-soo grimaced and replied, I am not sure. I do not know if he is trying to nitpick or just show off his authority here. Ju Hyuk's face turned serious and unhappy. Ju Wang-gu approached Bong-guk and said, let us take a 10-minute break. Come on, go easy on her. He replied, PD Ju, do you think we can leave it like this? The shadows of the two men standing close together were talking. Bong-guk said, my daughter has to lose to an unknown girl like that. Ju Wang-gu spoke, sorry, the client is king. I can't do anything else. In the distance, Ju Hyuk and Hae-soo were standing. The voice continued, sorry, the client is king, I can't do anything else. Come on, it is not just this once. Just do better next time. He shouted, next time my ass, this is a gang. Either way, the film set is the director's territory. I will make that woman give up voluntarily. By then, you have to put everything back the way it was for me. Ju Hyuk's face turned serious as he spoke. This scene seems quite familiar. The scene showed Ha Young and a male co-star filming a segment. Action, dear daughter. Try to guess what gift Daddy bought for you. You bought a gift, Dad. The male actor spoke, it is a laptop. Ha Young replied, oh but. This is not the one I wanted. Ju Hyuk's face was very serious, while Hae-soo frowned in displeasure. Do it again. Ha Young's face looked a bit worried. Again. Ha Young's grandmother and 2 others looked a bit scared. Again. The script was thrown hard onto the table as he growled and shouted, cut, damn it, hey you. He shouted while pointing at Ha Young, don't you understand Korean? How many times do I have to repeat myself? Are you kidding me? You think you are here to play? Ha Young trembled in fear as the voice continued, are you kidding me? You think you are here to play, honestly, bringing some random nobody here. Ha Young's grandmother cried and said, my poor Ha Young, what do we do now? A voice rang out, who is that? He turned around and shouted, shut up, old lady, this is a film set, not a nursing home, who let a civilian in here, kick her out immediately. His voice continued, I do not care if it is an indie film or whatever, get the hell out of here. 2 people led her out, comforting her as they went, Grandma, it is okay. An annoyed voice rang out, Chairman Kong, do you remember what you promised me when you brought me back to Korea? Hae-soo grimaced and said seriously, that you would let me do whatever I wanted. Hae-soo was about to rush down, but Ju Hyuk pulled her back. So today, I do not mind causing a little trouble. Hae-soo was surprised when Ju Hyuk spoke no. He held Hae-soo back while asserting, it is better to let the chairman handle this personally, sister. Ju Hyuk walked down to the filming area with a dignified stride. Bong-guk turned around in anger and was startled by what he saw. Ju Hyuk stepped in front of him, and the two faced each other. He spoke in surprise, you. Kong Ju Hyuk, wait, mister. Kong Ju Hyuk, what are you doing here? Ju Hyuk spoke calmly, what is this thing? The man's face turned angry as he replied, did you just call me a thing? Ju Hyuk pointed at him and shouted, the thing standing right here. With an annoyed face, he replied, what, you just called me a thing? Ju Hyuk raised his voice even louder, the thing standing right here. The entire set suddenly became strangely quiet. Some people on the set were whispering to each other, isn't that Kong Ju Hyuk? Why is Kong Ju Hyuk here? I saw it on the news, is he really coming back? The man turned away, his voice full of determination, everything here is perfectly fine. He looked at Ju Hyuk and growled, I am the director here. What right do you think you have to interfere on someone else's set? Kong Ju-hyuk. Ju-hyuk turned to the left with a pensive look. The production team just sat there watching. The Agang electronics staff remained silent. Only the people from Voice Center had looks of concern, but as for this man, his expression said it all. That he was the king of this film set. But that bastard did not know who the real king here was. He still shouted, "Hey, Kong Ju-hyuk, I am asking what you are doing here." He replied in surprise, sorry, don't tell me." Ju-hyuk replied, "Don't make me repeat myself." At this moment, Ju-hyuk's face became terrifying as he looked at him and growled, "If you want to stay on this set," Ju-hyuk said decisively, "then go apologize to the people you just insulted. While I still have some patience left." The man muttered, "Damn it." He held his head in helplessness and cried out, "This crazy guy, who do you think you are to give me orders?" Ju Wanger ran over to mediate between the two. "Come on, both of you calm down. Look, Mr. Kong Ju-hyuk, everyone is still filming, we do not want trouble." Ju-hyuk replied, "Shut up, unless you want to lose your job too." His face looked terrified as he replied hesitantly, "What, I only." Ju-hyuk turned to question him, "What is your job here? Isn't it the production team's duty to coordinate so a mess like this does not happen?" Suddenly, Ju-hyuk stomped hard on his foot. He fell down as Ju-hyuk's voice rose, "Yet you just sat there watching like an audience member. Do you call that working?" Ju-hyuk turned and called the other staff members over to question them. "The rest of you from Agang Electronics too, come over here." They immediately ran to where Ju-hyuk was. Ju-hyuk questioned them while the staff just listened in silence with their heads bowed. "Are you all just going to stand there and watch?" One staff member spoke up. "No, but things like this happen frequently." Ju-hyuk asked in surprise, "Frequently?" Ju-hyuk's face turned serious as he spoke. "So you mean you have only been sending this kind of garbage here until now?" His face was still angry, a garbage old director with a rotten personality who loves to abuse power. He stood up and brushed off his pants, an incompetent production company that does not know how to manage a film set. Ju-hyuk's voice continued, "And useless salarymen who only know how to stand and watch." The man pointed at Ju-hyuk and shouted loudly, "Hey, that is enough." His voice continued, "Where does someone with a bad reputation like you get the right to lecture others?" Ju-hyuk looked directly at him with a murderous look and a determined voice. "Director Go Bonguk, PD Ju Wangu, you will have to return everything you have taken up until now." Ju-hyuk turned and called out loudly, "Ha Young, let us go." She was surprised and replied with a bit of worry, "Yes. Okay." He called out loudly, "Park Geomri film crew, it is time for us to head back too." He frowned and shouted, "Hey, Kong Ju-hyuk, what do you think you are doing?" Ju-hyuk's voice rang out, "My people." Ju-hyuk's face was serious as he replied, "There is no way I am letting them work on a garbage set like this." Outside the building, the sky was clear and sunny. Inside the office, two men were talking. Jae Hwang said, "Is it about today's commercial shoot?" Soo Rim spoke, "Yes, they are still filming right now, sir." His voice continued, "All right, from now on, pay special attention to Kong Ju-hyuk's side." He replied, "Yes, I understand." Soo Rim's serious face reflected his thoughts. Now he is taking care of Kong Ju-hyuk like his own son. Jae Hwang held his phone and gave a slight smile, just in time. Ju-hyuk, about today's shoot on the other end of the phone, Ju-hyuk replied sarcastically, "Truly the class of a top national conglomerate, is not it?" Ju-hyuk spoke while walking, "I know managing every low-level employee must be difficult, but seriously, I thought I received a gift, only to open it and find it swarming with flies." He spoke softly, Mr. Chairman Hai Soo and Ha Young heard this and spoke with a bit of fear. "Chairman?" Jae Hwang asked with a murderous look, "What happened?" Ju-hyuk replied, "The product is a high-performance laptop line, expected to lead the new generation upon launch. Yet the people in charge have minds still stuck in the past. What do you want me to do?" He shouted, "Explain clearly what is going on first." Ju-hyuk only replied, "It is best if you check everything yourself. I am hanging up." Jae Hwang slammed his hand on the table, wondering, "I do not know what is wrong with that guy. Lawyer Jang, check the situation of today's shoot for me immediately. Let us see." Ju-hyuk looked at his phone's clock and said, "Let us see what kind of influence the chairman can have." At this moment, the lights were still on in the studio, but it was extremely quiet. A staff member was on the phone, his voice panicked, "Yes, team leader. Yes, about that." Jae Hwang's voice sounded curious. "What is it? Why did a gang suddenly change their attitude?" He looked at Bonguk and said, "By the way, director, you were supposed to control the situation. How do we fix this now?" He waved it off. "A director should not let small things affect the set. Understand, And what is with that Kong Ju-hyuk? One moment he is as silent as a mouse, and the next he is screaming in my face. Suddenly, Jae Hwang received a phone call. He wondered, let us go for a drink next time and I will explain more. The CEO is calling. Jae Hwang picked up the phone and replied with a bit of fear, yes sir, we are still filming. The other end of the line shouted, do you want to be fired? He answered in shock, what? The voice continued, I sent you there to make sure nothing went wrong. What the hell have you done? Go find Mr. Kong Ju-hyuk, kneel down, and apologize to him immediately. Jae Hwang's voice was confused. Wait, what do you mean? The voice shouted. I just received a direct call from superiors. A gang is pulling all their ads. You must keep them at all costs. Jae Hwang held the phone with a look of fear. Damn it, I am finished. Outside the set, Ju-hyuk was standing and talking to two others. So it has come to that, they replied, it is all thanks to you. Ju-hyuk's face turned serious as he looked over. Jae Hwang came rushing out from inside. Ju-hyuk looked at his watch and remarked, it has not even been 10 minutes. Hae-soo spoke with a pensive look, quite a grand sight, is not it? Ha-young's grandmother said, what is this? Jae Hwang stood before Ju-hyuk and bowed, saying, I am sorry Mr. Kong Ju-hyuk. Ju-hyuk asked, for what? His face was sweating and he replied in fear, I handled everything too carelessly. I am truly sorry. I guarantee this kind of thing will never happen again. Please reconsider. Ju-hyuk frowned and shouted, do you think a mere apology is enough? Jae Hwang looked up with a dazed expression and replied, yes. Then what should I do? Yes, then at all costs, I will. Ju-hyuk said, not to me. His voice continued. Jae Hwang looked at them in surprise. Go apologize to them immediately. Jae Hwang's face contorted as if summoning all his courage. He knelt down hard on the ground. Jae Hwang knelt and repented, I guarantee such an abuse of power will never happen again. I will give you exactly 2 days. Find a new director. The scene became quiet. No one spoke a word. Ju-hyuk's voice spoke powerfully, I will give you exactly 2 days. Find a new director. If you bring another pile of trash here, I will change the production company immediately. Ju-hyuk turned to leave and said, let us go. Bong-guk sat in his chair and asked nonchalantly, where did you go? Jae Hwang looked at him and said, director. The man still knew nothing and said, let us go for a drink, shall we? Jae Hwang replied, just go home. He asked in surprise, why, not in the mood today? Jae Hwang looked directly at Bong-guk and shouted, you really do not understand anything, do you? You are fired. His voice continued while the man looked worried and terrified, forget the name gang. Your career in advertising is over. At Ju-hyuk's company, conversation could be heard from outside. The drama you mentioned, 28 weeks, the flower blooming in the palace, it is being aired on the cable channel WTVN. This made Ju-hyuk wonder. Min Jae confirmed assertively, yes. Hearing his answer, Ju-hyuk found it even stranger, but is not that the lowest-rated channel among the big 3 networks. This is getting interesting. As soon as he finished speaking, Ju-hyuk smirked and thought to himself, a drama from the lowest-rated TV station can reach a 15% viewership rating. At this point, Min Jae continued, it seems it will air right after the current short film series on WTVN ends. Ju-hyuk quickly asked back, who is the producer in charge? Min Jae replied, a new company called Kim and Media. The director only debuted 3 years ago, and the writer is completely unknown. Why do you want to investigate a project like this? Is it going to be a masterpiece or something? Ju-hyuk remained silent at his question, lost in his own thoughts. There seems to be no reason for it to blow up. Should I just skip it? Immediately, Ju-hyuk asked, so what about the production progress? Min Jae replied seriously, it seems the script is written up to episode 6, but it looks like a problem has arisen. In a moment, Ju-hyuk was startled and asked, a problem has arisen. Min Jae explained in detail, it is related to the investors. I heard those damn investors want to interfere with the script. After listening for a while, Ju-hyuk could not help but think to himself, everything is starting to happen exactly as the info from Voice said. But then because of excessive mid-roll ads and the investor interfering too much, the lead and supporting female roles were completely swapped. As a result, the final episode fell to 2%, a total disaster. His thoughts ended and he spoke up, they are editing the screen time of the actors, right? His question left Min Jae in shock. How do you know? Are you a psychic or something? Ju-hyuk smiled and said, it is obvious. Investors always want to interfere with the script. Seeing this, Min Jae replied immediately, that is true. They suddenly requested to increase the screen time for the supporting role. I heard that because of a relationship with that actress, they want to push her up. So the director is stuck in the middle and is now trying to convince the writer to revise it. Ju Hyuk continued, if they are still arguing about the script, it means the investment has not been finalized yet, and they can't proceed with signing contracts with the actors or crew. Exactly. As if people need the dirty money of those damn investors. As soon as he finished speaking, he was full of excitement. It seems now is the time to act. Immediately, Ju Hyuk asked further, Hyung, do you think we can get a copy of the script for that drama? This left Min Jae very confused. What, you want a copy or something? Hey, do not tell me you want to take the original. That is not simple. Ju Hyuk sighed helplessly in agreement, that is true. Seeing him so dejected, Min Jae immediately smiled and continued, but who am I? The script for 28 weeks, The Flower Blooming in the Palace, writer Jung Soyeon. Production company Kim and Media. I am the one who can do the impossible, a man of his word. In a flash, Ju Hyuk smiled happily and said, that is my Hyung. Min Jae took the chance and replied excitedly, alright then, I am going to order palboki now. Ju Hyuk replied, yes, whatever you want. A few days later, at Kim and Media, a panicked voice could be heard from outside the company, writer please, we really do not have much time left. From the WTVN drama department, PD Kim Tae-woong reminded her seriously, now is not the time to be stubborn. Upon hearing that, the writer of 28 weeks, The Flower Blooming in the Palace, Jung Soyeon frowned and replied, you know very well it is impossible. Director, this is too absurd. She could not help but shout out in frustration, how can you tell me to rewrite the entire script from episode 3 when I have already written up to episode 6, you even want to turn a mediocre supporting character into the lead, have you all lost your minds? As soon as she finished speaking, Jung Soyeon slammed her hand on the table. Then she buried her face in her hands and complained, there has to be a limit to this. Just like that, she burst into tears right in front of Tae-woong. In the current situation, Tae-woong sighed helplessly and tried to reassure her, I know this is your first work, and I know you have put so much heart into this script. But what can we do? Without investment capital, all our efforts become meaningless. We still have to sign contracts with the crew, and there is really no time left. Can't you just reconsider a little bit? Jung Soyeon looked up and replied, even so, how can you just say give up like that? If it is going to be like this, why did you need a writer in the first place? You might as well just hire a scribe to write down your words. Would not that be faster? Tae-woong could only remain silent at her words, speechless. He tried to comfort her, come on, writer Jung, you should make some concessions too. Honestly, you are not a famous writer like Kim Hae-suk yet. You have just entered the industry. Despite that, Jung Soyeon still frowned in annoyance and refused to listen. What, so you are saying it is normal to bully a rookie, is that it? Tae-woong quickly explained. No, that is not what I meant. Don't you know how this small TV drama industry works? If word gets out that one of us caused a project to fail, no one will hire us again. Jung Soyeon stammered, but before she could finish, Tae-woong questioned her, or are you planning to retire right after this project? Writer Jung, set aside our personal issues, you have to think about the people with families. In the production company too. After talking for a while, Jung Soyeon took off her glasses and wiped her tears in resentment. The current situation also left Tae-woong feeling helpless and speechless. He tried to comfort her, I am sorry too, and then he thought to himself, I chose this project because your script is wonderful, and I believe I can film it better than anyone else. A rookie writer, a young production company, and a TV station that is always stuck in third place. Especially when there are rumors that the supporting actress the investor has his eye on is having an improper relationship with the CEO. But I can't just let this drama go like this. Someone has to play the villain. With self-determination, Tae-woong stood up abruptly and reminded her sternly, stop crying, we do not have time for things like that. Everything has been decided. The drama can only continue if you agree to revise the script, writer Jung. While speaking, he turned and left. Then he added, just increase the supporting character's screen time a bit, add a few lines there, and I will find a way to film the rest so it looks okay. This made Jung Soyeon deeply moved, director. Right then, the room door suddenly burst open. The production manager walked in with a smile and announced, Director, we have managed to set up a meeting with a new investor. This left both Tae-woong and Jung Soyeon in utter shock. What? In the conference room, as they entered, an excited voice rang out, it looks like everyone is here. Min Jae sat in front of Jung Soyeon's group and introduced himself, pleased to meet you, I am team leader Cho Min Jae from Voice Entertainment. This office is really nice. It feels great. Is this a modern design? The production manager of Kim and Media held the business card and thought, Voice Entertainment, I have never heard of them, while the CEO of Kim and Media sat next to him with a polite smile. Tai Wung spoke curiously, excuse me, but you are saying your side wants to invest. He looks exactly like a scammer. Honestly, this is a bit sudden. Could you explain in more detail? Min Jae replied assertively, explain, of course you will hear it all right away. As soon as he finished, he comfortably took a sip of the iced Americano in his hand and praised it. An iced Americano in this cold weather wonderful. Please wait a moment, he will be here shortly. This left Tai Wung full of questions. Wait, there is someone else, Min Jae confirmed firmly, that is right. The person who directly decides on this investment. At that moment, a smile spread across Min Jae's face. He announced, it is our CEO. As the room door opened, both Tai Wung and Jung Soyeon were extremely curious. The person Min Jae was referring to was none other than Ju Hyuk. As soon as he appeared, he spoke politely, pleased to meet you all. I have recently started taking an interest in TV dramas, so I have looked into quite a few projects. But why this one? Are you all wondering why I chose writer Jung's work? Because this is the most interesting piece. Upon hearing this, Jung Soyeon found it strange. Wait, my work. Ju Hyuk analyzed it meticulously. 28 Weeks, The Flower in the Palace, is a fusion historical drama. The Ghost of a Prince. You used all your historical knowledge to help him reclaim his throne. It is a dramatic story that skillfully combines historical elements and romance. Especially the dialogue, it is rustic yet heavy with meaning, and the way you weave old dialogue with modern language is truly captivating. Even compared to the major networks, this is the most outstanding script with enormous potential that I can see. As she listened, Jung Soyeon's face blanked in surprise. Meanwhile, seeing Ju Hyuk's detailed analysis, Tai Wung thought to himself, that is exactly why I chose this project. Ju Hyuk added, right, Director Kim Tai Wung, that is why I decided to invest. But is it perhaps too late? Tai Wung quickly replied, no, not at all. Your offer is truly perfect, like a miracle. Immediately, Ju Hyuk changed the subject. What about the temporary cast? Tai Wung said, currently, Lee Tae-hee and Song Joo-hee have shown a lot of interest. Seeing that, Ju Hyuk asked further, are the villain roles still being cast? After reviewing the contract for a while, Ju Hyuk offered his opinion, very well, let us sign the contract. However, I have a few conditions. Tai Wung looked worried and asked, what are your conditions? While Jung Soyeon sat next to him and sighed dejectedly, I knew it. Ju Hyuk's voice rang out directly, writer Jung Soyeon. Please ensure that there are no meaningless edits to the script. Jung Soyeon affirmed firmly yes. Ju Hyuk explained in detail, in other words, I do not want anyone interfering with your story. They say a drama is a writer's playground, right? Just keep writing as you are now. And director, please keep the screen time of the characters exactly as they are in the script. Finally, Mr. CEO, please limit excessive mid-roll advertisements that break the flow of the drama. Those are my conditions. After listening, the manager was a bit confused, but regarding the advertising issue, even with your investment, the actual production costs still. Understanding that concern, Ju Hyuk quickly gave a figure, I will invest 3 billion won. That made the manager jump in amazement. What, 3 billion won? That is more than 60% of our total current investment capital. Ju Hyuk asked, is that too much money? The manager quickly retorted, no, of course not. Seeing this, Ju Hyuk calmly continued, according to the proposal. You do not have much time left, right? So let us draw up the contract right now. The 28 weeks, the flower blooming in the palace project began to accelerate. A teaser commercial and OST for the Agang laptop had been released first. At Ju Hyuk's place, Jang Soo was calling on the other end with a cheerful voice. Hello, I am Park Jang Soo, the AE from Production Click. Ju Hyuk replied politely. Oh, hello director. Jang Soo quickly got to the main point. I wonder if you have heard the commercial song we released with the teaser yesterday. Ju Hyuk replied, oh yes, it is quite good. I also want to thank everyone for putting Ha Young's picture on the cover. When I checked yesterday, it was ranked 9th on the chart. Hearing that, Jang Soo found it strange. What do you mean 9th? Open up Power Music right now. It is exploding. Following Jang Soo's words, Ju Hyuk quickly clicked the mouse. His eyes showed clear anticipation. Meanwhile, Jang Soo's voice continued, it is second on the overall chart and first on the rising chart. Just 2 days after the teaser and song were released, it quickly climbed to second place. In this situation, even Ju Hyuk was surprised and wondered, what made it blow up like this? Comments flooded in under the song, 2,210 listener ratings and a series of praising comments. What is this song? Why is it so good? The model is so pretty. She looks like a superstar. I knew it. Haiju never disappoints her fans. She truly is a queen. Oh my god, I said it on the Naver ad already. I did not expect anything from a commercial song, but now I am listening to it all day on repeat. It is the perfect work music. Wait, is the commercial model not a celebrity? She looks really familiar. Haiju really is a queen. Then Jang-soo asked, have you seen the message I just sent? This left Ju-hyuk completely bewildered. A message. The phone message clearly displayed the content. Title, please let us know the name of the model in the teaser. Content, is she an actress? I watched the teaser last night and searched all night but could not find anything. Can you tell us what dramas she has appeared in? After reading for a bit, Ju-hyuk could not help but feel a bit suspicious. What does this mean? Jang-soo replied directly on the other end. That is a copy of an email we received yesterday. Surprising, is not it? Do you know how many emails with similar content we have received? Over 5,000. 5,000, hearing that, Ju-hyuk's eyes widened in surprise. 5,000. Jang-soo added, right now, the phones are ringing constantly. There are also thousands of pending messages on the website and social media pages. He spoke excitedly, this is huge. At this rate, the main commercial will really explode. Can we get Kong Ha-young's press profile information? Seeing that Ju-hyuk said nothing, Jang-soo called out suspiciously, CO. Meanwhile, Ju-hyuk was still lost in thought. A few seconds later, he replied, Director. Why do not we try playing hard to get for a bit, he said with an intrigued smile. At his words, Jang-soo was naturally a bit confused. What do you mean? Ju-hyuk explained directly. The main commercial will air in 2 weeks, right? From now until then, do not release any information about Ha-young. Just continue posting short clips, using the same fairy tale vibe from the teaser. Jang-soo immediately understood and could not help but exclaim, create a sense of mystery and then surprise them in the main commercial, a perfect strategy to maintain popularity before release. That is great, I will discuss it with a gang right away. Ju-hyuk said politely, I will leave it to you then. After finishing the conversation, he was immersed in his own calculations. In 2 weeks, we will completely steal the spotlight. It seems we have to speed up and move up the schedule. At Voice Entertainment, a race against time suddenly began. The busiest person right now was team leader Hong Hae-soo, who had just finished filming the movie My Mother, Park Ji-eumri. She immediately revamped the entire company website and social media channels. The brand that once had nothing finally began to take shape. While Hae-soo was doing her work, the cameraman was focused on giving posing instructions. Jae-wook, do not just freeze up like that. Let us see a smile. First of all, they aggressively expanded the actor profile section. Not just Jae-wook, but Ha-young as well. And Ha-jin also received a large investment. Kong Ha-young's fresh image in the teaser immediately caught the public's attention. As YouTubers and influencers mentioned her all at once, her fame quickly spread across online communities. Meanwhile, post-production for My Mother, Park Ji-eumri was also accelerated, while at the same time, they had to keep a close eye on the 28 Weeks project. Ju-hyuk also put all his effort into discussing with writer Young So-yeon's team to come up with the best plan. 2 weeks passed, and everything was gradually settling down, like the peaceful moment before a storm the day the main Agang computer commercial was to be broadcast. A voice from the TV screen rang out, that is it for today's news. Hearing that, Hae-soo was full of anticipation, it is starting. On the TV, Ha-young could not help but gape in surprise at the screen appearing on the computer. Guess what gift daddy bought for you? This is 1.33 kilograms of ultralight performance, next generation peak processing speed. The more he watched, the more Min Jae excitedly said, it really looks like it is from another dimension, does not it? And what about that 4D dance? Hae-soo sat next to him and grumbled. Oh my god, be quiet for a second. Meanwhile on the screen, Ha-young was still hugging the computer with eyes full of love. Oh, this is the phantom laptop. Let us go. As soon as she said it, the music started. After watching for a while, Ju-hyuk tried to suppress a laugh. Ha-young's sparkling hands appeared in the center of the screen. She was holding the laptop while performing a vibrant dance. Accompanied by the introduction, a completely new dimension, the 4D world, phantom laptop, Agang electronics. Watching herself on the TV screen, Ha-young felt like her soul had left her body and thought, suddenly, everything felt like it shattered right in front of me. I am going to find a place to crawl into. As soon as she finished, Hae-soo happily announced, well done, Ha-young, look at these search trends. This surprised Ha Young immensely. Wow, it is all my name. At this moment, Jae-wook also appeared from a distance, mimicking Ha Young's dance on the screen while teasing. It is so catchy, Ha Young angrily questioned him. Kim Jae-wook, when did you get here? Ju Hyuk also coldly interjected. Kid, are you skipping practice again? Jae-wook quickly explained. Come on, I had to come and congratulate Ha Young. Hearing that, Ha Young's face turned red as she angrily retorted. What kind of weird congratulation is that? While they were talking, Min Jae and Hai-soo were receiving invitations from partners. Yes, this is Hong Hai-soo. Oh hello director, long time no see. Ju Hyuk showed his phone to Ha Young and asked gently, see, the phone is ringing non-stop, and the company email is full of messages. Despite that, Ha Young was still confused about what was happening. Wait, why are they calling us? Ju Hyuk explained directly, why else, they are partnership offers. As soon as he said it, both Hai-soo and Min Jae were full of amazement while talking on the phone. What did you say? You want to schedule an appointment with Kong Ha Young? Alright, Mr. Director, I will report back as soon as it is confirmed. A casting schedule, what, there is even more. While they were busy with work, Ju Hyuk continued. Mainly entertainment shows and radio too, and also magazines, photo shoots, interviews, YouTube. Ha Young, Hai-soo could not help but congratulate her. You are officially famous now. This left Ha Young completely stunned. Wait, they really want to book an appointment with me? While she still could not believe the situation, Hai-soo affirmed firmly. That is right, you are going to be very busy soon. At Ju Hyuk's office, he was happily saying, she has been at the top of the charts all week. If this continues, it will be even more beneficial for promoting the Park Ji-eum movie. As long as no one messes things up, it will be fine. And then that seemingly peaceful moment was shattered. Upon receiving a phone call, Ju Hyuk could not hide his worry and asked what, an accident. News from the phone quickly rang out, 5:50 p.m., near exit 8 of U Station, at the film set of Kim Ha-ge's Hope. 5 citizens killed and 12 seriously injured. Because of this accident, the reputation of Kim Ha-ge's Hope worsened, and finally the premiere had to be cancelled. While reading the online notification, Ju Hyuk was stunned and said, Kim Ji-woo, the male lead. This is Ji-woo's movie. Kim Ji-woo debuted as the younger brother in the Grandmother movie. He was a child actor at the same time as me. In this harsh entertainment world, he followed me and looked up to me as an older brother. After growing up, we collaborated on a few more projects, and soon enough, we were close enough to drink together at each other's houses. Until 5 years ago, when I took the initiative to cut off contact after the drug scandal. In the current situation, Ju Hyuk was extremely uneasy. Are we really going to meet again this way? A second later, he tried to type on the keyboard and spoke up. First, I must stop this accident. Why is he involved in this movie anyway? As soon as he finished speaking, Ju Hyuk's eyes widened in shock. What? The shoot is taking place today. There is less than 2 hours left. Immediately, Ju Hyuk hurriedly grabbed his phone. Then, while leaving quickly, he cursed in frustration, damn it. As soon as he got into the car, he made a phone call. Yes, exit 8 of U Station. There is a very large crowd there, with a risk of a serious accident. We must cordon off that area. Yes, Director Huang, please come quickly. Even after asking for everyone's help, he still could not seem to calm his worry. I have also requested support from the police and security forces. Will that be enough? In an instant, his thought surfaced. Filming inside subway stations is rare. Not only is it hard to get a permit, but the heavy foot traffic and loud noise make control difficult. So they usually only film for one day, and typically arrange it for late at night or early morning. Yet, watching the clock tick by minute, Ju Hyuk shouted in helplessness. They chose to film right during rush hour. What the hell were they thinking? Just like that, he tried to press the gas and speed down the road. At the train station, a place crowded with people coming and going. Ju Hyuk ran forward with all his might. Observing his surroundings carefully and dripping with sweat, Ju Hyuk thought to himself, damn it, the police have not arrived yet. 15 minutes until the accident occurs. I must stop the shoot at all costs. Just like that, he tried to push through the dense crowd. Excuse me, let me through for a bit. This made people extremely annoyed. Hey, what the hell, why are you pushing me? What is wrong with this guy? Ju Hyuk explained in helplessness. No, it is not like that. Even so, he kept pushing through, making everyone frown in annoyance and judge him. Hey, do not cut the line. What is up with this pervert wearing a mask? We have been waiting for an hour. Don't just cut him like that. In the current situation, Ju Hyuk could not move a single step, which filled him with despair. Damn it, this is not working. Pinpointing the exact location of the accident and cordoning it off would be faster, but voice never specified exactly where the accident would happen. At that moment, he seemed to see something. In an instant, Ju Hyuk calculated in his mind, the safety barrier is not secure. If the crowd pushes up any higher, it will collapse immediately. The security staff who were supposed to manage this area are paying attention to something else. Just as he thought, a security guard was preoccupied with a phone in his hand. Seriously, get out of the way. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk was still focused on analyzing the situation and said, now what? Wires are lying loosely everywhere. If just one person trips, the whole line of people will fall like dominoes. And everywhere, bottles and glass shards are just waiting for someone to step on them and slip. The more he looked, the more he fell into a deadlock. Damn it, this whole place is like a minefield. What the hell kind of site management is this? At this moment, a police siren suddenly rang out. This further immersed Ju Hyuk in speculation, or will it be a traffic accident? But it is rush hour, traffic is completely jammed. If that is all, it should not cause an accident. Where exactly is it? As soon as the thought finished, the scene in front of him hit his eyes immediately. While everyone was crowding each other in the middle of the street, Ju Hyuk thought to himself, the ventilation shaft right on the street. In the current situation, people were pushing and shouting, Kim Jeonwoo is so handsome, Jeonwoo Appa, look over here, what is the situation Appa? Countless people were standing and stepping on the iron grate. This caused the iron plate's endurance to weaken and sink. Immediately, Ju Hyuk realized the problem. His eyes widened as he stated firmly, this is it. He immediately ran forward as fast as he could, while people were still preoccupied with talking and pushing each other, hey do not push. While Ju Hyuk was trying to break through the crowd, they wondered, good grief, stop it, what the hell, who is that? Ju Hyuk took off his mask, determinedly thinking, I can't let this happen. Thinking that, he spoke loudly to the crowd, I am Kong Ju Hyuk. Currently, this area is at risk of safety failure, everyone please cooperate. Hearing that, a young girl standing nearby was utterly shocked, Kong Ju Hyuk. In an instant, everyone turned their attention to him and talked, Kong Ju Hyuk, it is Captain Kong, what kind of day is it today? Is Ju Hyuk also starring in this movie? Truly the power of a celebrity. With just one word from him, people moved to both sides of the street, letting Ju Hyuk move straight ahead as he said, please let me through, thank you. Meanwhile, at Ji Soo's spot, she was trying to jump up in the middle of the crowd. That directly exerted a strong impact on the iron plate under her feet. Despite that, Ji Soo did not notice at all and kept jumping repeatedly. While jumping vigorously, she spoke, I can't see anything. I want to see too. Right at that moment, a man suddenly bumped into Ji Soo. That caused her to fall straight down from a high platform in shock, oh. Meanwhile, on the street, the busy flow of traffic was rushing by fast. The truck's headlights were very close to where Ji Soo fell. Luckily, Ju Hyuk suddenly lunged from somewhere and caught her. He used his body to protect Ji Soo. This left her stunned and amazed. Meanwhile, the truck that just passed by threw out a comment, where were you looking? The current life and death situation made Ju Hyuk pant uncontrollably, but Ji Soo just stared at him intently with a blushing face without blinking. At this moment, Ju Hyuk's company car arrived. As soon as he got out of the car, Cheol-do asked worriedly, boss, are you alright? We have called for more people, did we make it in time? Ju Hyuk shouted in panic, 1 minute left, immediately cordon off the ventilation area. Immediately, everyone did their job, shouting loudly, shut down all the ventilation systems now. Holding a megaphone in his hand, Cheol-do said, everyone, lie down danger, please follow the safety staff's instructions. Move in an orderly fashion. At that reminder, everyone obediently followed. The guide said devotedly, take my hand, step down carefully. While people were moving, the iron pipe under the ground was gradually cracking. At this time, a staff member could not help but turn and ask, Manager Park, is that the last person? Cheon-soo replied, there is still one person up there. As soon as he finished speaking, the iron pipe under the ground broke in two. This made Ju Hyuk extremely scared and worried. In an instant, the last person fell into the deep hole. A hand quickly grabbed that person tightly. In the current situation, the man was naturally so scared his face turned pale. While trying to pull his hand, Ju Hyuk shouted loudly, hold on tight. Meanwhile, at Cheol-do's spot, he was trying to control the situation. Team 2, hurry up, keep moving in line, clear the way for the civilians. After a while, Ju Hyuk finally helped the last person land safely. He gently reminded him, "Be careful when you step down," and the man quickly replied, "Thank you." After his heroic act, everyone held up their cameras, filming and talking excitedly. Is that really Kong Ju Hyuk? He's even more handsome in real life. Those people must be his company staff. Did Kong Ju Hyuk just save someone? His aura is amazing. Ji-soo was also captivated by Ju Hyuk, staring at him with a blushing face. She even took out her phone to record the unbelievable scene. People's voices were shouting over each other, "Madam, please move aside, you're blocking the film shot." Right then, a set assistant rushed in from somewhere, questioning irritably, "Who interfered with our set? Who gave you permission to disrupt our scene? Do you know how much money is lost by canceling this shoot? Can you take responsibility? Who is in charge here?" Under these grumpy words, Cheon-soo only coldly reminded, "Move aside, this place is dangerous." This left the assistant very confused. "What? I am the one in danger. Where is the danger? What on earth is going on?" At this point, Ju Hyuk stood up and spoke, "I am the one in charge here. Were you looking for me?" As soon as he saw him, the assistant froze and asked hesitantly, "Wait. Kong Ju Hyuk, what are you doing here?" Ju Hyuk did not answer directly, only saying indifferently, "You are the assistant director, right? Go tell your director to stop filming immediately." Hearing that, the assistant boldly retorted, "Do you know how much the shoot is worth? Have you lost your touch after being away so long? Your time as the national actor is long gone, is not it?" As soon as he saw Ju Hyuk's darkened face, he seemed speechless and did not understand. "Did I say something wrong?" Ju Hyuk explained seriously, "The safety barrier is still unstable. There is a risk of the crowd being crushed. Wires are tangled everywhere. One careless step and someone trips. Broken glass and bottles are scattered. Anyone could slip. The safety staff left their posts or are negligent, while the area near the road traffic is very dangerous." "Director Hwang, you have photographed everything, right?" At his question, Cheol-do quickly replied, "Yes, I have recorded it all." In an instant, Ju Hyuk full of confidence threatened the assistant, "Should I send this all to the press before the premiere? The Korean film industry has lost all sense of safety. If you want the movie to be released, fix the safety management and reschedule the shoot. Young, stop filming." Do you really want that to happen? In the current situation, the assistant director felt the invisible pressure of all three men closing in. Finally, he could only obediently comply, "Yes, I will report it immediately," while the police were also on their way to the scene. Sighing irritably, Ju Hyuk thought to himself, "They only show up after the accident happened." Inside the company, curious conversation rang out. "Why is it so noisy outside? I do not know, the police are here too. Is something really happening, or is it seeing fans again?" Right as they said this, they noticed something unusual, that is Kong Ju Hyuk. This made Jeon-woo, who was reading the news, stand up abruptly and ask in shock, "What, did you just say Ju Hyuk Young?" At Ju Hyuk's spot, he was giving orders to his people, "Director Hwang, I will leave the cleanup to you." Cheol-do immediately replied, "Yes, do not worry. Let us go before the crowd gets even bigger." Looking at Ju Hyuk through the glass, Jeon-woo could not believe his eyes and called out, "Hyung." Ju Hyuk Hyung. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk had already gotten into the car and left. Despite that, Jeon-woo easily recognized him from his back, smiling and thinking to himself, "No way, it really is him. Is he really making a comeback?" At this moment, the friend beside him approached and asked curiously, "Do you like him that much? Try liking me that much for once." Jeon-woo replied calmly, "What are you talking about? You are also someone I like, but you are only second. I should go see him soon." The next day, Ju Hyuk was staring intently at the computer screen, saying dejectedly, "This was not my plan." The online news spotlighted his actions from yesterday. Especially the image of Ju Hyuk saving Ji-soo from danger. A series of comments broke out below. While he was engrossed in reading his phone, someone suddenly rushed in from outside, speaking in a panicked tone, "Chairman Kong." That person was none other than Min Jae. He entered playfully teasing, "You said you went to Gwangju to focus on work, yet you have caught the media's attention again." Ju Hyuk sighed and replied, "It is nothing, just the netizens overreacting." Hearing that, Min Jae immediately replied, "Clearly, you have not seen this." Immediately, the news report rang out about Ju Hyuk's actions yesterday, at the scene of the subway ventilation shaft collapse. Actor Kong Ju Hyuk is credited with preventing casualties thanks to his quick response. The more Ju Hyuk heard, the more confused he became, while Min Jae laughed even harder teasingly. "What on earth? Is it Captain Kong causing trouble again? They even interviewed Ji-soo at the time. At first I thought they were filming, if he had not pulled me away truly. After watching the news for a while, Ju-hyuk fell into his own thoughts. That voice never appears without reason. What does this have to do with Ji-on-woo? In another place, two voices in conversation were clashing in contrast. Director, you can't do that. What, you think this is your playground, do as I say. But to suddenly postpone the broadcast. Move 28 weeks to next year. We have already finalized the lineup. What do we do now? Tae-woong asked helplessly. Meanwhile, Jong-man just slammed the script onto the table and questioned, what is this? Park Song-ho brought in writer Choi Young-eun. Just that name alone guarantees ratings. Tae-woong immediately retorted, so writer Young So-yeon is out because she is unknown. You have read the script too, director, it is really good. Despite that, Jong-man remained firm in his decision. So what? A good script does not guarantee ratings. We have to play it safe. Besides, the comeback of a writer who disappeared to America will definitely cause a stir. Tae-woong quickly analyzed. If you are talking about buzz, we should follow Kong Ju-hyuk's choice. Jong-man interjected immediately. Kong Ju-hyuk is exactly the problem. The more Tae-woong heard, the more confused he felt. What do you mean? Jong-man looked serious and stated firmly, he has been cleared, and public opinion is calming down. If he just stayed quiet, it would be fine, but he is appearing everywhere. In the current situation, Tae-woong was truly speechless. He only thought dejectedly, that play it safe attitude is exactly why we are always at the bottom. Meanwhile, Jong-man added, besides, Song-ho has already invited Kim Tae-ryung and Go Min-suk. Tae-woong could not help but jump in suspicion. Go Min-suk is our actor. Jong-man replied grumpily, exactly, you should have signed him first. You even kicked out the investor who wanted to bring in a female idol, right? Turns out that person is the best friend of the CEO of Go Min-suk's agency. While saying this, he slammed the teacup violently onto the table. Jong-man continued to scold Tae-woong. If you had closed the deal earlier back then, we would not be in this mess. Damn it, so annoying. Right then there was a sudden knock at the door. It was PD Park Song-ho from WTVN's drama department. As soon as he entered he spoke, oh, Tae-woong is here too. As soon as he saw him, Tae-woong questioned, PD Song-ho, what is going on? Seeing him scowling, Song-ho spoke up, what is with that attitude? Meanwhile, Tae-woong did not care and got straight to the point. Do you have no professional ethics, daring to steal someone else's actors? Song-ho said calmly. Ethics? Everyone here is a shark. Seeing them exchange words, Jong-man sitting to the side quickly interjected to remind them, enough. Pointing at Song-ho's face, he shouted, you brat, Song-ho, what are you proud of? Tae-woong has to work himself to the bone to clean up the mess you caused. Tae-woong also interjected, that is exactly what brought me here. In the current situation, Song-ho asked immediately, wait, director, the shooting schedule is fixed. Jong-man replied grumpily, shut up, bring me a better script and then we will talk. After finishing his sentence, he turned to Tae-woong, if you can cast a better actor, that slot is still yours. This left Tae-woong extremely doubtful, asking back, a better actor. In an instant, he gasped in shock and shouted, what, Hina? On stage, countless fans were chanting a person's name, Hina. A singer-songwriter who swept all the charts. The cheers echoed incessantly, Hina, 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 Hina. A mesmerizing charm that captured the hearts of many fans. With her high heels on, a young girl's voice spoke softly, please wait a moment. Thank you all so much once again. The person causing a sensation in the market was none other than Hina. She was smiling and greeting her fans. At Tae-woong's spot, as he closed the door and stepped out, he thought helplessly to himself, Hina. Telling me to bring her in within 3 days is no different from telling me to just throw this drama away. Meanwhile, inside the room, Song-ho was still talking to Jong-man. Director, has not the broadcast time slot been confirmed? This is different from what we discussed before. Jong-man drank the cup of tea in his hand and replied calmly, opportunities must be fair for everyone. If you can bring Hina, not only the broadcast time slot, but even my position will be yours. Of course, that only applies if you can bring her in within 3 days. After listening for a while, Song-ho spoke, ah yes. While saying this, he smirked and teased, a transparent process and fair results. I did not expect the director's implication to be so deep. It seems I have learned something new again. Jong-man immediately reminded him, stop talking nonsense and bring me the script soon. Song-ho obediently followed, yes, I will bring it right away, director. On the street, a voice full of annoyance rang out, what is this? It was Hina. She was sitting in the car grumbling irritably. All my appointments for today are clear. Why do I still have to go to the company, Appa? Does the CEO really need to see me right now? Hina's schedule manager, Choi Ryu-hyuk, replied while driving, it is true. I was even thinking I would get to leave work on time today. By the way, did you read the script I sent? Hina waved it off and judged, that is not good at all, it is terrible. Hearing that, Ryu-hyuk added, after finishing this OST, your album promotion will end just in time, so I think today the CEO will pressure you about the next drama project. Hina said excitedly, Appa, I do not want to brag, but my most recent drama on HDVC reached a 13.88% rating for the final episode. I am not the type of actor to be easily looked down on. It is true I have to choose the next project, but this time, I want to do it really well. When she said this, she seemed to reveal her most honest thoughts. At Tai Wong's company, a shocked voice rang out, Director, what is this? The broadcast time slot is moved to next year. The production manager looked at Jung So-yeon while replying, that is how it is, writer, I told you. At this answer, Jung So-yeon could not help but question irritably, it is that squinty-eyed guy, right? He really flips faster than a pancake. I wish I could punch that annoying face of his. Seriously. The production manager quickly forced a smile to reassure her, please calm down, it is not completely over yet. While they were discussing, Ju-hyuk walked in from outside and said, we are here. The production manager said politely, Mr. CEO, team leader, please both of you take a seat. Seeing that her attitude earlier was a bit rude, Jung So-yeon forced a smile and changed the subject. Oh my, I was a bit agitated just now, was not I? That director is truly too much. After everyone sat at the work table, Ju-hyuk asked, how is the casting situation? The production manager immediately replied, we are discussing the male lead. Tai Wong added, on their side they have Go Min-suk and Kim Tae-ryong, all A-list stars, so we are also trying. Let us take a look. What about Young Hong-soo? Ju-hyuk evaluated seriously. For a long-running drama it is fine, but the face does not suit a short drama much. Hearing that, Jung So-yeon suggested further. What about Yoo Soo-hyuk? Min Jae quickly refused. That addict is clearly a burden on the film industry. Hearing that, Jung So-yeon replied, Seo Tae-hoon is all about drinking and women. Such a complicated personal life should be eliminated from the start. After many names were finally swept away, it left Tai Wong utterly helpless. But Seo, actually right now there is an even bigger problem than choosing the male lead. And that is the female lead. Ju-hyuk replied calmly, is that what you mentioned over the phone? Tai Wong explained immediately, I feel extremely guilty because the CEO worked so hard to secure the investment for us, yet. In the current critical situation, Ju-hyuk was still very calm, nodding and saying, I completely understand the current situation. Then there is only one answer left. We just need to find the female lead, right? There is not much time left either. We will handle it and report back to you as soon as possible. Upon hearing that, Tai Wong found it strange. Do you perhaps already have a plan? Ju-hyuk smiled and replied, whatever happens, we have to find a breakthrough. Oh, and if everything goes smoothly, finding the male lead can also be solved. The more Tai Wong heard, the more unbelievable it seemed. What, how can you? Before leaving, Ju-hyuk also reminded, Director, he will definitely be convinced. So, I will be in touch later. Tai Wong replied, yes. When Ju-hyuk left, he was still dazed and did not understand. What did he mean just now? Jung So-yeon sitting next to him was also full of suspicion, but only reassured Tai Wong. It seems we do not have to worry about that anymore. As soon as she finished her sentence, she suddenly jumped and said, so that means the great Mr. Kong himself will become the star. I am getting goosebumps. Seeing her expressing her emotions so excessively, Tai Wong could not help but remind her, writer Jung, calm down. That is not going to happen. Breathe, just breathe. At Ju-hyuk's company, even though it was late at night, he was still working hard. Hyung, thank you for working so hard to investigate in such a short time. Inside the company, the conversation continued, then let us order palboki later. You found all these things, as expected, your wide connections are really great. Looking at the pile of scripts, Ju-hyuk laughed coldly and spoke, so it turns out to be Hina. Min Jae sitting next to him quickly replied, right, it really is Hina. Even I can't believe it. How does this make sense? Ju-hyuk did not answer, only frowning and thinking, it truly does not make any sense. Because, while I was on my way back after resolving the accident at Jeon-woo's film set. A call from voice. An excellent choice. The keyword Kong Ju-hyuk chose was 366. Hina's OST song 366 Days of Love is suspected of plagiarizing Paul Shark's powerful Public opinion was thrown into confusion, especially after a source from her old company appeared, revealing that Hina also knew about the plagiarism. There are two clues. Hina released a song alleged to be stolen from another song, and she was targeted by her old company. If we can find the connection between these two things, we can completely move towards an agreement with Hina. While he was engrossed in his thoughts, Min Jae continued, "Alright, for now this is all the information I have gathered. Hina, 25 years old. Debuted at 16, and is now in her 10th year active as a singer and solo songwriter. Her debut single was a huge hit and all songs released up to her most recent album, her fourth, topped all charts." Hearing this, Ju Hyuk was full of curiosity. "So she's a genius," Min Jae quickly explained. "Her nickname is something like Angel's Voice or whatever." Immediately, Ju Hyuk asked further, "What about acting? When did she start?" Min Jae replied, 6 years ago, right around the time you were breaking down." While the two were talking, Hai-soo sitting opposite immediately added, "She is a very good actor. Her photos are also beautiful. Right, every project she chooses becomes a huge hit." This made Ju Hyuk even more confused. So that means she knows how to select projects too. As soon as he finished his sentence, he silently evaluated in his heart. At this point, she is clearly a goose that lays golden eggs. Her old company would certainly never want to let her go. Why did they turn around and attack her? Thinking of this, he asked further, "Hyung, can you look into her old company?" At his question, Min Jae replied with some surprise, "Hina's old company? What are you talking about? For the past 10 years, Hina has always been active under only one company. Soling Entertainment." At Soling Entertainment, as soon as Hina appeared, an enthusiastic voice in the room welcomed her. "Oh Hina, you are here." Hina forced a smile and replied, "Hello Mr.
Zvo.
Baek Sang-gu, the CEO of Soling Entertainment, asked gently, "You seem busy lately," then patted the seat next to him and continued, "Come here, have a seat." The one manipulating Hina's downfall was her current agency, Soling Entertainment. At Min Jae's place, he was still engrossed in the documents in his hand. She has been with them since her debut. It is quite strange. Hearing that, Ju Hyuk asked curiously, "What is it?" Min Jae spoke seriously. Her contract is about to expire, but there is no sign of her renewing it. Recently, she seems to be managing her personal image very carefully. In terms of music, she only takes on OSTs that can be finished quickly, while in acting, she focuses heavily on quality. Ju Hyuk immediately deduced, she is preparing to go independent. After finishing his sentence, he thought to himself, once Hina leaves to go independent, they will definitely ruin her OST project. Thinking this, he said to Hai-soo, "Sister, have you confirmed which OST Hina is working on?" Hai-soo replied, "Of course. They said she rejected everything else and only kept 366 Days of Love." At her words, Ju Hyuk was clearly pleased and praised her. "Great job." In an instant, he calculated in his head, all the information matches up. Now all that is left is. While he was deep in thought, Hai-soo added, "But wait, what exactly are you planning? Do you really think this information can influence her? Hina is not the type to be easily swayed." Ju Hyuk smiled confidently and said, "The card I have in my hand is probably enough to move Hina." At his words, Min Jae could not help but gape in disbelief. "What, are you serious? And you did not say a word about it?" Ju Hyuk replied seriously, "We do not have much time. Anyway, I have to meet her as soon as possible. Do you have Hina's contact information?" Min Jae replied immediately, "I have the manager's number, but getting her private number is very difficult." Hearing that, Ju Hyuk felt a bit desperate. Damn, what should we do now? While the two were going back and forth, Hai-soo, sitting opposite, held up her phone and said confidently, "What are you two doing? I have Hina's contact info right here." That gave Min Jae another shock, and he shouted, "What, are you for real, and you did not say a word?" Hai-soo spoke calmly, "Why is everyone so surprised? I am the one who taught Hina acting when she first started. I guess you did not know that I have been texting Hina all this time, which is why I could answer your question immediately." After hearing this, Min Jae suddenly fumed with rage and questioned, "Why are you only telling us now?" Hai-soo retorted irritably, "It just shows that neither of you pays any attention to me." Ju Hyuk, sitting to the side, only sighed helplessly and reminded them, "Clearly, we need to focus more on communication. Anyway, thanks to you, all the puzzle pieces have now clicked together." Immediately, he spoke sternly to Hai-soo, "So sister, I am going to need your cooperation on something." Wishing for a prosperous Chuseok season, Ha-young appeared in a hanbok. The hotel at night sparkled with bright golden lights. Inside the lobby, people were busy coming and going. The atmosphere was very lively. The receptionist spoke politely, The room you booked is this way. As soon as she entered the room, Hina showed clear excitement and joy, saying, "Ah Yuni, it has been so long." She hugged the person in front of her and confessed her feelings. "You should have called me the moment you arrived in Korea. I missed you so much."
Hiso replied softly, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry."
Immediately, Hina asked, "By the way, where are you going?" As she finished her sentence, she was a bit surprised by Ju Hyuk's appearance. Senior Kong Ju Hyuk looked at Hina and replied softly, "Nice to meet you, Hina." This left Hina confused. "What is going on here?" Haisu replied immediately, "I am sorry, I could not tell you beforehand. I told you I had a surprise for you, did not I? You are going to like it." Hina blushed in embarrassment and said, "I know, but so suddenly like this. A blind date. This is so much pressure. I do not even care about a man's looks." Seeing her daydreaming, Haisu reminded her helplessly, "This is not a blind date." Despite that, Hina did not pay much attention and complained dejectedly, "I am not even wearing makeup." Haisu replied irritably, "What can you do? You do not need makeup." Immediately, she switched to a serious attitude and said, "Hina, let me tell you, this is not a blind date. Let us just go inside." Hearing that, Hina was very curious. "Then what kind of gift is it?" As soon as they sat at the table, Ju Hyuk spoke up, "I am here to make you 2 offers, Hina." This made Hina ask in surprise, "Offers?" Handing over a stack of documents, Ju Hyuk replied, "This is the first offer." Looking at the information from the file, Hina found it strange and said, 28 weeks, the flower blooming in the palace. Ju Hyuk said seriously, "I want you, Hina, to take the lead role in this drama." Hearing that, Hina could not help but reply in shock, "The lead role? This is so sudden." Haisu explained gently, "You will understand once you read it. It is quite good." After listening for a bit, Hina found it confusing. "Why me? Surely your company has actors who are desperate for an opportunity." Ju Hyuk affirmed firmly, "For this character, I did not think of anyone else but you, Miss Hina. I have watched all your works, Miss Hina. In terms of emotion and detail, I was deeply impressed. There are many singers who try their hand at acting just by relying on their popularity, but you are different, Miss Hina. I can see your sincerity, and above all, your style is very attractive." Hearing this, Hina was a bit dazed and looked confused. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk continued, "On the outside, you look youthful, but on the inside, I feel a void like a desert. That contrast creates a deep sense of immersion. That aspect of you was especially clear in Live Love. I believe this project can capture that side of you." After listening, Hina seemed convinced by his words. It is a work that I really like." Haisu, sitting to the side, heard the whole conversation and could not help but look at Ju Hyuk and admire him silently. No wonder he looked so tired. Did he stay up all night analyzing it? He is truly intense. At this moment, Hina suddenly frowned and wondered, "I appreciate the offer, but you do not think I am that easy, do you? I am not the type of person who is easily swayed by anything." Ju Hyuk replied calmly, "I completely understand. Your music and recent activities have also been very deliberate. After all, you are preparing to go independent." At his words, her eyes widened in shock. While she was still listening intently to his words, Ju Hyuk asked softly, "You must be very desperate, are not you?" Hina's face darkened with annoyance as she replied, "So you have done a full background check on me?" Facing her assertion, Ju Hyuk only replied indifferently, "The one who is desperate is you, Miss Hina, not me." The more Hina heard, the more she sighed in annoyance and questioned, "What is that supposed to mean?" Seeing that she looked unhappy, Ju Hyuk immediately changed the subject. "Then I will move on to my second offer. 366 Days of Love, that is the OST you are working on, right?" This made Hina very curious. "What about it?" Ju Hyuk spoke up, "That song is plagiarized." Holding out his phone, he added, "It is a song by Paul Shark called Powerful. Let me." Before he could finish, Hina stood up abruptly and slammed the table, shouting, "Senior Kong Ju Hyuk, you are crossing the line. I have never heard of that before." While she was still unable to control her emotions, Ju Hyuk held his phone out in front of her. Then, while turning on the music, he said firmly, "Listen to it. See if what I am saying is true." The music quickly played. While she listened intently, Haisu also kept her eyes fixed on her. The more Hina listened, the more suspicious she felt. Her ears seemed to focus intensely to analyze the situation. The music on the phone played every note clearly. After listening for a while, Hina finally opened her eyes in shock and thought, "This part. It is identical." In an instant, the room seemed to sink into a silent space. Hina put the phone down on the table and tried to ask, is this really a song that existed before? Looking at her expression, Ju Hyuk was lost in thought. She is very confused. Now, her worry will open the door itself. As soon as the thought finished, he spoke up directly. Yes. Usually, the production team is responsible for OST plagiarism scandals, not the singer. But if that singer is you, Miss Hina, then the story is different. The more Hina heard, the more shocked she became. What are you talking about? Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk calmly added, if you decide to go independent as planned, you won't have a company to clean up the mess when the album is released. Seeing that he seemed to be crossing a line, Hai-Su quickly reminded him, CEO Kong. Meanwhile, Hina also could not control her irritation, standing up abruptly and questioning, are you really threatening me with this? Ju Hyuk frowned and replied, it is Soling Entertainment you should be worried about, not me. Hina said irritably, what did you just say? In contrast to her loss of composure, Ju Hyuk was still very calm, replying, do you think the company does not know what I know? CEO Baek Sang-gu is simply keeping quiet. Until the legal files for plagiarism are ready to be finalized, and then the articles will start pouring in. Hina, the person who recorded the song despite knowing it was plagiarized from an icon of an era to an icon of plagiarism. Hina sighed helplessly and asked, do you expect me to believe you right now, but why would the company do that? Ju Hyuk explained firmly, you already know the answer. That is exactly why you are trying to go independent. After listening for a bit, Hina's tangled thoughts suddenly surfaced, no way. In an instant, a memory from before returned to her mind with a cold voice saying, Hina, why are you being so stubborn? This time it is an important character from China. This is a chance for you to earn a lot of money. You can do whatever you want next time. Hina asserted firmly, this is my career. I am the one responsible for it. This time, I really want to grow as an actor. I want to prove myself through my acting skills. As soon as she finished speaking, the manager immediately interrupted, you have been overthinking things lately, Hina. Don't try to do everything alone. It is very difficult. If you keep going like this, you will truly collapse. Thinking back to those words, Hina's hands clenched, and she thought helplessly, maybe that was a warning. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk continued to persuade Hina, I was once in a similar situation when I fell. The higher and more brilliant a bird flies, the easier it becomes a target. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere fell into silence again. A few seconds later, Hina finally spoke, why are you helping me? Ju Hyuk replied seriously, I am not helping you at all, Miss Hina. I am helping myself. I told you, you are the star of this drama. I can't let my actor get hurt, because if the actor survives, the project continues. At his answer, Hina could not help but cover her mouth and laugh. Then she said softly, as expected, I can't keep up with your acting, senior. This made Ju Hyuk feel very confused, and he immediately asked pardon. Seeing that, Hina explained meticulously, your act of trying to appear selfish and arrogant. I wanted to leave several times today but I held back, because there was something I needed to confirm with you. Why did you help me at the subway station? Who are you? As she spoke, she took out her phone and tapped the screen. Showing the image on the phone screen, Hina stated firmly, the high school girl you saved, that is my cousin Ji-soo. The current situation seemed to be outside Ju Hyuk's expectations, leaving him dazed and speechless. Meanwhile, Hina continued, saving her was also a choice you made yourself. The more Ju Hyuk heard, the more confused he became, thinking, so this is how the intel from voice links up. A second later he wondered what, Hina's cousin, Hai-Su also could not hide her interest and interjected, this story is getting more and more interesting. I want to hear more about that too. While the two of them did not understand the current situation, Hina continued, tell me, Sunbeam. The high school girl you saved. She is my cousin, Ji-soo. This left Ju Hyuk somewhat confused, thinking, so this is how the voice intel was connected. In contrast to him, Hina asked calmly, saving her was a choice you made yourself, was not it? The atmosphere quickly fell into deep thought, as Ju Hyuk could not say a word. At this moment, the sound of sparse footsteps suddenly rang out from the lobby. In the room, Hina still spoke sternly to Ju Hyuk, tell me. In the difficult situation, he did not know how to answer, only stammering, that is. Right then, the room door suddenly opened, making Hina a bit shocked. The man who appeared at the door spoke with a trembling voice, Hyung. Hyung, how could you do this to me? As soon as he saw Jeon-woo, Ju Hyuk smiled and replied, you are here. At that moment, the reason I saved that student. Seeing Jeon-woo, Hina standing in the distance found it strange. Ji-woo Appa. Meanwhile, Ji-woo did not pay any attention to that, only grabbing Ju Hyuk's shoulders and reminding him urgently, "Speak up, Hyung. After ignoring my calls for years, suddenly you appear and... What? Tell me to star in a TV drama." The next morning, conversation could be heard from outside. "I see you are still not answering the phone." It was Ji-woo. He was talking to someone. "Aren't you going to make a comeback after disappearing from sight? This is too much. If you have come to the set, you should have come to see me." "Fine, let us see who gives in first. I will keep calling you until you pick up." As soon as he finished, the other end of the line went dead, making Ji-woo helpless. "What, Hyung?" Looking at the messages Ju Hyuk had sent him, he was confused, but why is all this happening so suddenly? Back to the present, Hae-soo saw Ji-woo and asked, "Ji-woo, how did you get here?" At her words, Ji-woo noticed and said in amazement, "Oh, Hae-soo Nuna. Nuna, when did you get back? I missed you so much." In the current situation, Hae-soo was a bit confused and immediately said, "Ji-woo, wait a minute." Ji-woo irritably interrupted, "Haha Nuna, please give him a piece of your mind. How can a person be so selfish?" At this time, Hina still did not understand what was going on, looking confused and wondering, "So you are saying that Ji-woo Appa is the reason why Senior Ju Hyuk saved Ji-soo?" Ju Hyuk replied seriously, "Yes, that is right. That was Ji-woo's filming location." Hae-soo, standing to the side, quickly added, "So Director Kong went to the set that day to meet Ji-woo. He is so rude, and because Hina's cousin happened to be there, he saved her." Hugging Hae-soo, Ji-woo suddenly looked up and asked excitedly, "What, really? I knew it, Hyung, you really came to see me, right?" Ju Hyuk replied calmly, "That is right. I did not just save a student. I protected the actor's set." Hearing this, Hina was a bit startled and curious. "Who is your actor, then Ji-woo Appa is?" Before she could finish, Ju Hyuk affirmed, "Yes. The male lead of 28 Weeks in the Palace." As soon as he finished, Ji-woo immediately put a hand on his shoulder with a darkened face and called out coldly, "Hey Hyung. What are you talking about? I am the male lead." Ju Hyuk turned to him and replied, "Yeah. You read the script on your way here, did not you? What, is it that bad?" Ji-woo replied angrily, "No, the script is great, but that is not the main issue right now. When did I ever say I would take the lead role?" At his annoyed attitude, Ju Hyuk only smirked and questioned back, "So you are not going to do it?" Ji-woo quickly explained, "I did not say I would not do it, but I never said I would do it either." Ju Hyuk, on the other hand, did not pay any attention to that, turning to ask Hina, "With this lineup, are you interested? How about it? Do you want to read the script?" At his question, Hina was lost in thought and did not answer. Meanwhile, Ji-woo was still fuming with rage and shouted, "Seriously, you meet someone again after 5 years and this is the first thing you say, is this for real?"
No. Jung.
Kong Ju Hyuk. You Nuna, grab him, not me but him." In the current situation, Hina still lowered her head in consideration. After a few seconds, she looked at the script and said, "At least I will try reading it. So when do I have to give you an answer?" Ju Hyuk smiled and replied, "By tomorrow." This made Hina frown and question in shock, "What, how can I make a decision like this in just one day?" Ju Hyuk smiled and said firmly, "Because I am confident. I will make this drama a success." The more Hina heard, the more she sighed, not understanding the issue. What is this? Outside the city, the apartment complex sparkled under the lights. Hina was sitting in her room reading the script. She meticulously noted every little thing. Her eyes were full of focus, not leaving the script. After a while, Hina finally dropped the documents onto the bed. Then she could not help but wonder to herself, writer Jung Soyeon. Who is she exactly? Her writing style is absolutely insane. The next day, conversation could be heard from outside the company. "Director, we are almost out of time. At this point, let us just confirm right now. How can we invite an A-list actor within 3 days? Even if we do, it will just be a mess. They will get caught up in their artistic ego and then keep dragging out the shooting schedule. Right now is not making rapid progress our top priority." As soon as the sentence finished, Jongman immediately retorted, "Be quiet you. But I already promised." Song-ho tried to persuade him, "Aish, I am only saying this because I am worried about you, director. I heard about the budget cuts in our drama department. If something goes wrong, who will take responsibility? You can't let your romantic ideals lead you to ruin." Hearing this, Jongman asked directly, "Song-ho, are you confident?" Song-ho laughed with a confident smile and replied, "Am I confident? I am sure this will be a resounding success. As soon as he finished, a sound came from a distance. Jongman spoke up, "Oh, Manager Kim, please come in." Two figures slowly stepped inside, leaving Jongman a bit stunned. As he entered, Ju Hyuk said politely hello. As soon as he saw him, Jongman stood up abruptly and asked in a panic, "Actor Kong Ju Hyuk, what brings you here?" Tai Wung quickly replied, "You told me to bring Hina, director." In the current situation, Song Ho could not help but break into a cold sweat and wonder, "No, I mean, why is it him and not Hina? Don't tell me. You have chosen actor Kong Ju Hyuk as the male lead." As soon as he finished, Hina appeared from behind with a very polished look, and her soft voice rang out, "Hello, director. I am here to greet you since we will be working together." As soon as he saw her, Jongman was extremely shocked. "Hina, what are you doing here?" Even Song Ho was in utter disbelief at the scene before him and exclaimed, "He actually got her. She is here." Jongman spoke up dazedly, "Oh no, really, you mean you are going to take the lead role in 28 Weeks in the Palace, right, Hina?" Seeing that he was so doubtful, Hina directly took off her black sunglasses and asked curiously, "Is something wrong? Have you found an actor better than me?" At her words, both Song Ho and Jongman jumped, clearly showing their shock. No, of course not, what are you saying, haha." The next second, Jongman adjusted his tie, approached, and spoke with a polite tone, "By the way, how did Kong Ju Hyuk do it? Don't tell me he is actually the lead actor." Ju Hyuk quickly retorted, "No, I am here as an investor. The actor is someone else." Immediately, Jeon Woo appeared from behind. He walked into the room and greeted them gracefully, "Sorry I am late, director." His appearance left Jongman even more stunned as he called out, "Actor Kim Jeon Woo." Contrary to their panic, Jeon Woo maintained a calm attitude as he introduced himself, "I look forward to working with you. I will be the male lead of 28 Weeks in the Palace." After everything was cleared up, Tai Wung immediately asked, "Director, does this mean you will confirm our program?" Song Ho, standing next to Jongman, quickly reminded him, "Haha, director, you just talked to me." Caught between the two, Jongman seemed to hesitate and stammer, "Well then, that is." Seeing this, Ju Hyuk immediately interrupted, "I prepared a gift for you on the way here, director." This left Jongman full of curiosity. "A gift from you, Kong Ju Hyuk." Holding his phone in front of him, Ju Hyuk calmly said, "Yes, right here." As soon as he saw the information on the phone, Jongman's expression changed instantly, and he replied in confusion, "Ah, here." While letting him read the news article online, Ju Hyuk stated, "It just went up. As I said, the timing is perfect." Seeing the situation was not good, Song Ho quickly questioned, "Director, you are not going to be swayed by some clickbait promotional article, are you?" Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk still reminded him sternly, By the way, speaking of that, Deathpatch is currently verifying information about a big story about a TV station abusing its power to steal actors from a young producer." Upon hearing this, Jongman quickly made a decision, turning to refuse Song Ho, "PD Park, stop it. I am sorry, but a man must keep his principles and promises. Tai Wung, do your best." The more Song Ho heard, the more he gnashed his teeth in rage, cursing, "This bastard, what the hell did you do?" Meanwhile, the winner, Tai Wung, was extremely calm, bowing in gratitude. "It is all thanks to your guidance, senior. Thank you." After a while of discussion, Ju Hyuk quickly closed the deal. So then, our TV drama, 28 Weeks in the Palace. 2 weeks later, with the broadcast schedule confirmed, production for the drama 28 Weeks in the Palace was quickly being pushed forward. Inside the meeting room, voices of discussion rang out incessantly. "Have we rented the Folk Village location yet? We are in the final coordination stage with the Cultural Heritage Administration. Director, please look over the costume designs. It will be a problem if Hina's outfit is too gaudy. Please choose softer tones. Can't we use existing sets for the secondary locations? We are going over budget. Please discuss this with the assistant director." This is the casting list for the supporting roles. While everyone was busy with their own work, Tai Wung also reminded his subordinates seriously organize auditions for this character as well. Hearing that, a subordinate asked further, "Director, will you look over the location schedule today?" Tai Wung was so tired he could barely catch his breath, answering exhaustedly, "Wait a second, just wait a second. Finalize the blocking diagram for the set we discussed earlier." In another place, a gentle voice spoke, "All right, come in." In an instant, a figure appeared in Ju Hyuk's office. That person was none other than Hina. Seeing her appear at his place, he could not help but be confused. Hina replied softly, "Hello, director." Approaching to welcome her, Ju Hyuk asked, "How did you get in here?" Hina immediately replied, "What, am I not allowed to visit? Ju Hyuk quickly countered, "Ah, it is not like that. Please have a seat." Then he offered, "Would you like some coffee?" Hina happily agreed, "Yes, that would be great." As soon as she saw the coffee Ju Hyuk brought over, she found it strange. "Instant coffee mix. Is this your way of telling me to leave quickly?" Ju Hyuk forced a smile and replied, "I am sorry, this is all I have in the chairman's office." Hina smiled and said, No, it is not that I do not like it. It is just a bit different from what I imagined." Immediately, Ju Hyuk gave some advice. "You have to know how to save. Once you are independent, Hina, you will have to save on everything." Hearing that, Hina wondered, "Is it another lecture today?" Ju Hyuk did not seem to notice and directly changed the subject. "Is everything okay with your agency?" Hina said calmly, "Yes, thanks to you. It is a bit of a shame, but now I want to find something that suits me better." This made Ju Hyuk frown in suspicion. "Suits you better, why? Are you interested in voice entertainment?" Hina replied irritably, "I am going independent so I do not have to listen to lectures anymore. But that is not why I came here today. I came to repay my debt to you, director. I am the type of person who can't stand being in debt to someone." Immediately, Ju Hyuk understood and asked directly, "Don't tell me this is about your sister." After finishing his sentence, he thought to himself, "I did not intend for this, how embarrassing." While he was still lost in his own thoughts, Hina spoke up firmly, "Even if we consider the plagiarism info you gave me as part of the casting deal, I still have to repay you separately for saving.
Mikosin, Yisu.
I will participate in the OSD for 28 weeks in the palace. With my track record, my music will help the drama succeed. Actually, I was so immersed while reading the script that I really wanted to express these emotions through a song too." As she spoke, her face showed clear excitement. Ju Hyuk smiled and replied, "That is good news, but if it is about the OSD, I think I am the one giving you a gift." This left Hina a bit confused. A gift. Ju Hyuk explained, "Recently, I recruited a musician who is a perfect fit for this project. She is a former idol, and her composing skills are very special." After listening for a bit, Hina seemed to have some anticipation at his words. "You are very confident, are not you? All right, contact me when the guide version is finished." So, before she could finish, Ju Hyuk directly interrupted, "Hina, about that debt." In an instant, Hina understood and asked back, in another way. Ju Hyuk remained pensive and did not answer, his eyes showing clear determination. Seeing his look, Hina's face suddenly turned red, and she stammered, "I mean, what?" Ju Hyuk spoke calmly, "Well, let us just wait and see what is best." This made Hina extremely curious, and she complained, "Good grief, I came all this way and you won't even tell me, what is it? Are you planning to haunt me to collect the debt later?" After finishing her sentence, she looked at Ju Hyuk with eyes that were both pleading and confused. Seeing that Ju Hyuk still would not reveal it, Hina got up to leave. "Fine then. Anyway, director, you have caught a big fish for the OSD." Shaking her hand, Ju Hyuk replied politely, "This drama will also be a great opportunity for you, Hina." In another place, a shocked and amazed voice rang out through the room, "What, in 2 weeks? So you are saying Jae-wook and I should go audition for 28 weeks in the palace?" While Ha-young was talking, Jae-wook stood behind her, still not understanding what was going on, and turned to ask, "But wait, is not Ha-jin auditioning?" Ju Hyuk easily heard Jae-wook's whisper and replied sternly, "Ha-jin will soon start preparing for her web drama project, and more importantly, I think now is the time for her to cultivate her inner skills. She started acting too suddenly. To continue acting steadily, she needs time to build her foundation. Take some time to recharge and consolidate the basics. We are in this for the long haul." Under his reminder, Ha-jin could only obediently comply, "Ah yes." Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk continued to remind the other two, and the roles that Ha-young and Jae-wook will play are traitors. Upon hearing this, Ha-young asked in shock, "I can imagine Jae-wook doing that, but me playing a villain." Jae-wook standing next to her was startled and questioned immediately, "Hey, why is it so obvious for me?" Contrary to their surprise, Hai-soo maintained a calm attitude and spoke up, "It is to expand your acting range. A good actor must be able to handle many different types of characters and emotions." After listening for a while, Ha-young asked further, "That is true, but with the laptop commercial and the premiere of Park Ji-eumri's film ahead, will this be okay for my image?" Ju Hyuk explained in detail, "That is why we are pausing your appearances on reality shows, Ha-young. To prevent your image from being boxed into a fixed pattern, I want different sides of you. The Ha-young we usually see is extremely bright and lovely." Hearing him suddenly praise her in front of everyone, Ha-young's face turned as red as a tomato. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk still focused on his professionalism and reminded them, but behind that, there are also dark times, and she is a steadfast person, enough to charge straight into a press conference. We think there is still a lot to explore in Ha Young's story. Hai Su, standing to the side, directly interjected, if a poisonous nature reveals itself behind a kind appearance, it will be great for creating a multi-dimensional character. At her words, Min Jae asked in confusion, multi-dimensional, that sounds reasonable. So does Ha Jin not have multi-dimensionality? Her looks are two before he could finish. Another voice interjected, team leader. The one speaking was none other than Ha Jin. With eyes full of coldness, Min Jae was startled and said, you gave me a fright. Meanwhile, Ha Jin kept a cold face and questioned him. What did you just say about me? No, pork is cheap. Stir-fried spicy pork is fresh and very cheap. Ju Hyuk did not pay attention to the conversation between the two, only focusing on reminding Ha Young's group, anyway, this drama audition will be a great opportunity to unleash your potential. But do not get your hopes too high. There is a high probability you will fail. At his words, Ha Young was suddenly taken aback. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk continued seriously, first, we will hide the fact that you are from Voice Entertainment. There will be absolutely no advantage from us being the investor. Especially for Ha Young, the popularity you gain from the laptop ad will be a double-edged sword. Look at that arrogant model, she thinks she can pass just based on fame. In this industry, the power of prejudice is stronger than I thought. Jae Wook is closer to the image producer Kim wants. Jae Wook asked in surprise, huh really? Immediately, Ju Hyuk described in detail, a lovable bastard that you just can't hate. Hearing this, Jae Wook was so startled he was speechless. Ah, a bastard. Ju Hyuk continued to analyze the script. On the outside he seems tough, but on the inside he is very soft. He has charm from those two opposing sides. But from a production team's perspective, a rookie is still a gamble. A seasoned actor compared to Kim Jae Wook. If it were you, who would you trust more? Can an 18-year-old rookie beat veteran actors? Reality is not that easy. After saying his piece, he turned to leave, but still did not stop reminding his actors, on stage, you are not students. You are simply professionals who must compete in an equal arena. If you think this is too difficult, you can give up. Because the truly difficult part only begins after the audition. When you stand next to actors like Kim Jeon-woo and Hina, all of you will see the limits of your acting ability exposed naked under the lights. And that moment will be preserved forever on film. The more he heard his words, the more Min Jae patted his chest and complained, ugh, I am getting indigestion. This left Hai Su standing next to him speechless. Did he really have to say it like that? At this moment, Ha Young finally spoke, Chairman, are you telling us to take part in the audition right now, or? Jae Wook also directly asked a few questions. He is telling us to do it and give it our all. Chairman, are not you conceding too much? Ju Hyuk frowned slightly at their questions. Ha Young and Jae Wook, on the contrary, were not afraid at all, still answering him with very determined eyes. This made Ju Hyuk very satisfied, and he remarked with some admiration, good, those are the right eyes. You must attack the audition with those eyes until you win the role. Because I did not invest in this drama just for the company to make money. All of you also need to earn a part in 28 weeks in the palace. All right. Only when he heard him say, all right, did Min Jae look happy, clapping his hands and saying, all right, now we can eat before he could finish, Hai Su interjected. Attention, hell training starts right now. Including diet management. Ha Young, no spicy stir-fried pork or tonkatsu. At all. Hearing that, Min Jae immediately retorted, hey, you can't treat people like that. Hai Su did not pay attention, still reminding everyone sternly, first, memorize the audition script tonight. In the current situation, Min Jae had no voice, only able to mutter to himself, surely Gukbap is okay, right? Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk had finished his own work and was putting on his coat to head home. He held his phone in his hand. Immediately, he picked it up and made a call with a somewhat worried face, thinking, the last person. On the other end, Jaha was speaking firmly, that is right, the rap party. Next week is the final day of filming. You have been hiding pretty well lately to avoid reporters, right? You must be at the final shoot. Hearing this, Ju Hyuk could finally breathe a sigh of relief, replying calmly, so it is already that time, yes, then I will see you at the set. 1 week later. The sound of footsteps thudded. As he stepped out of the car, Ju Hyuk stared intently at the surrounding scene. He pushed the door open forcefully. As he entered the set, voices of commotion rang out incessantly, not your left, my left, bring another light over here, we start filming in 10 minutes, hurry up everyone. This is the last scene, focus, sound, is everything okay? As soon as he saw Ju Hyuk, Ki Ryong greeted him directly. Oh Chairman Kong, you are here, good grief, time really flies, does not it? It feels like just yesterday you suddenly appeared after 5 years and said you wanted to make a movie. Anyway, the real issue lies in what is coming next. Hearing that, Ju Hyuk wondered, what issue? Ki Ryong replied directly, of all our troubles, you are the biggest one. Casting only unknown actors, impressing one of the top 3 distributors. You even took down national veteran actor Hong Kyung-man and FNF. Do you think there are only 1 or 2 people in this industry waiting to retaliate against us? After listening for a bit, Ju Hyuk's thoughts quickly surfaced. Chairman Song is right. Currently, he is staying quiet to avoid public attention, but he is surely busy making his next moves. After using FNF as a scapegoat, he managed to escape the investigation himself. While he was still lost in his own thoughts, Ki Ryong suddenly patted his shoulder and said with a smile, hey, why are you making it such a serious issue? Honestly, I am not worried at all. I was hesitant before, but lately I am completely sure. I am sure that if I follow Kong Ju Hyuk's lead, my life will flourish. Ju Hyuk grumbled in reply, I am sorry, Chairman Song Ki Ryong, but is that something the person who just grabbed me by the collar should say, seeing that he seemed annoyed. Ki Ryong quickly made an excuse to leave. Oh, are they looking for me? I should go help them right now. At that moment, a staff member hurried past the 2 of them and announced, Director, the focus is off, the composition is different from the rehearsal. Hearing that, Ju Hyuk gave a smile and affirmed, that is a beautiful sight. Looking at the surroundings, he thought to himself, the passionate energy of the crew is still here. There is a strange sense of comfort on the faces of the staff. There is still post-production, but the confidence from having put in their best effort is very clear. That is probably why Chairman Song is so excited too. It is time for our distributor, VIP Pictures, to play their part. Behind-the-scenes films, press releases, and full marketing plans will soon be deployed. A movie that started from a single clue about a town bus accident. Thanks to it, I began to leave my tiny, gloomy room and reconnect with people, and now the movie Cheeksel is changing the lives of countless people. Right now, I am just a supporting character. The camera was ready. Immediately, the announcement rang out, camera, okay.
Mic, okay.
Ready, action. Jin Ju, in a red dress, stood still on the stage. The next second, Jung Hoon entered the role, speaking with a wounded body. I told you not to live like me. So why did you follow me all the way here? Jin Ju quickly replied, run, right now, end it here, before it is too late. Jung Hoon panted exhaustedly, asking with suspicion, you want me to run away again, to be the only survivor once more? Jin Ju took steps closer. Seeing this, Jung Hoon grabbed her shoulders and said urgently, I won't run away anymore. I will go with you to the end. A moving scene unfolded before their eyes as Jin Ju shed 2 lines of tears. At this time, Ju Hyuk was also intently watching the 2 actors' performance. He stood in the distance, not taking his eyes off them. Meanwhile, the cameraman was also focusing with high concentration. Even the director was extremely anxious. 20 seconds later, when the shot was completed, the director announced, cut, good. Good work, everyone. You have all worked hard. Hearing this, everyone cheered happily, it is finished. At Ju Hyuk's spot, seeing him, Ha Jin greeted, oh Chairman, you are here. Ju Hyuk smiled and replied, Ha Jin. You have really worked hard. So, your first movie. How was it? Ha Jin said calmly, well, it was good. The pay is better than part-time work, you know. Hearing that, Ju Hyuk gave an awkward laugh and asked further, is that it? Ha Jin affirmed, yes, that is exactly it. At that moment, Jung Hoon approached from a distance in his makeup, laughing loudly and saying, haha, Kong Hyuk, you're exactly the person I wanted to see. As soon as he saw him, Ju Hyuk was startled and remarked, whoa, you scared me. I thought a zombie was walking over here. Jung Hoon smirked and quickly changed the subject. Don't try to dodge the issue. You have to come to the rap party tonight. We need to end this ill-fated relationship today. Consider yourself lucky. I am spending a fortune right now. The more Ju Hyuk heard, the more confused he felt. What? At this time, Jin Ju approached from a distance to greet him. Senior, when did you get here? Ju Hyuk immediately replied, oh Jin Ju. With a slightly blushing face, Jin Ju said, it is finally over. Ju Hyuk smiled and replied, as expected from Korea's best actress. I really enjoyed your masterclass performance until the very last shot. Upon hearing those words, her face turned even redder as she thought, the last shot. Then she immediately left. I will go ahead. I have to go wash off this makeup. Her hasty action left Ju Hyuk not understanding what was going on, but he still replied just to be polite. Yeah, okay. The conversation between the two left Ha Jin, standing behind them, naturally curious and questioning. That evening at the pub, sounds of giggling and laughter rang out. Owner, bring 10 more servings of meat out here. Where's the director? Over here, he is passed out. What a waste. Wake him up quickly. While everyone was eating and drinking to their heart's content, Ju Hyuk stood outside and asked, have you chosen your next project yet? Jung Hoon replied irritably. TSK, here we go again. What are you talking about to someone who just finished filming today? Forget about that, just give it to me already. Ju Hyuk asked curiously. Give you what? Jung Hoon, with a cigarette in his mouth, replied with an irritated frown. What do you mean what? That photo. You said you would give it to me if we did this movie. Ju Hyuk immediately refused. When did I say that? I said I would give it to you when the movie becomes a box office hit. Jung Hoon could not help but remind him. Hey, filming is over. Isn't that enough? Ju Hyuk spoke calmly. How do I know if you are going to cause any trouble? Do you know how many movies have been cancelled because of things like that? Hearing this, Jung Hoon lost his temper and was left speechless. You really are a piece of work. Why, what is so special about this movie that you are going this far? Ju Hyuk immediately asserted with confidence. It is going to be a blockbuster. What? It will draw at least 4 million viewers. Hearing his words, Jung Hoon tried to hold back his laughter. A second later, he pointed his finger directly at Ju Hyuk's face and questioned him. This bastard is wasted. Looks like you have had a few too many, huh, you lightweight. Hey, listen to me. You must have felt pretty cool after resting for so long, but theaters are not what they used to be. 1 million viewers, not a chance. Even 3 million would be hard. With a cold attitude, Ju Hyuk said, in that case. Want to make a bet? As soon as he heard the word bet, Jung Hoon became a bit interested. A bet? What kind of bet? Double my fee, Ju Hyuk explained. Not that. If it surpasses 9 million viewers, I will have the priority right to negotiate with your next management company. This made Jung Hoon ridicule him even more. You are crazy. Do you have a sixth sense for when my contract ends or something? While he was still immersed in his own excitement, Ju Hyuk continued, your new agency will be Voice Entertainment. He wore a smile on his face, looking incredibly confident. Jung Hoon's face suddenly went blank at those words. He asked in confusion, what, are you serious? His eyes narrowed instantly, revealing a bone-chilling coldness. Flashing back to the past, when KBC announced the awards, shining with the glory of this year's Golden Film Festival. The award for Best Actor. And the winner is Kang Yoo-hik. Recalling that memory, Jung Hoon could not help but chuckle. A second later, he smirked and said, you said you would never act again, right? Then if you lose this bet, return to acting with the movie and the role I choose. And you will stand by my side, as a supporting actor. How about it? Do we have a deal? While the two were discussing the bet, someone from afar announced loudly, Chairman Kong, I think you need to come here right now. Jinju is dead drunk and making a scene. Keep asking where Ju Hyuk went. A few days after Cheeksel finished filming, Park Ji-eum-rai's movie was also nearing its end. Finally, the complete edit to be submitted to the film festival was finished. Everyone was intently watching the film on the screen as an emotional line played out, Grandma, go inside. It is very cold. I will get home safely. The grandmother stood in the freezing winter night, watching her grandson's car disappear into the distance. Finally, in the small corner of the house, only the lonely grandmother remained. The grandmother spoke softly, but I am not lonely at night. The grandson's voice echoed from somewhere, why is that, Grandma? The grandmother asserted firmly, this is enough. You are truly a blessing. The more she watched the segment on TV, the more Ha Young sobbed, calling out, Grandma. Meanwhile, at Ju Hyuk's place, he was talking to other directors. Given the situation, you will need to prepare a few more things. This made the two directors very curious. Ah, does that mean we need to do more editing? Ju Hyuk quickly explained, no, I mean your award acceptance speech. Immediately, smiles broke out on the two directors' faces, accompanied by doubt, oh really, are you serious, sir? Ju Hyuk smiled and analyzed. The visuals are gentle, but the emotions hit like a tidal wave. In the coming days, you young directors are going to be very busy. The more they heard, the happier the two directors felt, their smiles widening as they replied, that is wonderful then. While they were immersed in happiness, Ju Hyuk made an offer, by the way. Are you interested in an exclusive contract? This took both of them by surprise. What? Ju Hyuk spoke seriously, with the film team under Voice Entertainment. The more they heard, the more the two directors stared in disbelief, quickly asking back, "Why you mean with us? You want to sign an exclusive contract with us?" Ju Hyuk replied with a smile, "That is right. From the beginning, you were part of the plan I laid out." Under the current circumstances, the two directors naturally agreed immediately. "We are truly honored. We won't let you down. Thank you so much." Cheeksel and Park Geum-rai, the two paths that could bring me back to the original flow, were gradually connecting. And as the initial tasks progressed smoothly, a few days passed. A web drama plan for a gang was being rushed, starring Kong Ha-jin, targeting the youth and syncing with the launch of a new phone model. But then, the script provided by the production side. After reading it for a while, Ju Hyuk closed the script. He muttered to himself, "Terrible." Meanwhile, Jang Soo, sitting opposite him, asked curiously, "What do you think, sir?" Ju Hyuk did not answer, but in his mind, he was constantly evaluating. If considered as both a film and an advertisement, it is okay. As soon as his thought ended, he spoke up, "I do not see how this is any different from other web dramas." Jang Soo quickly explained, "Since web dramas hardly make a profit, the scripts are usually pushed in the direction of advertising." Hearing that, Ju Hyuk found it hard to understand. Advertising? This movie targets people in their 20s and 30s, right? And you plan to promote it with such a predictable plot and cliché lines. Realizing he was wrong, Jang Soo immediately apologized. "I am sorry, it is just." Before he could finish, Ju Hyuk spoke seriously, "No, I am not trying to take my anger out on you. If it was just an ad, a gang's media team would have approved it already. Compared to the previous laptop project, this script is just too bad." After listening for a while, Team Leader Lee seemed to agree with his opinion. "You are right. In fact, for Arung, this drama is just for show. Most of the budget has been poured into filming the commercial and hiring celebrities." Hearing her, Jang Soo, sitting next to her, hurried to remind her, "Team Leader Lee." Meanwhile, Team Leader Lee continued to express her view, "We can't let things get more complicated. We are disappointed too, but this is what the client wants. Arung only has two requirements: finish it in 2 months, and use the lowest budget possible." In this situation, Ju Hyuk was deep in thought. With things like this, Arung's web drama will naturally fall into my hands. Suddenly, Jung Hoon's previous words echoed in his mind, "Stand by my side, just as a supporting actor." How's that? Sound cool? Back then, Ju Hyuk had immediately turned around and replied, "Wait, I have to take this call." This made Jung Hoon feel extremely annoyed. "What the hell are you? Are you ignoring me?" Walking further away, Ju Hyuk took the call. "Hello Mr. Kong Ju Hyuk, bronze tier account holder. You have 3 uses of the paid service remaining. Please select the keyword you want to hear. Option 1, voice, 223, 100 million, 4, 11 a.m. As soon as he heard that figure, Ju Hyuk frowned in confusion. 100 million. Is the last one investment information? As soon as he tapped the screen, the voice on the other end spoke again. "Excellent choice. Your selected keyword is 100 million. A self-produced web drama by the Student Club 100 Takes, titled Pure Emotions, has created a sensation among the youth. Total views reached 100 million. After many sleepless nights analyzing that web drama. 100 takes. Back then everyone was shouting in shock and excitement. "Oh my god, it is a real person, what do we do? Actor Kong Ju Hyuk is standing right in front of us." Returning to reality, after thinking for a bit, Ju Hyuk spoke up. "In short, since it is basically thrown away money, it does not matter if we just make it for show." Team Leader Lee quickly countered, "That is not what I meant." Despite that, Ju Hyuk remained firm in his decision. "Then I will show them. Change the script." At these words, everyone jumped in shock. Change the script what? Why so sudden? Contrary to their reactions, Ju Hyuk maintained a composed demeanor and continued, "But a gang. It does not matter what a gang thinks. I believe this web drama is a weapon that can move buyers' hearts more than anything else. I want to prove that and expand the market. I hope everyone will put their full heart into it as well." After listening for a while, the person sitting opposite said somewhat helplessly, "But there are only 2 months left. I am afraid we won't have time to edit it." Ju Hyuk immediately took a stack of documents from his bag and replied gently, "I have already prepared the script. Of course, the directing team will still need to polish it." Manager Lee could not help but ask, "And about negotiating with a gang?" Before she could finish, Ju Hyuk understood quickly and said coldly, "Yes, I will take care of it. Anything else to add? Seeing that no one had any objections, he stood up immediately. Then, as he walked away, he spoke, I will arrange the schedule and contact you right away. No need to see me out. Despite him saying that, Jiang Su still stood up to see him off for a bit, obediently following, ah yes. When she was alone in the room, Manager Lee seemed captivated by Ju Hyuk's appearance, muttering to herself in fascination, where does he get that confidence from, is he for real? At the company, voices of disbelief could be heard from outside. What, Kong Ju Hyuk changed the script, yes, and he wants to add 4 college students to our crew. 4 people. Su Rim announced seriously, they are seniors from the Broadcasting Club 100 Takes at Garam University. This made Jae Hwang incredibly curious. What is this guy calculating? He immediately ordered, this guy has never been one to listen obediently. Bring the script here. I want to see it for myself this time.
Surimobad, yes.
In just a moment, the script was in Jae Hwang's hands. He flipped through the pages with a pensive look. After a while, he spoke up, as expected. Seriously, how is this any different from the previous one? At his question, Su Rim was also helplessly speechless. Meanwhile, Jae Hwang continued to wonder, it is exactly the same. What is the difference? In this situation, Su Rim could only bow and say, then let us stick to the old plan. Before he could finish, Jae Hwang interrupted, no, change it. That sentence left Su Rim completely bewildered. Sir, Jae Hwang spoke clearly, the target audience is the youth, right? Kids understand kids best. Su Rim said with a serious face, that is true, but for a project as big as a phone launch. Contrary to his words, Jae Hwang remained firm in his own opinion. That is exactly why I am saying it. Such a big project, and the promotion budget is this stingy. Has the media team never watched a movie before? I might not understand films, but I know one thing. When Kong Ju Hyuk starts moving, is there anyone objecting? Su Rim spoke up hastily, no sir. We will implement it right away. As soon as he finished speaking, he left immediately. However, his face showed clear dissatisfaction, his eyes shifting with a sinister look. At another place, a voice of surprise rang out in the small room. What, you want to sign a contract with us? Ju Hyuk replied, that is right. For a Gang Electronics new phone promotion drama, we will remake the work you showed me yesterday. So we will need to edit the script. Writer Song Mi Jin, you will probably be busy for a while. At his words, Mi Jin could not help but blush shyly and ask back, writer. Ju Hyuk replied softly, you're the one who wrote the script for pure emotions, right? The dialogue and emotions are very delicate. Hearing his praise, Mi Jin stammered, thank you. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk added politely, this is a story completed by your own fingers. We are counting on you. Just then his phone suddenly rang, making Ju Hyuk stand up to go outside. Excuse me, I need to take this. With a forced smile on her face, Mi Jin replied tremblingly, yes sir. When only their group members were left, everyone was talking excitedly, are we really signing a contract with actor Kong Ju Hyuk, a Gang Electronics web drama? While they were cheering, Ju Hyuk was outside talking on the phone, is this for real? Cheol-do, sitting in the car, replied seriously, yes Manager Kong. Although it is not 100% certain, but it feels like the puzzle pieces are starting to fit together. Elsewhere, a woman was standing in a lobby talking, how is the progress? Su Rim quickly said, as expected, they have started reacting to the information about the CCTV blind spots that I released. Hearing that, the woman reminded him, I won't accept a mistake for the second time. No one must know about the existence of that surviving child. Especially those lingering around it. That alone is enough to ruin the plan.
Handle Kang Yu-hik.
Keep it clean. After listening for a bit, Su Rim wore a confident smile and said, don't worry, I have released the perfect bait. This time, he will walk into his own grave. The next day, constant chatter filled the company. There is an outbuilding in Yumseong Chungbuk, under the name of lawyer Jang Su Rim. Hearing that, Ju Hyuk asked curiously, an outbuilding? Cheol-do explained, yes, under a borrowed name. She only stops by occasionally and always alone, but the stay is very short, unlike a place for living. Based on that pattern, it seems like a place to meet someone or hide something. Recently, someone new appeared there. Look at this photo. As soon as he finished speaking, he handed the image to Ju Hyuk. The sight before his eyes left him in total shock. It can't be. The general manager of the company from 5 years ago. The source of the collapse 5 years ago. At that time, as the head of the management company, Ryu Jin-tae had arbitrarily arranged an overseas fan meeting and contacted them directly. Back then he had discussed it on his own via phone. By the way, you have manager Huang's number, right? Back then, I asked him to help find the bastard manager who fled abroad. And manager Huang once tracked Ryu Jin-tae at Chairman Song's request. The one who ignited all the tragedies, a piece of trash in human skin. In the current situation, Ju Hyuk was somewhat confused. Why would he show up here? Cheol-do replied, I am not sure. From that day until now, Ryu Jin-tae has only been hanging around the Jing-subble logging area. Currently, it is confirmed he entered from Hong Kong 2 months ago. 2 months ago. That is the time we were filming the Agang laptop commercial. What do you think he is aiming for? There might be a three-way connection involving Park Jong-ju as well. Hearing that, Ju Hyuk frowned and evaluated. He seems to be in a hurry. As soon as he finished speaking, he muttered to himself, Manager Huang does not know I am holding the Taesin Food Black file. Ryu Jin-tae is just a small fish. Especially for Park Jong-ju, who is trying to avoid the prosecution's investigation. Bringing Ryu Jin-tae back at this time is illogical. Which means, it can't be. In an instant, the people connected to each other flashed through his mind. The more he connected them, the more suspicious Ju Hyuk became. Does Jang Soo-rim also not know about the secret file? If Jang Soo-rim intends to use Ryu Jin-tae to draw my attention, then secretly bringing him back to the country without letting Park Jong-ju know would be very logical. If this hypothesis is correct, then Ryu Jin-tae is Jang Soo-rim's bait. With just Ryu Jin-tae, I can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. As soon as his thought ended, he spoke up, Manager Huang, I need more solid information. First, investigate what Ryu Jin-tae was doing in Hong Kong. Cheol-do immediately replied, yes, I understand. Ju Hyuk added another reminder, and continued to monitor every move of Jang Soo-rim. Several busy weeks passed while Director Huang conducted the investigation. The movie My Mother, Park Geum-rai, was officially submitted to the DBS International Film Festival. Cheol-soo spoke happily on the phone, Sir, we have just completed the submission. At the same time, the construction site for the second factory of HY Tech, as predicted by Voice, was gradually revealed. 5 areas including Gwangju were listed. However, the final location will be Oppo Yup, Gwangju, right. Meanwhile, the drama 28 Weeks in the Palace. Holding the stacks of documents in his hands, Tae-woong said in surprise, oh my god, where did all these people come from? Jung So-yeon could not help but agree. Exactly. The quality of the contestants is also terrifyingly high. Kong Ha-young and Kim Jae-wook passed the first round of auditions. And for the movie The Execution, VIP Pictures released the release plan in the form of an official production announcement. This was a direct counterattack to the gloomy atmosphere of the film industry following Hong Kyung-man's scandal. The teaser video released to the press immediately went viral. With top rankings from the distributor itself, theater screenings were guaranteed at the highest level. This caused the online press conference on Naver TV, YouTube, and other platforms to record 300,000 live views. That was when Kang Ju-hyuk's proposal to approach the public more closely fully achieved its goal. At Ju-hyuk's place, he was intently listening to the news. I am Kim Jong-guk from Hanseong News. In this movie, you hardly used any veteran actors but chose many new faces instead. Does that have anything to do with Hong Kyung-man's scandal? Ja-ha replied, first of all, as a filmmaker, I feel a deep sense of responsibility regarding this unfortunate incident. As soon as he finished his sentence, he bowed to show his politeness. Then he continued his speech. The Execution is not a story about a hero, but about the sacrifices of countless nameless people. Therefore, from the beginning, even before the scandal, we focused on finding young faces full of potential. Today, I want to stand here with all my actors. We only hope that the efforts and hard work of the crew won't be forgotten because of this incident. And in such difficult circumstances, I would also like to send my deepest thanks to the investor who believed in a new director like me and our actors. Hearing that, a reporter stood up abruptly and asked, wait a minute, I have a question. You keep mentioning the investor. So, who is that investor? Ja-ha replied calmly, the investor's name will appear in the opening credits anyway, but the person who believed in and invested in this movie is none other than actor Kang Ju-hyuk. In an instant, countless other questions were raised. I have a question. Please wait a moment, director. Did team leader Kong invest in the movie? Seeing everyone so interested in this topic, Do-hoon, sitting on one side, could not help but exclaim, Chairman Kong, you have built such a perfect story. After 5 winters, the flowers are finally starting to bloom. A week later, Chatter could be heard outside the company. You guys prepared the script thoroughly, right? It is all in my head. Hai-Su added, it is just an audition, do not be nervous. Just perform like you usually do. After hearing the advice, Ha-Young's group left. We are going now. Meanwhile, Min-jae from the front interrupted dissatisfactorily. I still ate spicy stir-fried pork like always though. After a while, the car finally drove away, leaving Hai-Su's group behind. Hai-Su suddenly crossed her arms and asked grumpily, but are we really not going to tell him? This made Ha-Jin full of curiosity. Tell him what? At the company. As soon as they saw the large vehicle appear, a swarm of reporters rushed over. There he is, start filming, hurry, the schedule is confirmed, right? I told you, this is Team Leader Kang's first official appearance. Oh my god, Jo Hee-soo really hit the jackpot. It is real, that is Kang Ju-hyuk. Don't miss a single moment, hey, do not move forward anymore. As soon as Ju-hyuk stepped out of the car, interviewers' voices scrambled to ask Mr. Kang Ju-hyuk, are you preparing for your comeback? You chose WTVM's drama as your comeback project. What about the execution? Please give us your opinion. Seeing the crowded scene, Ju-hyuk felt satisfied. Everything is going as planned. Meanwhile, reporters still surrounded him to gather information. Team leader Kang looks insane in person. Are you planning to venture into TV dramas after movie acting? Just one word, Mr. Kang Ju-hyuk. Ju-hyuk's step suddenly halted, accompanied by a thought, from today, I will officially step onto the stage. Ju-hyuk spoke up immediately, thank you everyone for coming. But the protagonist is not me. Just then, Tae-woong suddenly wondered, we came to greet you as requested but why here instead of the reception hall? Ju-hyuk wore a smile on his lips. He then placed his hand on the shoulder of Tae-woong, who was standing beside him. Amidst the crowd of reporters pointing their cameras at them, he spoke clearly, smile. If you want to walk a long path with me as a director, you have to become a star first. Long time no see, reporters. I am here today to serve as a judge for a film audition. Hearing this, the reporters were incredibly surprised. A judge, auditions, really, what project is it? Ju-hyuk replied, a project I have invested in, 28 Weeks in the Palace, produced by director Kim Tae-woong. In the audition waiting room, a serious announcement rang out. All contestants, please confirm your entry numbers before entering. Please wait until your number is called. In this situation, Ha-young said anxiously, I am so nervous, I can't even breathe. Jae-wook, sitting next to her, immediately comforted her, sis, calm down. It is still early. Ha-young replied while trembling, oh my god, is this what auditions are like? The more he heard, the more Jae-wook sighed helplessly, keep talking like that and you will give me a stomachache too. Ha-young, with tears of fear in her eyes, added, if only I could see Senior Ju-hyuk's face right now, I would calm down instantly. Jae-wook quickly countered, don't say such silly things. There is no way he would be here. If he saw us shaking like this, he would probably kill us both. As soon as he finished the sentence, Ha-young suddenly froze. A second later, she spoke dejectedly, that sounds about right. Ha-young suddenly clenched her hand into a fist and held it out toward Jae-wook. This left him feeling a bit confused. Ha-young smiled and said, then we must pass the final round, no matter what. Hearing that, Jae-wook immediately replied, deal. Back with Ju-hyuk, the reporters were still interviewing him relentlessly. Are you a judge for a TV drama audition? What kind of project is it, Mr. Kang Ju-hyuk? Could you give us more details on that, please? Ju-hyuk answered firmly, it is a work by director Kim Tae-woong, titled 28 Weeks in the Palace. Upon hearing this, the reporters continued to wonder, did you invest in it yourself, Mr. Kang? Can you tell us more? After the execution, are you producing TV dramas now as well? Under the barrage of questions, Ju-hyuk quickly chose to leave. I am very sorry, the actors are waiting inside, so we will have to stop here for today. Once they were alone, Tae-woong asked doubtfully, wow, we have not even started filming and it is already getting this much attention. Ju-hyuk replied politely, thank you for traveling all this way. Tae-woong quickly responded, no, thank you for inviting me to be a judge. While the two were busy chatting, someone was watching them intently from a distance. That person was none other than Song-ho. He gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath, those bastards. I will crush them one day. In the audition room for 28 Weeks in the Palace, a soft voice echoed, thank you for your hard work. Next contestant, please come in. As soon as the cue was given, the actor quickly immersed themselves in the role. Didn't I warn you clearly? You destroyed everything with your own hands. Where did it all start to go wrong? Watching the performance closely, Ju Hyuk evaluated silently, overacted. Character analysis failed. Focused too much on showing off personal charisma. A few minutes later, the coordinator continued the announcement. Next. In an instant, a young woman in blue focused on her role. Why do you think you will be safe? You coward. Oh, I am sorry. May I try one more time? Ju Hyuk immediately formed his own judgment. Voice trembles under pressure. Weak basic skills. Next. Thank you. Next person please. While Ju Hyuk was busy evaluating candidates, Tae-woong and Young So-yeon whispered to each other. Is Chairman Kong in a bad mood today? He has not said a word. I do not think so. It is probably because the actors keep making mistakes. Young So-yeon added, well, it is hard to avoid. After all, they have to perform in front of Kong Ju Hyuk. His presence is just too overwhelming. As if he heard them, Ju Hyuk turned and asked, oh, is it because of me? Tae-woong replied with a forced laugh, haha, not at all, handling pressure is part of the test, so it is a necessary skill. Meanwhile, Young So-yeon's face turned red from what she had just blurted out. Ju Hyuk did not reply. He was lost in his own calculations. True. If they can't handle this kind of pressure, playing a villain in this project would be too much for them. Will it come out, if I can release this madness properly? At this point, the next candidate was called. Next candidate, please come in. Ha-young opened the door and walked in nervously, trying to reassure herself, I can do this. The moment she stepped inside, she froze for a split second before introducing herself. Good afternoon, Kong Ha-young, reporting in. Ju Hyuk watched her intently, never taking his eyes off her. This naturally made Ha-young incredibly shocked. The chairman, why is he here? Over at Young So-yeon's side, she whispered to Tae-woong, she is the one I noticed since the first round. While they talked, Ju Hyuk remained focused, thinking to himself, unexpected situations are challenges every actor must overcome. Let us see how much she has improved. At that moment, Ha-young suddenly wore a smile on her face. She then closed her eyes to feel the moment. When she felt the timing was right, she opened her eyes directly. With just a single breath, she erased her true self. Ha-young quickly immersed herself in the role. You wretched woman, what kind of filth dares to come out of that mouth? The tongue of a lowly creature is truly just pushing itself toward destruction. Like a sharpened blade, she portrayed the villain there. Ha-young delivered her lines confidently. Justifications. Does such a thing even exist, even as small as a grain of rice? I have no interest in such empty, arrogant words. The fire of resentment and rage swallowed for years is burning. Shut your useless mouth before I tear that self-complacent net apart. She was forging her own monster. After watching her for a while, Tae-woong gave his evaluation. Insolent, yet strangely lovely. What a bizarre combination. Ju Hyuk also seemed very satisfied with this audition. Seeing that everyone seemed okay with her performance, Ha-young breathed a sigh of relief and thought, all right. As she opened the door to leave, the announcement rang out again, prepare the next candidate. The door was quickly closed. As soon as she stepped out, Ha-young gasped for air and told herself, I survived because you were here, Sunbae. Just seeing your face made me feel completely at ease. Then it was Kim Jae-wook's turn. Seeing his expressionless face, Ju Hyuk was a bit surprised. Oh, you are not surprised at all. Kim Jae-wook prepared two characters, a mad noblewoman and a smooth brazen merchant. Jae-wook quickly got into character. I do not know what bony corner of hell gave birth to you. Know your place. This is not a stage you dare to step on. How can you be so stupid? What does a merchant know? Of course, your heart goes where the money is. That is only natural. He perfectly portrayed a cunning, unpleasant character, a true rogue. After Jae-wook's performance finished, the announcement rang out again. Thank you for your hard work. Next candidate, please come in. Once there were no more actors in the room, Young So-yeon commented, the more I look at him, the more he fits the role. Does not he? Why is that? How does he keep getting cuter? Hearing her evaluation, Ju Hyuk thought to himself, part of the reason Ha-young and Jae-wook were invited to this audition was to teach them the power of underestimated supporting actors. But in this round, they will be the ones noticed. This is truly gold. At this point, Tae-woong stretched tiredly and asked, this is the last candidate, right? A helpless voice drifted in from outside, I am sorry, but we can't allow children inside. The woman standing at the door replied helplessly, I have nowhere to leave my child right now. Even so, the staff member had no choice and stammered, ah well, we also. Seeing this, the woman suggested immediately, could he just sit quietly to one side for a moment? Seeing an unexpected situation arise, Ju Hyuk stood up personally. The moment she saw him, the woman was incredibly shocked. Oh my god, is that actor Kong Joo-hyuk? Joo-hyuk signaled to the staff nearby. It is fine. I will watch the boy. The staff immediately replied, ah yes, thank you. Then Joo-hyuk spoke to the woman. What is your son's name? She answered quickly, Oh Tae-jun, Park Tae-jun. Thank you so much. Upon hearing that, Joo-hyuk asked softly, Tae-jun, do you want to stay with this mister for a bit? Tae-jun obediently said okay. Holding the boy in his arms, he gave the woman a word of encouragement. Alright, do your best. Meanwhile, Jung So-yeon was sitting at the table, watching them intently. Her face flushed as she praised, those are some truly beautiful jeans. Letting Tae-jun sit down, Joo-hyuk gently reminded him, let us cheer for your mom from here. Hearing that, Tae-jun asked Mr. Joo-hyuk replied curiously, huh? Tae-jun pleaded earnestly, my mom said today is her last chance. Please choose my mom. This left Joo-hyuk feeling deeply pensive. Meanwhile, Tae-jun was holding the script tightly in his hands. A second later, Joo-hyuk patted the boy's head to comfort him. You are a good kid. Your mom will definitely do great. While they were talking, Tae-woong spoke up, Ms. Mal-suk, have you prepared for the role of the female lead's mother? But if you are 40, you are still a bit young for that part. Mal-suk burst into laughter and replied, oh come on director. I have a senior citizen card. I even get discounts for Phishing. I have never been spoken to with such disregard. No, I can't stand being looked down upon. Seeing this, Tae-woong smiled and said, ha ha ha, you are quite interesting. Fine, let us see what you have got. In an instant, Mal-suk immersed herself in her role. Oh my god, my life is ruined. If I waited for you to bring money home, I would have been a beggar on the street long ago. Do you think fate would make my life easy with a useless daughter like you? After assessing the situation, Joo-hyuk gave his evaluation. She delivers a raw yet deeply sincere performance. Unrefined emotions, a solid strength rooted in everyday life. Even when trying to act cold, she could not hide her warmth. Combined with her unique personality and depth, it draws everyone in. Meanwhile, Mal-suk was still in character, eyes welling up with emotion. Mind your own business, kid. I am too busy worrying about myself to have time for you. The more Joo-hyuk watched, the more he smiled in satisfaction, thinking found it. A side dish that can go with anything and make the whole table stand out. A high-class supporting actor. As soon as the thought ended, Joo-hyuk turned to Tae-jun and said, Tae-jun, it looks like you do not need to worry about your mom. After the work was done, the staff's voices could be heard gossiping. Thanks for the hard work, everyone. In the end, Chairman Kong Joo-hyuk did not say a single word. Did he? Was he just there as a prop? Why did he even come? Is he not feeling well? When Tae-woong picked up Joo-hyuk's evaluation sheet, he was stunned. Oh, what is this? This made Jung So-yeon, standing nearby, wonder what happened. Tae-woong quickly replied, these are Chairman Kong Joo-hyuk's audition evaluation notes. He thoroughly analyzed each actor's strengths, weaknesses, growth potential, and suitability for the role in great detail. Upon reading the analysis, Jung So-yeon said in shock, this is not just a memo. It is practically an analytical report. While they were still in a state of confusion and shock, a staff member approached to announce, director, Chairman Kong said before leaving that his opinions are just for reference. He said he trusts the director's judgment and hopes everyone makes a great movie. After hearing this, Tae-woong was speechless. Meanwhile, Jung So-yeon thought with regret, I want to write a movie with Kong as the main character. An announcement rang out immediately after, yes sir, the auditions just ended. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from the other end of Tae-woong's phone. Hey Kim Tae-woong, what the hell are you guys doing? This left Tae-woong confused. What are you talking about all of a sudden? Jongman said with a smile, haven't you checked the trending search terms? 28 weeks in the palace is trending everywhere right now. At these words, Tae-woong found it hard to believe, wow, this is crazy. Looking at the statistics on his phone, Tae-woong said with a smile, attracting this much attention before filming even starts, Jung So-yeon also chimed in happily. The comments section is exploding too. While the auditions were happening, people online were buzzing about Kong Joo-hyuk's appearance at the TV station. Media outlets that had reported that morning quickly posted related headlines. At this time, the production director was happily chatting with his boss. Yes sir, we just saw it too. What, really? Back with Joo-hyuk while he was driving, a phone call came in. Is it okay to promote the boss like this? I thought keeping that secret was a burden for you. Joo-hyuk replied softly, I was simply waiting for the right moment. Now, let us make it bigger. For the sake of the movie, use me however you want. A week later, the media exploded with news about actor Kang Joo-hyuk and 28 weeks in the palace. Every media outlet began reporting details about the movie, and in online communities, it attracted attention as the most anticipated work of the year. In the comments section, countless words of praise were written. While Joo-hyuk was focused on reading them, Hae-soo walked in and greeted him. "Good morning, boss." Joo-hyuk immediately replied, "Oh, you are here." Holding an envelope of documents, Hae-soo spoke with a smile. "Kim Media just contacted us. This is the final list of those who passed the audition. Ha-young and Jae-wook both passed." At her announcement, Joo-hyuk could not hide his excitement and let out a shout. Seeing this, Hae-soo wondered, "Oh my, what is with the excitement? Didn't you already think they would pass?" Joo-hyuk smiled and said, "It is more interesting than I thought. Did you ever feel this way about me, sis?" Hae-soo replied, "The feeling of nurturing actors. No, Joo-hyuk, I did not find it fun at all." At her words, Joo-hyuk was a bit startled and confused. Why?
Hae-soo explained confidently. "Listen, Kang Yoo-hyuk.
You grew up on your own before I even had a chance to step in, so what was there for me to enjoy? You had natural talent. Anyway, lately, this work feels quite worthwhile thanks to these kids." After listening for a bit, Joo-hyuk seemed to agree with her. "Ah, you are right." Then he quickly changed the subject. One more person passed. Hae-soo could not help but be curious. What do you mean who?" Flashing back to the past, with Mal-suk. She was holding her young son's hand and asked anxiously, "I do not know if I did well today." Tae-jun smiled and praised, "Mom, you were great." This left Mal-suk a bit skeptical. You really think so?" Tae-jun analyzed softly. "Yes, you looked super fierce and angry." At her son's words, Mal-suk could not help but laugh out loud. "Oh really, I am glad things went well." While the mother and son were chatting, a voice suddenly called out from behind, "Ms. Mal-suk." Mal-suk jumped in surprise and replied, "Yes, oh my, you startled me." When she saw Joo-hyuk appear before her, she wondered, "Actor Kang Joo-hyuk, why are you here?" Joo-hyuk spoke firmly, "I really liked your acting. I heard today was your last audition. I was wondering if you needed to reconsider that decision. I am sorry, I also work in management. It would be a shame to let your colorful acting go to waste." As he spoke, he handed his business card to Mal-suk. Joo-hyuk made a direct offer. "Would you like to try acting with us?" Hearing this, Mal-suk found it more and more unbelievable, really. Back to the present. Joo-hyuk handed Mal-suk's profile to Hae-soo and spoke, "Please take good care of Mal-suk from now on, sis. And now, let us officially announce the management companies for all our actors." At Kim Media, a voice filled with shock and amazement echoed in the small room. "Manager, is that true?" Tae-woong said in confusion. "So Kang Ha-young, Kim Jae-wook, and even Mal-suk." Before he could finish, the production director interrupted. "That is right. I just confirmed it with their management." The more Tae-woong heard, the more disbelief showed on his face. He continued, "All three of our top choices belong to Voice Ent. Oh my god, Chairman Kang has truly raised monsters." The three who passed were Ha-young, Jae-wook, and Mal-suk, all of whom Joo-hyuk had chosen from the start. News that all the candidates from Voice Entertainment passed the audition for 28 weeks in the palace spread quickly through the networks. Outside in the main lobby, staff members sipped coffee and whispered, "Kang Joo-hyuk even trains actors now. I told you, production, investment and management too. He has been honing his skills for 5 years. I heard he has 3 actors accepted into the 28 weeks audition. Is it true? It seems they hid the company name because it is a talent-only competition." How romantic. All these words were heard by Song-ho. He muttered to himself in rage and irritation. All his internal actors passed the movie he invested in. It sounds like a perfectly rigged game. As soon as he finished speaking, Song-ho quickly made a phone call. "Reporter Jang, how have you been lately? Thanks to you, I am doing well. We should go eat sometime. My treat." Meanwhile, the DBS International Independent Film Festival was in the preliminary judging stage. Selecting 100 films from over 1,000 submissions from 80 countries, about 10 judges, critics, professors, and producers were going through an extremely grueling time. A DBS documentary expert, working intently, spoke up, "It is quite simple. The finals are coming soon, but is there really nothing worth watching? What is the next film? My Mother by Park Ji-rai. Isn't she the woman who appeared on our real-life stage program?" Immediately, the documentary expert was full of praise. "The pacing is quite good. If we stick with this film, we could even plan a broadcast centered around it. At the very least, this film could reach the level of an excellence award." Back with Ju Hyuk, even though it was late at night, he was still at the company doing his work. Manager, have you checked the Hong Kong situation? Cheol-do replied. Yes, I found out through Assistant Manager Park. Ryu Jin-tae moved to Hong Kong 5 years ago and set up an entertainment company there. Hearing this, Ju Hyuk wondered, an entertainment company, after causing that incident in Korea. Cheol-do said seriously, that is right. There were a few cases of recruiting Chinese K-pop trainees, but strangely, in the last 5 years, not a single celebrity has debuted, or the business failed. Before he could finish, Ju Hyuk understood the issue and added, or it is just a shell company. Cheol-do continued, it could be to launder dirty money back into Korea. That might be what he was doing in that annex. Ju Hyuk immediately countered, no, looking at the timing, Park Jong-ju should have been involved from the Hong Kong side. But as you said, there really might be something hidden in that annex. As he said this, Ju Hyuk wondered, wait, what do you mean? You said that layout looks like a place used to hide something. Currently, there is Ryu Jin-tae, and then there is something else he wants to conceal. Just then his phone rang, forcing Ju Hyuk to step out. Manager, I need to step outside to take this call. As soon as he stepped out, the phone announced, you have 2 uses of Kong Ju Hyuk's bronze tier paid service remaining. Please select a keyword for the information you wish to hear. Option 1, 2, Option 2, 9, Option 3, 10, Option 4, 2:30 a.m. Excellent choice. On the morning of the 9th of next month, actor Kong Ju Hyuk will be. Hearing his own name, Ju Hyuk could not hide his suspicion. Me. Meanwhile, the phone continued. Discovered dead in his car on a road near the Yumseong district office in Chungbuk. The police concluded that although there was no suicide note, there were no signs of a struggle inside the vehicle, and closed the case as a suicide. Under the current situation, Ju Hyuk was stunned, not yet understanding what was happening. He thought to himself, me, suicide, what the hell? Why, at a time like this, when the entire media is focused on me, she still dares to take such a risk. Don't tell me. When the plan failed because of me, you decided to eliminate him. And then you intentionally leaked the badge too. It was all bait. From the very beginning, everything was a carefully calculated trap. The more he thought about it, the more his head ached. This is not something Jang Soo-rim could do on her own. Her backer must be someone within the gang group. Just for such petty desires, they are willing to take a life. The horror of death that I have already experienced. I will return it to you, Jang Soo-rim. As soon as the thought ended, his eyes turned bone-chillingly cold. Then he coldly cursed, you bastards. Ju Hyuk tried to piece everything together in his mind. Wait, if the prophecy of that voice is true, I went to the annex knowing Ryu Jin-tae was just bait. That means there was something else I absolutely had to confirm, other than Ryu Jin-tae, and they knew in advance that I would come and were waiting. As soon as he saw Ju Hyuk enter, Cheol-do spoke up, you are back. After hearing the story from the phone, Ju Hyuk's expression quickly darkened. He stared at Cheol-do with probing eyes. A second later, he called out, manager. Then he seriously reminded him, please go and check for yourself. The truth those bastards have been hiding in the annex. Hearing this, Cheol-do replied, I am sorry, but the security there is not exactly lax. Ju Hyuk directly signaled to him. Then he held up a small note, the laptop is being wiretapped. After that, Ju Hyuk continued aloud, I have finally started to regain my footing after 5 years. I won't let them ruin it again. Upon reading Ju Hyuk's note, Cheol-do was visibly shocked. Their conversation was indeed being eavesdropped on by Soo-rim from afar. The dialogue streamed into her headset. We need to confirm this before Ryu Jin-tae leaves Korea. Hearing this, Soo-rim said, the prey has taken the bait. Shall we begin the operation? Flashing back to the past, a staff member had informed Cheol-do, the laptop shipment from a gang has arrived. At the time he wondered, a laptop. In the present, that laptop was the wiretapping device Soo-rim had planted, the one Cheol-do was currently using. Looking at the laptop, Ju Hyuk coldly thought to himself, but now, that trap will become your grave, Jang Soo-rim. Ju Hyuk used a pen to lightly cross out something on a piece of paper. He asked in a serious tone, how are we coming along with securing theaters for Park Ji-am-rai? The person opposite him nodded slightly and replied in a low voice, Megafox is very enthusiastic about independent films. The person next to him added in a deep tone, and depending on the results from the film festivals you submitted to, it is very likely we can secure even more. A slight smile flickered across Ju Hyuk's face, but his gaze remained sharp. He nodded slightly. Yes, that is good. Once we get feedback on the CCTV footage, let us go ahead and finalize the release date. My busy daily routine continued as always at least. That is how it had to appear on the surface. A moment later, a man stepped quickly into the car. He bowed slightly and said, "I will be in touch, boss." Seeing this, Ju Hyuk tilted his head and watched the man. "Yes, get home safely." As soon as the words were spoken, his expression turned dark. Ju Hyuk's eyes were fixed on the car as it turned to leave. Immediately after, he approached his own car without hesitation. Ju Hyuk quickly stepped inside and asked urgently, "How did it go?" Upon seeing him, Cheol-do's expression became solemn. He hurriedly reported, "We found a mirroring program on the laptop. Luckily, your phone, office, and car are clean. But take this just in case a burner phone. And for now, we will place secret security near you, boss." Hearing this, Ju Hyuk bowed his head in appreciation. "Thank you. Like I said, Ryu Jin-tae is the bait. If we leak information that he is in Jiangsu, we will be able to catch those two masterminds." A week later, at the first script reading for 28 weeks, the atmosphere was completely different. The room was filled with the excitement and tension of a new beginning. Someone spoke up loudly, "Great to meet you all. Before we start the reading, I will introduce everyone once more." Tae-woong stood up with a professional smile. "I am Kim Tae-woong, the director of this production. First, the writer of 28 Weeks in the Palace, Ms. Jung So-yeon." Jung So-yeon bowed slightly, her voice trembling slightly. "Hello. This is my first script reading, so even though I am very nervous, I look forward to working with you all." Tae-woong's gaze turned toward another person, and our female lead, Hina. She clapped her hands to get attention and curled her lips into a smile. "Hello, nice to meet you." Tae-woong turned to someone else, and our male lead, Kim Jeon-woo. He greeted them politely. "It is a pleasure to meet you all." Tae-woong's gaze finally stopped on two actors, Kong Ha-young, and our youngest, Kim Jae-wook. The two shouted together, refusing to be outdone by each other, "Hello, I will work hard." Hearing this, a woman chuckled, and our rising star Mal Suk. "Oh my, it is a pleasure." In a corner, whispers broke out. Admiring yet doubtful gazes were directed at the cast filled with formidable names. "Look, they say they are all part of Kong Ju Hyuk's line." Someone next to them immediately denied it. "No way, the entire main and supporting cast." Another person could not help but exclaim, "This lineup is insane." In a small corner, Ju Hyuk glanced around and calculated silently, "For now, they will only whisper about Kong Ju Hyuk's lines. But soon enough, they will all discover the reason these actors earned their spots here. They are monsters who broke out of their own shells and climbed over the walls of despair." At that moment, Min Jae leaned in close. His ad-libbing has gotten so much better. Sneaking a look at the machine was worth it. Ju Hyuk was startled and spun around. What was that? Immediately after, his phone rang. Ju Hyuk frowned slightly. Why is this person calling? Ju Hyuk hurried outside. Min Jae turned to look at him. "Hey, are not you coming in?" Ju Hyuk answered quickly. "Yes, sir, what can I do for you?" On the other end was Jae Hwang. He pretended to complain. "You sound so stiff. We only talk when there is work." Hearing this, Ju Hyuk hurried to correct himself. "That is not what I meant." Jae Hwang suddenly cut in. "But really, I called to say thank you. I heard Jae-wook passed his drama audition. I told you, did not I? He is incredibly talented." "Talent. It is all thanks to you teaching him so well." At the unexpected compliment, Ju Hyuk sighed inwardly. The man was being humble. Then suddenly Jae Hwang asked a question. "Anyway, are you confident about your promise to me back then?" Recalling the past, Ju Hyuk looked seriously toward him. "If I can't hide anymore." Returning to reality, he affirmed once more, "I will have to become famous enough that no one can touch me. That is even more important because of how much you and I believe in Jae-wook." Hearing this, Jae Hwang could not help but laugh. "I will take that as an answer." After a moment of silence, he added, "Actually, there is one thing I want to discuss with you regarding Jae-wook." Ju Hyuk made a suggestion. "Are you available for a meal?" He agreed without hesitation, "Of course. Now that you mention it, I have not even had a single meal with you, but I have a business trip to Japan for 2 weeks starting tomorrow. Let us meet when I get back." As soon as he finished speaking, Ju Hyuk's expression suddenly changed. He questioned seriously, "By any chance, is lawyer Jang Soo-rim accompanying you on this trip?" Jae Hwang immediately denied it. "No, the corporate groups handle overseas schedules." "Why do you ask?" Receiving the answer, Ju Hyuk thought to himself, Chairman Kim's phone might also be bugged. After a brief silence, Ju Hyuk did not forget to remind him, I have a favor to ask about the web drama. Jae Hwang reassured him quickly, right, do not worry. I told them to take good care of it. We will meet when I return. Ending the call, Ju Hyuk's eyes were fixed on his phone screen. A 2-week overseas business trip. It overlaps with the date in the Voice's prophecy. During Chairman Kim Jae Hwang's absence, Jang Soo-rim must have planned to get rid of me. And the next target will be Jae Wook. In that moment, Ju Hyuk's gaze was fixed on the young man named Jae Wook. He tightened his grip on the radio, asserting to himself, but they won't be able to lay a finger on him. Your fate will not end here. Soon night fell. Cheol-do looked urgent. That is good information. Also, we have discovered another important link. We found out Jang Soo-rim met a new individual. I really could not tell who this was. Ms. Park Hyang-mi. She is the wife of Chairman Kim Jae Hwang. Receiving this barrage of information, Ju Hyuk could not help but feel curious. And who is this man to her? He reported quickly. He is the head of security at Aegis Guard. Hearing this, Ju Hyuk could not help but feel a bit disgusted. What a strange pair. Cheol-do added, he was hired right after the heist. He spoke slowly but surely, each word pinning down the emerging conspiracy. According to our investigation, the three of them have been connected for quite a while. He immediately understood, so she planted her own people during the chaos. Cheol-do's gaze darkened as he continued, and according to rumors, suspicious accounts linked to Ms. Park Hyang-mi have recently been aggressively buying up shares in a gang's subsidiaries. The atmosphere became heavy as the pieces fit together. Ju Hyuk frowned deeply. Now all the pieces are starting to fit. If those two are colluding, at least one thing becomes certain. Ms. Park Hyang-mi knows about Jae Wook's existence. Someone's voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Only lawyer Jang and I know about his existence. Ms. Park Hyang-mi tried to get rid of Jae Wook to take control of the group. And when I became an obstacle, she tried to take me out too. While Ju Hyuk was still pensive, Cheol-do suddenly spoke up, of course for the smaller details, we will need. He suddenly cut him off. No. Ju Hyuk did not hesitate to make a proposal. We should let Chairman Kim Jae Hwang confirm it for himself. Someone as meticulous as Jang Soo-rim would never overlook a risk. To avoid blame, she must have an insurance policy to protect herself. Facing Ju Hyuk's serious face, Cheol-do hesitated, the annex. He continued to remind him, his voice getting colder. All we need to do is find it and hand it to Chairman Kim Jae Hwang, and let a gang handle its own internal affairs. We just need to dig deeper into the Hong Kong connection. Facing this difficult task, Cheol-do's expression turned grim. He asked worriedly, but how can we get Chairman Kim Jae Hwang to move, and how do we find the annex? A faint smile appeared, carrying Ju Hyuk's absolute confidence. Don't worry about that. The plan is already in motion. Using Jang Soo-rim's own trap, we will catch her. In that moment, a vision appeared. The atmosphere was so gloomy it was chilling. Returning to reality, Ju Hyuk walked quickly into the office. Ryu Jin-tae will leave the country on the 9th of next month. Someone replied quickly, yes, we confirmed that this afternoon. The other person continued, their voice tinged with doubt while analyzing the unusual behavior. He must have let his guard down, because he made the mistake of meeting in an open location. He thought to himself, the fact that Ryu Jin-tae, who was only present in the annex, made a move, means he is the bait that Jang Soo-rim leaked to us, and she is just waiting for us to bite. Then, we will start the show. Ju Hyuk tapped hard on the table, his tone becoming urgent. If he leaves now, who knows when we will get another chance. Saying this, Ju Hyuk declared firmly, we must catch him. Cheol-do added with determination, we will cover the ferry lines and grab Ryu Jin-tae on his way to the factory. He sat quietly in the corner of the room, his mind swirling with complex thoughts. True acting is perfected in the silence before the lines are spoken. Ju Hyuk kept tapping his fingers on the table, looking extremely tense. A while later, he asked loudly, Jang Soo-rim, are you listening closely? In that moment, Ju Hyuk made a decision. Now, I will tell you what you want to hear. He moved his lips slightly, the 8th of next month. Let us go to the annex. This is our last chance to catch Ryu Jin-tae. As soon as the words were spoken, she pressed the alarm button. Soo-rim stood up abruptly and asserted firmly, yes, he has taken the bait. It is on the 8th of next month. On the other end of the line, an order immediately rang out, handle it without any mistakes. He nodded slightly, a cunning smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, don't worry. In that moment, Su Rim and Ju Hyuk both affirmed, because this is just the beginning. The next day, the atmosphere was unusually empty, as if something had changed. A plane could be seen slowly moving on the ground. Shortly after, it took off and soared into the sky. In a small corner, Su Rim's eyes followed the plane. He quickly reported, "He is gone." The other end sounded skeptical. "He won't suspect anything, right?" Su Rim replied with absolute confidence, as if every move was in his hands, "Don't worry. All information related to a gang is finally being channeled through me." Inside the plane cabin, a flight attendant cautiously approached. "Enjoy your flight." Jae Hwang nodded slightly, "Thank you." After speaking, he looked back down at the newspaper. Just then, someone placed a radio down next to Jae Hwang. Hearing the sound, he immediately became alert. "Who are you?" The other person smirked coldly. "Kong Ju Hyuk is quite unpredictable, is not he?" Jae Hwang's eyes stopped on the note, "Please contact me when you are alone." He said in a low voice, "Please forgive my rude intrusion, but the situation is very urgent, Chairman. Hello, I am Park Do-hoon." 10 days later, Jang Su Rim's villa in Yumseong, Chungbuk. Inside, Jin Tae spoke with a trembling voice. "Are you sure this will end well today?" Su Rim chuckled after hearing this. "Why do you ask? Are you nervous?" Jin Tae slammed the table angrily. "He is coming straight for me. How can I be comfortable?" Ryu Jin Tae, the former CEO of Kong Ju Hyuk's previous management company. Su Rim smiled broadly and reminded him in a deep voice, "Just relax and enjoy yourself. Think of it as a long-awaited vacation in your hometown." Su Rim's gaze became sharp, his voice lowering like an unchangeable sentence. "Once the punk enters the perimeter, he won't leave alive." The scene shifted to a high-rise building. At the same time, Ju Hyuk appeared extremely tense, constantly checking his watch. Ju Hyuk turned to Cheol-do, "Manager, are you ready?" He nodded decisively, his steady voice filled with confidence, "Yes." Immediately after, he turned and walked quickly toward the door, his strong and hurried steps showing urgency. "Let us move out." The scene immediately shifted outside, where cars appeared in high density. Outside, the tracking department immediately updated the situation, their voices ringing through the radio at a fast pace. "Kong Ju Hyuk is moving. The target has departed. 2 trucks." Hearing this, Su Rim looked satisfied. "Good job everyone, stay in position." Just then, a subordinate rushed inside. He bowed slightly, his voice somewhat hesitant but clear, "You should come upstairs." As soon as the words were spoken, Su Rim immediately opened the door. He walked angrily into the room. "What is going on?" The man spun around, his voice trembling. "This is a recording from just before Kong Ju Hyuk left." As soon as the subordinate clicked the mouse, the familiar voice immediately rang out. "Yes, Manager Hwang, what is the sudden news? I received an emergency report from Manager Park." An associate of Aegis Guard was spotted at the scene of the attack. In the recording, Ju Hyuk asked seriously, "You mean an associate of the suspect currently in custody?" Cheol-do nodded in confirmation, "Yes. There is a recording of the person who ordered the hit." The atmosphere became more stifling as he questioned, "Who is that mastermind?" He did not hesitate to state, "It is lawyer Jang Su Rim." Ju Hyuk immediately shook his head, his voice filled with denial and disbelief. "That is impossible. You mean the guy in prison is just a fall guy?" After a few seconds of silence, Cheol-do slowly continued, "Can I meet them myself? Manager Park is meeting them in Incheon in 2 hours." As soon as the words were spoken, he declared firmly, "No, I am going to Incheon too." Hearing this, he could not help but feel a bit bewildered. "Now, what about Ryu Jin Tae?" Ju Hyuk answered quickly, "If the information is certain, Chairman Kim Jae Hwang will handle it. Once the umbrella named Lawyer Jang disappears, catching Ryu Jin Tae will be easy." On the other side of the screen, his voice rang out steadily, and more importantly, finding the bastard who touched Jae Wook is the top priority. Before he is the chairman's son. Over here, Su Rim's face turned even uglier, his heart racing. "He is my actor. An associate at science. What on earth? If that is true, I have to destroy the evidence before the chairman finds out." Just then, a subordinate turned to report, "They say he is heading to Incheon right now." The atmosphere became chaotic. Su Rim suddenly shouted, "Send everyone to Incheon." He continued urgently, "We are leaving too." In another development, Min Jae sighed dejectedly, "I was about to die of boredom. A method actor like me can't miss a surprise party like this." He opened his mouth and let out a hearty laugh. "I would better get overtime pay and a late-night snack bonus for this." 2 hours later, at an abandoned factory in Incheon. A scout scanned the surroundings. This is the factory. It looks like the meeting is in progress. Your orders. Su Rim almost screamed. What is the situation inside? The other responded quickly. The signal is weak due to the distance, but we have spotted Kong Ju-hyuk. He added, everyone is ready to breach. Hearing this, he did not hesitate to order move in. In that moment, Su Rim's gaze became determined. He made a decision. Kong Ju-hyuk, I will make sure you do not leave here alive. Immediately after, the sound of hurried footsteps rang out. The group of people could be seen moving inside, everyone carrying heavy weapons. Outside, a luxury car stopped, its lights shining directly inside. Su Rim stepped quickly outside. He did not forget to remind them, secure every corner. Don't let a single soul escape. Inside, a subordinate hurriedly reported, it is empty. He is not here either. Receiving the answer, Su Rim became even more furious. He turned and ordered, what do you mean find him right now? As soon as the words were spoken, the group immediately took action. A man could be seen rushing toward the door. He used his bare hands to tighten the iron chain. Witnessing the scene, Su Rim could not help but feel a bit bewildered. What are you doing, Chief Kim? Just then, a series of cars rushed into the small alley. They began to stop, their headlights shining directly at him. Su Rim immediately used his hands to shield his eyes, his voice trembling, what is this? Immediately after, several dark figures appeared right in front of Su Rim. Jae Hwang stepped out from inside the luxury car. On the opposite side, Su Rim squinted his eyes, trying to make out the person in front of him. The moment he saw Jae Hwang, he screamed in terror, see chairman. Su Rim backed away in fear, his voice trembling How did the chairman get here? Jae Hwang looked Su Rim straight in the eye and asserted, Lawyer Jang, what you are looking for is not there. Instantly, a man appeared and accused him in a stern voice, CEO Jang Su Rim, we are from the group audit team. We are conducting a special audit regarding embezzlement and breach of trust. Please cooperate. Su Rim recoiled in shock, his voice shaking, the audit team, why are they? The man explained patiently, since the last incident, they have been reporting to me directly and unofficially. In another corner, Jae Hwang picked up his phone and made a call, Ju-hyuk, was the house cleaning successful? He bowed his head to report, looking very serious, yes chairman. We got in easily thanks to the audit team. Ju-hyuk continued to present more details, gesturing as if listing every piece of evidence held, his gaze firm and without hesitation. The staff have secured the slush fund ledgers, borrowed name accounts, and evidence of the conspiracy in the attack. Then, he put away the phone and turned toward Jin Tae. I see. I will see you in Seoul. For now, we are going to talk. Ju-hyuk turned to look directly at his next target with an overwhelming gaze that left the other person unable to react, Seo Ryu Jin Tae. Returning to Jae Hwang, he calmly tucked his phone into his coat. Jae Hwang turned and ordered, I will take it from here. The subordinate nodded and took the order, yes chairman. Immediately after, he stepped towards Su Rim one step at a time. You tried to blindfold and deafen me, and collaborated with Park Hyangmi to steal a gang. I have spent the last few days digging through all of your nonsense. Money flow, call logs, fake accounts, reporting lines, every last speck of dust. Thanks to the badge you dropped, I also investigated the tainted Aegis Guard security line.
Tell me, Su Rim.
Su Rim took a small half-step back, his eyes wavering visibly as he was cornered. Chairman, it is a misunderstanding. Kong Ju-hyuk did everything. Then suddenly, he grabbed him tightly by the collar. Who am I? Jae Hwang stepped closer, then shouted as if asserting absolute power, I am a gang. He coldly shoved him away. Then Jae Hwang walked back toward Su Rim and coldly ordered, choose. Spend the rest of your life rotting in prison, labeled with the scarlet letter of attempted murder, or pay for your crimes at the level of embezzlement and breach of trust. And then quietly disappear from my son's sight. Su Rim trembled slightly, his eyes filled with confusion as he realized there was no real way out. Why are you giving me a choice? After speaking, cold sweat involuntarily broke out on his temples. The corner of Su Rim's mouth twitched slightly. This is not really a choice, is it? He asserted defiantly, the fact is, Jae Wook's existence is a huge risk. As soon as the words were spoken, the entire space fell into a deadly silence. Jae Hwang frowned slightly and spat out a curse, you fool. If that is what you were afraid of, would you have gone this far? He continued, I have already prepared articles presenting the whole story. Recalling a few days ago, a voice on the other end had asked worriedly, When should I fire him? Returning to reality, Jae Hwang looked Su Rim straight in the eye and asserted firmly, Jae Wook will eventually be exposed. I just do not want him to be scarred when he learns that you, someone he trusted like an uncle since he was a child, gave in to the temptation of using illegal means like this. At this point, Jae Hwang lowered his voice, emphasizing every single word, to end your life. Then he paused, his gaze heavy but maintaining absolute control, as if granting a final chance. Don't test my patience any longer. This is the last mercy I will show you. The scene shifted to a very luxurious mansion. Inside, Jin Tae hurriedly explained, Ju Hyuk, what happened 5 years ago was a misunderstanding. I was also tricked into signing it. On the opposite side, Ju Hyuk showed a dejected face and ordered tiredly, I am sick to death of that 5-year-old story. Let us talk about something else today. Then Ju Hyuk emphasized, Hong Kong. Hearing this, he jumped in surprise. How do you know that? He chuckled. How? Ju Hyuk slowly let out the words, each one stripping away the buried past. Because thanks to you forging documents and making me a joint guarantor, I went through all that hell. Your Macau casino debt was quite large too. Park Jong-ju covered it for you, did not he? Jin Tae hurriedly waved his hands in denial. What are you talking about? I do not even know anyone like that. He stared, his gaze sharp enough to pierce through the lie. Of course you would say that. How did a once successful company CEO end up like this? Hearing this, he became even more terrified and suddenly shouted, I really do not know any Park Jong-ju or anything. Ju Hyuk's voice lowered but was heavy, pressing down on the other person. That entertainment company you set up in Hong Kong at first, I thought it was just a shell company to make money. But there is no way that kind of money would be entrusted to a person who gambles with his life. If that were the case, you would not have crawled back to Korea for pocket change. In the end, Park Jong-ju gave you work that fits your expertise. The air turned freezing as he continued, his eyes darkening with suppressed indignation. A filthy entertainment company that exploits children by holding their dreams hostage. Jin Tae was momentarily confused. What the hell are you talking about? Ju Hyuk continued. Countless trainee recruitment files, but no one has ever debuted. So where did those kids go? He frantically denied it. That is not true. Don't jump to conclusions. Do you have any evidence? At that moment, Cheol-do walked quickly inside. We found it. He turned toward Ju Hyuk. It is black. He directed his gaze toward Jin Tae, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly, so it really was not just simple bait. Not stopping there, Ju Hyuk questioned loudly, this is how you plan to deal with me quietly, right? And then, the rumors from 5 years ago would become true. It is just like Jang Su Rim, a perfect design. That means you were hooked. Meanwhile, Jin Tae was still in shock. What are you talking about? Then suddenly he took out a file. From the beginning, you were a disposable card to Jang Su Rim. This is the backup plan we found in the safe. If things did not go well, Jang Su Rim planned to dump everything on you. Jin Tae's eyes were fixed on the lines in the file, his voice trembling. This is. At the same time, Ju Hyuk once again looked him straight in the eye. You came here just to talk to me, right? But the real target this time was not me either. It was a plan to kill the family of the Agang Group's owner. And the black you brought is a drug the prosecutors are desperately hunting for. Ryu Jin Tae, you. The atmosphere sank as Ju Hyuk drew a conclusion. You have really ruined yourself. Jin Tae suddenly fell to his knees, his hands trembling as if clinging to a final fragile chance. Ju Hyuk, I will beg like a dog. His voice broke, full of fear and pleading, with not a hint of arrogance left. Please, just let me off this once. Jin Tae continued to admit, I was also blackmailed. I will do whatever you tell me. Hearing that, Ju Hyuk exhaled softly. All right. Receiving the answer, Jin Tae asked in confusion, really? He slowly spoke, the owner of a gang does not know you exist, and I do not care whether you pay for your crimes or not. I will give you a choice. Confess everything you did in Hong Kong and go home. Or, come with me to Park Jong-ju. I do not know how Park Jong-ju deals with people who mess things up before he could finish. Jin Tae hurriedly cut in. I will talk, I will tell you everything. Then he screamed, if Park Jong-ju finds out, I am truly finished. Ryu Jin Tae began to reveal everything he knew about the Hong Kong operation. Ryu Jin Tae's role was to deliver locally recruited trainees to brokers. Then he was out, finished. When delivering trainees, the broker would give Ryu Jin Tae a bag containing items to be delivered to Park Jong-ju. Black then, the trainees were allegedly used for entertainment and drug distribution. As for the detailed internal operations, even Ryu Jin Tae did not know human trafficking and illegal drug distribution. That was the source of Park Jong-ju's financial power. After a while, he kept repeating, I really only did what I was told. Finally, Jin-tae looked up, his gaze weak as if waiting for a final verdict. So can I really go now? That is all I know. Ju-hyuk turned to look at Cheol-do, then he replied, you can go. Hearing this, he jumped up, really I can go right. Immediately after, Jin-tae turned and walked faster, his breath hurried but his voice trying to sound grateful and apologetic. I am really leaving now, thank you. I will truly repent for the rest of my life and live quietly. Leaving the building, he glanced around. Damn it, there is really no one here. I have to get out of here fast. Jin-tae's car was seen speeding down the national highway. Suddenly, he ground to a halt, his eyes bewildered as he realized something unusual in the scene before him. What? Why is there an accident in an underpass like this? In the distance, a voice rang out. A car is approaching. Someone quickly put their ear to the radio. Yes, Senior Huang, it is coming. We also received the audio file safely. Over here, Jin-tae smiled awkwardly, it seems. What is the problem? The car door was blocked, and a person approached with a determined attitude, staring sternly at him. Mr. Ryu Jin-tae, please step out of the vehicle. The atmosphere instantly became tense as the accusations were read out clearly, each clause like tightening a legal net. You are being arrested for human trafficking under Article 289 of the Criminal Act, aggravated detention under Article 277, violation of the Act on the Punishment of Acts of Arranging Sexual Traffic, and the Narcotics Control Act. It is not over. You are also charged with forging private documents and fraud from 5 years ago. And on top of that, fleeing in a vehicle, and you are also driving under the influence. Jin-tae clenched his fists, his eyes burning with resentment. Kong Ju-hyuk. That bastard. He never intended to let me go from the start. Ju-hyuk's words suddenly echoed in Jin-tae's ears. All right, I will let you go. Over here, Cheol-do reported quickly. Ryu Jin-tae has been arrested and is being transported. Hearing this, he chuckled softly. He was arrested. I let him go as promised. So how did that happen, by the way? Seeing you this time, manager. Maybe you should change careers. Immediately after, Ju-hyuk made a suggestion. Ever thought about debuting as an actor? He hurriedly replied. That kind of bait does not work on me. He chuckled upon hearing that. Anyway, the leader has too much work. I can't let you go either. A silence passed. Then Cheol-do's voice became more serious. However, it seems the board is getting bigger than expected. Park Jong-ju. Ju-hyuk nonchalantly said. The road ahead is still long. I will be satisfied with just today. Hearing that, he could not help but feel a bit skeptical. What is it? He smiled and said, protecting Jae-wook. Hearing this, Cheol-do asked curiously, Chief Chu knows too. Ju-hyuk slowly replied, Loros. Once you get in there, rumors spread quickly. Even if I get cursed at, we will slowly untangle it. Just then his phone rang and he immediately picked up. Yes, manager, what do I owe this call at this hour? Hong-gil sounded excited. Chairman, I have great news. Park Geum-ri's film has been selected for the DBS competition. On the other end of the line, he happily repeated, Boss, I have great news. The Park Geum-ri film project was selected for the DBS competition. And this is completely off the record, but among the festival programmers. Our film is being mentioned as the discovery of the year. Hearing that, Ju-hyuk asked curiously, that is wonderful. The awards ceremony will be in about a month, right? If we win, the timing will perfectly match our release and create real synergy. Hong-gil quickly replied, yes, then I will see you in Seoul. At this point, Cheol-do suddenly spoke up. Working with you is always amazing, boss. Ju-hyuk could not help but feel a bit confused. What do you mean? He smiled faintly. Everything you touch turns into a hit. Sometimes it feels like you can see the future. Receiving such high praise, Ju-hyuk acted indifferent. You flatter me. It is all thanks to everyone's hard work. The truth is, I could never do this alone. Cut to the next day. Today, a reporter suddenly reported, a gang group has announced a comprehensive organizational overhaul along with Vision 2040. The group plans to dismantle its future strategy office and move to an autonomous management system for its subsidiaries, aiming to restructure the corporate DNA. As a result, CEO Kim Jae-hwang is also said to have cut short his schedule and returned home early. Director, how do you explain the decision of Park Hyang-mi, chairman of the Agang Cultural Foundation, to step away from the front lines this time, for Agang Vision 2040? Ultimately, for global competitiveness, a professional leadership structure may be more appropriate than an image of hereditary management. The news reported by Age focused on Agang Group's reforms, with no detailed mention of Park Hyang-mi or Jang Soo-rim. Typical of CEO Kim Jae-hwang, cutting out the poison in the quietest way possible. In the end, Maybe Jae-wook and the whole gang group are a bit safer now. Over here, Joo-hyuk suddenly received a message from Do-hoon, missed an exclusive sting, but this settles the debt between us forever, right? His gaze stopped at the words, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Involving Park Do-hoon in this incident was a useful card to put pressure on Jang Soo-rim. But he is a hyena who can pounce at any time. I have a bad feeling. Joo-hyuk muttered under his breath, by the way, I sent this guy on a trip to Japan, and he did not even bring back a souvenir. Just then, Min Jae burst inside, hey Chairman Kong, talk to me, what the hell are you plotting behind my back? Why did you assign a security group workshop without telling me? You thought I would not notice something like that. Tell me, what scheme are you preparing behind my back? Seeing this, he softened his voice to reassure him. Come on brother, what do you mean, what would I be planning without you? Forget it, did you hear the news? He turned around blankly, what news? Joo-hyuk changed his tone, his eyes lighting up as if he just remembered something important. My mother, Park Ji-rai. She made it into the DBS International Independent Film Festival competition. Min Jae smiled with an excited face. Seriously, that is huge, he continued. So today we are having a full company dinner, including the independent film team. He laughed, his voice happily responding, that is right, nothing is more important than a company dinner. Best boss ever, damn, this suddenly reminds me of the old days with CEO Ryu Jin-tae. Wonder if he is eating well. A few days later, Joo-hyuk spoke in a respectful tone, you have arrived. Jae-hwang spoke in a deep voice, sorry for the late greeting. It is hard to believe this is our first meal together. He suddenly questioned, but did not you push it a bit too far? No matter how high-end the Michelin-level cuisine is, how can a meal cost over 2,000? Hearing this, he could not help but laugh. What? Afraid I will make you pay. Honestly, I have been so busy that it is hard to even get a decent meal. I booked this place specifically because it is a reception for a national star. Hearing this, Joo-hyuk seriously made a suggestion. A reception, please, if you say it that way, my sympathy points disappear. Next time, let us just have pork belly and soju, my kind of food. Jae-hwang laughed loudly. That is the best thing I have heard all day. If it were not for your mission, I would have turned this into a dinner meeting. Just then he quickly asked, oh, I saw the news. Everything was wrapped up neatly, right? A beat of silence passed. Then Jae-hwang continued with a deeper voice. I told you clearly not to get involved in family matters, but it is a voice people never listen to. Joo-hyuk smiled awkwardly. Who else besides me? Jae-hwang emphasized loudly. Who else, Jae-wook? You called me during your business trip, did not you, saying he was your actor before he was my son. Thank you. But from now on, check a gang's affairs through the news. This is not a warning, it is advice. You will only make things difficult for yourself. And while we are on the subject, could you consider this? We are planning an overseas launch next year. Put one of your actors in here. Receiving the folder, Joo-hyuk froze. This is a gang group global branded content, a storytelling project aimed at enhancing the group's overall image. He looked up at Jae-hwang. Why are you showing me this? He replied without hesitation. It is a bribe. I hope to get your help on this project. I will reserve a spot for you. Give us some advice as an outside expert. Hearing that, Joo-hyuk frowned slightly. You do not just want to keep me close and watch me, do you? Jae-hwang chuckled. That is how you distort a man's goodwill. After a brief silence, he replied seriously, thank you, sir. A server quickly walked inside. Your meal is ready. Seeing the dishes, Jae-hwang could not help but exclaim, the eel here is special. I will be very grateful for it later. Thank you. New flesh grew where Jang Soo-rim had scratched, and just then, the director's shout rang out, ready. Action. The actress spoke with a trembling voice. Is it really you? How can you always divine my future so perfectly? The actor followed up with a sharp line. Speak up. She shook her head slightly. I cannot, your majesty. Over here, Jae-wook laughed heartily. Insolent, how dare you assume I am safe? Ha-young looked furious. Jae-wook, you are practicing your lines right. Keep it up and you will get a beating. Palace 28 Weeks was close to its first broadcast. A man walked inside happily. Director, let us take a break. The execution is in the final stages of post-production. And then, a few weeks later, the long-awaited 18th DBS International Independent Film Festival finally opened. The 18th DBS International Independent Film Festival featured 14 carefully selected competitions. Mr. Punch's Last Cassette, Oni Brother Echo, My Mother, Park Ji-rai, Power, The Way We Get Lost, Good Rider, Good Garments of the Wind Family. A season where no one knew more than 50 independent films from 26 countries were screened. An old woman could not help but exclaim, it is cheap, cheap. Inside the theater, shouts rang out incessantly, "Grandma, what did I tell you, Grandma? Open it, oh my, leave it like that. I will open it when I feel like it." On the other side of the screen, the car gradually rolled away. At first, the audience reaction did not seem bad. Every review was glowing. It was hailed as the standout sensation of the festival. And then, the long-awaited awards ceremony. At the 18th DBS International Independent Film Festival, the host looked emotional. "Finally, we are left with the announcement of the grand prize. The honor of announcing the grand prize goes to the jury chair of this festival and legendary filmmaker." Immediately after, a shout rang out, "Director Kim Sang-bong." In the front row, Hong Gil turned to whisper nervously, "Are we really about to make history?" Joo Hyuk nodded slightly with a determined look, "Who knows, let us see." Sang-bong slowly opened the envelope. He spoke in a deep voice, "This is an exceptionally rare result for an independent film. The grand prize of the 18th DBS International Independent Film Festival. Congratulations, my mother, Park Ji-rai." Someone in the auditorium jumped up, eyes wide with disbelief. "What, really?" Sang-bong continued, his voice rising with emotion, as if to engrave this historic moment. "It is unbelievable, my mother, Park Ji-rai, after winning the Audience Award and the Special Jury Award. Today, it has gone on to win the ultimate honor, the grand prize, a triple crown. Congratulations to everyone from Park Ji-rai's team. Please come up to the stage." At that moment, Sang-bong turned and presented the awards to each person one by one. On stage, the representative held the microphone, their voice choking with emotion. "Thank you. This film began in the place left behind after a family's shelter vanished. But through Grandma Kim Ji-suk and Ms. Kong Ha-young, we learned one thing, that simply holding hands can turn us into a new family. This award is dedicated to Grandma Kim Ji-suk, who happily became our family, and to the audience members who might have reached out to hold someone's hand after watching this film." After a brief silence, he looked up with a determined gaze, "And finally, there is one more thing I must say. When everyone turned their backs, when even we were about to give up, the person who was willing to give wings to our clumsy dreams, CEO Kong Joo Hyuk of Voice Entertainment. We want to share all of this honor with him." In the audience, a person chuckled softly, eyes sparkling with pride. "We have truly landed a prime spot." It was a victory for two directors who never gave up and raced to the end, marking the moment a Voice Entertainment production was recognized by the world for the first time. Once outside, someone cheered excitedly, "Now, let us head to the banquet hall." Joo Hyuk could not help but feel a bit amazed. For an independent film festival, this reception was very impressive. Hong Gil smiled slightly. It seems the organizers really caught the scent this time. They even attracted a major sponsor, which is quite atypical for DBS. Hearing this, he raised an eyebrow slightly. "Really, who is the sponsor?" the man muttered softly. "I think it is some kind of food company." Then suddenly he exclaimed, "It is hanging right over there." Hong Gil looked around. "Is something wrong? Is there a problem?" Joo Hyuk immediately cut him off. "Please, let us keep going." "Over here." Ha-young turned her head back. "Hurry up and come here, boss." Meanwhile, Joo Hyuk stood motionless, his eyes fixed on the sign across from him. The words DBS Taesin Foods were clearly written on it. Just then, a voice called out from behind, "Kong Joo Hyuk. Congratulations, Mr. Kong Joo Hyuk." The moment he saw the other person, his expression darkened instantly. A figure approached with a confident and powerful aura, eyes fixed directly on Joo Hyuk. "I have intended to meet you at least once. Glad to finally have the chance. I am from Taesin Foods." He introduced himself with a clear, firm voice, CEO Park Jong-ju. Jong-ju introduced himself leisurely. "I am a huge fan of yours, Mr. Kong Joo Hyuk." Recalling the night before, an aide had hurriedly reported, "Chairman, there is a bit of trouble with the G Club party. Kong Joo Hyuk brought the rookies we were setting up to Uedo, and it actually worked out better." Hearing this, Jong-ju curled his lip into a cold smile. "Let us prepare an event. Instead of an unknown actress, let us go with the debut announcement for Black. Could there be a better promotional model?" Back to Joo Hyuk, he unconsciously sank into a mix of memories. The man who ruined my IP with systematic slander 6 years ago. At this moment, Joo Hyuk's eyes flashed with a spark of rage. He raised his head and looked straight at Jong-ju, who was standing right in front of him. Right then, a female reporter cried out, "Oh, it is the actor Kong Joo Hyuk." The person next to her looked excited. "Yes, we have to get a shot." The people around them immediately began to buzz. Phones were raised continuously, and camera flashes went off. Someone could not help but exclaim, This is the first time I have met him in person. Actors are always used to unexpected encounters, right? Jong-ju tilted his head, flashing an amused smile as he watched the chaotic but exciting scene. A new character, crowded reporters, and passionate fans like me. At the center of attention, Ju-hyuk stood tall, his gaze calm but containing a hint of irony. Yes, thanks to a certain someone, I am no longer an actor. Especially when that person is like this. A man who reeks of a terrible stench. I can't stand it. Hearing this, the man's body trembled violently. Jong-ju turned and signaled, if you like everything neat and tidy, you will enjoy the party. We have also prepared a surprisingly special dish. Inside the main hall, the food was arranged beautifully. Glasses of red wine were being brought out. At the same time, Jong-ju raised his glass, his eyes narrowing meaningfully as he looked directly at Ju-hyuk. Do you know the reason we sponsored this film festival? I was truly moved by you, Mr. Ju-hyuk. Hearing this, Ju-hyuk could not help but feel skeptical. Moved. The corners of his mouth quirked up, his eyes showing clear sarcasm as he continued, yes, deeply moved. The tearful hero who saved. Jong-ju spoke nonchalantly, a dying independent film. It is quite delicious. But suddenly, I find myself wondering, were those tears real or just acting? At that moment, Ju-hyuk glanced down at the wine glass in his hand. Without hesitation, he made a suggestion. This is tedious. Let us get straight to the point. The atmosphere grew heavy as the next sentence rang out, weighted with a dark truth. Seo Park Jong-ju, the reason you are standing here is that you want to confirm something. As soon as he finished speaking, the man's face turned sour. Ju-hyuk suddenly added, about the dirty secret of sacrificing people. While blinded by greed, how much do I know about it, and... Opposite him, Jong-ju broke into a cold grin. He paused for a beat, then continued in a low, cold voice. People learn through the pain that tears them apart, realizing I am not an opponent you dare challenge. That your ship is too small. Climbing over someone else's wall without knowing your place is truly fatal. After he spoke, the atmosphere became incredibly tense. A heavy silence hung in the air as he looked Ju-hyuk straight in the eye. What is even scarier is that it could. Then suddenly, Jong-ju shifted his gaze in another direction. Seeing this, Ju-hyuk instinctively turned to look behind him. His gaze landed on Ha-young. She was having a great time. At that moment, the anger inside Ju-hyuk exploded. He grit his teeth. Park Jong-ju, you bastard. Just then, a hand was placed firmly on his shoulder. Min Jae rushed over, looking urgent. Boss Kong, why are not you answering your phone? PD Kim Tae-woong is losing his mind right now. Min Jae thrust the phone in front of Ju-hyuk's face. Take a look at this. On the screen, a series of breaking news articles appeared. Min Jae leaned in close, lowering his voice almost to a whisper. The controversy over parachute hiring just exploded. Jae-wook and MS. Mal-suk were bad enough, but right now Ha-young is being targeted. In that moment, Ha-young's smile remained etched in his mind. Ju-hyuk turned back and gave a slight nod to Jong-ju. The man smirked. It seems like someone is playing games again. Beside him, Min Jae kept urging, Ju-hyuk, call PD Kim right now. Suddenly, he grimaced, his eyes flashing with a spark of shock. In that moment, Ju-hyuk's face contorted, a fire of hatred burning in the depths of his eyes. After a long while, he unexpectedly stepped closer to Jong-ju, without getting a single drop of blood on your own hands. Hearing this, the man put on a look of bewildered innocence. Ju-hyuk continued in a provocative tone, stirring up controversy through puppets. He stepped even closer and whispered in his ear, you are spouting a piece of trash. While I was rotting in a semi-basement for the past 5 years, I imagined meeting the man who did this to me countless times. There is one thing I absolutely want to tell you. I will return the hellish pain I suffered, exactly as it was, you bastard. After saying that, Ju-hyuk turned and walked away coldly. In another development, Jae-hwang stared at his phone screen. He muttered softly, paparazzi are always terrible with their timing. At the same time, Tae-woong tried to plead, director, please calm down. How can we delay the schedule now? We are responding as we speak. You know as well as I do that these allegations are completely baseless. I will call you back. Ju-hyuk suddenly appeared, asking seriously, what is the current situation? Tae-woong immediately reported, there is only 1 week left until the premiere. Public opinion is at an all-time low. The entire PR team is involved, responding, but it is only getting worse. The other person continued, his voice growing heavier as the situation turned critical. Look at this. Even the viewer's message board is basically paralyzed. Vast amounts of information appeared before Ju Hyuk. He frowned slightly. A production team overwhelmed by controversy. On the other side, Jung So-yeon hung her head, muttering incessantly, no, this can't be happening. This must be a dream. But controversy is not a forest fire, it is the fuel. Turning back to Ju Hyuk, his lips moved slightly. Two core keywords, Kong Ha-young and Kong Ju Hyuk. So now they are openly saying they will hunt me down if they tear Kong Ha-young apart. Not just 28 Weeks Palace, but everything including Park Geum-Rye's My Mother and Execution, which are about to be released, could be taken down. In a flash, a series of projects were on the brink of destruction. After a long silence, Ju Hyuk turned to Tae-woong, director. How is the quality of episode 1? He jumped in surprise. Episode 1. Tae-woong let out a sigh. It feels awkward saying it myself, but it turned out exceptionally well. Even the voice acting rookies. That is why it is all the more unfair. Suddenly, he looked Tae-woong straight in the eye. Then why are you afraid? What about the media response lines? The person next to him quickly reported. Yes, we are debunking each rumor by category. Actor Kong Ju Hyuk only participated in the second round of auditions. The actors hid their relationship until the end, and the final decision rested entirely with the production team. Ju Hyuk nodded slightly in satisfaction. Yes, by the book. A great answer. Jung So-yeon chimed in. But do you think anyone will believe that in this situation? Facing the harsh reality, she almost screamed. The public only consumes articles from big outlets like Hizzy, and they will keep doubting us until the broadcast. Hearing this, he declared boldly, as you expected, writer Jung, that is the core point. Then Ju Hyuk suddenly made a proposal, endless doubt NC. This time, let us use that endless doubt against them. Jung So-yeon looked skeptical. What, how do you plan to do that? He smirked slightly. For the first time in my acting career. In another scene, someone's voice rang out, oh my god, the national star. Do-hoon said hurriedly, I have seen the article, but I do not have time to talk right now. Did I just hear that? A personal interview for the first time in 5 years. The other end of the line hesitated before continuing. Yes, that is right. The headline is. He announced suddenly, doubt me. Just like 5 years ago. The scene shifted to the next morning. At the same time, a subway train moved slowly along the tracks. At the crowded station, the loudspeaker announced steadily amidst the rushing crowd, the train is now arriving. Passengers, please step back behind the safety line. Someone stopped in their tracks. What is this? A woman gasped. Oh my god, this is crazy, no way. Someone else could not help but feel bewildered. Is this real? An article appeared online, the cover featuring large text that caught everyone's eye. Today's issue, exclusive deathpatch interview. The king has returned. Kong Ju Hyuk breaks his silence. Doubt me, 5 years. Reporter Park Do-hoon. The first solo interview of actor Kong Ju Hyuk in 5 years was not simply a clarification about the hiring controversy. Inside, Ju Hyuk wore a grave expression. Do-hoon looked up at him while questioning, with all these rumors spreading, is there any truth to them? After a brief silence, Ju Hyuk slowly continued, let me address the controversy first. Kong Ha-young, Kim Jae-wook, and Mal-suk, those who passed the 28 Weeks Palace editions, are indeed signed with voice. Hearing this, he immediately interrupted, but the question we need to ask right now is not who planted them there. Do you believe there is someone behind this controversy? The atmosphere grew somber as he mentioned the past. 5 years ago, I became public enemy number 1 overnight because of organized rumors and fabricated scandals. I did not even have a chance to defend myself. I simply lost everything and collapsed just like that. Back then, that same force is now blocking the path of actors who are just beginning to bloom. His voice was calm, but a deep anger lingered within. Saying this, Ju Hyuk looked up at Do-hoon. Will you judge without seeing the truth? In another scene, a waiter brought a drink to Min Jae. Your ordered drink is here. His eyes remained glued to his phone as Ju Hyuk's voice rang out. This is not just a story about 28 Weeks Palace. It is also about the upcoming film My Mother Park Geum-Rye, and the film Cheok-sal, which is currently in post-production. It is about my works and who I am, everything I am putting out to present to the world. So doubt me. You are free to believe every accusation and suspicion against me. At the same time, the man smiled. Honestly, sometimes we are too quick to hate. You can judge after watching the show. It won't be too late. Over here, Jung So-yeon suddenly shouted, Mr. Kong Ju Hyuk, if I have decided, the story of my next project. She let out a shout that shook the entire space. What a sight! King Kong returns after 5 years. The loudspeaker continued to announce steadily amidst the bustling scene. He did not choose an explanation, but proof. Betting everything he has, the entertainment desk. Now all judgment has fallen into the hands of the public. In another development, a man screamed out, "Reporter Park, what is wrong with you lately? Why?" Do-hoon reported hesitantly, "Manager, there is something wrong with the article." He continued to yell, "You have something going on with Kong Ju-hyuk, do not you? This is not the first time. If this continues, I won't be able to cover for you anymore." Hearing this, Do-hoon looked flustered. "Why are you suddenly acting like this? Where's the pressure coming from? Is it Taesin Foods?" The man reacted immediately. "What does Taesin have to do with this? I told you to provoke, not to gamble. If this drama fails, we are all going straight to hell. You said you would take responsibility for handling it." Hearing this, he sighed softly. "Then I can go. I will get some sleep and take responsibility." Once outside, Do-hoon could not help but exclaim, "That old man, honestly. If you are scared, why do this? High risk, high return, sir." For a week, the internet was ablaze with news of 28 Weeks Palace and Kong Ju-hyuk. Portal sites were flooded with articles citing Deathpatch and various analyses. Public opinion gradually shifted from criticism to anticipation. And finally, Voice Entertainment's broadcast day for 28 Weeks Palace arrived. Back to Ju-hyuk, he hurriedly turned on the TV as the host's voice rang out, "Ambition 808, Ambition 808. Ju-hyuk's face momentarily grimaced. The other voice spoke, dry but heavy with pressure, 10 seconds. The numbers continued to drop, one by one, making the atmosphere suffocating. 9, 8, 7, 6. The countdown continued, 5, 4, 3. On this side, Ha-jin did not forget to remind her, "Sister, it is starting to get messy." Ha-young clutched her head, so anxious she was almost panicking. "What should I do? I can't watch. What should I do? What should I do?" The drama was broadcast immediately after. Someone's voice rang out, "Who are you to be filming such a dangerous historical drama in broad daylight?" It was simply natural acting flowing across the screen. A cold man speculated, "I thought it was sophistry, but how could it be so similar to the answer I have sought all my life? It is natural, like breathing. That is calm acting." In the scene, the character stood in the middle of the palace, eyes sharp and cold, but the voice terrifyingly calm. "You seem to think you have received His Majesty's favor, but even a lamp burning for one night can flicker brightly for a moment. But to exhale that one calm breath." Another character appeared, smirking finally. "A crack is beginning to form in this unbearably dull palace." He continued the dialogue. "Which side should I pour oil on to make this more interesting? Beneath the surface, thousands of ragged breaths must swallow this palace. That is the kind of place this is." The voice continued, "Low but full of weight here. A misplaced cup of tea is scarier than flowing tears. The result of a long war, and now it is early. The judgment for that battle will be delivered." On this side, Jae Hwang could not help but exclaim, "That is terrifying. I wondered how great it would be since it is a drama." He unconsciously stared at the photo on the table. Jae Hwang stared at Jae-wook, muttering instinctively, "He has grown up well, your son." The scene shifted to a cozy house where a child cheered happily. "Mom, you're so cool." The mother smiled gently. "Oh, thank you, my son." The boy asked curiously, "You will appear again tomorrow, right?" She affirmed boldly, "Of course. I still have to beat the court ladies into jars." Just then, someone hurriedly reported, "Director, the final ratings are in. TV Solitude Sweet Woman 4.5%. Whoa, that is high. HDVC, I want you 2.5%. Tae-woong did not forget to ask further, "And us, what about us? What did we get? Did we pass 3%? According to Voice's predictions, the drama 28 Weeks, A Flower Blooms in the Palace Episode 1 recorded a massive hit of around 15%. And as a result, back to Ju-hyuk, someone suddenly called boss, it exploded. The rating for Episode 1 is 16.1%. "Boss, did you hear that?" he repeated blankly. "Boss." A moment later, Ju-hyuk finally reacted, "Yes, well done everyone. Let us discuss the details at the meeting." The employee replied quickly, "Yes, boss. Please get some rest." Only now did Ju-hyuk dare to breathe a sigh of relief. It exceeded all expectations. The beginning of a mega hit. Then suddenly, the room door opened. Min Jae appeared unexpectedly, exclaiming, "Oh my god, I knew I would find you like this, you bastard man. You finished work ages ago." Saying this, Min Jae beckoned with his hand, "Get dressed, let us go have a drink." Once outside, Ju Hyuk asked curiously, "So what are you buying me?" He replied nonchalantly, "What are you talking about? Of course the boss pays. You are a boss who does not know the basics of organizational life." The scene shifted to a dark office where Do-hoon stared at his phone screen, muttering, "The ratings must be out. Let us see." He suddenly shifted his attention. Do-hoon could not help but burst out laughing. "It is not a trip to hell. Thanks to that national actor, I can brag a bit tomorrow." Saying this, he felt a flicker of curiosity. Exactly what is Kong Ju Hyuk? At that moment, Jong Ju clapped his hands excitedly. He laughed maniacally. Just as expected, it is moving. To think he would be so sincere. Protecting the work even if he throws his whole body into it. It is not just the work, he is protecting his people. Recalling a few days ago, Ju Hyuk had suddenly approached him. "Hello, CEO Park Jong-ju." He had nonchalantly thrown out a taunt, "You, the one stirring up controversy using puppets, you cowardly bastard." At the last minute, Ju Hyuk stepped closer. "I will return the hellish pain I experienced exactly as it was, you bastard." Back to reality, the wine glass in Jong-ju's hand suddenly fell straight to the ground. After a long silence he muttered, "Thanks to you, I understand clearly what Ju Hyuk wants to protect. People like commodities. It is a hard job. I will help you." Jong-ju told himself, his eyes full of determination, "Your precious people." The next morning, the 28 Weeks Palace nepotism controversy was completely extinguished. The viewers' message boards were flooded with posts praising the actors' performances and voices, cheering for the production. The viewership ratings broke new records with each subsequent episode. Not just cable shows, but even the most anticipated long-running dramas on major networks were overwhelmed by the viewership. Alongside the praise for top stars Hee Na and Kim Jeon-woo were Kong Ha-young, Kim Jae-wook, and Mal-suk, the very ones who had been at the center of the scandal, being honored as the best rookies of the year and becoming instant stars. There was also fervent public support for Kong Ju Hyuk's team, who had completely flipped the script. This momentum extended to the film released right after the premiere of 28 Weeks Palace. A few weeks later, Won-tae's voice rang out, "Song-ho, take a seat." Song-ho walked inside with a flustered expression. "Director, it has been so long since you last called me. I was starting to feel neglected." He suddenly turned and announced, "CEO Kong Ju Hyuk was just here." Hearing this, the man gave a forced laugh. "So, what brought Ju Hyuk here?" Won-tae lowered his voice meaningfully, "A report on the broadcasting station's power trips." Recalling yesterday, Do-hoon had approached Ju Hyuk with a tense look. "What is it today? I get nervous every time CEO Kong calls now." Ju Hyuk turned to him with a searching gaze. "Don't you have something for me?" Hearing this, Do-hoon could not help but feel bewildered. "What?" Suddenly, seeing his expression, Ju Hyuk sighed in disappointment. "So you really did not buy it? A souvenir from your trip to Japan?" Then suddenly, he threw a folder down on the table. "Whatever, just take this." Do-hoon carefully flipped through the pages and asked curiously, "What is this?" Ju Hyuk admitted frankly, "Exclusive data we have gathered. Entertainment industry power trips, kickbacks, and leaks to the press regarding rumors. A collection of misconduct by WTBM PD Park Song-ho." Do-hoon hesitated before speaking. The person who blew the whistle on the nepotism scandal was. Ju Hyuk exhaled softly. "I know Taishin Foods is involved. However, we have to clean what needs to be cleaned and move past them." The man did not forget to remind him, "As for making a decision, I live a solitary life, but you know I am in a dangerous position lately, right?" Ju Hyuk looked up directly, his eyes scrutinizing the other man, his voice low but clear. "Because it is dangerous, I am giving it to someone who can handle it. I heard you have a new nickname, Reporter Park." Saying this, he suddenly shifted his tone, "The Justice Hammer of the entertainment world." As soon as those words were out, Do-hoon's voice became urgent. "Who do you think would fall for such cheap flattery? I am not grateful for an exclusive like this, so I won't use it." Meanwhile, the Aegon Electronics web drama Pure Romance had a spectacular start, reaching 5 million views within a week of its debut. The scene shifted to the university campus. At that moment, the director signaled, "Let us take a 30-minute break." Suddenly, Jing-ong approached Ha-jin. "Hey, check the view count again." Baek Jing-ong was playing the handsome senior in Pure Romance. He leaned in closer. "The reaction is insane. Everyone is talking about how pretty you are, Ha-jin." Seeing this, she only gave a slight nod. "Oh yes." Jing-ong tilted his head, his gaze curious and a bit probing. "But hey, do you have a boyfriend?" Ha-jin instinctively backed away, looking flustered. "No, I do not think." He spoke slowly as if sharing expertise. This industry is like that. It is really hard to meet people. Give me your phone, let us stay in touch. I will help you expand your network. Your company does not even have any staff. If you hang out with me, I will talk to my CEO when it is time for you to switch agencies. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Jing Ong firmly. He shouted, "Come on, give me the phone, hey what the?" Jing Ong turned around angrily, "Hey, who is it?" Ju Hyuk narrowed his eyes at him, quickly evaluating his identity. "You. From KH Enter, right, Jang Jin Yok's agency." Hearing this, Jing Ong straightened his back. "Yes." Ju Hyuk called out in a stern voice, "Junior." The guy responded politely at once, "Yes, senior." Ju Hyuk spoke coldly, "Just focus on the work at the workplace." Jing Ong looked momentarily confused but agreed, "Yes, understood." Seeing this, Ju Hyuk signaled, "Then get started." Once finished, Ju Hyuk glanced at Ha-jin, noticing her lingering awkwardness. His gaze softened a bit. "Ha-jin, do you still feel out of place on set?" Saying this, he looked at her with a steady gaze. "Just be yourself. Don't let them look down on you." In that moment, the past was suddenly mirrored. When she first met Ju Hyuk, Ha-jin had asked nonchalantly, "Have you slept together yet? Don't let people push you around so easily." Back in reality, she could not help but laugh. After a long while, Ha-jin replied, "Director, you are truly amazing. I did not say anything because I did not want you to worry, but about this controversy and everything." She stepped in front of Ju Hyuk. "Thank you very much." He looked slightly embarrassed. "It is only natural." Ha-jin suddenly looked directly into his eyes. "Meeting you is the greatest luck of my life." Hearing this, Ju Hyuk instinctively smiled. Just then, Min Jae appeared and questioned him immediately. "Hey Director Kong, what brings you here?" He turned his head and admitted, "It is perfect timing. I actually came here to see Writer Song, Mi-jin." She froze slightly upon hearing her name, eyes showing surprise. "Me, why me?" Ju Hyuk smiled gently, his gaze calculating yet friendly. "I am feeling a bit greedy since you scored a big hit right from the first episode. I was wondering if our star writer has any other works in progress." Mi-jin looked embarrassed. "Oh no, I am not that great." Seeing this, Min Jae teased, "Director Kong, are you trying to pressure her with empty hands?" Facing the question, Ju Hyuk pointed in one direction, empty-handed. "Don't you see, I even brought a coffee truck." At the unexpected sight, Min Jae almost shouted, "You really moved her with that, even this photo looks like it is sweating." And 1 month later, the news I had been waiting for finally arrived. Inside the office, Ju Hyuk wore a serious expression. He was so anxious that he could not stop tapping his feet. Ju Hyuk stared at his phone and sighed, "I am so nervous." Immediately after, the phone rang, and Ju Hyuk quickly grabbed it. He held the phone to his ear and slowly asked, "How did it go?" On the other end, Hong Gil sounded bewildered. "CEO, in my 20 years in the film industry, I have never seen anything like this." As soon as he finished, Ju Hyuk was so excited he shouted, "Park Geum-rai just surpassed 3.2 million, yes." The man chuckled, his gaze sweeping over everyone in the room. The entire independent film department is going crazy over the performance bonuses. Word of mouth says Captain Kong Productions seems to have played a huge role. Hearing this, Ju Hyuk immediately denied it. "Not at all. It is all thanks to the VIP's active efforts in securing theaters." He did not forget to encourage him. "You really worked hard, manager." After 28 weeks Palace, there is another result that surpasses the Voice's prophecy. Was it thanks to casting Kong Ha-young in the spot vacated by Hong Kyung-man, or preventing a verbal abuse scandal? The fact that we sent it to film festivals and even won the grand prize, or maybe the halo effect of the Agang laptop commercial, or the noise marketing from 28 Weeks Palace. With directors who never gave up on their dreams and actors and staff who stubbornly poured everything into their passion. Yes, it was not just a single piece of information that changed the future. It was not just that. It was the collection of all our choices that created this result. At this moment, Ju Hyuk sank into thought. And right now, the choice of another person had been added. He stood up hurriedly. "We will go check it after that." As the previous tasks were gradually coming to an end, the final call from the Voice arrived. Right then, the familiar voice rang out, "Press 1 for evaluation." Ju Hyuk froze. Is this the end? He hesitantly pressed 1 on the phone screen. The voice spoke mechanically, "From now on, we will begin the evaluation for your promotion to silver rank. Please answer the following questions for the evaluation." Hearing this, Ju Hyuk quickly realized it was conducting a surprise interview. He stood motionless in the silence, his eyes highly focused as if facing something invisible. The voice continued, "First question, have you saved yourself through the bronze rank, Kong Ju-hyuk? Press 1 for yes, 2 for no." On this side, Ju-hyuk could not help but feel a bit shocked. Saved myself. Does that mean if I achieved the true goal I wanted? After a moment's thought, he chose decisively, not yet. The voice quickly moved to the next question. Next question, have you changed the future through the bronze rank, Kong Ju-hyuk? Ju-hyuk responded without hesitation, not yet. Then suddenly the voice changed, sounding cold. In the future you have changed. Hearing this, he was almost stunned, dozens of questions flashing through his mind. Could someone disappear? Is that a threat, or is it testing my resolve? Yes, perhaps my greed had stolen someone else's desperate opportunity. But simply observing a future where these disgusting predators run rampant was a sin beyond mere bystanderism. Especially Park Jong-ju. If I could end that monster with my own hands, no matter how many times it takes, I would do this crazy thing over and over again. On the other end, the voice continued steadily, the conditions for Mr. Kong Ju-hyuk to switch to the paid service have just been met to become a silver rank owner. Deposit 2 billion won into the following account. Hearing this, Ju-hyuk paused, his pupils contracting slightly. How much? 2 billion. He stood still, thoughts racing. The cost of the bronze rank was 10 million won. This is a leap of exactly 200 times. But then, Ha-young's image suddenly flashed through Ju-hyuk's mind. Considering what I have gained from the voice information so far. Next was Jae-wook's image. Immediately after, Hwa-jin's image flitted through his mind. At that moment, Ju-hyuk's heart was filled with reflection, people and assets. Considering the effectiveness of the movies and dramas. Now, Jae-hwang's figure appeared clearly in Ju-hyuk's thoughts. Thinking of this, he tried to convince himself, it is an entirely worthwhile cost. You are asking if I am ready to pay the price. If things were going to end here, I would not have started. Of course I have to do it. Ju-hyuk opened his eyes with high concentration. Next upgrade version. The next morning, a voice rang out steadily, for more details, please check when you open your front door in the morning. At the same time, Ju-hyuk opened the door and stepped outside. He stared at the box below and muttered, your aesthetic sense really has not changed. Ju-hyuk quickly returned to his room and tore open the cardboard box. He looked down, his eyes narrowing warily. What is this? Ju-hyuk picked up the slip of paper inside. A gift, just a single card. He stared intently at the numbers on it. These numbers are like a puzzle. Then suddenly, Ju-hyuk spun around. What? Wait for a call at 9 o'clock. He stared at the clock hands in alarm. Instantly. Right then, the phone rang. Ju-hyuk was so shocked he shouted, no way, Chairman Kim Jae-hwang. The scene shifted to a villa shortly after. Jae-hwang's voice rang out cheerfully, President Kong, welcome. You look very well. It seems many good things are happening to you lately. Hearing this, Ju-hyuk spoke softly, you are the most radiant one. What good news has come your way? Sir, Jae-hwang chuckled, it is all thanks to you, is not it? Immediately after, he held a tablet in front of him. Look, the sales trend for the newly launched smartphone model is skyrocketing. The effect of pure romance in the online drama is truly effective. Ju-hyuk nodded slightly, I am glad it helped you. Jae-hwang leaned in again, looking very urgent. So about that matter. On this side, Ju-hyuk stared at him with sharp eyes, wondering if this was truly the identity behind the voice. After that, there were no more calls from the voice. The only one calling was Chairman Kim Jae-hwang. What was the connection between the silver rank and Chairman Kim Jae-hwang? After a long while, he placed a paper bag on the table. I brought a gift. Ju-hyuk could not help but feel bewildered. You brought a gift. He stared at the object in his hand. This is the newly released phone. He chuckled, it is a limited edition, only distributed to VIPs. The silver version. You are number one. I even engraved your name on the back. Ju-hyuk froze when he saw the engraving, his pupils shrinking. This is. The voice had mentioned this phone number. Could this really be Chairman Kim Jae-hwang? He looked up at Jae-hwang, Chairman, by any chance? Jae-hwang replied nonchalantly, oh what a surprise. Ju-hyuk looked flustered surprise, he continued to laugh, it is wonderful, is not it beautiful right? It is actually plated with real platinum. Hearing this, Ju-hyuk immediately dismissed his thoughts. No, he is too naive. Does this mean the voice can also interfere with reality in such a way? What abilities do silver rank players have? Jae Hwang did not forget to remind him. Take good care of the branded content as well. I have very high expectations. He bowed slightly, his gaze hesitant before he decided to speak. Sir, actually, there is something I want to tell you about the branded content. Hearing this, he could not help but feel curious. Oh yes, what is it? Ju Hyuk took a soft breath, his eyes serious as he made the proposal, his voice steady. I am planning to cast Jae Wook in an important supporting role. He continued hesitantly, would that be all right? Opposite him, Jae Hwang was silent and did not respond. He looked surprised by the question. Why are you asking me that? The content is entirely up to you. I hired a professional so you could create freely without worrying about superiors interfering in the process. Ju Hyuk smiled faintly. Yes, I think Jae Wook's carefree charm will create a big draw when targeting the global market. Jae Hwang immediately chimed in, carefree. He is a bit reckless. Ju Hyuk thought to himself, but to me, that is not a bad thing. Suddenly he shouted, his tone turning harsh, by the way, since Jae Wook was mentioned, I should order them to track down all the bastards who left malicious comments on 28 Weeks Palace. And let us cut all ads from the newspapers that published rumor articles. Ju Hyuk immediately raised a hand to stop him. Sir, please do not do that. Controversy is also a form of attracting attention. Seeing this, Jae Hwang pointed directly at Ju Hyuk. President Kong, you are too soft. Hearing this, he chuckled. There is a saying that the more lawsuits, the more business grows. When I first started, the scariest thing was being ignored by others. I have experienced those days too. I wanted to teach Jae Wook the fear of being an unknown actor first, but it all fell apart because of those fools causing trouble behind the scenes. On this side, Jae Hwang frowned slightly, his voice dropping low. That interference. It was caused by Taishin Foods, was not it? Jae Hwang offered without hesitation, if you want, can I help a little? As soon as he spoke, Ju Hyuk refused. Didn't you tell me before I should only watch news about gangs on the media, so I will handle it myself. Seeing this, Jae Hwang sighed in disappointment. This guy. Later he asked curiously, but does President Kong remember if Kong Ha-young has a boyfriend? To the unexpected question, he quickly replied, absolutely not. In the movie, she and Jae Wook look quite similar. The scene shifted to a few days later. Under the dark night, someone carefully flipped a light switch. Min Jae carefully looked into the room. President Kong, you still have not gone home. He stared through the gap in the door. What kind of call is he having at this late hour? At the same time, Ju Hyuk stared at the computer screen, almost unable to look away. A voice spoke mechanically. Congratulations to Mr. Kong Ju Hyuk on becoming a silver rank owner. After a total of 30 uses of the service, finally, the first silver rank call has been made. The voice signaled again. To continue, press 1. Collecting information suitable for Mr. Kong Ju Hyuk's future. Please wait a moment. Select the keyword of the item you want to hear. The other end quickly gave suggestions. 1. Within 14 weeks. 2. Unbeatable.
3. 3 Uhr nachts.
4. Dating violence. 5. Bold women. Ju Hyuk paused, his eyes flashing as he noticed the change. The information previously shown in numbers has now shifted to text, which means. Without hesitation, he turned toward the computer screen. Ju Hyuk typed quickly on the keyboard, muttering, within 14 weeks. That is hard to pin down exactly. Unbeatable. Crime, pandemic, politics, too many possibilities.
3 Uhr nachts.
Traffic accident statistics, dating violence, is mostly past events. He kept scrolling with the cursor. Ju Hyuk's eyes lit up, his pupils shrinking. Found it. Now he stared at the displayed titles. Ju Hyuk stood still before the screen, his gaze landing on the phrase, bold women. The view count was basically at the level of a personal diary. Broadcast until episode 98, the drama told the story of the high-pressure war-like daily life of a mother and her 3 daughters. It felt like a daily recording, but the writing was vivid, the progression interesting, and the characters felt warm. If this is related to the voice information. He froze as the system confirmed, his pupils shrinking. The voice continued steadily, excellent choice. The keyword Mr. Kong Ju Hyuk selected is Bold Women. The comedy Bold Women will be released. During the adaptation process, the original author was removed, and the film only attracted a mere 60,000 viewers. Or at least, almost so. But after the original author joined, the movie became a phenomenon, attracting up to 6 million viewers for a comedy. Hearing this, Joo Hyuk could not help but feel curious. But that actually happened, right? On this side, Min Jae muttered to himself, clearly, it must be that guy Kong Joo Hyuk. I found a fortune-telling place that can see the future. There is even a company that provides the service, but how high is their phone consultation fee? A few weeks later, the scene moved to a movie theater. Finally, the movie Cheeksul had premiered. On the big screen, Jung Hoon's character pleaded, please do not say that. The one who crossed that bridge. It can't be. Don't tell me it is you. A long while later, the movie ended, and the background music swelled vibrantly. Even though the movie had ended, the audience remained seated. Suddenly, applause broke the silence. Immediately after, the audience took turns clapping loudly. Inside the cinema, the cheering grew incredibly boisterous. Down in the seats, Jung Hoon turned and asked with a worried face, was it good? Back to Joo Hyuk, his eyes were fixed on the big screen. The target is 9 million viewers. But right now, more than ever, the numbers did not matter. Joo Hyuk instinctively recalled the panicked expression on Jung Hoon's face. Next was the image of Chon-gyu rushing forward frantically. A movie that might have never been released and stayed buried forever. The group had become exhausted, everyone nearly collapsing. Meanwhile, Joo Hyuk silently observed everything in the shadows. His gaze landed on Sang-bong, who turned to look at the group with a grave expression. After countless twists and turns, the actors and staff had gathered together. They returned to filming, someone carefully checking the camera. Resiliently overcoming all difficulties, large and small, while holding their ground. And finally, they had completed it, a masterpiece named Cheeksul. Back in reality, he suddenly called out, Director. Joo Hyuk turned to look at the man. From now on, you will continue working with me too, right? He looked surprised. Excuse me, what about you? He looked directly at the other person, his eyes turning serious as he made the offer. Let us sign an exclusive contract. I will support you with everything I have. Build your own team. Choi Myung-hun. The man looked bewildered. Right now, you mean? A moment later, he bowed his head and let out a sob. Really, thank you. Joo Hyuk turned back toward the stage as the host's voice rang out formally, and with that, we will conclude the audience Q&A session. He had just stepped down when he heard a familiar voice. Oh my God, senior, you are here. Joo Hyuk turned around, Jin-ju. He spoke politely. Congratulations on the premiere. She walked quickly toward Joo Hyuk while questioning. Why do you say it like it is someone else's movie, by the way? How could you do that to me? At the unexpected question, Joo Hyuk was confused. Do what? Jin-ju spoke with a stern yet slightly sulky tone. 28 Weeks Palace was incredibly good, and the female lead is pretty too. If you had shown me the script first, I would have accepted it immediately. Instead of making me watch Jung Hoon Appa beat people up. How petty of you. Hearing this, Joo Hyuk laughed helplessly. On such a fine day, you are being quite greedy. He patted her shoulder lightly. Just wait, a good opportunity might come along soon. Just then, Jung Hoon appeared and started grumbling. Jin-ju, you always do this. Why is he senior Kong Joo Hyuk to you while I am just Appa? The moment he saw Jung Hoon, Joo Hyuk asked curiously, when did you get here? Jung Hoon turned to him with an angry face. Kong Joo Hyuk, I need to talk to you right now. On the side, Jin-ju looked dissatisfied. This guy is no help at all. A moment later, Joo Hyuk quickly bought a can of soda. He turned to praise him. Your acting was outstanding. Jung Hoon frowned and said sternly, stop beating around the bush. Jung Hoon continued with a disgruntled attitude, and do not forget our bet. If the movie does not reach 9 million viewers, you will stand beside me as a supporting actor. Hearing this, Joo Hyuk only curled his lips into a light smile. Jung Hoon looked at him with a bewildered expression. Why so quiet? Why are you flinching? I mean, reaching 5 million is already a huge success. 9 million is just crazy. You said 3 million before. Saying this, he almost shouted, anyway, give me that photo right now. Meanwhile, Joo Hyuk looked completely indifferent. Oh, that, I deleted it. At the answer, Jung Hoon raised an eyebrow. What, you deleted it? Joo Hyuk replied nonchalantly, yeah, it is gone. He clenched his jaw, eyes flashing with clear annoyance. Actually, it never existed in the first place, did it? Joo Hyuk spoke softly. I told you I deleted it. As soon as he finished, Jung Hoon rushed forward angrily, grabbing his collar. Stop playing tricks and tell me the truth. He screamed frantically. Are you kidding me? It never existed, right? Faced with Jung Hoon's loss of control, Joo Hyuk reflected for a moment. Half of it was the truth, claiming there was a photo was just a tactic to scout Ha Jung Hoon. But that had only happened a few days ago. I met director Han Kwang-hoon, checked the original photo, and deleted it myself. Returning to reality, he affirmed firmly, it was real. Hearing this, Jung-hoon growled, "Are you laughing?" Joo-hyuk suddenly questioned him, "Ha Jung-hoon, why do not you start being honest?" He could not help but feel a bit bewildered. "What?" Joo-hyuk continued, "you know it too." The initial issue was not the photo. It was quite unexpected. When you read the script, did not you feel it too? You were certain that no one was more suited for the role of Tae-soo than you. That is why you took this role. Because you wanted to prove something. Saying this, Joo-hyuk held his phone in front of Jung-hoon. "Look, the photo is gone. I even asked Kwang-hoon to delete the original. And congratulations. In the end, you proved it, that certainty. I think everyone will forever remember Ha Jung-hoon's portrayal of Tae-soo. What do I gain by exposing a scandal involving my own actor? I am off. See you when we hit 9 million views." Joo-hyuk walked away nonchalantly, leaving Jung-hoon standing there alone. He let out an angry curse. What a persistent, troublesome bastard. Jung-hoon gradually lost his cool, muttering incessantly, "Damn it, there is no way it surpasses 9 million, right?" A while later, as night fell, at Voice Entertainment. Inside, Joo-hyuk was tapping away at his keyboard. Prominent headlines began to appear on the screen. He moved the cursor close to the send button. Joo-hyuk stared at the screen and chuckled. He has not read a single message. Then he sighed in frustration. It feels like he has not even logged in lately. The key to the 6 million view video, Bold Women, is the original author. How do I find them? Should I track their IP address or something? A massive prize is waiting right in front of me. In another scene, Jin-joo cheered excitedly, "Jackpot, we hit the jackpot." She asked herself in shock, is this for real? Jin-joo said in an excited tone, "This is crazy, what should we do? The total views just surpassed 52 million. At this rate, won't we hit 100 million? Gradually calming down, she looked thoughtfully at her phone screen. Recalling a few days ago, Joo-hyuk had looked at Jin-joo with a mischievous smile. "I am feeling a bit greedy. I wonder if our famous writer has any other works." Back in reality, she almost shouted, I do not know, he called me a star writer." She hurriedly climbed out of bed. Jin-joo quickly pressed the computer's power button. She broke into a grin. "Maybe I should update for the first time in 100 years. Immediately after, Jin-joo moved the mouse frantically. She stared at the screen in amazement. Why are there so many views? Did someone post a link somewhere? This is great. Jin-joo typed on the keyboard, muttering softly, "Let us see." The sound of the keyboard clicking filled the room. Jin-joo stared at the headlines displayed on the screen. On the other side, Joo-hyuk slowly stood up and whispered, "Maybe I should log out for today." She finally appeared. A new post notification. Jeannie has posted a new entry on the Bold Women forum. The star behind the 6 million view video. An unstoppable momentum. The progress of 28 Weeks Palace was truly invincible. Starting with a viewership rating of 16.1%, the drama broke records every week and approached 20%, filling the streets with a lively atmosphere. The rookie actors, once mere rough stones, had now become irreplaceable jewels, leading massive fan communities. The scene shifted to a classroom, where a female student asked curiously, "Jisoo, did you see Jae-wook Oppa's eyes? It is insane." The other frowned. "Hey, Kim Jae-wook is our age." She cut her off nonchalantly, "Shut up. If he is handsome, he is automatically Oppa." Jisoo whispered, "I wish Joo-hyuk Oppa would show up too." And amidst that brilliant festive scene, another miracle was quietly taking place. The 28 Weeks Palace project was sitting at the top of the charts. The melody that seemed to have been buried in darkness for a long time finally reached the pinnacle of the world. Inside the office, Wajin bowed her head and muttered, "Thank you." And a few weeks later, 28 Weeks Palace finally reached the climax of its long journey. The director shouted, "Ready, action." Someone yelled, "The criminal must obey." Mu Yong hurriedly intervened. "No, Your Majesty," the emperor ordered sternly, "move aside." Mu Yong reported urgently, "That woman is a criminal who brought chaos to my kingdom. She may be a criminal in Your Majesty's kingdom as well." The emperor continued in a low voice, "But to me, she is my whole world. I must protect her." Someone shouted, a sound that shook the space, "Mu Yong, you fool, treasure your life. Please move aside, I said move aside." Mu Yong turned around and smiled bitterly, "I bet my whole life on the king. And once you have thrown down your cards, Picking them back up is not even written in a gambler's rules. Just then, a man stepped forward with a cold, sharp sword. Without hesitation, he slashed toward Mu Yong. On this side, Ha Young's character looked stunned, eyes wide open. Mu Yong's body slowly fell backward. He fell straight toward her. Witnessing the scene, the woman sobbed uncontrollably, "Mu Yong, how could you be so reckless?" He opened his mouth and let out a weak sound. "Even if I lose, this was a match I truly wanted to bet on, Your Majesty." At that moment, Tae Woong shouted, "Cut, all right." The group turned to discuss. Everyone did great. Only 1 hour left until Hina's final scene begins. Returning to reality, Jae Wook called out anxiously, "Sister, it is done." Ha Young. She kept her head down, her voice trembling. "So, this is really the end." He looked teary-eyed. "What, planning to leave work early?" Jae Wook stood up quickly. "Stop crying, sister." At the same time, Ju Hyuk's gaze was fixed on the two. He thought to himself, "I do not remember the last time I was this moved by the final scene of a movie. Has it been too long, 5 years? No, it has been 6 years now." Just then Jung So-yeon stepped up. "Boss, did you see the kids acting just now? It was amazing." Ju Hyuk turned immediately. "Hello, writer Jung." He could not help but exclaim, "The kids acted so well thanks to your script. You worked hard. I am really looking forward to your next project. By the way, speaking of my next project." She suddenly asked, "Boss, can I use this design model of yours?" Hearing this, Ju Hyuk frowned slightly, his gaze wavering visibly. Jung So-yeon cheered excitedly, a cold-blooded strategist returning from hell. A man whose reputation was ruined by a systematic smear campaign, but who one day gains a mysterious power. She continued in an excited tone, "That power is. Honey, the female lead is actress Ryu Jin-ju." Ju Hyuk backed away in fear. Why is Jin-ju suddenly involved? Jung So-yeon spoke quickly without hesitation. "I have always thought you two would look great together." She added bluntly, "Actually, I have already started writing." Saying this, Jung So-yeon stared at him with teary eyes. "Boss, you'll give me permission, right? I will send you the synopsis." "Oh, and about the romance." Before she could finish, Ju Hyuk hurriedly turned away to deflect. "Oh, Hina, perfect timing." He walked away, waving his hand in greeting. "Writer, let us talk about that later. I have a meeting." On this side, Jung So-yeon frowned slightly. "What, that flirtation was just bait," but his reaction is quite sensitive. Something is suspicious. A long while later, Hina squeezed the glass in her hand, feeling curious. Senior Jung-hoon sent a coffee truck again. Is he always like this? Why is he sweating so much? Senior is not threatening you or anything, right? Hearing this, he could not help but laugh. He is more affectionate than he looks. Anyway, congratulations on the song topping the charts. Wajin asked me to say thanks. I am 100 times more grateful to Wajin. It is a wonderful song. Hina bowed her head and bit her lip. I have not even been able to contact him because of filming. After speaking, Hina turned to Ju Hyuk. It is all thanks to you, Senior. Now I understand. Your offer to act, Senior. It was not a deal, it was a gift. So that means I just added another debt to my list, right? Seeing this, he made a proposal, then pay it back later. Suddenly Ju Hyuk turned and asked, "Actually, that is why I wanted to see you, Hina. Would you like to sign an exclusive contract with Voice Entertainment? This is not just about management. I want to rely on your strengths across the entire music business. I am looking forward to witnessing the magic you have created together with Wajin." On this side, Hina chuckled. "Sometimes you really know, Senior." She suddenly remarked, "Sorry, you look quite frustrated." Hina looked at him and smiled gently. "I have been waiting for you to finally say that. All right, I will do it." Seeing this, Ju Hyuk hurriedly proposed. "We can discuss details later, but first." She suddenly leaned in closer. "There is still one more thing, right?" Hina looked at him with sparkling eyes. "The debt I still have to pay." Immediately after, she decisively extended an invitation. "Are you free this weekend? I am taking you to dinner, do not refuse. If you want to recruit a famous star, you should also know how to court them." Just then, Jeon-woo appeared and spoke gruffly. "These kids are so insolent. I do not know what kind of people they are anymore." Ju Hyuk backed away in fright. "You startled me." Jeon-woo stared at him with wide eyes. "I heard everything." He continued furiously. "How dare you secretly make a pact behind my back? Where is it, my royal seal? No, where is my contract, you him me? Why did not you take me along? Why only Hina? I want to be recruited too, your majesty." Seeing this, Hina turned away and sighed helplessly. please maintain your dignity. Voice Entertainment had successfully signed Hee Na and Kim Ji-on-woo. A few days later on the weekend at a luxury restaurant, Jin-ju could not help but exclaim, "The night view is so beautiful. I did not know this place existed." She lowered her voice to probe, "I can call you Appa now, right?" Hearing that, Ju Hyuk smiled faintly. "Don't you usually call me that anyway, why ask now?" Jin-ju tilted her head curiously. "But what happened to you? Finally, this is our first date." He looked up at her and admitted, "Someone recommended this place, said it is a very good restaurant. But they do not take reservations for one." Upon receiving the answer, Jin-ju looked annoyed. "Honestly, you are the one who made the reservation and I am just the plus one. Anyway, since you thought of me when you heard about a good restaurant, it counts, right?" She quickly cut a piece of meat and took the first bite. Jin-ju grinned, "It is so good I will overlook it. Hurry and try some." Recalling the other day, Hee Na had asked curiously, "Honestly, that place is hard to book. Who is that person? Would the woman be upset if you met me alone?" Back to Ju Hyuk, he thought to himself, "Yeah, she probably would be upset." Jin-ju suddenly spoke as if remembering something, "Oh right. By the way, why have not I seen him lately? You two used to be inseparable like shadows, right, Manager Huang?" At the unexpected question, Ju Hyuk's movements froze. He remained calm. "He is on a business trip abroad." Hearing the answer, she could not help but be surprised. "Abroad? Manager Huang is on a business trip abroad, where to?" Ju Hyuk frowned slightly and replied, "Hong Kong." In another development, on a street, the sound of urgent footsteps rang out. Cheol-du looked around and spoke in a low voice. You could call it a kind of sight survey. "I am looking for a very discreet place. Something that people do not really know about."